I have a sincere heart, but alas, kindness turns into disaster. I become a human ASURA, questioning the weight of friendship and the meaning of reason in this world. The youth returns from adversity, one hand devouring martial spirits, capable of swallowing the heavens and the sun with the other hand, a Shura martial spirit, able to fight, undefeated at the peak. In this world, I have the final say. Chapter 1. How many pounds of sincerity, how many tales of true heart. Outside the great wilderness city, on Zion Peak, a girl gently nestled in the arms of a boy, gazing at the fiery sunset in the distance. Brother Changsheng, look at that sunset. It's so beautiful. If I could be with you for a lifetime, watching such a beautiful sunset, how wonderful it would be. The girl's face revealed a happy smile, full of longing. Silly girl, of course we will be together for a lifetime. I will protect you for life and accompany you to watch the most beautiful sunsets. Hearing the girl's words, the boy's face also bloomed with happiness as he gently stroked the girl's head. The boy's name is Qin Changsheng, and the girl's name is Qin Ruashi. Is what you said true, Brother Changsheng? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruashi looked up at him gently. But then she seemed to think of something, and the happy smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow and melancholy. Her mood also turning low, unfortunately. Ruashi is destined to live less than 18 years due to her innate absolute pulse and cannot be with you forever. Hearing Qin Ruaxi's words, Qin Changsheng was taken aback, then smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "Who says you can't live past 18? Over the years, the cold poison in your body has already been mostly absorbed by my devouring martial spirit. Now, as long as I absorb the last trace of the cold poison source from your body, your tying absolute pulse can be resolved. But, Brother Changsheng, over the years, you have affected your body and martial spirit to absorb and suppress the cold poison for me. If you continue to absorb this cold poison source for me, although I really want to be with you for a lifetime, I can't bear to let you harm your foundation for me." Qin Ruashi said with a face full of reluctance, "As long as I can resolve the deadlock of your tying absolute pulse and save your life, to be with you, even if I have to pay a great price, it is worth it." Qin Changsheng looked at Qin Ruashi with eyes full of tenderness, pulling her close and saying, "There's no time to lose. Ruashi, sit tight. I will now absorb the last trace of cold poison source from your body, and then you will no longer have to suffer from the pain and threat of cold poison." "Then thank you, Brother Changsheng. I also really want to be with you forever." Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruashi obediently nodded. Qin Changsheng did not delay, took a deep breath, and then placed his hands on Qin Ruashi's delicate body, starting to operate his martial spirit to absorb the cold poison within her. Streams of icy black cold air immediately emerged from Qin Ruaxi's body, gathering towards Qin Changsheng's palms, being devoured by his martial spirit. This black cold air was the cold poison within Qin Ruo11. As he continuously absorbed the cold poison from Qin Ruashi, Qin Changsheng's body couldn't help but tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, enduring the immense pain of the cold poison gnawing at his body. However, to save Qin Ruashi's life, no matter how great the pain, he could grit his teeth and endure it. Finally, a black pill emerged from Qin Ruaxi's body, falling into the devouring vortex in Qin Changsheng's palm. This black pill was the last trace of cold poison source within Qin Ruashi. As this cold poison source was completely absorbed by Qin Changsheng, Qin Ruashi's somewhat sickly face immediately radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. However, Qin Changsheng still emanated traces of bone-chilling cold, his whole body soaked as if drenched by rain, his clothes drenched in sweat, and his complexion appeared extremely pale. Yet he squeezed out a smile, saying with relief, "It worked, Ruashi. The cold poison source within you has been completely absorbed. From now on, you will no longer have to suffer from the pain and threat of cold poison." Qin Ruashi opened her eyes, filled with excitement and exhilaration. The cold poison in my body has finally been completely cleared. Not only that, but with the cold poison removed, my tying absolute body has successfully reversed. From now on, the absolute body is no longer an absolute body, but a tying treasure body. Looking at the excited and exhilarated Qin Ruashi, Qin Changsheng's smile became even more satisfied as he took Qin Ruashi's delicate hand and said, "Great, Ruashi, we can be together forever now." However, Qin Ruashi suddenly shook off Qin Changxing's hand, turning to look at him with eyes that no longer held the previous tenderness, only indifference. Qin Ruoshi's cold attitude immediately made Qin Changxing's body stiffen. "Ruoshi, what's wrong?" Qin Ruoshi shook her head, looking at Qin Changxing with a cold expression. "Qin Changxing, please forgive me for not being able to be with you." Boom! Hearing this, Qin Changxing felt as if struck by lightning. Looking at the indifferent Qin Ruoshi, his voice trembling. "You, what did you say?" "Ruoshi, you're joking, right?" "Ha! Qin Changxing, did you really think Ruoshi was with you because she liked you? The reason I was with you was merely to use your devouring martial spirit to clear the cold poison from my body. From the beginning to the end, the one I have always liked is Mu Qing Shan." At this moment, a young man in white suddenly stepped forward, laughing heartily. Mu Qing Shan. Looking at this young man in white, Qin Changxing's face turned pale, disbelief written all over it. This young man in white was named Mu Qing Shan, the young master of the Mu family, and also his best brother. "It can't be, this is impossible. Ruoshi, this isn't true, is it?" Qin Changxing staggered, his eyes fixed on Qin Ruoshi, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. What he said is right. However, Qin Ruoshi actively walked to Mu Qing Shan's side, leaning against him proudly. Brother Qing Shan awakened a 7th grade high-level martial spirit at the age of 7. Entered the condensation realm at 10, and at just 16, he has already entered the transformation realm, joining one of the 3 great academies in the imperial capital, the Tianwu Academy. Since childhood, the person I admire the most has always been Brother Qing Shan, and only someone as extraordinary as him is my perfect match. As for you, Qin Changxing, don't you understand? The reason I was with you all these years was merely to use your devouring martial spirit to clear my cold poison. Now that my cold poison has been completely cleared, and my tiny absolute body is no longer an absolute body, but has transformed into a treasure body, I am now a proud daughter of heaven. And although you awakened a rare, special martial spirit like the devouring martial spirit, and were once considered a genius, over the years, you have continuously absorbed cold poison for me, which has severely damaged your foundation and cut off your potential. Even if your devouring martial spirit is special, after continuously absorbing so much cold poison source for me, you are now on the verge of collapse. You are already equivalent to a waste. Do you think you are still worthy of me?" Qin Ruoshi's words were like a merciless dagger, piercing deeply into Qin Changxing's heart. "Why are you still talking to a waste? Ruoshi, let's go." Mu Qing Shan reached out to wrap his arms around Qin Ruoshi's waist, glancing at Qin Changxing with disdain. "Qin Ruoshi, Mu Qing Shan, I have been sincere to you both. Why do you treat me this way?" Qin Changxing's eyes turned red as he lunged at the two, shouting in anger. "Sincere heart? How many pounds is sincerity worth? How many taels is true heart worth? With you being a waste, how can you be worthy to be my brother, Mu Qing Shan, or to be with Ruoshi?" Mu Qing Shan sneered, kicking Qin Changxing in the dantian. "Since your martial arts foundation is already damaged, I will help you destroy it even more thoroughly." Bang! Ah! Mu Qing Shan, you actually crippled my dantian. Qin Changxing's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Qin Ruoshi frowned and said, "No matter what, Qin Changxing is the young master of the Qin family. If you cripple his dantian and he returns to the Qin family, it will surely cause us a lot of trouble." Mu Qing Shan smirked. "Oh, since that's the case, we might as well not leave any loose ends and just kill this kid. I want to get rid of him long ago when I saw him with you." Mu Qing Shan spoke coldly, clearly having had murderous intent for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Qin Changxing smiled bitterly. He never expected that his sincerity would result in such an outcome. His best brother and the woman he loved the most were actually deceiving and using him from the beginning. Yu Qing Shan grabbed Qin Changxing and walked to the edge of the cliff. "Qin Changxing, for the sake of our brotherhood, I'll personally send you off." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qing Shan threw Qin Changxing off the cliff. Qin Changxing's body fell rapidly. Bang! Before hitting the ground, Qin Changxing's body was stopped by a large tree, ultimately crashing to the ground and fainting. Rumble. When night fell, thunder suddenly rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. Lightning struck down, as if the sky had been torn apart, and a blood-red lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the split void, hovering momentarily in the air. And then, as if sensing something, it flew towards Qin Changxing, who had fainted at the foot of Ziyun Peak. The blood-red lightning flashed and directly entered Qin Chongqing's body. Chapter 2. Surviving the Catastrophe. ASURA, Martial Soul. Thunder intertwined, and heavy rain poured down. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Chongqing slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. I actually didn't die. Then he recalled what had happened earlier, and boundless hatred surged in his eyes. But then he thought of his crippled Dantian and his martial soul, which had nearly vanished due to devouring too much cold poison, and he couldn't help but feel despondent. What's this? However, at that moment, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared on Qin Chongqing's face, because he found that his Dantian, which Mu Qingshan had previously shattered, was now completely intact. Not a single injury remained on his body. Moreover, his devouring martial soul, which had nearly vanished due to the cold poison's origin, had not only not disappeared, but had actually become more solid and a faint blood. Light had appeared along the edges of the devouring martial soul. White Dantian and martial soul have actually fully recovered, and it seems my martial soul has advanced. Qin Chongqing hurriedly focused his mind and sensed carefully, only to be astonished to find that there was actually an additional blood-red lightning bolt in his sea of consciousness. What is this? Qin Chongqing's face showed a look of uncertainty as he reached out his consciousness to try to communicate with the inexplicable blood-red lightning in his mind. Rumble. As Qin Chongqing's consciousness approached the blood-red lightning, he immediately felt a powerful force pulling at his spirit, making him feel as if the world was spinning. Soon, Qin Chongqing found his consciousness sinking into a mysterious blood-red world. A scarlet sky, a crimson earth, a winding blood river flowing from the void. The ground was covered with corpses, and bones were piled like mountains. It was like a Shura hell. The entire world was filled with a bloody, fierce, and violent aura, making it hard for Qin Chongqing to breathe. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning bolt shot over, transforming into a vague figure, standing in the air with a sword, exuding a terrifying killing intent. The countless corpses and bones instantly seemed to come alive, bowing to that vague figure and shouting in unison. ASURA is immortal, eternal, and unextinguished. The rising shouts echoed like magical sounds, constantly shaking Qin Chongqing's heart. Swish! In the next moment, that vague figure transformed back into a blood-red lightning bolt and rushed into Qin Chongqing's body. Qin Chongqing couldn't help but let out a pain scream as a massive influx of information surged into his mind. After a long time, Qin Chongqing withdrew his consciousness, revealing boundless shock in his eyes. ASURA, Martial Soul. After digesting the enormous flood of information that had entered his mind, Qin Chongqing finally understood what that blood-red lightning was. That blood-red lightning was, in fact, an incredibly powerful martial soul. Named ASURA, Martial Soul. It is a killing martial soul born for battle. Activating the ASURA, Martial Soul grants a significant boost in power, making it one of the most powerful martial souls in the world. However, after fully absorbing the ASURA, Martial Soul, Qin Chongqing also learned about some of its drawbacks. After using the ASURA, Martial Soul, if one's mind isn't strong enough, they will be influenced by the negative emotions of the ASURA, Martial Soul, easily losing control of their killing intent, and ultimately losing their rationality. The ASURA Martial Soul has 3 states. The first state is the Scarlet Earth, the second state is the Winding Blood River, and the third state is ASURA, descending to the world. The more states one releases, the more terrifying the increase in power, but correspondingly, the interference with one's consciousness also becomes stronger. What a powerful martial soul. A martial soul with 3 states, such a strong enhancement effect. Even the most powerful martial souls that have appeared in the Empire's history pale in comparison. However, the ASURA Martial Soul is too demonic and powerful, and its negative effects are extraordinary. Unless absolutely necessary, it shouldn't be revealed easily. Qin Chongqing couldn't help but take a deep breath, then filled with joy, his eyes shining with intense light. Mu Qingshan, Qin Ruashi, you would never have expected that I, Qin Chongqing, not only survived this calamity, but also obtained such a fortuitous encounter. Since I have survived against all odds, the time for your calamity has come. The sudden rain had stopped without him noticing. Not far away, voices suddenly came from nearby. That kid fell from such a high place on Ziyun Peak, he should have been smashed to pieces by now. The young master and Miss Ruashi are still worried he won't die. Let's go over and see if we need to finish him off and dispose of that kid's corpse. One voice said, "Stop complaining that kid's corpse should be just ahead. Hurry up and finish the job so we can go back early. This damn weather has soaked my clothes through." Another voice replied. Point one was named Zhao Xiaosan, and the other was named Huang Si. They were Mu Qingshan's lackeys. Hearing their conversation, Qin Changxing's expression suddenly turned cold, and his killing intent surged. Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruashi had crippled his Dantian and thrown him off the cliff, and now they were worried he wouldn't die, even sending people to check and deal with his corpse. Endless rage and hatred surged in his heart. Qin Changxing's icy gaze fixed on the two approaching men. When the two saw Qin Changxing, they were momentarily stunned, then their eyes widened in disbelief. "Qin Changxing, you really are still alive. How is that possible? This kid fell from such a high place and didn't die. He really is lucky," Zhao Xiaosan exclaimed in surprise. "Humph. Even if he didn't die from the fall, encountering us, he is destined to become a dead man today. Kill him." Huang Si, though slightly surprised, quickly calmed down and snorted coldly at Zhao Xiaosan. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaosan sneered and stopped talking nonsense, charging towards Qin Changxing with a punch aimed at his head. Seeking death. Qin Changxing's gaze was cold. If his Dantian and martial soul hadn't recovered, he might have had to be wary of the two. However, now he has encountered a fortuitous event. His Dantian and martial soul have already been restored. Although he hasn't had time to recover his cultivation, he is no longer someone the two dogs of the Mu family can bully. He took a step forward, his thoughts shifting, and the devouring martial soul manifested in his palm, reaching out to firmly grip the opponent's fist that was coming at him. What Qin Changxing did not expect was that at the moment he grasped the opponent's fist, the devouring martial soul in his palm suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. A stream of hot energy immediately surged out from the opponent's fist and was absorbed by Qin Changxing's devouring martial soul. Not only that, the true qi absorbed by the devouring martial soul transformed and settled, circulating within Qin Changxing's body for a round before finally sinking into his Dantian, causing a trace of true qi to flow rapidly within his previously empty Dantian. This greatly surprised Qin Changxing, as in the past, while the devouring martial soul could absorb a small amount of true qi, it could not be utilized for himself. But now, the true qi absorbed by the devouring martial soul could actually be used by him. Could it be because the devouring martial soul has leveled up? Qin Changxing thought to himself. Chapter 3 1 against 2, calmly killing a true energy, devouring martial soul. Your devouring martial soul hasn't been wasted yet. Zhao Xiaosan couldn't help but exclaim as he felt his own true energy continuously flowing into Qin Changxing's palm after his attack was so easily resolved by him. The speed of the devouring martial soul's absorption of power is limited, and its efficiency is also limited. If Zhao Xiaosan's strength were too strong, he could easily break free from Qin Changxing's devouring. However, Zhao Xiaosan was merely a dog servant by Mu Qingshan's side, without even having awakened a martial soul. And his cultivation was only at the third level of qi refinement, with a pitifully small amount of true energy within him. At this moment, with his fist held by Qin Changxing, he couldn't break free, and the little true energy he had was constantly flowing into Qin Changxing's body. What's going on? Didn't the young master say that this kid's devouring martial soul had absorbed too much of Miss Xi's cold poison and was already on the verge of extinction? How can it still exert power? Hearing Zhao Xiaosan's words, Huang Si was also taken aback. However, Huang Si quickly reacted and took advantage of the entanglement between Qin Changxing and Zhao Xiaosan, shouting loudly as he rushed forward. "Kid die." Qin Changxing snorted coldly at this sight. At this moment, Zhao Xiaosan's already pitiful true energy had been completely devoured by Qin Changxing. Suddenly drained of true energy, Zhao Xiaosan felt his body turn soft and extremely weak. Qin Changxing kicked Zhao Xiaosan away, sending him crashing towards Huang Si, who was coming in with a chopping palm. Huang Si was startled and had no time to withdraw his attack, striking Zhao Xiaosan's back with his palm. Zhao Xiaosan immediately let out a miserable scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Si's expression changed instantly, just as he was about to explain. Qin Changsheng took the opportunity to close in and raised his fist to smash down on Huang Se. After devouring all of Zhao Xiaosan's true energy, Qin Changsheng finally had a trace of true energy within him. Although this trace of true energy was weak, relying on his originally superior cultivation, his powerful physique, and the devouring attribute of his devouring martial soul. Even though Huang Se's cultivation was slightly higher than Zhao Xiaosan's, possessing the 4th level of qi refinement, he was definitely not a match for Qin Changsheng. Moreover, Qin Changsheng's punch came at just the right moment, taking advantage of the moment Huang Se's palm struck Zhao Xiaosan. Huang Se was immediately flustered and could only hurriedly clench his fist to counter. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. At the same time, at the instant of collision, Qin Changsheng did not forget to activate his devouring martial soul, seizing the opportunity to devour a trace of Huang Se's true energy. Huang Se, who was already flustered, stumbled back from the impact of Qin Changsheng's punch. Taking advantage of this, Qin Changsheng pursued. Although he had lost his cultivation, as the young master of the Qin family, he had practiced systematic martial arts techniques, even without sufficient true energy to unleash the full power of his martial techniques. His combat skills were not something Huang Se, a servant of the Mu family, could compare to. Seizing the moment when the opponent was unsteady, Qin Changsheng kicked at Huang Se's lower body and then followed up with an elbow strike. Huang Se was struck hard in the chest and let out a cry, his body crashing to the ground. Qin Changsheng grabbed Huang Se's wrist, activating his devouring martial soul to begin devouring the true energy within Huang Se. Although the true energy devoured by the devouring martial soul could not all be converted into his own true energy, as long as a portion could be utilized, it would be incredibly advantageous, compared to the previous version of the devouring martial soul that could only devour but not convert. The evolved devouring martial soul was practically a divine-level martial soul. Therefore, even though there wasn't much true energy within Huang Se, any little bit would still be beneficial. Feeling the true energy continuously flowing into Qin Changsheng's palm, Huang Se was filled with shock and anger. Qin Changsheng remained silent, his expression cold. Within just a few dozen breaths, he had devoured all of Huang Se's true energy. His own true energy was once again replenished a bit, restoring his cultivation to the 2nd level of qi refinement. After draining the true energy from his opponent, Qin Changsheng released Huang Se's hand and reached for his neck. Huang Se's expression changed drastically as he fearfully said, "What do you want? Stop, don't kill me. It was young Master Mu and Miss Shi who sent us here." I crack. Qin Changsheng didn't waste any more words and swiftly broke Huang Se's neck. "Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruashi, I'll go find them," Qin Changsheng said coldly, glancing at Zhao Xiaosan, who had been kicked away after having his true energy drained, and then struck in the back by Huang Se's palm filled with killing intent. He was already dead. After dealing with the two, Qin Changsheng did not immediately return to the Qin family. Since Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruashi were not at ease with him not dying from falling off the cliff, they should have killed him first and then disposed of his body, without needing to send people to investigate and handle traces. However, now they had sent people to investigate and handle his body, which most likely meant they had informed a third party about this matter. Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruashi couldn't possibly tell others about what they had done. Therefore, this third party could either be Mu Qingshan's father, the head of the Mu family, or Qin Ruashi's father, the elder of the Qin family, Qin Yanhai. The head of the Mu family had a wild character and wouldn't have such meticulous thoughts. Thus, this third party could only be the scheming Qin Yanhai. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly cold. Qin Yanhai, the elder of the Qin family, is also Qin Ruashi's father. Qin Yanhai was originally not from the Qin family. Over a decade ago, he was pursued by enemies, fleeing with the infant Qin Ruashi to the great wilderness city, severely injured and nearly dead, collapsing at the door of the Qin residence, where he was saved by the head of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng's father, Qin Zhan. Afterward, Qin Yanhai stayed with Qin Ruashi in the Qin family. At that time, Qin Yanhai was bold and cheerful, resonating with Qin Zhan, and they eventually became sworn brothers. However, Ever since Qin Zhan went missing 6 years ago while exploring the ruins of a martial tomb, Qin Yinhai gradually became cold and gloomy, his eyes always flickering with an inexplicable light, as if he were constantly plotting something. Qin Yinhai, did you really remind them to come and finish me off? Qin Changsheng murmured softly, his eyes filled with coldness. If things were truly as he suspected, then returning to the Qin family now would undoubtedly be seeking death. With his cultivation not yet restored, if he rashly returned to the Qin family, and if they wanted to secretly strike again, he would have no power to protect himself. Clenching his fists, Qin Changsheng decided to first restore his strength. With sufficient power, he wouldn't have to worry about their secret attacks, and then he could consider returning to the Qin family later. Subsequently, Qin Changsheng found a relatively secluded place to bury the bodies of Zhao Shaoxan and Huang Se, and he also scavenged 2 bottles of qi condensing pills from them, which were of decent quality and should be the reward for their journey to handle his corpse. Chapter 4: Restoring Cultivation. Monster Beast Mountain Range. Finding a cave, Qin Changsheng took out all his cultivation resources, including those he had just scavenged from Zhao Shaoxan and Huang Se, and began to cultivate to restore his cultivation. After taking a qi condensing pill and operating his profound technique, streams of pure power transformed into wisps of true energy, slowly flowing into his dantian. However, with his current low cultivation, the speed of refining the pill was limited. At this rate, to restore all my cultivation, it will take at least a whole month. Qin Changsheng frowned. Right, my devouring martial soul has evolved and can now convert the absorbed energy into pure, true energy for my use. I wonder if it can also devour the energy from the pills? Qin Changsheng suddenly thought of his devouring martial soul, and then, with a thought, he activated the devouring martial soul. In an instant, a surge of rich medicinal power erupted from the pill and was devoured by the devouring martial soul. It quickly transformed into pure, true qi, which circulated within Qin Changsheng's body before converging into his dantian. In just a few breaths, a qi condensing pill was completely refined. Zulfust. Qin Changsheng was overjoyed but soon noticed the drawbacks of using the devouring martial soul to refine pills. The power devoured by the devouring martial soul could not be converted with 100% efficiency. However, the conversion rate while devouring pills seemed to be much higher than when he had directly consumed the true qi of the 2 Mu family servants earlier. Nevertheless, although refining pills with the devouring martial soul consumed a considerable amount, the refining speed was dozens of times faster than conventional methods. Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered as he continued to cultivate with the help of the devouring martial soul. 3 levels of qi condensation. For levels of qi condensation, in just one night, Qin Changsheng refined all the pills and spirit stones in front of him, and his cultivation level was restored to the 3rd level of true condensation. The martial artist levels from low to high are divided into qi condensation, true condensation, transcendence, yuan gang, Dao Palace, life spring, all phenomena, and immortal platform. As for the levels above immortal platform, they are the legendary realms of cultivators. It is said that cultivators above the immortal platform can move mountains and seas, pluck stars and catch moons, and are capable of anything. However, these things were still far from Qin Changsheng. As the morning light entered the cave, Qin Changsheng stood up and walked out. He had exhausted all the cultivation resources he carried, and his cultivation had only recovered to the 3rd level of true condensation. He glanced in the direction of Great Wilderness City and then leaped in another direction. He was originally at the 5th level of true condensation. The 3rd level of true condensation was still below his original cultivation level. In fact, if it weren't for the years spent repeatedly removing the cold poison from Qin Ruashi, which depleted his foundation and potential with his talent, his original cultivation would definitely be more than the 5th level of true condensation, and he might even match Mu Qing Shan, making it possible for him to reach the transcendence realm. Past experiences are lessons. I will never make the same mistakes again. Qin Changsheng's gaze was resolute, and he moved swiftly, disappearing into the distance after a few jumps. With his cultivation resources exhausted and his strength not yet restored to its peak, he planned to go to the Beast Mountain range to further recover and enhance his cultivation with the help of the beasts there. Boom! In the depths of a dense forest in the Beast Mountain range, Qin Chongqing punched and sent a late-stage first-tier beast, the Wind Wolf, flying. He then used the devouring martial meridians to directly devour the spirit power within the Wind Wolf's body. A wisp of spirit power transformed into a warm current, flowing into Qin Chongqing's body and being converted into a pure, true qi by the devouring martial soul. After dozens of breaths, Qin Chongqing stood up. A late-stage first-tier beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the 7th to 9th levels of qi condensation. The spirit power within it is not abundant. I need to find stronger beasts, Qin Chongqing murmured. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass, followed by a whoosh as a shadow shot toward Qin Chongqing. Qin Chongqing instantly reacted, gathering true qi in both hands to catch the approaching shadow. The shadow transformed into a 3-foot-long strange snake, its body slender and head sharp, darting like a black line. It was a second-tier early-stage beast, the iron wire snake. Early-stage second-tier beasts are equivalent to martial artists at the 1st to 3rd levels of true condensation. After catching the iron wire snake, Qin Chongqing swiftly yanked it, quickly gripping its neck. Then he skillfully activated the devouring martial soul and rapidly devoured the spirit power within the iron wire snake. Although the iron wire snake was much smaller than the Wind Wolf, the spirit power it contained was significantly greater. Moments later, the spirit power within the iron wire snake was entirely consumed by Qin Chongqing, rendering it extremely weak and causing its body to droop lifelessly. Qin Chongqing discarded the iron wire snake and dove deeper into the forest, searching for other beasts. Meanwhile, as Qin Chongqing cultivated in the Beast Mountain range, several figures arrived at the foot of Xian Peak. Zhao Shaosan and Huang Se were not here, and Qin Chongqing's body was also missing. After searching around the base of Xian Peak, one of them frowned and said, "Last night, when Qin Chongqing found the cave to cultivate, it rained heavily in the middle of the night, washing away all traces of their struggle." As for the bodies of Zhao Shaosan and Huang Se, they were buried by Qin Chongqing in a relatively concealed place, making them hard to find without a thorough search. However, after a careful search, they found the cave that Qin Chongqing had used for cultivation and the traces he left when he left the cave for the Beast Mountain range. There were footprints heading toward the Beast Mountain range. Judging by the footprints, it seemed to be a single person. The prints were slightly deep, with a distance of about 10 feet between them, indicating the trace of a martial artist leaping, and they were left this morning. Could it be that Qin Chongqing didn't die and left these traces? Impossible. That guy fell from such a high cliff. Even if he miraculously survived, he must be seriously injured. Plus, that guy had his cultivation crippled by the young master. How could he be so agile, taking 10 feet with each step? Should we follow the tracks and take a look? Based on the traces here, this person should have been here last night. Maybe he knows something. If this person really went to the Beast Mountain range, it would be difficult for us to find him. Let's go back and report this to the young master. Mu family. What? Qin Chongqing's body is missing, and Zhao Shaosan and Huang Se are also unaccounted for? Hearing the report from the several people in front of him, Mu Qingshan frowned. Are you sure you searched thoroughly? Young master, we searched around the foot of Xian Peak for a long time and indeed found no trace of them. But we discovered a series of footprints left by a martial artist leaping, the others replied. Mu Qingshan waved his hand and said, "Footprints left by a martial artist leaping?" Zhao Shaosan and Huang Se only have the cultivation of the 3rd and 4th levels of qi condensation. They can't leave 10-foot-long footprints. Qin Chongqing has long been crippled by me and fell off the cliff. He is most likely dead. Even if by some chance he survived, he would be seriously injured and could not leap that far. It must have just been a passerby. As for Qin Chongqing's body, since it cannot be found, let it go. He was a dead man anyway. Perhaps he has already been eaten by some wild beast. Moreover, even if we assume for a moment that Qin Chongqing survived and returned to the Qin family, what could he do? Just a waste. His father, Qin Zhan, has been missing for 6 years. Who in the Qin family would stand up for a useless person like him and confront my Mu family? After saying this, Mu Qingshan waved his hand and instructed the others, "Go tell Shura and her father that Qin Chongqing's body has been properly dealt with, and let them not worry. As for the missing Zhao Shaosan and Huang Se, I can't be bothered to think about it anymore. They were just two lackeys, and their disappearance is no loss. Chapter 5. Ascending to Transcendence. Returning to the Qin family. Good. Since it has been confirmed that that brat Qin Changsheng is dead, then no one can stop me from becoming the head of the Qin family. Qin Yanhai received the news from Mu Qingshan subordinates, and a gleam of light immediately burst forth from his deep eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Beast Mountain Range. Boom! Qin Changsheng's eyes were bloodshot, surrounded by a surge of bloodthirsty aura. He punched fiercely at the throat of a third-tier early-stage beast, the cloud-swallowing tiger, and his powerful force pierced through the throat of the massive cloud-swallowing tiger. The tiger let out a whimper, was sent flying by Qin Changsheng, crash to the ground, and had already lost its fighting ability, entering a near-death state. No wonder it is a third-tier beast, although it is only early stage. Its strength is still not to be underestimated. However, the Shura martial soul is indeed terrifying. I only released the first level, and the increase in strength is so horrifying that I was able to kill this cloud-swallowing tiger despite being at a higher level. Qin Changsheng gasped for breath, retracted his Shura martial soul, and walked up to the devouring cloud tiger. He then activated his devouring martial soul, swiftly absorbing the demon spirit power within the tiger's body while it was still not completely dead, and its demon spirit power had not yet dissipated. During these days in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, he fought continuously and kept absorbing the demon spirit power from the demon beast to cultivate, which not only sharpened his martial skills and greatly improved his combat experience, but also restored his cultivation to its peak. Moreover, he leveraged the devouring martial soul to advance to the 9th level of the true condensation realm, surpassing his original realm. Additionally, during this period, he also tried to use the Shura martial soul, genuinely experiencing the terrifying amplification effect of the Shura martial soul. However, every time he used the Shura martial soul, he felt that his will was being affected invisibly, and the killing intent in his heart was magnified exponentially, as if it were going to devour his reason. Fortunately, his mind was firm, which allowed him to control the first effect of the Shura martial soul. However, he did not dare to rashly attempt the second and third effects. After a moment, Qin Changsheng withdrew his palm. The demon spirit power within the early stage, third-tier, devouring cloud tiger was completely absorbed by him, and the tiger, which was already in a near-death state, finally ceased to have any signs of life. He felt that the shackles of the Transcendence realm had loosened, and he could break through to the Transcendence realm. Qin Changsheng slightly closed his eyes, sensing the loosening of his realm's barrier. He looked around and then leaped up, landing on a thick branch of an ancient tree, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, channeling the vigorous true energy within him to break through to the Transcendence realm. Crack! An hour later, a crisp sound echoed from within Qin Changsheng, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately drawn towards him by an inexplicable force. The devouring martial soul appeared above his head, transforming into a gigantic black vortex, frantically absorbing the gathered spiritual energy from all directions. Qin Changsheng's cultivation aura continuously climbed and ultimately stabilized. He opened his eyes, which shone with brilliance, and as he clenched his fist, the surging true energy within him surged forth. The Transcendence Realm. This is the power of the Transcendence Realm. Indeed formidable. Qin Changsheng felt his own strength and sensed that he was unprecedentedly powerful at this moment. In just 10 days, not only had he fully restored his cultivation, but he had also surpassed his previous realm, breaking through several levels and rushing into the Transcendence Realm. If this were to spread, perhaps no one would dare to believe it. My rapid breakthrough is thanks to the advancement of the devouring martial soul. I just don't know what level my devouring martial soul has reached now. Qin Changsheng murmured to himself, then stood up and looked towards the direction of the great wilderness city. It's been 10 days. It's time to go back. Mu Qingshan, Qin Ruokshi. I'm back. Are you ready to face your doom? He then leaped into the air, his figure disappearing from the branch, transforming into a swift shadow as he rushed towards the great wilderness city. Half a day later, Qin Changsheng returned to the great wilderness city. Have you heard? The Qin family's elder, Qin Yunhai, has been recognized by the Qin Family Elder Council and will take over as the head of the Qin family today, inviting many prominent figures in the city to witness the event. As soon as he stepped into the city, Qin Changsheng heard the discussions on the street and couldn't help but pause. What? Qin Yunhai is going to take over as the head of the Qin family? Qin Changsheng immediately clenched his fists, his face darkening with anger. This information made him think of many things all at once. Qin Yunhai's desire to take over the head of the Qin family was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had to be premeditated. Otherwise, why did he not bring it up earlier or later, but at this very moment? He closed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing, and after a while, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Everything became clear. Qin Yunhai had long coveted the position of head of the Qin family. After Qin Zhan went missing in the martial tomb ruins, he had secretly prepared. The reason he hadn't applied earlier was simply because the legitimate young master of the Qin family was still alive. As long as he was alive, Qin Yunhai, an outsider elder, could never take over as the head of the family. So he must die. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Ruoshi had specifically invited him to Ziyun Peak to watch the sunset to clear the cold poison. Why she turned against him immediately after he removed the last trace of cold poison, and why Mu Changqing also happened to appear there. Because all of this had been calculated by the other party. They had long planned that after he removed the last trace of the cold poison source for her, they would eliminate him, thereby helping her father take control of the Qin family. She had anticipated that Mu Qingshan, who also loved her, would be unable to endure seeing her close to him and would harbor killing intent towards him, allowing her to use him as a tool to kill. Such deep calculations. What a pair of venomous father and daughter. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath. Want to take over as the head of my Qin family? No way. Qin Changsheng snorted coldly and quickly walked towards the Qin family residence. Huh? Isn't that the Qin family's infatuated young master, Qin Changsheng? I heard that he risked his foundation and potential to help a woman clear the cold poison, but a few days ago, after being rejected in his confession, he couldn't bear the blow and ended up leaving to pursue the martial tomb ruins in search of his missing father. Someone recognized Qin Changsheng and exclaimed in surprise. Unable to bear the blow, he left to pursue the martial tomb ruins? Is that how Qin Yunhai and his daughter announced it to the public? Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Changsheng immediately understood. As the young master of the Qin family, his sudden disappearance naturally needed an explanation. It must be said that this reason is indeed easy for people to accept. If Qin Yunhai's father and daughter claimed that he couldn't bear the blow and jumped off a cliff to die, then, as the saying goes, alive people must be seen. Dead bodies must be found. The Qin family would definitely go search for his body, and they might uncover some clues from the corpse. However, claiming he went to pursue the martial tomb ruins and then disposing of his body means that even if the Qin family sends someone to search, they would not be able to find any trace. The martial tomb ruins are mysterious and elusive. Where could they find it? Chapter 6. Major events in the Qin residence. Gathering of notables. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its blazing light down, enveloping the ancient city of Great Wilderness. At this moment, the entire Qin residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was a significant day for the Qin residence. Since 6 years ago, when the previous head of the Qin family, Qin Zhan, went missing in the martial tomb ruins, the position of head of the Qin family had been left undecided. Today was the day Qin Yunhai officially took over as the new head of the Qin family. Many prestigious families in the Great Wilderness city had received invitations from Qin Yunhai to witness the ceremony. At this time, Qin Yunhai sat on the main seat with a smiling face. Beside him was a 16-year-old girl with an exquisite face, fair skin, shoulder-length hair, and a graceful figure. Qin Ruoshi. Look, isn't she Qin Yunhai's daughter, Qin Ruoshi? She's so beautiful. I heard she awakened a special physique, the Tying treasure body, and with the help of this physique, she awakened a rare high-grade martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, which even stirred the 3 supreme academies in the imperial capital, who sent people overnight to invite her to enroll. She's truly soaring to great heights. Did you see the few people in the front row of the VIP section? Those are representatives from the 3 supreme academies in the imperial capital, Tianwu Academy, Qinglong Academy, and Tianyuan Academy. Today, while it appears to be Qin Yunhai taking over as the head of the Qin family, the real highlight of the event is the competition among the three supreme academies for the talented student Qin Ruoxi. Qin Yunhai truly has a wonderful daughter. Besides Qin Ruoxi, there's also Mu Qingshan from the Mu family, who possesses impressive talent and was previously recruited by Tianwu Academy. Speaking of which, hey, you probably don't know yet, right? Because our great wilderness city has produced two great geniuses in succession. I heard that the three supreme academies in the imperial capital have decided to take this opportunity to make an exception and conduct an enrollment assessment for the younger generation of our great wilderness city. As long as they pass the assessment, they will be able to join the three supreme academies. In the huge stands that have been set up, many people from the prominent families of Great Wilderness City have already arrived, clearly having received the news early and brought their talented heirs with them. Haha, Brother Yunhai, congratulations. The head of the Mu family has also come, bringing Mu Qingshan, and he smiles at Qin Yunhai and congratulates him. Qin Yunhai smiles back at the head of the Mu family. Brother Mu is too polite. Qingshan, congratulations to you, uncle. At this moment, Mu Qingshan also respectfully bows to Qin Yunhai as a younger generation. No need for too much courtesy, my dear nephew. Qin Yunhai nods and doesn't say much more. After Mu Qingshan pays his respects, he turns his gaze to Qin Ruoxi, who is beside Qin Yunhai. Looking at Qin Ruoxi at this moment, he feels that she is even more dazzling and beautiful. Thinking that this woman will belong to him in the future, Mu Qingshan's heart burns with excitement. However, what he did not notice was that in the face of his eager gaze, Qin Ruoxi subtly frowned, a hint of disgust rising in her eyes. If previously, she had only awakened the tiny treasure body and not the rare 7th grade high-level martial soul, Ice Phoenix, Mu Qingshan would naturally be a good match for her. But now, possessing both a special physique and a rare 7th grade high-level martial soul, Qin Ruoxi's qualifications far exceed those of Mu Qingshan. How could she still look up to him? Her gaze fell on the front row of the VIP seats, where the mentors of the three supreme academies, the Imperial Capital Heavenly Martial Academy, the Qinglong Academy, and the Tianyuan Academy, were sitting, and she couldn't hide her excitement and anticipation. The three supreme academies of the Imperial Capital. How many people dream of this holy place? Entering the three supreme academies for cultivation is a dream that many can only aspire to. In the past, under the influence of the Tyene Absolute Pulse, living past 18 was a luxury. As for entering the three supreme academies for cultivation, it was something she didn't even dare to think about. How unfair is the way of heaven. But now, not only can she live past 18, but she will also be sought after by the three supreme academies. A holy place that countless people dream of. She can feel that at this moment, countless gazes are on her. The mentors of the three supreme academies are also nodding kindly and smiling at her. She knows that all of this is due to her awakened special physique and the rare 7th grade high-level martial soul, Ice Phoenix. This dual qualification has brought her infinite glory and a bright future. All of this was fought for by herself. Her father was right. In this world, if you want to survive and live better, you can only rely on yourself and fight by any means necessary. Qin Ruoxi tried to suppress her surging emotions, and the gentle figure of Qin Changsheng inevitably appeared in her mind, but she shook her head to dispel it, her eyes filled with ruthlessness and indifference. When all the prominent families and distinguished figures of Great Wilderness City had gathered, Qin Yunhai stood up from the main seat, cupped his hands, and said to everyone, "Today is a grand day for our Qin family, the day I, Qin Yunhai, take over as the head of the Qin family. Here, I sincerely thank you all for coming to witness this. However, before I take over as head of the Qin family, there's another good thing to announce to everyone." Qin Yunhai's face was full of smiles, and his loud voice spread far and wide. Hearing Qin Yunhai's words, many people in the stands couldn't help but shine with excitement, their gazes unconsciously shooting towards the front row of the VIP seats. And the talented individuals beside them could hardly contain their excitement and anticipation, clearly having been informed beforehand. The good news I want to announce is that the three supreme academies of the Imperial Capital, the Heavenly Martial Academy, the Qinglong Academy, and the Tianyuan Academy, will conduct an enrollment assessment for the talented individuals of our great wilderness city. Qin Yunhai glanced around and then said, "The Qin family succession ceremony is not particularly interesting. But this enrollment assessment by the 3 Supreme Academies is something you all should look forward to, haha." As Qin Yunhai's words fell, although many people had already known the news in advance, it still caused a stir. In the center of the stands, there was a huge martial arts arena. After Qin Yunhai's words, the people from the 3 Supreme Academies flew onto the martial arts arena, facing the crowd. As they took the stage, the excited scene immediately quieted down. Among the people from the 3 Supreme Academies, one person looked around and said, "Today, we are taking advantage of the Qin family succession ceremony to conduct an enrollment assessment. Anyone under 18 years old with a strength of 500 Jun can participate in this assessment for a chance to enter one of our 3 academies for cultivation. Additionally, those who have awakened a special physique and possess a high-grade martial soul and are exceptionally talented may also take the stage. Now, anyone who meets the criteria and wishes to join our 3 academies may come up." As this person finished speaking, the crowd, which had just quieted down, immediately became restless. For the warriors of Great Wilderness City, the threshold for participating in this assessment is too high. 500 Jun of strength is roughly equivalent to 5,000 pounds of power. For warriors, one must at least reach the 5th level of the condensation realm to possess such immense strength. If it were only the requirement of 500 Jun, it would be fine, but with the added age limit of under 18, most people present would be deterred and would not even qualify to participate in the assessment. After a brief stir, people began to take the stage one after another, mostly the talented individuals cultivated by the prominent families of Great Wilderness City. "Do I also need to take the stage?" Mu Qingshan raised an eyebrow, although the Heavenly Martial Academy had already nodded and allowed him to join for cultivation. He was now also required to take the stage. The so-called true gold is not afraid of fire. The Heavenly Martial Academy intends to assess him again, and also to show the other attendees that the students they accept into the 3 Supreme Academies are all genuine geniuses. Isn't he the young master of the Mu family? Wasn't he already accepted by the Heavenly Martial Academy? Does he also need to take the stage for the assessment? It is said that Mu Qingshan is only 16 years old and has already entered the transformation realm. For him, participating in such an assessment is just a formality, right? Some were astonished, but then quickly understood the intention of the 3 academies. That is the genius Ning Heng from the Ning family, who is said to be only 17 years old and has already entered the 6th level of the condensation realm, having awakened a mid-grade 5th level martial soul. The genius Chen Shuyu from the Chen family is also here, nearly 17 years old, and has reportedly just broken through to the 7th level of the condensation realm, awakening a high-grade 6th level martial soul, truly extraordinary. One by one, the young talents took the stage, causing quite a bit of discussion. However, when Qin Ruoshi stood up beside Qin Yunhai, all eyes were immediately drawn to her. Qin Ruoshi, who originally could not live past 18 and was once afflicted by the Taiyin absolute pulse, has miraculously reversed her fate and suddenly shone like a comet in everyone's sight just a few days ago. With the Taiyin treasure body and the rare 7th grade high-level martial soul eyes phoenix, her dual talents immediately attracted the attention of the 3 Supreme Academies in the imperial capital, who sent people to invite her to enroll overnight. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Qin Ruoshi suppressed her agitated heart and stepped onto the martial arts arena like a proud swan. With the Taiyin treasure body and the rare 7th grade high-level martial soul, not only is her talent unparalleled, but she also possesses such beauty that could topple cities, truly a peerless beauty. If one could marry her, it would be a life without regrets. Many people in the crowd exclaimed in admiration, and at this moment, Qin Changsheng slowly stepped into the Qin residence. Chapter 7. The 3 Academies Enrollment Assessment. On the martial arts arena, the representatives of the 3 Supreme Academies looked around, and one of them spoke. "Is there anyone else who meets the assessment requirements? Don't miss this opportunity. Is no one coming up?" Since then, seeing that no one had come forward, the man no longer hesitated and was about to announce the start of the assessment. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Wait." Everyone turned to look and saw a figure slowly walking in from outside the arena. It was Qin Changsheng. Upon seeing him, Qin Ruoshi and Qin Yunhai's pupils suddenly constricted. How is this possible? Isn't he already dead? The two of them immediately shot a glance at Mu Qingshan, their faces turning extremely ugly. However, Mu Qingshan also wore a shocked expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had previously sent someone to handle Qin Changsheng's corpse, only to find out that it was missing, but he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it had been eaten by wild beasts. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Changsheng had appeared alive before him. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm still alive? Is it surprising to you? Qin Changsheng stepped onto the martial arts platform, his gaze sweeping over Mu Qingshan, Qin Ruoshi, and Qin Yunhai, a hint of cold laughter rising in his eyes. The crowd around them stirred at Qin Changsheng's words. What does he mean by this? Wasn't it said that he had been rejected by Qin Ruoshi, unable to bear the blow, and had left home to pursue the ruins of the martial tomb? Is there another hidden story behind this? Qin Yunhai, Qin Ruoshi, and Mu Qingshan's expressions instantly changed. Qin Yunhai quickly composed himself and scolded, Changsheng, what nonsense are you talking about? It's naturally a good thing that you can come back. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. Even if Ruoshi rejected you, you shouldn't say such things out of spite. Without waiting for Qin Changsheng to respond, he waved his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. All right, don't say anything more. It's good that you're back. The three major academies want to borrow our Qin family grounds to conduct the recruitment assessment for the geniuses of the great wilderness city. So please step down and don't delay the assessment. Qin Yunhai, being the old fox he is, attributed Qin Changsheng's earlier words to a fit of anger from being rejected by Qin Ruoshi, quickly calming the discussions around them. So it was just a matter of being upset over Qin Ruoshi's rejection. Everyone thought that Qin Changsheng's sudden disappearance to pursue the ruins of the martial tomb had another hidden meaning. However, Qin Changsheng's temperament was indeed too small to be upset over a woman. Hearing Qin Yunhai's words, some people expressed disdain. Upset? Qin Changsheng's expression froze, not expecting Qin Yunhai to be so cunning and shameless, easily silencing the crowd with just 2 words. At that moment, Qin Changsheng had no doubt that even if he were to reveal everything that had happened, he would still be seen as speaking out of spite, and in the end, Qin Yunhai would turn it back on him, unless he could produce concrete evidence. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't bother to argue. It was meaningless. He didn't return here just to spar with words. He wanted to use strength to crush all of their schemes. After hearing Qin Yunhai's words, Qin Ruoshi and Mu Qingshan also calmed down, secretly admiring Qin Yunhai's tactics. And their gazes towards Qin Changsheng were filled with a hint of mockery. Just a useless person. Even if he returns, what can he do? With a trace of disdain in her eyes, Qin Ruoshi looked at Qin Changsheng and said, Qin Changsheng, I know you feel unwilling, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. In the future, I will surely soar to the heavens and become a powerful figure. As for you, your foundation is already damaged, and you are destined to be an ordinary person, looking up at me. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. You and I are from 2 different worlds. I hope you understand. Step down. This is not a place for you to stay. Do not disturb the recruitment assessment of the 3 major academies. Qin Ruoshi's words were like a proud white swan, full of superiority. Ruoshi is right. Qin Changsheng, this is not a place for you. The recruitment assessment of the 3 supreme academies requires one to possess 500 June of strength to qualify. You should not be qualified to participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 supreme academies, right? Mu Qingshan also said with a cold smile. Qin Changsheng cast a disdainful glance at the 2 and said coldly, what qualification I have to participate in the recruitment assessment is none of your business. Are you the ones in charge of the 3 supreme academies? Do you have the final say in the recruitment assessment of the 3 supreme academies? Once, he regarded Qin Ruoshi as his beloved, treating her sincerely, even at the cost of his own cultivation to remove the cold poison and resolve the life-threatening issue of the Taiyin Absolute Pulse. He considered Mu Qingshan a close friend and brother, but in the end, he received nothing but their ruthlessness and indifference. Now, facing the 2 again, all he felt was endless anger and hatred. You, hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoshi's faces turned ashen, clearly not expecting that Qin Changsheng, now just a useless person, would dare to reprimand them like this. Silence. A person from Tianmu Academy on the martial arts platform spoke sharply, then looked at Qin Changsheng coldly and said, "Is this place for you to act recklessly? If you have no qualifications, that's fine, but to be so petty, do you even qualify to participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 major academies? Get off the stage." This person was named Duanmu Changqing. Tianmu Academy had already accepted Mu Qingshan into their ranks. They also aimed to secure Qin Ruoshi. At this moment, seeing that both Qin Ruoshi and Mu Qingshan were at odds with Qin Changsheng, Duanmu Changqing immediately thought to suppress Qin Changsheng to gain Qin Ruoshi's favor and win her over. Upon hearing Duanmu Changqing's words, Qin Changsheng's expression also turned cold. It was clear that the other party was targeting him to win over Qin Ruoshi. He stared at Duanmu Changqing. "I'm petty? Do you know me well? Do you know exactly what happened between us? How do you know I lack the qualifications to participate in the recruitment assessment?" Duanmu Changqing clearly did not expect that Qin Changsheng would dare to speak to him like this, and he was momentarily speechless at Qin Changsheng's series of retorts. "What do you mean by what? You know nothing and understand nothing, yet you put on this posture to lecture me. Isn't that ridiculous?" Qin Changsheng said coldly. "You." Duanmu Changqing's face turned ashen. He was being humiliated by a junior in public, and his authority was trampled, which made him furious. "Qin Changsheng, you are outrageous. You, a useless person, have no qualification to participate in the recruitment assessment and dare to cause trouble here, delaying the recruitment assessment of the 3 major academies, and being disrespectful to Mentor Duanmu. Why don't you quickly get off the stage?" Mu Qingshan also pointed at Qin Changsheng and scolded. "Is that so? You said earlier that to participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 major academies, one needs to possess 500 Jun of strength?" Qin Changsheng's gaze fell on Mu Qingshan as he suddenly stepped forward and directly punched Mu Qingshan fiercely. "Then why don't you come and try this punch of mine and see if it's enough for 500 Jun? Chapter 8. Foundation completely damaged. Innate divine strength? Upon seeing Qin Changsheng suddenly launch a punch at him with such speed and ferocity, Mu Qingshan was taken aback and hurriedly tried to block it. Bang! In an instant, Qin Changsheng's powerful punch heavily struck Mu Qingshan's hastily raised arms, sending him flying sideways. "How about it, Mu Qingshan? Is this punch of mine enough for 500 Jun? Do I qualify to participate in the recruitment assessment of the 3 major academies?" Qin Changsheng looked at Mu Qingshan with a cold smile. Mu Qingshan staggered to stabilize himself, feeling the blood surging within him. He stared at Qin Changsheng, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. You are clearly already useless. How can you still have such strong power?" "Oh, how do you know I'm useless?" Qin Changsheng looked at Mu Qingshan with a mocking expression, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mu Qingshan immediately reacted and hurriedly defended himself. "Humph. This is well known. You have devoured too much cold poison, which has already damaged your foundation, making you equivalent to a waste." Qin Yanhai and Qin Ruoshi both secretly cursed Mu Qingshan for being a fool. At the same time, they were shocked by the power displayed by Qin Changsheng with that punch. They also did not expect that Qin Changsheng, who had previously swallowed so much cold poison, had already damaged his foundation and potential. Furthermore, he had been kicked by Mu Qingshan, shattering his dantian on Xian Peak. Even if he had survived by luck, he should now be a complete waste, and it was impossible for him to still possess such strong power. Yet at this moment, Qin Changsheng was showing such powerful strength in front of everyone. How could a waste with a shattered dantian and completely ruined cultivation have such powerful strength? Could it be that this child actually possesses divine power? Qin Yanhai and Qin Ruoshi thought to themselves. They did not doubt the fact that Qin Changsheng's dantian had been destroyed because Qin Ruoshi was present at the scene when it happened and saw it with her own eyes. Moreover, it was almost impossible to restore a destroyed dantian. The only explanation for a waste with a shattered dantian still displaying such formidable strength was that Qin Changsheng must possess some sort of special physique, a natural divine power. Mu Qingshan also thought of this and looked at Qin Changsheng with a changing expression. He then walked over to Qin Changsheng, leaned close to his ear, and coldly snorted. Humph. Qin Changsheng, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, possessing a special physique and natural divine power, yet never mentioning it to anyone. But so what if you have a special physique? Your dantian is shattered, your cultivation is ruined, and even if you have natural divine power, you will forever have no connection to being a strong person in this life. You can only be a slightly stronger martial artist than ordinary people, and you will never have the chance to turn things around. Qin Ruoxi also looked at Qin Changsheng and arrogantly said, Qin Changsheng, even if you have divine power, you still cannot pass the admission assessment of the 3 great academies. Your persistence is ultimately in vain. Hearing their words, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of laughter. He laughed at himself for once considering a petty person like Mu Qingshan as a brother and a scorpion like Qin Ruoxi as a beloved family. He told himself in his heart that he must never be so foolish again, ignoring Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoxi. Qin Changsheng looked at Duanmu Changqing and several other people from the 3 great academies and calmly said, Now, do I have the qualification to participate in the admission assessment of the 3 great academies? Duanmu Changqing snorted coldly and was about to say something when a person in charge from the Qinglong Academy glanced at Duanmu Changqing and spoke. All right, since this young brother meets the requirements to participate in the assessment, he is qualified to take part. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Changqing's gaze flickered, and he looked at the person from Qinglong Academy, saying, Since Miss Baiqin has spoken, then I will say no more. Duanmu Changqing said this, but in his heart, he was secretly sneering. In his view, Baiqin's word for Qin Changsheng would likely make Qin Ruoxi feel displeased, thus refusing to join Qinglong Academy, which would increase his chances of winning over Qin Ruoxi. Since that's the case, let the assessment begin. The person in charge of Tianyuan Academy also spoke, then took out a crystal ball the size of a human head. Now, we will begin the first round of assessment, the martial soul qualification test. This crystal ball is a specially designed soul testing device for measuring the grade of martial souls of very high quality, much more accurate than ordinary soul testing stones. One by one, place your hand on the testing device, activate your martial soul, and it can accurately test your martial soul grade. The person in charge of Tianyuan Academy announced. As his voice fell, someone on the martial arts stage walked to the testing device, placed their palm on it, and began to activate their martial soul for testing. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot out from the testing device. 3rd grade martial soul, low-level martial soul qualification is 3rd grade talent, disqualified. The person in charge of Tianyuan Academy glanced at the 3 beams of light emitted from the testing device and calmly announced the assessment result. The young man immediately showed a dejected expression and walked down the martial arts stage with a look of unwillingness. Soon, the second person also approached the testing device, somewhat nervously placing their hand on it to activate their martial soul for detection. In fact, he had some prior understanding of his martial soul talent, having been tested in his clan before, but the device used then was a rather crude soul testing stone, and the results were far less accurate than the testing device of the 3 highest academies. At this moment, he held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing that the previous test results from his clan were incorrect and that perhaps his true talent met the admission requirements of the 3 academies. However, very quickly, he was dumbfounded, as the testing device revealed only 2 beams of light, which was even lower than the martial soul talent measured by the soul testing stone in his clan. 2nd grade martial soul talent disqualified. Next, the person in charge of Tianyuan Academy said, glancing at him. Soon, several others came forward to take the test, but all were eliminated, especially one person who activated 5 beams of light, testing a 5th grade martial soul talent, yet still received a disqualification, which made many of the remaining young men and women who had yet to be tested feel anxious and nervous. A 5th grade martial soul is not even qualified. The admission threshold of the 3 great academies is too high. Of course, do you think the 3 great academies are just any place? If anyone could easily pass the assessment and enter the 3 great academies, would they still be called the 3 great academies? Even below, there were murmurs and discussions among the spectators. Let me give a try. After several more people were eliminated, a young man stepped forward, And this person was the talented Chen Shuyu from the Chun family, who had previously sparked discussions. It's Chen Shuyu from the Chun family. News has spread that he awakened a 6th grade high-level talent. He should be able to pass the martial soul assessment, right? People in the audience discussed. Chapter 9. Martial soul testing, shocking everyone. Amidst the discussions, Chen Shuyu walked to the testing device, stretched out his hand, and placed it on the testing device. Activating his martial soul. Suddenly, beams of light rose one after another. A total of 6 beams of light, dazzling and bright, immediately causing an uproar. 6 beams of light. Chen Shuyu truly had a 6th grade martial soul talent. Many people around were amazed. The talent tested by Chen Shuyu at this moment was not much different from the results measured by the crude soul testing stone in his family before. The person in charge of the assessment from Tianyuan Academy finally showed a smile and nodded at Chen Shuyu. Not bad, 6th grade martial soul talent. Congratulations on passing the first round of assessment. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with excitement as he flashed a proud smile at the other contestants who had not yet been tested and walked to the other side. The assessment continued. The remaining contestants took turns to test their martial soul talents, but almost all ended in failure. Even a highly regarded Ning family's genius Ning Hung was ultimately eliminated. The genius from the Ning family, Ning Hung, was actually eliminated. Even a 5th grade mid-level martial soul talent couldn't pass the assessment. The admission threshold of the 3 great academies is too high. Look, the genius from a Mu family is starting the assessment. He has already been enrolled in Tianwu Academy, so this assessment is just a formality. There is no doubt he will pass. The crowd discussed. Mu Qingshan stepped forward, showing Qin Changsheng a contemptuous smile, then placed his hand on the testing device. Instantly, beams of light shot up, a total of 7 beams of light, radiating brilliantly. 7th grade high-level martial soul qualified. The person in charge of the assessment from Tianyuan Academy glanced at Mu Qingshan and spoke. At the back, Duanmu Chanqing wore a smug smile on his face. Mu Qingshan raised the corner of his mouth, equally full of pride, and said to Qin Changsheng, Qin Changsheng, do you see the gap between us? Even if you have innate divine strength, your martial soul is nearly extinguished. In this martial soul talent assessment, you are destined to fail. I advise you to step down obediently and avoid humiliation. At this moment, Qin Ruoxi also walked over to begin her martial soul talent test. She looked proud, turned her head to glance at Qin Changsheng, and said arrogantly, Qin Changsheng, pay attention. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Ruoxi's fair hand gently placed on the soul testing instrument. Instantly, all eyes turned to Qin Ruoxi and the soul testing instrument in front of her, and everyone's breath seemed to freeze. The next moment, brilliant beams of light suddenly burst forth from the soul testing instrument, dazzling and bright, with a light blue pillar outlining the image of an ice phoenix. The ice phoenix coiled above Qin Ruoxi's head, exuding a chilling aura. Only a special rare martial soul could manifest its true form during the soul test, although there were also 7 beams of light. The significance of these 7 beams far surpassed that of an ordinary 7th grade martial soul. What glaring light! It truly outlined the true form of the martial soul. Indeed a prodigy. Around her, countless people took a deep breath, unable to contain their exclamations, even though they had long heard of Qin Ruoxi's talent. Witnessing the rare 7th grade talent firsthand still left them in shock. Even Mu Qingshan found it hard to calm down, looking quite excited as he said to Qin Ruoxi, You have indeed awakened a rare 7th grade martial soul. That's wonderful. Qin Ruoxi, welcome to the Tianwu Academy. Duanmu Changqing immediately spoke up. As it was only the first round of the martial soul talent assessment, he directly extended an invitation to Qin Ruoxi. The Qinglong Academy also welcomes your joining. The Tianyuan Academy also welcomes you. The other 2 academies also chimed in with their invitations. However, Qin Ruoxi proudly held her head high, not responding to Mu Qingshan's congratulations or the invitation from the 3 academies, but instead turned to look at Qin Changsheng, her eyes filled with pride and disdain, saying, Do you see, Qin Changsheng, this is the gap between us. You will never be worthy of me. Ha ha ha, sheer, how could he, a toad, possibly be worthy of you? It's pitiful that some people lack self-awareness and insist on participating in the assessment, bringing humiliation upon themselves. Mu Qingshan laughed heartily in agreement. Many people around couldn't help but curiously look at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng walked up to the soul-testing instrument with an indifferent expression, looking at the mocking Mu Qingshan and the proud and disdainful Qin Ruoxi, and calmly said, "Is a 7th grade rare talent really that strong?" Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruoxi frowned slightly. Mu Qingshan was also taken aback for a moment, then sneered, "Qin Changsheng, are you joking? How dare a waste like you question a 7th grade rare talent?" However, before he could finish, Qin Changsheng had already placed his hand on the soul-testing instrument and activated his devouring martial soul. In an instant, brilliant beams of light erupted from the soul-testing instrument in Qin Changsheng's palm. 7th grade martial soul. In the blink of an eye, 7 beams of light rose consecutively, causing all around to gasp, their pupils constricting in shock. Mu Qingshan's words were abruptly cut off, stuck in his throat, as disbelief filled his eyes when looking at Qin Changsheng. "Impossible, this can't be. Didn't your martial soul nearly extinguish, almost become useless? How could you still activate a martial soul and even trigger 7 beams of light?" Mu Qingshan exclaimed in shock. Qin Ruoxi was also momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Is it so hard for you to accept 7 beams of light?" A mocking smile appeared on Qin Changsheng's face, as the test on the soul-testing instrument had not ended. As his voice fell, the 8th beam of light suddenly burst forth. Everyone present immediately gasped. An 8th grade martial soul talent. However, before the crowd's exclamations could settle, the 9th beam of light also appeared on the soul-testing instrument. 9 beams of light, brilliant and dazzling. 9th grade martial soul talent. Heavens! Qin Changsheng actually had a 9th grade martial soul talent. The crowd erupted in excitement. The stands were filled with a tidal wave of discussions. Even the people from the 3 academies were taken aback. However, just as everyone was convinced that Qin Changsheng's talent was indeed 9th grade martial soul talent, the soul-testing instrument in Qin Changsheng's hands suddenly became scorching hot and vibrated. Finally, with a loud hum, dozens or even hundreds of beams of light suddenly burst forth from the soul-testing instrument. The entire soul-testing instrument emitted dozens or hundreds of beams of light at once. Qin Changsheng's hand on the soul-testing instrument seemed to be holding a blazing sun, radiating infinite light, illuminating the entire martial combat stage. Above his head, a martial soul with a black core and a red halo slowly emerged, outlined by the beams of brilliant light. It was the devouring martial soul. The uproar suddenly fell silent. The surroundings plunged into dead silence. Not a sound could be heard. The drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. Supergrade Rare Martial Soul. Chapter 10. Supergrade Martial Soul. Foundation wasted? Supergrade Rare Martial Soul. He actually had supergrade talent. After a brief silence, the scene erupted into boundless commotion. The entire venue was set ablaze at that moment. Mu Qingshan, Qin Ruoxi, and Qin Yanhai all had their pupils' contract. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Qin Changsheng, their minds buzzing as if struck by a thunderbolt. Impossible, this can't be. How could he possibly have a supergrade rare martial soul? His martial soul was clearly on the verge of extinction, nearly wasted. It shouldn't have been detectable at all. Fake. It must be that the soul-testing instrument malfunctioned. This can't be true. Mu Qingshan shouted in disbelief, nearly going mad. The Qin Changsheng he had called a waste, at this moment, had revealed a supergrade rare martial soul right in front of him, effectively slapping him hard in the face and swelling it. This can't be possible. It can't be true. Even if his martial soul wasn't wasted, it shouldn't be a supergrade rare martial soul. Beside him, Qin Ruoxi was also shaking her head repeatedly, unable to believe that Qin Changsheng had detected a supergrade rare martial soul talent after absorbing the boundless cold poison from her body, nearly wasting his martial soul. In the face of Qin Changsheng's supergrade rare talent, her so-called 7th grade rare talent completely lost any comparability, overshadowed entirely. Impossible? Qin Changsheng disdainfully glanced at Mu Qingshan. Then his gaze fell on Qin Ruoshi as he sneered. You are right. My devouring martial soul originally indeed did not reach the standard of super-grade talent. It was your fault that my devouring martial soul became a super-grade rare martial soul. Qin Ruoshi, you would never have imagined that after I absorbed the source of the cold poison within you, my devouring martial soul not only didn't get wasted, but instead completed its evolution and transformation, rising to the super-grade level. What did you say? Your martial soul evolved and transformed into a super-grade martial soul because you absorbed the source of the cold poison within me. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruoshi was instantly so frustrated she nearly spat blood. She had originally thought that after Qin Changsheng absorbed all the cold poison from her body, his devouring martial soul would be extinguished and wasted, and that he would no longer be related to genius, which was why she had turned against him and plotted against him. Unexpectedly, the final result turned out to be this way. Those cold toxins not only failed to extinguish Qin Changsheng's martial soul, but instead helped him achieve the evolution and transformation of his devouring martial soul, promoting it to a super-grade martial soul. Moreover, it is a super-grade rare martial soul. There is nothing more frustrating than this. However, in fact, Qin Changsheng had only said that to provoke her. He wasn't very clear about the evolution and transformation of the devouring martial soul himself. He guessed it might have something to do with the strange fusion he had with the ASURA martial soul. Of course, there is indeed a slight possibility that it was because the devouring martial soul had absorbed too much cold toxin prior, leading to a mutation just before its extinction, ultimately completing the evolution and transformation. However, he wasn't concerned about the exact reason for the evolution of the devouring martial soul. As long as the result was good, that was enough for him. He actually had a super-grade rare martial soul. On the martial arts platform, the people from the 3 Supreme Academies also had their pupils shrink, equally shocked. Even Duanmu Changqing from Tianwu Academy, who had just targeted Qin Changsheng, couldn't help but feel a sense of shock in his heart, looking at Qin Changsheng with fluctuating expressions. He was even considering whether he should apologize for targeting Qin Changsheng earlier, because offending a genius with super-grade martial soul talent was definitely not a good thing. The people from Qinglong Academy and Tianyuan Academy couldn't help but have thoughts of recruiting Qin Changsheng at this moment. However, at this time, Qin Ruoshi had already calmed down. She regained her composure and coldly said to Qin Changsheng, Qin Changsheng, your foundation has been ruined. Even if your martial soul has completed its transformation and is a super-grade rare martial soul, what does it matter? If you can't cultivate, no matter how high your martial soul talent is, it is ultimately futile. Qin Ruoshi sneered. In the next round of assessments, I will let you see the real gap between us. Hearing this, Mu Qingshan's eyes brightened as he recalled that Qin Changsheng had already been crippled by him, and immediately sneered. That's right, Qin Changsheng. Even if you awakened a super-grade rare martial soul talent, what good is it? Awakening such a defying talent, but being unable to cultivate, is truly pathetic. Upon hearing Qin Ruoshi and Mu Qingshan's words, the surroundings immediately erupted in an uproar. What? Qin Changsheng's foundation is ruined, and he can't cultivate. What is going on? He awakened the legendary super-grade rare talent, but he can't cultivate true qi? It is said that he had swallowed too much cold toxin to resolve Qin Ruoshi's Taiyin Jumai, which harmed his cultivation foundation, and his meridians and dantian were significantly affected. The people from the 3 Supreme Academies were also momentarily stunned. Qin Changsheng's foundation is ruined, and he can't cultivate? Then what use is it to awaken such a defying super-grade, rare, martial soul talent? If he can't cultivate, he is destined to be just an ordinary martial artist for life. He will never achieve anything great. Suddenly, Duanmu Changqing's face changed back, looking at Qin Changsheng with mockery. So it turns out you're a useless person who can't cultivate. I really thought I had encountered an extraordinary talent. Unable to cultivate, but awakening such a defying talent. Even heaven is playing a joke on you. Bai Qin from Qinglong Academy and the people from Tianyuan Academy also frowned, but they didn't say much, although they didn't offer to recruit or win him over. They also didn't mock him verbally. They were not as impatient as Duanmu Changqing and were a bit more stable. Super-grade rare martial soul super grade talent, congratulations. You have passed the first round of assessment. Bai Qin from Qinglong Academy and the people from Tianyuan Academy simultaneously nodded at Qin Changsheng, while the one in charge of this round of assessment from Tianyuan Academy said gently, "Foundation ruined. Can't cultivate?" Regarding the ridicule from Qin Ruoxi, Mu Qingshan, and Duan Mu Changqing, Qin Changsheng did not argue. Without solid skills, all arguments would appear pale and powerless. The first round of assessment had already come to an end. The second round of assessment would soon begin. The second round of assessment involved testing cultivation and strength. Each cultivation realm has a corresponding strength range. The strength obtained from the test, when compared to the cultivation realm, can determine whether a person's foundation is solid and whether their potential is strong. Chapter 11. Dual Qualities. Stunning all. The second round of assessment is about to begin. Let's test the strength. Duanmu Changqing waved his hand, and the storage ring glowed, revealing a massive stone tablet wrapped in light, which landed heavily on the ground. This testing stone tablet was extremely heavy and stood firmly on the ground, with countless scales on it, each corresponding to a string of text. In the middle of the stone tablet, there was a power column. When the stone tablet bears strength, the power column will rise, and the corresponding scale number will indicate the strength amount. Now we begin the assessment, one by one. Duanmu Changqing said. The first round of martial soul talent assessment had already eliminated the vast majority of people, and only 4 passed the first round, including Qin Changsheng. The first to undergo the second round of assessment was Chun Shuyu. Strike the testing stone tablet with all your might. Let's get started. Duanmu Changqing said to Chun Shuyu, who walked over. Chun Shuyu took a deep breath, adjusted his state, then stepped back with his right foot, bending his body. Like a drawn hard bow, he swung his fist and shouted, his true chi erupting and pouring into his fist, then fiercely struck the testing stone tablet. Boom! The testing stone tablet immediately burst forth with a beam of light, and the power column rapidly rose, ultimately stabilizing. The corresponding scale quickly lit up. Cultivation, 7th level of condensing reality. Strength, 705 June. Qualification potential, average, not qualified. Duanmu Changqing glanced at the flashing text and numbers on the testing stone tablet and announced with an indifferent expression. Chun Shuyu's face instantly turned pale. He had passed the first round of martial vein talent assessment, but he failed in the second round of strength potential assessment. The evaluation rules for qualification and potential are based on the strength of a punch corresponding to the cultivation level. The qualifications of a martial artist are divided into inferior, average, superior, upper superior, and monstrous levels. Taking the 7th level of condensing reality as an example, if the strength of a punch is below 700 June, it is inferior qualification. 700 June to 730 June is average qualification. 740 June to 760 June corresponds to superior qualification. 770 June to 800 June is upper superior qualification. Exceeding this limit is monstrous qualification. Chun Shuyu's mastery of 705 June strength is considered average qualification. This is also the strength amount mastered by most martial artists at the 7th level of condensing reality. However, the 3 Supreme Academies only recruit geniuses and do not accept martial artists of ordinary qualification. According to the admissions standards of the 3 Supreme Academies, the strength mastered must at least exceed the average strength level of ordinary people in the corresponding realm to pass the assessment. After Chun Shuyu's assessment, it was now Mu Qingshan's turn. Mu Qingshan sneered as he glanced at Qin Changsheng, then focused, letting out a deep roar, unleashing the true chi within him, and struck heavily with a punch on the testing stone tablet. Whoosh! The power column that had just fallen back after Chun Shuyu's test immediately soared wildly with Mu Qingshan's punch, and a dazzling string of text appeared. Cultivation, 2nd level of transformation. Strength, 2,500 June. Qualification potential, superior. Qualified. Duanmu Changqing announced loudly, revealing a satisfied smile at Mu Qingshan. This was one of his recruited disciples. For the 2nd level of transformation, the average qualification corresponds to a strength of 2,000 to 2,300 June, while 2,400 June to 2,600 June corresponds to superior qualification. My goodness! Mu Qingshan actually reached the second level of transformation and controlled 2,500 June of strength, with a 7th grade high-level martial soul talent and equal potential. It's no wonder he was accepted early by the Tianwu Academy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many of the younger generation present were deeply affected. Ha! The head of the Mu family truly gave birth to a prodigy at such a young age. He has already reached the second level of the Transcendence realm and possesses a 7th grade martial soul talent. His future is limitless. Many people immediately congratulated the head of the Mu family. Ha ha ha, you all flatter me too much, the head of the Mu family said with a smile, though he feigned modesty. On the martial arts stage, Mu Qingshan provocatively glanced at Qin Changsheng and said proudly, Qin Changsheng, do you see? Your foundation is ruined. Even if you have innate divine strength, you will never reach my current height in this lifetime, and this is just the starting point for me, Mu Qingshan. She also cast a faint glance at Qin Changsheng, her expression indifferent as she said, Qin Changsheng, open your eyes and watch closely. In this round of assessment, I will show you the real gap between us. Then, she took a deep breath, and a chilling aura radiated from her, with the power of the Taiyin surging within her. Boom! In the next moment, Qin Ruashi struck out with a punch like lightning, her Taiyin true energy erupting violently and smashing into the power-testing stone tablet. Instantly, the stone tablet glowed brightly. A column of power shot up rapidly, radiating brilliant light. Seeing the words and numbers manifesting on the tall, testing stone tablet, everyone in the audience couldn't help but stand up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Cultivation level. 9th level of the true condensation realm. Power, 990 June. Qualification potential assessment. Top grade. Duanmu Changqing's breath quickened, and he announced with a trembling voice. His loud voice echoed around, resonating in everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer striking down. The 9th level of the true condensation realm actually unleashed 990 June of power. Top grade qualification potential, coupled with her awakened 7th grade rare martial soul. Dual qualifications. She is truly a peerless genius, stunning everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at the extraordinary beauty on the martial arts stage, all in awe. So monstrous. Not only has she awakened the special physique of the Taiyin treasure body, but her cultivation qualification has also reached the top grade. Indeed, the top grade cultivation qualification is rare even among the 3 great academies. And this girl has also awakened a 7th grade rare martial soul talent, truly unparalleled. Many people around gasped in amazement, filled with emotion. At the same time, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to Qin Changsheng, and then they all shook their heads. Such a uniquely gifted daughter of heaven is destined to achieve limitless success. How can Qin Changsheng possibly be worthy of her? Qin Ruashi, we at Tianwu Academy solemnly invite you to join us. As long as you join Tianwu Academy, we will surely cultivate you with all our might. At this moment, Duanmu Changqing quickly reacted, immediately extending an invitation to Qin Ruashi and promising great rewards. Our Tianyuan Academy is the same. Qin Ruashi, as long as you join our Tianyuan Academy, we can provide you with resource support and focus on your cultivation. The Qinglong Academy can offer you top-tier techniques and martial skills. The 3 supreme academies simultaneously extended their invitations, their gazes towards Qin Ruashi filled with fervor. At this moment, she was the center of attention, basking in unparalleled glory, undoubtedly the brightest star present. Chapter 12. The crowd was in an uproar. A prodigy emerged. The 3 supreme academies simultaneously issued invitations. At this moment, Qin Ruashi gathered countless gazes in glory. However, in the face of the simultaneous invitations from the 3 supreme academies, Qin Ruashi did not make an immediate decision. Instead, she looked proudly at Qin Changsheng, a proud smile on her lips. Now, do you understand? Qin Changsheng's expression was calm as he replied, Understand what? Naturally, it is the gap between you and me. Even if you have awakened an extraordinary rare martial soul, there is still an insurmountable chasm between us. You are destined to look up to me, Qin Ruashi said proudly. Is that so? However, Qin Changsheng slowly walked forward, brushing past by Ruashi, and said, "I will let you know just how ridiculous your so-called pride is." Qin Changsheng's words caused Qin Ruashi to momentarily freeze. Then, she shook her head. "Even now, you're still not giving up? Overestimating yourself will only bring humiliation." Mu Qingshan also sneered. Many people around shook their heads. This Qin Changsheng has a damaged foundation. Even if he hasn't completely lost his cultivation, he shouldn't be able to pass this round of assessment, right? Regarding these discussions, Qin Changsheng paid no heed. He walked straight to the front of the power testing stone tablet. Looking at the stone tablet, Qin Changsheng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and clenched his fist. The true energy within him was already ready to explode. Then, with a low shout, he unleashed a punch, which surged forth like an enraged dragon, crashing into the testing stone tablet. Pure, true energy immediately burst forth, enveloping Qin Changsheng's fist, and then heavily struck the testing stone tablet. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. In the next moment, a blazing column of light immediately soared from beneath the stone tablet, climbing rapidly. The scales on the testing stone tablet lit up, but the blazing power column did not stop. 500 June, 1000 June, 2000 June. That power column swiftly climbed, soon surpassing the 2000 June mark. All around, everyone's pupils constricted, watching the power column on the testing stone tablet rise like a wild horse. They were all stunned. It has exceeded 2000 June. Gasps arose from the crowd. The stands erupted in excitement. On the main seat of the Qin family, Qin Yanhai also felt his pupils constrict, his fingers gripping the armrest turning white. Mu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Ruashi's face also turned pale. However, the situation was not over yet. "Look, his power is still climbing," someone exclaimed. Because after the power column broke through the 2000 June barrier, it did not stop. Its upward momentum remained strong, ultimately reaching the 2200 June mark, finally stabilizing. 2200 June of power. My heavens, how is this possible? Qin Changsheng actually possesses 2200 June of power. Could it be that he has also reached the second level of the Transcendence realm? Finally, many people on site gasped in astonishment, the crowd erupting. How could he have such strong power? Qin Ruashi's pupils also constricted. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she couldn't help but step back. Then, as if she thought of something, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Qin Changsheng, even if you have divine strength and wield 2200 June of power without cultivation, you still cannot pass the assessment. You are destined to never achieve greater heights in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng chuckled and stared at Qin Ruashi. "How do you know I have no cultivation?" Then, he turned to Duanmu Changqing and calmly asked, "Excuse me, did I pass this second round of the assessment?" At this moment, Duanmu Changqing was staring intently at the flashing power data on the testing stone tablet, as well as the text information beside it. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Hearing Qin Changqing's words, Duanmu Changqing finally snapped back to reality. Originally targeting and suppressing Qin Changsheng, Duanmu Changqing now unexpectedly revealed a warm smile to him, his attitude completely different from before. Then, he took a deep breath and announced Qin Changsheng's assessment results. Qin Changsheng, cultivation level, first level of the Transcendence realm. Power, 2200 June. Qualification and potential, monstrous level. As Duanmu Changqing announced Qin Changsheng's results for this round of assessment, in an instant, the entire boiling scene fell silent. It was plunged into boundless silence. After this brief calm, the venue erupted with even more sensational gasps. A genius with monstrous talent and potential. In the entire Tianyuan ancient kingdom, with a population of billions, only a handful of such monstrous talents had emerged in nearly 1,000 years. The cultivation aptitude of warriors is categorized as inferior, mediocre, superior, exceptional, and then monstrous. It is said that above the monstrous level, there is an even more astonishing heaven-defying level. However, the heaven-defying aptitude has not appeared in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom for 10,000 years. Therefore, A genius with heaven-defying aptitude has become a mere legend among the warriors and cultivators of the Tianyuan Ancient Kingdom. In the Tianyuan Ancient Kingdom, a monstrous genius is already regarded as a top-tier genius. And at this moment, in this small great wilderness city, such a shallow pool actually produced a peerless monster with monstrous aptitude. This is truly astonishing. My God, did I hear wrong? Qin Changsheng is a monstrous genius. I heard that monstrous geniuses are rarely seen in 1,000 years. Is it really true that Qin Changsheng is a monstrous genius? Could it be that the testing stone made a mistake? Around the stands, voices were in an uproar, discussions were rampant, and everyone felt incredulous. Qin Yunhai crushed the armrest of his throne with a crack, his eyes bulging in shock, his heart nearly stopping. Meanwhile, on the fighting platform, Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoshi, upon hearing the result announced by Duanmu Changqing, were struck as if by lightning, their minds blank. What did they just hear? Qin Changsheng not only did not lose his cultivation, but also advanced to the first level of the transformation realm, mastering a staggering 2,200 Jun of power. Moreover, the aptitude tested was unexpectedly the strongest monstrous level. At this moment, they only felt a buzzing in their heads, instinctively murmuring, "Impossible." It wasn't just them. Even Bai Qin, the head of the Qinglong Academy and the head of the Tianyuan Academy, had the same buzzing in their heads, doubting whether they had misheard, and incredulously asking, "Duanmu Changqing, what did you just say?" Monstrous aptitude, super exceptional potential. However, Duanmu Changqing did not respond to Bai Qin and the head of the Tianyuan Academy, but instead turned to Qin Changsheng with a radiant smile, saying, "Qin Changsheng, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. At the same time, on behalf of the Tianwu Academy, I extend an invitation to you. As long as you're willing to join the Tianwu Academy, all secret realms in our academy will be open to you, and we will allocate an additional 80% of cultivation resources to you. Not only that, but I, the president of the Tianwu Academy, can also take you as my direct disciple and personally guide your cultivation." Chapter 13. Unmatched in the world, a peerless monster. Upon hearing Duanmu Changqing's invitation and witnessing his 180-degree change in attitude towards Qin Changsheng, Bai Qin and the head of the Tianyuan Academy immediately took a deep breath. They walked forward, glancing at the testing stone, where the words and data had not yet disappeared, and upon seeing that dazzling string of characters, both felt a severe tremor in their hearts. It truly is monstrous aptitude and potential, coupled with the previously tested super rare martial vein talent of Qin Changsheng in the first round. They felt their scalps tingle. What kind of peerless monster is this? Without any hesitation, both immediately extended their invitations. Qin Changsheng, the Qinglong Academy officially invites you. As long as you are willing to join the Qinglong Academy, you can set any conditions, Bai Qin said decisively, not promising too much, but allowing Qin Changsheng to propose his own conditions. This alone showcased the ambition of both her and the Qinglong Academy. Our Tianyuan Academy is the same. Qin Changsheng, join our Tianyuan Academy, and we can meet all your demands. The head of the Tianyuan Academy immediately said, offering conditions and benefits that were far superior to what the three major academies had previously offered to compete for Qin Ruoshi. At this moment, Qin Ruoshi had already been left aside, although Qin Ruoshi's talent was also quite good when compared to Qin Changsheng's monstrous aptitude along with the super rare martial soul talent. It was simply not on the same level. They were entirely worlds apart. As Qin Ruoshi had previously said, the two were destined to be from different worlds. The gap between them was like a vast chasm. The actions of the three supreme academies to recruit Qin Changsheng at all costs undoubtedly announced to everyone present that Qin Changsheng indeed possessed monstrous aptitude. This made everyone present's hearts tremble. Incredible. The Qin family has truly produced an extraordinary dragon, with a super rare martial soul aptitude and monstrous cultivation aptitude. Qin Changsheng is truly a peerless monster, unmatched in the world. The Qin family is about to soar. In the stands, among the crowd, countless aristocratic families were in awe. Among the younger generation, besides shock and amazement, there was also a deep envy. Some young ladies from noble families gazed at Qin Changsheng's tall figure on the fighting platform. their eyes sparkling with admiration. Genius is destined to attract everyone's attention. The three Supreme Academies initially came for Qin Ruoshi. Today's stage was supposed to be Qin Ruoshi's stage. But at this moment, the brightest person was Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng did not respond to the three academies' invitations, but looked at Qin Ruoshi, a mocking smile appearing on his lips as he said, "You were right about one thing earlier. You and I are indeed not from the same world." Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruoshi's expression froze. "Qin Changsheng, I know you are unwilling, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. The future me is destined to soar to the skies, becoming a powerful figure, while your foundation is damaged. And you will only be an ordinary person in this life, looking up at me. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. We are from two different worlds. I hope you can understand. Leave now. This is not a place for you. Do not disturb the recruitment examination of the three academies. Qin Changsheng, your foundation has already been ruined. Even if your martial soul has completed a transformation and is a super rare martial soul, what good is it? Without the ability to cultivate, no matter how high your martial soul talent is, it will ultimately be in vain. Next, in the second round of the assessment, I will let you see the true gap between us." The word she had said earlier echoed in Qin Ruoshi's ears, sounding so harsh and ridiculous. At this moment, all Qin Ruoshi felt was endless bitterness. Back then, the reason she decided to abandon Qin Changsheng after he cleared the last remnant of cold poison from her was that she believed Qin Changsheng, after absorbing so much cold poison, had damaged his foundation, and his martial soul would also be extinguished, becoming a waste, no longer worthy of her. But the reality was so cruel. Qin Changsheng not only did not become a waste, nor did he die, but instead returned from the brink, showcasing a super rare martial soul talent and monstrous cultivation aptitude, crushing her and Mu Qingshan into dust. Compared to Qin Changsheng, their so-called talents seemed so laughable, like garbage. Who exactly is unworthy of whom? Who is looking up to whom? Mu Qingshan also came back to his senses. The terrifying talent and aptitude displayed by Qin Changsheng at this moment made him nearly lose his sanity. He shook his head repeatedly and shouted at Qin Changsheng, "Impossible! Qin Changsheng, your dantian is shattered. Your cultivation is completely gone. How could you possibly have the cultivation of the transformation realm? Who told you that my dantian was shattered and my cultivation was completely gone?" Qin Changsheng's expression changed, feigning panic. Seeing Qin Changsheng suddenly panicked, Mu Qingshan immediately sneered. "Of course I know. On that day, at Ziyun Peak, after you removed the last trace of cold poison from Ruoshi, I personally crippled your dantian and threw you off Ziyun Peak." However, halfway through his words, Mu Qingshan sensed the unusual gazes around him, suddenly realizing he had misspoken, and his words came to an abrupt halt, but it was already too late. Everyone around had heard what he just said and erupted into a commotion. He turned to look around and saw that everyone was casting strange glances at him, pointing and whispering. Did I just hear wrong? Did the Mu family young master just say he crippled Qin Changsheng's dantian and personally threw Qin Changsheng off Ziyun Peak? You heard right. I heard it too. Many were discussing animatedly. Mu Qingshan's expression grew ugly, and when he turned back, he saw Qin Changsheng looking at him with a mocking smile, and he immediately realized, enraged. "You bastard! Did you set me up? This fool!" On the throne of the Qin family, Qin Yanhai looked at Mu Qingshan, his face turning ashen with anger. Qin Ruoshi looked at Mu Qingshan and let out a self-deprecating laugh, tears almost flowing from her eyes. "Idiot!" Qin Changsheng glanced indifferently at Mu Qingshan, then looked around and slowly spoke. "Aren't you all curious why I suddenly disappeared for 10 days? The Qin family declared that I, Qin Changsheng, was rejected in love and, unable to bear the blow, left Dahuang City to seek the ruins of the martial tomb." Haha, how absurd. How laughable. 10 days ago, I went to great lengths to remove the last trace of cold poison from Qin Ruoshi's body, resolving her Taiyin Absolute Vein, helping her transform the Taiyin Absolute Vein into the Taiyin Sacred Body. Qin Changsheng slowly revealed the truth of the matter to everyone. Listening to Qin Changsheng's account, everyone around began to feel that he was wronged, expressing their outrage at Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoxi's actions. A sincere heart was met with indifference and ruthlessness, resulting in a cruel scheme. What? Is it really like this? Then Qin Ruo, she is truly shameless. How can she repay kindness with enmity? People around began to point at Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoxi, angrily berating them. One is unkind and unjust, the other repays kindness with enmity. Truly, two scoundrels. So despicable, utterly shameless. What kind of genius are such shameless people? Even if they have some talent and aptitude, they are still two shameless scoundrels. If the three great academies admit such shameless scoundrels, they would surely tarnish the reputation of the three supreme academies. The discussions and accusations around grew increasingly intense. Under this endless blame and scolding, Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoxi's faces turned increasingly pale. Chapter 14. Disgraced and Desperate. Shut up, Qin Changsheng, you. You're talking nonsense. Hearing the endless accusations and curses around him, Mu Qingshan's expression changed, and he began to argue. If what you said is true, then you should be a waste now. So how could you have the cultivation of the transcendence realm? As Mu Qingshan's words fell, the discussions around suddenly quieted down a lot, and many people looked at Qin Changsheng with suspicion. However, Qin Changsheng had already thought of a response. He answered calmly, "That's because I met a master of the Dan Dao who calls himself the Dan Emperor, who healed my Dantian." His words were so vivid that it seemed he was fabricating a master of Dan Dao out of thin air, but unexpectedly, it caused Duanmu Changqing by Qin and the responsible person from Tianyuan Academy to change their expressions drastically. "What did you say?" The three's gazes immediately fell on Qin Changsheng, their tone excited. "Qin Changsheng, did you just say you met the Dan Emperor? Is that true?" Qin Changsheng's heart trembled. He didn't know what the Dan Emperor was, and what he just said was merely a random boast. But if he didn't say it this way, he couldn't explain the fact that his Dantian had been restored. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Changsheng could only go all out and affirmatively state, "Yes, the senior who healed my Dantian is indeed self-proclaimed as the Dan Emperor." Hearing Qin Changsheng's affirmative response, the three couldn't help but take a deep breath, their eyes shining brightly. "We didn't expect that the rumors circulating in the imperial capital was true. The Dan Emperor has indeed re-emerged. This is truly a blessing for our Tianyuan." Long before this, rumors had spread in the imperial capital. The three great academies had also received news that the long-hidden Dan Emperor had re-emerged. Originally, they didn't take this news seriously, but at this moment, they heard about the Dan Emperor from Qin Changsheng. They did not doubt Qin Changsheng's words, because, aside from that legendary Dan Emperor, who else could have such incredible means to restore a Dantian? Moreover, Mu Qingshan had previously misspoken, admitting to having personally crippled Qin Changsheng's Dantian and throwing him off Xian Peak. So Mu Qingshan's current defense was pale and powerless. "Qin Changsheng, do you know which direction the Dan Emperor went after healing your Dantian?" Bai Qin asked. Qin Changsheng's mind raced, and he replied, "It seems he headed towards the Beast Mountain Range." This statement was not said carelessly, but was considered. The Beast Mountain Range is fraught with countless fierce beasts, extremely dangerous. But at the same time, there are numerous heavenly materials and treasures, as well as various rare spiritual herbs and medicines. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the people from the three supreme academies exchanged glances, their eyes full of excitement. They did not doubt what Qin Changsheng said. The other people around also believed Qin Changsheng's explanation without question. How can Mu Qingshan still deny and argue at this point, showing no sign of repentance? This is truly hopeless. If it weren't for Qin Changsheng's great fortune, coincidentally encountering the Dan Emperor and restoring his Dantian, our Tianyuan ancient country would have lost a once-in-a-generation genius. Indeed, if such a person joins the three great academies, it would truly bring shame and disgrace to the three great academies. The discussions around reignited. Hearing the discussions around him, Duanmu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he immediately took a deep breath, staring coldly at Mu Qingshan and huffing. "Mu Qingshan, I didn't expect your character to be so lowly and despicable, and even now you still show no sign of repentance. On behalf of Tianwu Academy, I have decided to revoke your admission and will never employ you. Mu Qingshan, although your talent is decent, it is only decent. It is not worth the risk of Tianwu Academy, damaging its reputation to admit you. What? Upon hearing Duanmu Changqing's words, Mu Qingshan felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. Duanmu Changqing actually announced in public that he would refuse to admit him and would never employ him. The three great academies were the dream cultivation sanctuaries of countless people in the Tianyuan ancient country. He had already successfully stepped into Tianwu Academy, but now he was kicked out of Tianwu Academy. All of this was because of Qin Changqing's appearance. A person who should have died was now taking everything from him at this moment. How could he accept this? Damn it, Qin Changqing. You actually caused me to be kicked out of Tianwu Academy. I will kill you. Mu Qingshan roared, his face contorting with rage, suddenly lunging at Qin Changqing with intense killing intent. Impudent. However, before Qin Changqing could respond, Duanmu Changqing immediately waved his sleeve, and a powerful force instantly sent Mu Qingshan flying. Mu Qingshan, you are morally corrupt, and even now you still show no sign of repentance. You dare to act recklessly in front of us. Do you think we don't exist? Duanmu Changqing said sternly. At this moment, Mu Qingshan had already become a discarded piece in his eyes, not to mention his current moral corruption and infamous reputation. Even without these factors, his value was far inferior to the monstrous talent potential of Qin Changqing. However, Mu Qingshan's gaze towards Qin Changqing was filled with unyielding hatred and killing intent. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. Mu Qingshan suddenly laughed maniacally, standing up and surveying his surroundings, wiping the blood from his mouth, and shouted, "That's right. Those things were all done by me, Mu Qingshan. So what?" He then ignored the countless curses around him, his gaze landing squarely on Qin Changqing, filled with resentment and murderous intent. "Qin Changqing, I admit it. Everything was done by me. I crippled your Dantian and threw you off Ziyun Peak. I was even worried you wouldn't die. So I sent someone to Ziyun Peak to check for your corpse and finish you off. How about that? You must be wanting to kill me now, right?" Mu Qingshan's expression was frenzied, and then he took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hatred as he declared, "Qin Changqing, I now challenge you in the name of a warrior. Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Upon hearing Mu Qingshan's words, the people around were momentarily stunned, then began to scold Mu Qingshan for being shameless. Bah! This Mu Qingshan is really shameless, a dignified second layer of the Transcendence realm. Challenging a first layer, does he still have any face left? Many people around were cursing. However, at this moment, Mu Qingshan paid no attention to the discussions and insults around him. He was already disgraced. His only thought now was to kill Qin Changqing. Only then could he quell the unwillingness, resentment, and anger in his heart. "Qin Changqing, aren't you supposed to have monstrous talent? Don't you have a super rare martial soul? Why don't you even have the courage to fight me?" Mu Qingshan taunted. Chapter 15. Challenge. Upon hearing Mu Qingshan's words, the people from the three major academies couldn't help but frown. According to the iron law of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, challenges initiated in the name of a warrior cannot be interfered with by outsiders, but the challenge party can choose to refuse the duel. Bai Qin whispered a reminder to Qin Changqing. "Qin Changqing, don't fall for it. He's deliberately provoking you. You're a once-in-a-lifetime genius with monstrous talent. Your future achievements are boundless. There's no need to compete with him out of pride. That's right. He is at the second layer of the Transcendence realm, while you're only at the first layer. There's no need to pay attention to his challenge." Even Duanmu Changqing spoke up to advise. The person in charge of the Tianyuan Academy also urged Qin Changqing, "Don't be impulsive." Although in the previous strength test, Qin Changqing and Mu Qingshan's strength were very close, only a difference of 300 Jun for lower-tier warriors. A 300 Jun gap is not to be ignored. Moreover, in addition to strength, factors such as martial skills, techniques, weapons, armor, combat experience, and martial souls can all influence a person's combat power. Although Qin Changqing's martial soul talent is quite good and his strength is close to Mu Qingshan's, they were not aware of other aspects, such as Qin Changqing's mastery of martial skills and combat experience. Qin Changxing's displayed talent was too dazzling. Such a rare genius has boundless potential for the future. If he were to engage in a life-and-death battle with Mu Qingshan right now, if anything went wrong, it would be a loss for the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. Therefore, the three of them strongly advised against it. However, faced with their advice, Qin Changsheng shook his head. Mu Qingshan wanted to kill him. Did he not want to kill Mu Qingshan as well? He stepped forward, looking at Mu Qingshan with indifference, and said, "I will fulfill your wish." Qin Changsheng, don't be impulsive. The people from the three major academies urged anxiously. My mind is made up. He coldly stared at Mu Qingshan and said, I accept your challenge, to the death. He then looked at the people from the three supreme academies and said, I request that you all bear witness to this battle. Seeing Qin Changsheng's resolute attitude, Bai Qin and the others couldn't help but sigh and nodded. All right. Since that's the case, we won't say much more. For this battle, the three of us, along with everyone present, will be witnesses. Qingshan, at this moment, the head of the Mu family looked deeply at Qin Changsheng and then called Mu Qingshan to his side. Father, there's no need to dissuade me. My mind is made up. I must fight Qin Changsheng to the death today. Otherwise, I will never be able to quell the hatred and unrest in my heart. It seemed Mu Qingshan knew what his father wanted to say and immediately spoke firmly. The head of the Mu family was silent for a moment and then asked, Are you confident? Father, don't worry. I am fully confident, Mu Qingshan said confidently after a moment of silence. The head of the Mu family said no more, patting Mu Qingshan on the shoulder, secretly handing him a pill. Only use this if it's absolutely necessary. Mu Qingshan clenched the pill in his hand, put it away, and then knelt before the Mu family head, deeply bowing. I am unfilial, causing you trouble. As the young master of the Mu family, he had done such shameless things, which was also a significant blow to the Mu family's reputation. The head of the Mu family patted Mu Qingshan's shoulder, waved his hand, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. On the martial combat platform, the others had already retreated, and the power testing stone had been taken away by Duan Mu Changqing. Mu Qingshan returned to the martial combat platform, looking at Qin Changsheng with a cold gaze. The people from the three supreme academies personally presided over this life-and-death duel. According to the rules of the life-and-death battle, once the battle begins, no one is allowed to interfere, and the sign challenge determines life and death. The losing party cannot take any retaliatory action. The life-and-death battle begins now. The people from the three supreme academies announced loudly. As they declared the start, everyone around held their breath. They did not expect Qin Changsheng to actually dare to accept Mu Qingshan's challenge. After all, Mu Qingshan was at the second layer of the Transcendence realm. Even if their strengths were close, it was still too risky. Qin Changsheng was being impulsive. Such a good talent would be a great loss if it were to perish at Mu Qingshan's hands. Do you think Qin Changsheng has a chance to win? Many people in the audience were discussing. On the edge of the martial combat platform, Qin Ruoxi also clenched her hands, looking at Qin Changsheng with eyes filled with a hint of hatred. She was also hoping Mu Qingshan could defeat Qin Changsheng and take him down. That way, she would feel justified in her actions. On the martial combat platform, Mu Qingshan looked at Qin Changsheng and said with a chilling, killing intent, Qin Changsheng, although your talent and qualifications are indeed astonishing, the unchanging iron law of this world is strength. In terms of talent, I truly cannot compare to you. But in terms of strength, you were not my opponent back then. Today, you will still not be my opponent. However, before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Because, just as the people from the three supreme academies announced the start of the battle, while he was still rambling on, Qin Changsheng suddenly shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, fiercely kicking off the ground and charging towards him. Everyone around was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Changsheng to be so direct. Not even saying a word before attacking the moment the three academies announced the start of the battle, completely disregarding any intention to waste time talking with Mu Qingshan. He had once treated Mu Qingshan sincerely, considering him as a brother. But the latter had crippled his dantian and even wanted to kill him over a woman. At this point, Qin Changsheng had nothing more to say to Mu Qingshan, only a strong, killing intent. In the past 10 days, he had been constantly searching for demon beasts in the Monster Beast Mountains, engaging in life-and-death battles. And in just 10 days, he had killed no less than 100 demon beasts. This enriched his combat experience and honed his martial skills. The so-called first strike is the strongest. Qin Changsheng seized the initiative, quickly rushing in front of Mu Qingshan while he was still talking, his true energy surging within him, and smashed a heavy punch towards Mu Qingshan. Crushing fist. This martial skill is a basic fist technique, not highly ranked. However, during the past 10 days in the Monster Beast Mountains, Qin Changsheng has most frequently used this unremarkable basic martial skill to engage in life-and-death battles with the monster beasts. Honing this skill. As a result, this basic martial skill has now erupted with astonishing power in Qin Changsheng's hands, containing an incredible aura of killing intent. Martial skills are, after all, techniques for killing. Only through countless life-and-death battles can truly powerful martial skills be forged. This is the realization Qin Changsheng has come to after 10 days of continuous life-and-death struggles with the monster beasts. Chapter 16. The final battle faced with Qin Changsheng's sudden punch and sensing the overwhelming power within it. Mu Qingshan's expression changed immediately. He quickly tapped his toes against the ground and leaped back, trying to create distance from Qin Changsheng. However, Qin Changsheng took the initiative, seizing the moment, and stepped forward in a quick stride, not allowing Mu Qingshan to retreat, forcing him to hastily counter. He crossed his arms and blocked forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Changsheng's crushing punch struck Mu Qingshan's blocking arms, sending him sliding back. Everyone around was taken aback, not expecting Mu Qingshan to be at a disadvantage right from the start. Qin Changsheng, not one to relent, pursued the advantage. After knocking Mu Qingshan back with one punch, he did not pause to give him a chance to breathe. Instead, he stepped forward again like a runaway wild horse, catching up to the staggering Mu Qingshan and delivering another punch. Seeing this, Mu Qingshan was startled in his heart. He drew his right foot back in a half-arc to stabilize his stance and let out a low roar, clenching his fist to meet Qin Changsheng's incoming punch. Mountain opening fist. Mu Qingshan shouted, channeling his true energy into his fist and striking fiercely at Qin Changsheng. The mountain opening fist, like the crushing punch, is also a basic martial skill. The Great Wilderness City is a small city, and even families like the Qin and Mu clan struggle to find a decent martial skill. Only the true aristocratic families of the ancient nations, along with various academies and sects, possess superior martial skills. Qin Changsheng's expression was cold, showing no intention to retreat. A first-level transcendence realm dares to clash with me, seeking death. Seeing Qin Changsheng not retreating or dodging, Mu Qingshan let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Although the power test previously showed a mere 300 June difference between them, this 300 June was a significant gap for warriors of their level. 300 June of power translates to 3,000 pounds. Such a difference in strength is enough to influence the outcome of battle. Not good. Qin Changsheng actually chose to clash with Mu Qingshan. The 300 June gap makes this head-on confrontation extremely unwise. The representatives from the three Supreme Academies, witnessing this scene, also changed their expressions slightly. Qin Changsheng is still too inexperienced. His battle experience is insufficient, and his judgment is lacking. Clashing with Mu Qingshan like this could lead to a significant disadvantage. Many people in the audience shook their heads. Just then, in the blink of an eye, bang, on the martial arena, the fists of Qin Changsheng and Mu Qingshan collided rapidly. With a muffled grunt, a figure suddenly flew sideways, landing and staggering back several steps before finally stabilizing. Everyone present was taken aback, and many spectators couldn't help but stand up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Because the figure that flew out was not Qin Changsheng, but Mu Qingshan, who had 300 June of power more than him. What happened? How could Mu Qingshan, who was supposed to be stronger than Qin Changsheng, be sent flying by a single punch? Many spectators exclaimed in surprise. The representatives of the three Supreme Academies also narrowed their eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in their eyes. It's a martial skill. He has refined this basic martial skill to such a level. Duan Changqing looked at the tall figure of Qin Changsheng on the martial arena and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although both the crushing punch used by Qin Changsheng and the mountain opening fist used by Mu Qingshan are basic martial skills. Qin Changsheng's crushing punch has been tempered through blood and has been honed through repeated life-and-death battles, containing a fiercer killing intent. On the other hand, Mu Qingshan's mountain opening fist has not yet been stained with blood and is not as adeptly utilized as Qin Changsheng's, naturally resulting in less power. However, Duanmu Changqing soon frowned. Even if Qin Changsheng has refined the crushing punch to such a profound level, it shouldn't be enough to send Mu Qingshan flying with one punch. Beside him, Bai Qin shook her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she said, "The crushing punch is just a basic martial skill, no matter how well refined. It shouldn't be too outrageous to send Mu Qingshan, who is 300 Jun stronger, flying with one punch." But what if he had hidden his strength during the previous power test? Upon hearing Bai Qin's words, Duanmu Changqing's pupils constricted. The person next to him from the Tianyuan Academy was equally astonished. Qin Changsheng's power assessment had previously shown him to possess monstrous level talent, and he had hidden his strength during that assessment. In an instant, the breathing of Duanmu Changqing and the responsible person from Tianyuan Academy became hurried, their voices trembling with shock as they said, "Could it be that he is?" Their words suddenly ceased, as what they were about to say was too astonishing and unbelievable. They didn't even dare to think in that direction. However, their discussion left everyone else present in shock. Qin Changsheng might not just possess monstrous level talent, but could be of a legendary level. This news spread like a stone thrown into a deep pond, creating ripples of shock. Qin Ruoshi and Qin Yunhai also changed their expressions repeatedly. On the martial arena, Mu Qingshan stabilized his stance, staring in shock at Qin Changsheng. His right arm, which had clashed with Qin Changsheng, was now violently trembling and sending waves of piercing pain through him. His blood energy surged within him. However, Qin Changsheng did not waste any words with him. He suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot, executing the basic movement technique, the bursting cloud step, propelling himself like an arrow toward Mu Qingshan. During the previous power assessment, he indeed held back and did not reveal all his strength, keeping a cautious mindset. Although the power absorption rate of his devouring martial soul is not high, the quality is far more refined than the true energy he had cultivated before. And the more refined the true energy, the greater the power. Previously in the Monster Beast Mountains, even when he was only at the 9th level of the true condensation realm, he was able to kill a 3rd-level early-stage monster, the cloud-swallowing tiger. The strength of a 3rd-level early-stage monster is equivalent to an ordinary warrior in the 1st to 3rd levels of the Transcendence realm. The cloud-swallowing tiger he killed back then was roughly at the 2nd level of the Transcendence realm, very close to the 3rd level. Although at that time, Qin Changsheng utilized the 1st level of the Shura martial soul's domain, the Crimson Earth, to enhance his strength, now that he has broken through to the Transcendence realm. His strength has naturally become even stronger, even without the enhancement of the Shura martial soul's domain. Qin Changsheng's strength would not be much inferior to an ordinary, average, talent warrior at the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm. Chapter 17. Great Wilderness Bull. Seeing Qin Changsheng charging at him again, without wasting words, Mu Qingshan's pupils constricted. He suffered a significant loss again, being sent flying by Qin Changsheng's decisive punch. At the moment of battle, he was decisive and swift, his moves seasoned and straightforward. Qin Changsheng not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also had such rich combat experience that even some of the older students in the academy would find him ruthless. This child's future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. On the edge of the martial arts stage, the 3 Supreme Academy's representatives, including Duanmu Changqing and Bai Qin, couldn't help but take a deep breath at this scene, marveling at Qin Changsheng and holding him in even higher regard. In contrast, Mu Qingshan, who repeatedly made mistakes and spoke unnecessarily during this life-and-death duel, appeared even more inadequate. Puff! After being sent flying by Qin Changsheng's punch, Mu Qingshan steadied himself but felt a surge of blood and energy within, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet, Qin Changsheng did not stop his assault. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. In a life-and-death duel, he would not give his opponent any chance to catch their breath. In the distance, Mu Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire right arm trembling with excruciating pain. Seeing Qin Changxing charge at him again, Mu Qingshan immediately stopped hesitating and swallowed the elixir that the Mu family head had secretly given him earlier. The Frenzied Pill. This frenzied pill is a type of elixir that overdraws potential. After consuming it, one can temporarily increase their strength. However, the side effects are significant. Once the effects wear off, there is a risk of falling in cultivation level. That is why the Mu family head had warned Mu Qingshan not to take it unless absolutely necessary. Such an elixir is usually only consumed in dire situations as a means of survival. However, at this moment, Mu Qingshan had no other choice. He hadn't expected Qin Changsheng to hide his strength during the previous strength assessment. This was why he had proposed a life-and-death battle with Qin Changsheng. Now, the strength Qin Changsheng was exhibiting far surpassed his own. Without taking this elixir, he would undoubtedly be defeated. And in a life-and-death battle, defeat meant death. Kill. After taking the frenzied pill, Mu Qingshan immediately felt a tremendous force emanating from the elixir, stimulating the true energy in his dantian, causing his aura to surge dramatically, and significantly enhancing his strength. It was the frenzied pill. Mu Qingshan had the audacity to consume the frenzied pill during a fair duel. Shameless. The challenge didn't state that elixirs couldn't be used, and this was bad news. Although Qin Changsheng had previously hidden his strength, he was still merely at the first level of the transformation realm, and his hidden power was limited. Now, he might not be able to match Mu Qingshan. Many people around changed their expressions dramatically. Great wilderness, savage bull. Mu Qingshan roared, awakening his martial spirit, with a massive phantom of a savage bull appearing. It was indeed his 7th grade high-tier martial spirit, the Great Wilderness Savage Bull. The Great Wilderness Savage Bull's eyes were blood red, and its enormous form merged with Mu Qingshan. The effect of the Great Wilderness Savage Bull spirit mainly increased defense and provided a certain degree of power amplification, although the increase in power was not significant. Savage Bull Mountain Splitter. Mu Qingshan shouted loudly, and under the martial spirit state, he threw a powerful punch at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng sensed the surge of energy from Mu Qingshan and felt the formidable power behind this punch, his gaze flickering. Devouring martial spirit. He did not retreat. With his current strength, he was already comparable to an ordinary 3rd-level transformation realm warrior. Even if Mu Qingshan took the frenzied pill, he was not afraid. After Mu Qingshan activated his Great Wilderness Savage Bull martial spirit, Qin Changsheng directly summoned his own devouring martial spirit. A vortex of martial spirit, black with hints of red light, appeared above Qin Changsheng's fist, and he smashed his fist against Mu Qingshan's. The devouring martial spirit did not grant power or other states. Its sole effect was to devour. At the moment their fists collided, the effect of the devouring martial spirit activated immediately, reducing the power of Mu Qingshan's punch to a certain extent and devouring that portion of power into Qin Changsheng's body. After circulating it for a week, it transformed into pure, true energy, becoming Qin Changsheng's strength. In this way, as they exchanged blows, Qin Changsheng grew more formidable, while Mu Qingshan's internal strength rapidly diminished. After several exchanges, Mu Qingshan's true energy was nearly depleted, leaving him horrified. He hadn't anticipated that the effect of Qin Changsheng's devouring martial spirit had increased so much after its advancement. Boom! Due to the constant devouring by the devouring martial spirit, even after a fierce battle, Qin Changsheng's true energy consumption was minimal, while Mu Qingshan's true energy had run out. Facing Qin Changsheng's relentless and fierce onslaught, he was powerless to resist and was continuously forced back by Qin Changsheng's punches. Qin Changsheng's violent combat ability and rich combat experience left everyone around astonished. They clearly hadn't expected such a young age to exhibit such seasoned combat skills. Among his peers in the Great Wilderness City, most young masters from various families merely focused on raising their cultivation levels and seldom engaged in actual combat, having never seen blood. However, in the past 10 days, Qin Changsheng had engaged in life-and-death battles in the Monster Beast Mountains daily, experiencing no less than 100 fights in just a few days. It was precisely through those life-and-death struggles that he rapidly accumulated rich combat experience. Of course, this rich experience was relative to the vast majority of his peers. Boom! Qin Changsheng slightly bent his legs, then suddenly propelled himself, instantly rushing to Mu Qingshan, who had just been repelled and was now staggering, and he delivered a heavy punch to Mu Qingshan's chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Mu Qingshan was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Qin Changsheng grabbed him, then punched him in the abdomen, shattering his dantian. Ah! Mu Qingshan let out a terrible scream, looking at Qin Changsheng in horror as he said, "You actually destroyed my dantian." Destroy your dantian? I still want to kill you. Qin Changsheng snorted coldly. As his voice fell, Qin Changsheng swiftly crushed Mu Qingshan's neck, showing no mercy. After everything that had happened earlier, his temperament had grown significantly. Since the grievances with Mu Qingshan were irreconcilable, there was no need to hold back. As the saying goes, if you don't eliminate the root, it will grow back with the spring breeze. Even if he destroyed Mu Qingshan's dantian, it wasn't foolproof. What if the other party was lucky enough to obtain an opportunity and recover their dantian and cultivation? Although the probability was very small to eliminate future troubles, it was better to kill him for peace of mind. All around, there was silence. The crowd looked at the figure on the martial arts stage, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the genius with monstrous talent? He actually defeated Mu Qingshan, who was at a higher realm, so easily, and Mu Qingshan even consumed the frenzied pill, a secret elixir. Many people around took a deep breath, unable to contain their admiration. It's important to note that Mu Qingshan was not an ordinary person, but a genius with top-tier qualifications. Yet he was still overwhelmingly defeated by Qin Changsheng after taking the frenzied pill. Chapter 18. Lightning flying eagle on the stands, the Mu family head trembled slightly, then took a deep breath to steady his emotions, standing up silently to walk toward the martial arts stage. Duan Mu Changqing, Bai Qin, and others from the three academies stepped forward slightly to protect Qin Changsheng, wary of the Mu family head attacking him. However, the Mu family head appeared indifferent, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "I just want to take my son's body." The three exchanged glances, slightly stepping back, but still on guard. The Mu family head walked onto the stage, bent down to pick up Mu Qingshan's corpse, and said to Qin Changsheng, "Once, you were very good brothers. My Mu family has had a good relationship with your Qin family for generations. This time, it was Qingshan who made a mistake, and this is the outcome. No one else can be blamed but me, Mu Tian, for not teaching my son well." Saying this, he slightly bowed to Qin Changsheng. Then, he turned to the audience in all directions and loudly said, "Mu Tian's teachings are lacking, allowing everyone to see a joke." After speaking, Mu Tian bowed deeply to the crowd. Then, Mu Tian straightened up, holding Mu Qingshan's corpse, and walked step by step down the martial arts platform, silently heading towards the outside of the Qin residence. Qin Changsheng watched Mu Tian leave, remaining silent. He then turned to Qin Ruoshi, his gaze cold and his tone indifferent. "Now that things have developed to this point, are you satisfied?" His gaze then swept towards Qin Yanhai. "Years ago, you were severely injured and dying at the gate of my Qin residence. If it weren't for my father's intervention to save you, you and your daughter would have died 16 years ago. My father saved your lives and took you in. My Qin family has never treated you poorly, never regarded you as outsiders, but as family, without distinction. Yet now, you set such a vicious scheme, wanting to kill me for a mere position of family head? You, a despicable and ungrateful person, dare to think of becoming the head of my Qin family. Qin Yanhai, get down from the position of family head." Qin Changsheng suddenly shouted, causing both Qin Yanhai and Qin Ruoshi to turn pale. The crowd began to murmur. "Qin Changsheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Just now, Mu Qingshan clearly admitted that this matter was all his doing. What does it have to do with us?" Qin Yanhai immediately retorted, "Has nothing to do with you? Why did Qin Ruoshi suddenly invite me to Ziyun Peak to watch the sunset and to purge the cold poison? Why was Mu Qingshan on Ziyun Peak? After Mu Qingshan disabled my cultivation and threw me off Xian Peak. Why did he worry that I wouldn't die and send someone to finish me off and deal with my corpse? Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. If Mu Qingshan was really worried that I would survive the fall, he could have just killed me first and then throw me off Xian Peak. There was no need to send someone to finish me off. It was unnecessary. Qin Changsheng said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Many around them spat in disdain. This Qin Yunhai and his daughter are truly ungrateful wolves, so sinister and despicable. They are worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Yunhai's face instantly turned ashen. Humph, Qin Yunhai, my Qin family has treated you and your daughter well, but I didn't expect you to act so beastly, plotting against my Qin family's young master while claiming that the young master ran away to pursue the relics of the martial tomb. Now, do you still want to quibble? At this moment, the other elders of the Qin family also had cold expressions, their faces extremely grim. They had previously believed Qin Changsheng had gone to pursue the relics of the martial tomb to find his father, Qin Zhan, after hearing Qin Yunhai and his daughter's words. After all, it was completely reasonable for Qin Changsheng, as a son, to seek out the martial tomb relics since his father had gone missing while searching for them. Moreover, the other party had claimed that Qin Changsheng was rejected in love and was emotionally disturbed, which made the situation even more plausible. Furthermore, Qin Yunhai and his daughter had disguised themselves so well in front of everyone that, out of trust, they naturally wouldn't suspect anything. However, they never expected the truth to be like this. Qin Yunhai opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself unable to defend himself. The surrounding voices of condemnation and curses filled the air. At this moment, no matter how he argued, it would be meaningless, pale, and powerless. Qin Changsheng. Listening to the curses from all directions, Qin Ruashi's body trembled slightly. She stared at Qin Changsheng, her eyes filled with boundless resentment, and coldly said, "The humiliation you have given me today, I will surely return it in the future. Do you think that at this point, you will still have a future?" Qin Changsheng laughed upon hearing this. He then suddenly shouted, "Where are the Qin family elders and the guards? Hurry and capture these two." He was the legitimate young master of the Qin family. Now, he was an extraordinary genius of monstrous talent. The three major academies were vying for him. His words naturally carried weight. With his command, the martial artists and guards raised by the Qin family immediately surrounded them. The elders also did not question Qin Changsheng's orders, standing up and surrounding Qin Yunhai and his daughter. Today was originally the day for Qin Yunhai to succeed as the head of the Qin family. It was also the glorious moment for Qin Ruashi to join one of the three supreme academies, attracting everyone's attention. But now, all of Qin Yunhai and his daughter's schemes had come to naught at this moment. What do you want to do? I am the head of the Qin family. Qin Yunhai's face changed drastically, showing signs of resistance. Head of the Qin family? With a despicable wolf like you. You are worthy to be the head of my Qin family. Qin Changsheng's expression was cold. At this point, he would no longer give them the chance for revenge. He waved his hand, disable their cultivation, and imprison them in the dungeon. If they dare to resist, kill them on the spot. Move. The elders of the Qin family and the guards immediately moved to capture Qin Yunhai and Qin Ruashi. No. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Ruashi finally couldn't help but scream. Stop, Qin Changsheng. I am your father's sworn elder brother, and you once called me uncle. You cannot do this to us. Qin Yunhai also shouted. Do you still remember the bond of brotherhood with my father? Do you remember that I once called you uncle? If so, when you plotted to kill me back then, why didn't you think that I am the son of your sworn brother and savior? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's eyes grew colder. Then he shouted to the people of the Qin family, Do it. Whoosh. However, at that moment, a cry of a falcon suddenly echoed in the sky. The next moment, a strong wind swept through the Qin residence, casting a huge shadow on the ground. A high-level flying mount, the lightning flying eagle. The people from the three major academies, including Duanmu Changqing and Baiqin, looked up and their expressions changed drastically. Such high-level flying mounts were extremely precious and were not something ordinary forces could possess. It was said that these flying mounts could travel thousands of miles a day and had an astonishing flying speed. On the broad back of the lightning flying eagle stood a white-bearded old man and a young man in splendid clothes. looking down at the crowd below. Chapter 19. Not a chicken or dog left here. Is this the Qin residence? The young man in splendid clothes on the back of the lightning flying eagle spoke in a calm tone. He was tall and handsome, dressed in a white robe adorned with a golden phoenix, exuding an extraordinary noble aura. Beside him, the old man with a white beard was thin and hunched, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp and bright, scanning the crowd below. Anyone who met his gaze felt a tightening in their hearts, because those eyes were simply too sharp, as cutting as blades. Below, seeing the attire of the person on the back of the lightning flying eagle, Qin Yunhai's pupils suddenly constricted. This is indeed the Qin residence. I wonder what brings the two of you here. Qin Changxing's gaze sharpened as he cupped his fists towards the person on the back of the lightning flying eagle. The young man in splendid clothes on the back of the lightning flying eagle raised his brow. Who among you has awakened the rare martial soul ice phoenix and possesses the tying body? Upon hearing the young man's words, Qin Changxing's expression changed slightly. The visitors were clearly extraordinary, and he did not expect them to be here for Qin Ruashi. It is I am the tying body and have awakened the rare martial soul ice phoenix. Qin Ruashi, hearing the words of the person on the back of the lightning flying eagle, hurriedly spoke up. She did not know the other party. However, since they could ride such a high-level flying mount as the lightning flying eagle and exuded an inherent nobility and superiority, it was obvious that their identity was extraordinary. Her current situation was already desperate. Therefore, at this moment, she did not think much about who the other party was or what their purpose was. She only regarded them as a lifeline, hoping to cling to them and escape the current predicament. Swoosh! As soon as Qin Ruashi finished speaking, two gazes immediately shot towards her from the back of the lightning flying eagle. Seeing Qin Ruashi being escorted by a group of Qin family warriors, both of them felt a heaviness in their eyes. The white-bearded old man waved his sleeve, and a powerful force immediately swept out. The few Qin family warriors restraining Qin Ruashi immediately screamed in agony, flying out while spitting blood. At the same time, the lightning-fast flying eagle flapped its wings, diving down and lowering its altitude, creating a fierce storm that blew the surrounding crowd off balance. The noble young man in splendid attire and the white-bearded old man landed in front of Qin Ruashi. The young man in splendid attire scrutinized Qin Ruashi and said firmly, "Awaken your tying treasure body and ice phoenix martial soul." Although Qin Ruashi was surprised by the identities of the two, she had no choice at this moment and obediently activated her special constitution, the tying treasure body, as well as her unique martial soul, the ice phoenix. Upon seeing this, the young man in splendid attire looked at Qin Ruashi with softened eyes, saying, "I didn't expect that we, brother and sister, would meet again." Brother and sister? Qin Ruashi was immediately stunned upon hearing this. Subordinate Feng Shusan pays respects to the young lady. The white-bearded old man immediately bowed to Qin Ruashi upon seeing her activate her tying treasure body and ice phoenix martial soul. This left Qin Ruashi even more dazed. Not only Qin Ruashi, but everyone present was astonished. "I am Feng Qinyu of the Phoenix clan from the ancient Great Yin Kingdom," the young man in splendid attire explained. "The Ice Phoenix martial soul is unique to our Phoenix clan." As he spoke, the young man focused his thoughts and activated his martial soul. A powerful ice phoenix shot out from his body, letting out a loud phoenix cry, very similar to Qin Ruashi's Ice Phoenix martial soul. The only difference was that the Ice Phoenix martial soul he activated was more solid and powerful, and even more agile. "Qinyu, you are indeed Qinyu." At that moment, Qin Yunhai exclaimed in surprise, the slight fear and worry in his heart dissipating without a trace. Qin Yunhai's shout immediately attracted the attention of Feng Qinyu and Feng Shusan. I am Qin Yunhai, your second uncle," Qin Yunhai said excitedly. "You are my second uncle." Feng Qinyu's gaze immediately sharpened as he carefully scrutinized Qin Yunhai, his youthful face vaguely overlapping with his memories. "Yes, back then, when our Phoenix clan was in chaos, a collateral branch seized power and hunted down the direct lineage. I took Ruashi and fled from my elder brother, but I never heard from him again. I thought you all had met with misfortune, but I didn't expect to see you again," Qin Yunhai said with excitement, revealing the secrets of the past. It turned out that he was not Qin Ruashi's biological father, but her second uncle. During the turmoil in the Phoenix clan, he had fled with the infant Qin Ruashi, while his elder brother had escaped with Feng Qinyu and other members of the direct lineage. Upon hearing Qin Yunhai's words, Feng Qinyu also became a bit excited. Seeing Qin Yunhai being suppressed by the elders of the Qin family, he suddenly became furious. What's going on? How dare a mere Qin family bully my second uncle and my sister like this? Feng Qinyu was instantly enraged. Qinyu, although I feel a bit dreamlike about everything happening right now, I quickly adapted to my identity and said to Feng Qinyu, it's Qin Changsheng. He wants to cripple my and my father's cultivation. If you hadn't arrived in time, my father and I would have already fallen victim to his poison. She pointed resentfully at Qin Changsheng. The expressions of the people from the three supreme academies immediately changed. They clearly did not expect such a reversal in the situation. Is that so? A mere Qin family, an ant-like family, dares to bully my Phoenix clan? Seeking death. Feng Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a boundless chill rose in his gaze as he coldly glanced at Qin Changsheng and casually instructed the old man beside him. Feng Shusan. Within half an hour, I want this Qin residence to be wiped out, leaving no trace. Wiping out a family, leaving no trace. To him, it was said so lightly. As you command. The old man with white beard, named Feng Shusan, cast a sharp gaze around, his clothing fluttering, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth changed color. A terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon the entire Qin residence, as if it wanted to flatten the whole place and turn it to ashes. In the Qin residence, everyone immediately changed their expressions, fear evident in their eyes. This is the manifestation realm. He is a powerful warrior of the manifestation realm. Instantly, countless people screamed. Whoosh! A chilling storm surged, sweeping in all directions. Regardless of whether they were from the Qin family or not, anyone present in the Qin family at that moment was targeted by the icy storm. In an instant, dozens of people in the Qin residence screamed, torn apart by the icy storm, turning into piles of pink ice shards scattered on the ground. The people from the three supreme academies were horrified and filled with dread upon seeing this. Stop! Qin Changsheng's eyes were about to split upon witnessing this scene. The other party was so ruthless, wanting to slaughter everyone in the Qin residence. It was simply inhumane. Qin Ruashi, Qin Yunhai, if there is a debt, it has a master. I, Qin Changsheng, want to deal with you, not involving others. Why must you take out your anger on innocent people? Qin Changsheng shouted angrily. If you want to kill or punish, come at me. Chapter 20. Kill. Pay with your life. You have some backbone. Feng Qinyu glanced at Qin Changsheng and said in a calm tone, however, we of the Phoenix clan are of noble blood. Your mere lowly life is not enough to make up for your crimes. As he spoke, Feng Qinyu pointed out, and a shard of ice shot towards Qin Changsheng. The shard of ice, shaped like a small sword, flew swiftly, sharp and fierce, aiming for Qin Changsheng's heart to kill him on the spot. Be careful. The people from the three academies changed their expressions. Qin Changsheng was a peerless genius with monstrous talent, and his future achievements were limitless. If he were to die here, it would be truly regrettable. However, Feng Qinyu's cultivation was clearly far above Qin Changsheng's. The ice spike he casually pointed out was a formidable high-level martial technique. With Qin Changsheng's current strength, he simply could not withstand this attack from Feng Qinyu. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Qin Changsheng. It was none other than Bai Qin from the Qinglong Academy. Spirit Wind Shield, Bai Qin shouted, unleashing her true qi to create a protective shield in front of Qin Changsheng. A mere Yuan Gang realm dares to block my frost finger sword. You overestimate yourself. Feng Qinyu glanced indifferently at Bai Qin. Crack! In an instant, the small sword-shaped shard of ice struck Bai Qin's Spirit Wind Shield. Bai Qin's Spirit Wind Shield immediately cracked and was pierced through by the ice shard. The ice shard instantly pierced through Bai Qin's chest, and a surge of extreme cold erupted, instantly freezing the blood that gushed out into a blood lotus. Bai Qin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her body going limp. Qin Chongqing's pupils constricted as he looked at the suddenly collapsed figure in front of him and immediately supported her. Looking at the blooming blood lotus on her chest, Qin Chongqing's mind was in turmoil. Why? Qin Chongqing was stunned, unable to comprehend. Why would this woman, with whom he had no connection, risk her life to save him? Run. The Tianyuan ancient kingdom has been weak for too long. Talents like you cannot die here. Survive. Cultivate well. If you become strong enough in the future, please do not forget, you are a Tianyuan person. Bai Qin coughed blood and spoke. Tianyuan person? Qin Chongqing's pupils contracted. Was this the reason she risked her life to save him? Resisting stubbornly is just a futile struggle. Even if you block my attack this time. What about the next? Feng Qinyu glanced indifferently at Bai Qin. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a brilliant cold light rose again, pointing towards Qin Chongqing. You have crossed the line. However, at that moment, a dignified voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a figure flickered from a distance, appearing before Qin Chongqing and Bai Qin in an instant. It was an old man dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, exuding an air of immortality, with a tuft of gray-white beard on his chin and long white eyebrows hanging down beside his face. He was 7 feet tall and carried a sword on his back. His eyes were murky and grayish-white, indicating he was blind. Yet, despite his blindness, he seemed to see everything clearly. He gently pressed his right hand against the empty space in front of him, and a terrifying power burst forth from his palm, with true energy swirling like a dragon, actually freezing the cold light that shot towards Qin Chongqing. You came all the way from the ancient country of Dian, intruding into my Tianyuan ancient country, just to commit murder? Do you really think my Tianyuan ancient country has no one to defend it? Crack! The old Taoist in the dark blue robe snorted coldly, and the ice crystal he had frozen in his palm instantly turned to powder and dissipated. Whoosh! At the same time, the old man's robe billowed, and a terrifying aura erupted. Poof! Feng Shusan, who was slaughtering indiscriminately in all directions, suddenly let out a muffled groan, his body staggering back repeatedly, creating 9 large pits beneath his feet, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Shusan's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to spout out another mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly, his vitality severely injured. Feng Qinyu looked at the person before him, his throat tightening. Under the oppressive aura of the old Taoist, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body chilled. A layer of fine sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. However, he soon calmed down. I am from the ancient country of Dian, the direct descendant of the Feng clan. I came here to seek my family and mean no offense to Tianyuan. Is that so? Since you are here to seek your family, why are you committing murder here? The old Taoist gray-white tone was cold. Feng Qinyu frowned and then spoke. This person is oppressing my Feng clan's bloodline. It's not like that, senior. The matter is... However, before Feng Qinyu could finish, many people around him suddenly voiced their anger, recounting the events in detail. After learning the whole story, the old Taoist looked at Feng Qinyu and said in a dismissive tone, "What else do you have to say?" Hearing this, Feng Qinyu slightly furrowed his brow. He had not known the full circumstances before, and now, after understanding the situation, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Ruoshi and Qin Yanhai. However, he did not say much more and simply stated calmly, "In that case, I was reckless. Can the lives of dozens of innocent people be resolved with just a word of recklessness?" The old Taoist tone was icy. "I am willing to compensate 3,000 spirit stones." After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qinyu spoke. "Not enough." The old Taoist tone remained indifferent. "What does senior want?" Feng Qinyu said solemnly. "Do you want to tear your face with my Feng clan for just a few worthless lives? Killing requires compensation." A cold light burst forth from the old Taoist's gray-white eyes. Suddenly, with a clang, the long sword on his back was unsheathed with a humming sound. In the next moment, a cold sword light flashed like lightning, accompanied by a dragon's roar. A human head suddenly rolled off, blood spraying from the neck. Feng Qinyu's figure froze, and all the hairs on his body stood on in the moment the opponent drew his sword. He slowly turned his head, and the corpse of Feng Shusan, a great martial artist at the level of myriad forms, slowly fell to the ground. Clang! The white light rolled back. like lightning pouring down, returning to the sheath behind the old Taoist. "If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to send you off?" The old Taoist's cold voice sounded. Feng Qinyu finally came to his senses, taking a deep breath as endless anger surged in his eyes. But at that moment, he did not dare to linger or provoke the opponent. Doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. After all, Feng Shusan was a great martial artist at the level of myriad forms. Yet in front of the old Taoist, he had not even the slightest power to resist and was beheaded with a single sword. Such a strong opponent, if he wanted to kill him, there was no way he could leave here alive. Qin Ruoshi and Qin Yanhai were also greatly intimidated by the old Taoist methods and were now silent as mice. The three of them leaped onto the back of the lightning eagle, which flapped its wings and immediately soared into the sky. Feng Qinyu, I, Qin Changsheng, will remember today's events. 3 years later, in the Battle of the 10 Kingdoms, I will definitely kill you. Qin Changsheng, holding by Qin's body, called out coldly to Feng Qinyu as he landed on the back of the lightning eagle. Just you? You really overestimate yourself. Feng Qinyu glanced dismissively at Qin Changsheng, not taking his challenge seriously at all. The lightning eagle let out a sharp cry, its wings flapping, stirring up a storm, and then with a long cry, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the distance. Qin Changsheng watched the lightning eagle quickly disappear and silently vowed, Feng Qinyu, I will kill you for sure. Chapter 21. Taoist Qinglong the lightning eagle flew away, and Duanmu Changqing and Lilin, the head of Tianyuan Academy, approached to pay their respects to the old Taoist. We greet the senior Qinglong. The old Taoist was indeed the principal of Qinglong Academy, Taoist Qinglong. He raised his hand slightly towards Duanmu Changqing and Lilin, then turned to walk towards Qin Changsheng. Thank you for your rescue, senior. Qin Changsheng, holding by Qin, expressed his gratitude to Taoist Qinglong, and then hurriedly added, Senior, this girl was heavily injured while trying to save me. Please, senior, help her. I am willing to bear any cost. Taoist Qinglong looked at Qin Changsheng and nodded slightly. Even if you hadn't said this, I would still save her. As he spoke, he raised his hand to press down, and a powerful true energy immediately surged from his palm, enveloping by Qin. Then, his gaze flickered slightly, and his brows furrowed. Senior, how is it? Seeing that Taoist Qinglong's expression was unusual, Qin Changsheng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked. He and Bai Qin were merely strangers, but she had been seriously injured to save him. How could he just stand by and watch her perish? Taoist Qinglong shook his head and said, She is too severely injured, damaging her heart vein. This frost blood lotus cannot be removed. If it is removed, her heart vein will shatter, and even a deity cannot save her. Hearing Taoist Qinglong's words, Qin Changsheng's face changed drastically, and he quickly asked, Is there any way to save her? As long as you can save her, I am willing to do whatever senior asks. Taoist Qinglong looked at Qin Changsheng and asked, If it requires extracting your heart to replace hers, exchanging life for life, would you be willing? Qin Changsheng's expression changed slightly. Then he took a deep breath, straightened his body, and said, If this can save her, I am willing. Taoist Qinglong, upon hearing this, showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes and asked, As far as I know, you two should not have known each other before. Why do you want to save her so much? Is she very important to you? Qin Changsheng looked down at the woman in his arms and replied, She was injured to save me. I cannot watch her die. His life could be said to have been exchanged for Bai Qin's. If Bai Qin had not blocked Feng Qinyu's attack for him, given his current strength, he would undoubtedly have died facing that blow. Hearing Qin Changsheng's answer, Taoist Qinglong nodded. A trace of appreciation flashed in his gray-white eyes. And then he slowly spoke, You are good. Join my Qinglong Academy. If you are willing, I will take you as my direct disciple. Moreover, you need not worry about this girl's injuries. I can heal her without you needing to exchange your life. Hearing Taoist Qinglong's words, Qin Changsheng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Taoist Qinglong to suddenly invite him to join Qinglong Academy at this moment, and even claimed he would take him as a direct disciple. However, upon hearing that Taoist Qinglong could save Bai Qin, Qin Changsheng's heart immediately filled with joy, and he quickly said, As long as senior is willing to save her, I am willing to become your disciple. Beside him, Duanmu Changqing and Li Lin were both taken aback after hearing the words of the Qinglong Taoist, and they couldn't help but reveal a strange look in their eyes as they glanced at Qin Changshen. It should be noted that the Qinglong Taoist is a legendary figure in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. His swordsmanship is transcendent, and he is hailed as the sword saint of the current era. For hundreds of years, countless people have sought to take the Qinglong Taoist as their master, including members of the royal family. Even those rare prodigies who occasionally appeared in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom over the past few centuries had also wished to be disciples of the Qinglong Taoist. However, in the end, everyone returned empty-handed. Up until now, the Qinglong Taoist has never taken a disciple. But at this moment, the Qinglong Taoist, the sword saint whom countless people dream of apprenticing under, actually took the initiative to propose accepting Qin Changsheng as a disciple. And Qin Changsheng even dared to propose a condition to the Qinglong Taoist, asking him to save Bai Qin before he would agree to be his disciple. However, upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the Qinglong Taoist did not get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and said to Qin Changsheng, "Do you know how many people have tried to cross my threshold to become my disciple over the years? If it were those people, upon hearing that I wanted to take them as a disciple, they would probably kneel down and worship without hesitation. Yet here you are, still thinking about the life of that little girl, Bai Qin. But this also proves that I did not misjudge you. The reason I propose to take you as my disciple is precisely because I value your character. You have a sincere heart. Although you have suffered betrayal from loved ones and friends, you have not fallen into darkness and still possess feelings of loyalty. I hope that in the future, you can maintain this heart and not harbor hatred against the entire world because of the darkness in it. As the saying goes, with a heart towards the light. What is there to fear from darkness? As my disciple, you must remember, even if the world is filled with evil, I only eliminate evil, but do not become evil. Only a pure heart can achieve great things. A narrow-minded person, no matter how talented, will not catch my eye." Hearing the Qinglong Taoist's words, Qin Changsheng felt as if he had been struck by thunder, and his heart was deeply moved. He immediately bowed to the Qinglong Taoist and said, "Master, I am honored to receive your teachings." The Qinglong Taoist nodded in satisfaction, then opened his palm, revealing a crystal-clear and round elixir that floated in his palm, saying, "This is a heart-protecting pill I obtained from the Pill Emperor years ago, a sacred medicine for healing injuries, sufficient to heal this girl's wounds." As he spoke, the Qinglong Taoist handed the elixir to Qin Changsheng for him to feed to Bai Qin. After Bai Qin took the heart-protecting pill, the Qinglong Taoist unleashed a strand of true energy, enveloping Bai Qin to help her refine the effects of the elixir while slowly dissolving the frost blood lotus. Moments later, the frost blood lotus completely melted away. At the same time, as the effects of the heart-protecting pill took effect, the pallor on Bai Qin's face gradually regained color, and her vitality quickly restored. "All right, she just needs to rest for a couple more days, and she'll be fine," said the Qinglong Taoist. "Is that all? I thought it was about changing hearts, exchanging life for life." Qin Changsheng was somewhat dazed. "What I said earlier was just to test your character." The Qinglong Taoist waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Do you have anything else to do here? If not, let's go back to the Qinglong Academy together." Qin Changsheng nodded, then looked around at the elders of the Qin family, bowing to them and saying, "Elders, I leave the Qin family in your hands. If there are any matters, you can send someone to the Qinglong Academy to contact me anytime. You can rest assured to pursue your studies. As for the matters of the Qin residents, just leave it to us." The elders of the Qin family said in unison, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction as they looked at Qin Changsheng. As the young master of the Qin family, being valued by the Qinglong Taoist and accepted as a direct disciple at the Qinglong Academy was not only Qin Changsheng's fortune, but also the pride and honor of the Qin family, making them feel proud. Chapter 22. Qinglong Academy. With a wave of his broad sleeve, the Qinglong Taoist summoned a surge of true energy, lifting Qin Changsheng as they soared into the distance. Within the Qin residence, Duanmu Changqing of the Tianwu Academy and Li Lin of the Tianyuan Academy looked at the departing figures of the Qinglong Taoist and Qin Changsheng, unable to help but open their mouths, ultimately hesitating to speak. They had initially wanted to persuade Qin Changsheng to join the Tianwu Academy and Tianyuan Academy. However, now that the headmaster of the Qinglong Academy, the Qinglong Taoist, personally invited Qin Changsheng to join the Qinglong Academy and accepted him as a direct disciple, their plans were naturally in vain. Watching Qin Changsheng's back, Li Lin couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that such a prodigious genius would emerge from this small Dahuang city. Qin Changsheng possesses prodigious-level talent, along with a rare and superior martial soul, and now he's been accepted as a direct disciple by the current sword saint, the Qinglong Senior. This is truly a meteoric rise. Indeed, with Qin Changsheng heading to the Qinglong Academy in the imperial capital, it seems the capital will soon be abuzz. However, now that he has been valued by the Qinglong Senior and accepted as a direct disciple, he is likely to face constant troubles ahead. Over the years, countless talented individuals have sought to become disciples of the Qinglong Senior, only to be turned away. Now that Qin Changsheng has been taken in as a disciple, those talented individuals who were rejected back then will likely feel resentful. Duanmu Changqing smiled and said. Hearing this, Li Lin couldn't help but frown slightly and replied, those guys started their journeys much earlier than Qin Changsheng, and besides him, another prodigious-level genius has emerged in this generation. Not long ago, he also visited the Qinglong Senior, wishing to become a disciple, but was rejected. These guys are not easy to deal with. Hopefully, Qin Changsheng can withstand the pressure. In the imperial capital, the most prosperous and affluent place in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, the very center of the nation, the Qinglong Academy stands as one of the 3 supreme academies of the imperial capital, renowned throughout the world. Together with the Tianwu Academy and Tianyuan Academy, it is known as a sacred ground for cultivation, embodying the dreams of countless young generations. Here, they're the most renowned teachers of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, the top martial arts techniques, and the best cultivation chambers. This is a gathering place for geniuses and a cradle for the strong. For thousands of years, the 3 academies have cultivated countless powerhouses. The Qinglong Academy is located to the south of the imperial capital, covering an expansive area. The academy's entrance is grand and imposing, with the words Qinglong Academy inscribed on a horizontal plaque, written in a majestic and powerful style, showcasing the calligrapher's pride and arrogance, as if claiming superiority over all in heaven and earth. At this moment, the wide square in front of the Qinglong Academy's gate is already packed with people. These days are the enrollment examination days for the 3 major academies in the imperial capital. The young generation gathered at the entrance of the Qinglong Academy is here to participate in the examination. The Qinglong Taoist flew overhead with Qin Changsheng, directly entering the Qinglong Academy, causing a stir among countless people below. It's the Qinglong Senior, the sword saint of Qinglong. In the square, countless people shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor as they watched the Qinglong Taoist flying by. Who is that young man beside the Qinglong Senior? He is actually being personally escorted into the academy. Soon, everyone noticed Qin Changsheng beside the Qinglong Taoist, their expressions showing astonishment. Within the Qinglong Academy, some students also noticed the returning Qinglong Taoist. Seeing Qin Changsheng beside him, they similarly expressed surprise. Who is that young man who was personally brought into the academy by the headmaster? A young gentleman dressed in luxurious purple robes, wearing a purple hair crown. Tall and handsome, looking around 17 or 18 years old, couldn't help but frown slightly. This person is a genius with top-tier potential, namely Han Yun, who awakened an 8th grade martial soul, truly a gifted individual from the prestigious Li family in the imperial capital. Initially, the Li family prepared an incredibly generous apprenticeship gift and brought Li Hongyun to the Qinglong Academy, hoping to apprentice under Qinglong Taoist, but he was refused. At this moment, seeing Qinglong Taoist personally return with a young man, he couldn't help but pay more attention to Qin Changsheng. However, Qinglong Taoist, with Qin Changsheng, did not stop and flew directly into the deepest part of the inner courtyard of the Qinglong Academy, arriving at a secluded courtyard. This courtyard was not luxurious or extravagant. It was somewhat simple, but quite spacious. In the courtyard, there were several plots of land planted with various exotic flowers and herbs, exuding bursts of fragrance. In front of the courtyard, a small stream flowed, with crystal clear water revealing colorful pebbles beneath. Quite beautiful. Behind the courtyard, there was a grove of purple bamboo. Tranquil and peaceful. It was a perfect place for quiet cultivation. This was evidently the residence of Qinglong Daoist. Girl, wake up quickly. How long are you going to pretend to be asleep? Qinglong Daoist suddenly glanced at the white-haired girl in Qin Chongsheng's arms and spoke. Qin Chongsheng was taken aback. Looking down at the girl he was holding, he saw Bai Qin's eyelashes flutter slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes, waking up. She met Qin Chongsheng's lower gaze, her cheeks flushing red, and immediately jumped down from his arms, explaining, "I just woke up." Seeing Bai Qin awake, Qin Chongsheng was immediately delighted and earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for saving my life." Looking at Qin Chongsheng's serious expression, Bai Qin blinked her beautiful eyes and playfully said, "You must remember, from now on, your life belongs to me. You mustn't lose it." Hearing Bai Qin's playful words, Qin Chongsheng couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then a smile appeared on his face. "I will never forget. All right, girl, your injuries have just stabilized. Although you're out of danger, to avoid leaving hidden dangers, it's best to go back and rest for a few days. Don't rush to cultivate during this time." Qinglong Daoist interrupted their conversation and said to Bai Qin. Bai Qin knew that Qinglong Daoist had something to discuss with Qin Chongsheng, so she didn't linger. She clasped her hands in thanks to Qinglong Daoist and then took her leave to recuperate. In the courtyard, there was an old tree with a thick trunk that could not be wrapped around by one person. Its branches were lush, and each leaf was the size of a palm. Under the tree, there was a stone table. Qinglong Daoist sat down at the stone table and then made a gesture to Qin Chongsheng, saying, "Sit." With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a pot of clear wine from his storage ring, turned over 2 wine cups on the table, and filled them. Qin Chongsheng bowed respectfully to Qinglong Daoist before sitting down opposite him. "Do you want to participate in the 10 Nations War 3 years from now?" Qinglong Daoist gently raised his hand, and a wine cup landed in front of Qin Chongsheng. He himself raised the cup and drank it down, then slowly spoke. Earlier, when Feng Qinyu rode away on a lightning eagle, Qin Chongsheng had issued a challenge to Feng Qinyu for a 3-year agreement, which evidently caught Qinglong Daoist's attention. Chapter 23. Qin Chongsheng's path. Hearing Qinglong Daoist's inquiry, Qin Chongsheng immediately nodded in response, "Yes." "Is it just to seek revenge on Feng Qinyu?" Qinglong Daoist refilled his cup. However, Qin Chongsheng shook his head and said, "That's just one aspect. Feng Qinyu has oppressed my Qin family and indiscriminately killed, and Bai Qin nearly lost her life saving me. If I don't avenge this, I will be unable to calm the anger in my heart. No matter what, I must kill Feng Qinyu. He may have a noble heart, but he is not a saint. Revenge for hatred, gratitude for kindness. This is the path he believes in." Qinglong Daoist did not hastily express his opinion, but curiously asked, "What is the other aspect?" "To serve my country." Qin Chongsheng thought of when Bai Qin used her flesh and blood to block Feng Qinyu's lethal strike, falling into his arms. And after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Miss Bai Qin was right. I am a citizen of Tianyuan. Although Tianyuan is a small nation, it is peaceful and orderly, and my Qin family has been able to live and work in peace there for generations, which is a blessing for the citizens of Tianyuan. However, the 10 Nations War is a struggle for national fortune. Tianyuan has been weak for too long, and its fortune is declining. As a citizen of Tianyuan with martial talent, I must do my part for Tianyuan. Only when Tianyuan thrives can my family prosper." Upon hearing Qin Chongsheng's words, the gray-white eyes of Qinglong Daoist suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The wine cup brought to his lips paused momentarily, and then he drank it all in one go. He put down the cup and continued, "I am very pleased that you have this intention. However, the 10 Nations War and the struggle for national fortune are of great importance and incredibly dangerous. For nearly 1,000 years, countless geniuses from Tianyuan have perished in this, including many extraordinary talents at the Dao Palace and even Fate Spring realms. Moreover, you're currently only at the first level of the Transcendence realm. To participate in the 10 Nations War, you need to have at least the cultivation of the Yuan Gang realm. Do you have confidence that you can break through to the Yuan Gang realm in 3 years? If you really break through to the Yuan Gang realm and can participate in the 10 Nations War, you will still face great danger. Your focus should not be on 3 years from now, but on 13 years from now. By that time, perhaps you will have the strength to fight. Qinglong Daoist spoke gently. Qin Changsheng shook his head, saying, 13 years later, Master, the ancient nation of Tianyuan has suffered continuous defeats in recent years. Although I don't understand fortune, I can predict that the ancient nation of Tianyuan has been weak for a long time, and its fortune is likely in ruins. Can Tianyuan hold on for another 13 years? If Tianyuan loses again this time? Qin Changsheng did not continue. Although he was only 16 years old, he had been paying attention to the affairs of the ancient nation of Tianyuan. In recent years, the 10 Nations War and the struggle for national fortune had seen Tianyuan suffer continuous defeats, with its territory gradually being eroded by 9 nations. Now reduced to a tiny land, if it continues to lose, it may face national extinction. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Qinglong Daoist also fell silent, then sighed softly. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to be so observant and concerned about the affairs of Tianyuan, realizing the current situation of the ancient nation of Tianyuan. You are right. The ancient nation of Tianyuan truly cannot afford to lose anymore. The current ancient nation of Tianyuan appears peaceful and prosperous, but in reality, it is merely a leaf boat in a raging sea, with the possibility of capsizing at any moment. The national fortune of the ancient nation of Tianyuan has weakened to the extreme. If it loses this time, perhaps from then on, the ancient nation of Tianyuan will turn into a bubble of history, and all of us will become slaves of a fallen nation. Qinglong Daoist shook his head and poured himself another cup of wine. Have you thought it through? Are you really going to participate in the 10 Nations War 3 years from now? The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Qin Changsheng held up the wine cup that Qinglong Daoist had pushed in front of him, bowed deeply to Qinglong Daoist, and then drank it all in one go. Qinglong Daoist nodded and said with satisfaction, I indeed did not misjudge you. Since that is the case, I will not say more. In these 3 years, I will do my utmost to guide your cultivation. As he spoke, Qinglong Daoist waved his hand, and a token appeared in front of Qin Changsheng. This is your identity token. I have already imprinted your name and aura within it, and opened the permissions for you to access various secret places within the academy. With this token, you can enter most secret places in the academy for cultivation. However, some secret places have restrictions based on cultivation and strength. Even if you have my open permissions, you cannot stay in them if your strength is insufficient. Finally, all the techniques and martial arts of Qinglong Academy are stored in the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion has a total of 12 floors, corresponding to different levels of techniques and martial arts. The first floor contains basic techniques and martial arts, while from the 2nd to the 10th floors, they correspond to techniques and martial arts of grades 1 to 9. Qinglong Daoist said, could the techniques corresponding to the 11th and 12th layers be the legendary supreme techniques? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's heart stirred. The Qinglong Daoist glanced at Qin Changsheng and said, since the establishment of the Martial Pavilion at the Qinglong Academy, aside from the first dean who built the pavilion, no one has been able to enter the last 2 layers for centuries. Not even you, Master? Qin Changsheng was immediately taken aback. The Qinglong Daoist shook his head and continued, there are many rooms in the courtyard. Choose one to reside in. Then go to the Martial Pavilion to select the techniques that suit you. If you have any doubts in your cultivation, feel free to ask me. In a few days, I will formally announce that I will take you as my disciple and hold a grand ceremony for it. Some people may feel discontented about this, so you should be mentally prepared. After saying this, the Qinglong Daoist waved his hand, and his figure vanished, leaving no trace of where he went. Qin Changsheng bowed to the place where the Qinglong Daoist had disappeared, randomly selected a room in the courtyard, and then directly left the Zue Long courtyard, intending to go to the Martial Pavilion to choose techniques. He did not take the Qinglong Daoist's reminder lightly. Some people feeling discontented? Is it about my master taking me as a disciple? Qin Changsheng murmured to himself. Previously, when the Qinglong Daoist took him as a disciple, he had mentioned that over the years, countless talented individuals had sought to become his disciples, but they were all turned away, with none entering the Qinglong Daoist site. Now, however, The Qinglong Taoist had accepted him as a direct disciple and was going to hold a grand ceremony for it, which would naturally cause some proud and talented individuals who had previously been rejected to feel discontented. My master reminded me to be mentally prepared. It seems that the ceremony will not be peaceful. I must improve my strength as much as possible so that I can handle those troubles calmly and at least not embarrass my master during the ceremony. Qin Changsheng thought to himself, holding the identity token and using the basic information about the Qinglong Academy imprinted on it to find the martial pavilion. Chapter 24. Martial Pavilion. The martial pavilion is not located in the inner courtyard, but rather in the outer courtyard. When Qin Changsheng arrived at the location of the martial pavilion, he found it surrounded by a crowd. The high-grade techniques and martial skills are too hard to obtain. One must pass the corresponding layers assessments to acquire them. Yeah, I barely made it through the third layer and selected a second-grade technique and martial skill. Someone complained. It seemed they were a new disciple who had just joined the Qinglong Academy and were entering the martial pavilion for the first time to select techniques and martial skills. The assessments in the martial pavilion are based on a comprehensive evaluation of qualifications, potential, talent, and comprehension. If one's qualifications and potential are insufficient or comprehension is not strong enough, even if high-grade techniques and martial skills are given, it would be difficult for them to grasp the subtleties and successfully cultivate. Techniques and martial skills are not better just because they are of a higher grade. Only the ones that suit you best are truly the best. Don't be overly ambitious, a mentor advised. The disciples who had complained immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for the guidance, mentor. We have learned." Just then, someone exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I've entered the 6th layer of the martial pavilion and obtained a 5th-grade technique and martial skill." A person walked out of the martial pavilion, their face filled with excitement and joy. It's Huang Yunfeng. He actually passed the assessment of the 6th layer and obtained a 5th-grade technique and martial skill. Upon hearing his words, many people around immediately cast envious glances at him. The higher the grade of the technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the more abundant and refined the true energy produced. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more profound and powerful it is. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Huang Yunfeng walked to the side, beaming with pride. At just 16 or 17 years old, young boys and girls at this age often have a bit of vanity. "Ha! I didn't expect you to pass the assessment of the 6th layer and obtain a 5th-grade technique and martial skill. Not bad." A mentor praised Huang Yunfeng with a nod, then seemed to have the thought of taking him as a disciple. "Your name is Huang Yunfeng, right? I am Su Fan, a senior mentor at the academy. Would you be interested in joining my faction? I will personally guide you in your cultivation." It's Mentor Su Fan. He is usually very proud and rarely takes in disciples. It seems that Huang Yunfeng indeed has some talent. Some older students, seeing this scene, couldn't help but express their envy. It was evident that this mentor, named Su Fan, was quite reputable among the many mentors at the Qinglong Academy. Although he was proud, many people still want to join him. The few older students with envious expressions clearly admired him. Huang Yunfeng didn't expect that just after enrolling, a mentor would actively want to take him under his wing, especially upon hearing that the other party was a senior mentor at the academy. Even the older students around him looked at him with envy. He immediately understood that this mentor must be a prominent figure among the many mentors in the academy, and he excitedly performed the disciple salute. Disciple Huang Yunfeng pays respects to the mentor. Good. Su Fan smiled faintly and nodded. To obtain techniques and martial skills in the martial pavilion, one must first pass the assessments within it. Qin Changsheng listened to the discussions around him and gained a better understanding of the martial pavilion. After that, he didn't waste any more time and stepped into the martial pavilion. As soon as he entered the martial pavilion, Qin Changsheng felt a shift in the world around him, as if he had crossed through time and space into a mysterious realm. A beam of golden light enveloped Qin Changsheng, and his identity token immediately flew out. Identity confirmed successfully. "Welcome to the martial pavilion." A clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang in Qin Changsheng's mind. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. He didn't see anyone. "Don't be surprised. I am the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion." Seeing Qin Changsheng's surprised expression, the voice echoed again. Qin Changsheng then understood and couldn't help but feel amazed. He didn't expect that the Qinglong Academy had such deep foundations. With a pavilion for storing techniques and martial skills, even housing a rare guardian spirit. Guardian spirits are a type of special spirit, very rare, usually possessing immense strength. And after signing a soul contract with a person, they will never betray them for life. Suppressing his astonishment, Qin Changsheng began to survey his surroundings. There were countless bookshelves around, divided into many areas. The two largest categories were the technique area and the martial skill area. The technique area had only one section, while the martial skill area was further subdivided into fist techniques, palm techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, knife techniques, finger techniques, body techniques, and more. Qin Changsheng had little interest in basic techniques. Having entered the Qinglong Academy, he naturally wanted to learn the most profound high-grade techniques as long as conditions permitted. Because the quality of techniques not only affects the speed of cultivation, but also relates to future achievements. The better the technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the potential. It can be said that techniques are the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation, and once chosen, changing them can be relatively troublesome. So generally, it is best to find the most suitable and reasonably graded technique from the start. As for martial skills, they differ from techniques. Martial skills are combat skills that influence combat capability and fighting ability. Basic martial skills are extensions of various complex martial skills. And sometimes to cultivate some advanced martial skills, one needs to have a certain understanding of the basic martial skills of that category. The better one masters the basic martial skills of a category, the easier will be to cultivate high-level martial skills of the same type. Qin Changsheng glanced at the various sections and then directly walked to the sword technique area, selecting an entry-level basic sword technique. The sword technique is fierce, excelling in both offensive and defensive skills, handling everything with ease. He himself is quite interested in the way of the sword, coupled with his master, the Qinglong Taoist, who is a sword cultivator and is revered as the sword saint of the present age. It is clear that cultivating the sword is his indisputable choice. After selecting the basic sword technique, Qin Changsheng did not linger on the first floor, but walked towards the staircase leading to the second floor not far away. Upon entering the second floor, a prompt from the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion appeared. The second layer is for entry-level techniques, the first-grade martial arts area. To cultivate the techniques and martial arts of this layer, you must complete the assessment. After the voice fell, a crystal ball floated in front of Qin Changsheng. By placing his hand on the crystal ball, if his qualifications, talents, and comprehension meet the requirements, he can choose the techniques and martial arts of this layer, or proceed to the third layer. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng was intrigued, not expecting the assessment of the martial pavilion to be so simple. He followed the instructions and placed his hand on it. In an instant, brilliant light burst forth from the crystal ball in his palm. Subsequently, the invisible force that restricted Qin Changsheng from advancing to the second layer disappeared, and the techniques and martial arts within the second layer appeared, with the entrance to the third layer also revealed before him. Chapter 25. Martial Pavilion Assessment. Qin Changsheng did not choose the techniques and martial arts of the second layer, but directly proceeded to the third layer. The third layer stored second-grade techniques and martial arts, and the assessment had also changed. It was no longer just an evaluation of qualifications, talents, and comprehension, but also included a practical assessment of martial arts application. The so-called martial arts application assessment requires selecting a martial art you're most proficient in and sparring with a phantom of power that manifests within the martial pavilion. The phantom will also use the martial art you apply, and as long as you can hold your ground during the sparring, you pass. Qin Changsheng found the assessment mode of the martial pavilion quite novel. Without much hesitation, he directly chose the basic martial art Banquan, Crushing Fist. As for the assessments of talent and qualifications, he naturally felt no pressure and passed easily. Your cultivation level is at the first layer of the transformational realm. You have chosen the basic martial art Banquan. The illusion is being generated. Generation successful. Assessment begins. The voice of the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion rang out. Qin Changsheng immediately saw a blurry figure manifesting before him, which also possessed the cultivation level of the first layer of the transformational realm. Once the figure was generated, it immediately unleashed Banquan towards Qin Changsheng. This punch was fierce and domineering, straightforward and agile, executed with exceptional skill, almost at the level of perfection, and its power was astonishing. Qin Changsheng was momentarily caught off guard during his first participation in such an assessment. However, having experienced countless life and death trials in the Beast Mountain range, his composure was remarkable. He quickly steadied his mind, stepped back with his right foot to stabilize his stance, and then skillfully threw out a punch. It was also Benquin. This punch was honed from his experiences in life and death battles, and he had truly mastered this basic martial art to an extraordinary level. Boom! The two punches collided heavily, and the overwhelming force clashed, ultimately causing the phantom of power to be shattered by Qin Changsheng's punch. Huh! A voice of surprise was heard from within the martial pavilion, that of the guardian spirit. It was clearly unexpected that this boy, who had entered the martial pavilion for the first time, had such a solid foundation to unleash such immense power with the basic martial art Benquin. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. You can choose the techniques and martial arts of the third layer, or proceed to the fourth layer. Following that, the guardian spirit's voice rang again, and the force blocking Qin Changsheng dissipated, revealing the entrance to the fourth layer. Qin Changsheng did not stop and directly headed to the fourth layer. He had no interest in these low-grade techniques and martial arts. With his talent, he could cultivate more profound techniques. As for martial arts, practicing basic martial arts could lay a foundation for his future cultivation of high-grade martial arts. Low-grade martial arts, on the other hand, were rather useless to him. They neither provided a foundation for cultivating higher-grade martial arts like basic techniques, nor matched the profundity and power of high-grade martial arts. The assessment of the fourth layer was similar to that of the third layer, but the phantom of power was slightly stronger. Qin Changsheng easily passed through it. He then consecutively passed the assessment checkpoints of the 5th, 6th, and 7th layers, arriving at the 8th layer. The techniques and martial arts stored on the 8th layer were 7th grade techniques and 7th grade martial arts, which could be considered high-grade techniques and martial arts. The difficulty of the assessment at this stage suddenly increased. In the talent and qualification assessment, Qin Changsheng still passed smoothly. However, in the practical assessment of this layer, the phantom of power that appeared was no longer dull and sluggish. It exhibited a semblance of thought and intelligence, and it was no longer limited to basic martial arts. In other words, this phantom of power would not only perform fixed martial arts moves, but would also use various martial arts, transforming into a true opponent to engage in fierce combat with him. Qin Changsheng could also use various means, including his martial soul. Learning that he could use his martial soul, Qin Changsheng felt a sudden spark of excitement. The phantom of power was condensed and manifested from a certain force, and his devouring martial soul could consume various forces. If he could use his martial soul, it could be said to counter the opponent perfectly. However, Qin Changsheng was keen on honing his combat techniques and did not choose to activate his devouring martial soul immediately. Instead, he engaged in combat relying on his own strength. The phantom of power had mastered an overwhelming number of martial arts, but Qin Changsheng also discerned a pattern. The martial arts used by the opponent would not exceed the grade of the martial arts he executed. For example, if he used basic martial arts, the opponent would only use basic martial arts at most. If he used entry-level martial arts, the opponent would also use entry-level martial arts. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, Qin Changsheng finally found an opportunity to defeat the phantom of power before him. No matter how many martial arts the opponent mastered, each time they executed, it ultimately boiled down to one martial art. As long as he reacted quickly and was sufficiently familiar with the various martial arts they employed, he could find weaknesses in the shortest time and strike decisively. Breathing heavily, Qin Changsheng digested the gains from this battle. He gained a lot from this fight. His understanding of various basic martial arts deepened significantly, and he also learned one important lesson: to look for the opponent's weaknesses. As long as he could find the opponent's weaknesses, no matter how complex their martial arts were, he could handle them with ease and confidence. Qin Changsheng began to feel the thrill of battle. He glanced at the area of the 8th layer and, without lingering, ascended to the 9th layer. The assessments of qualifications and talents on the 9th layer passed smoothly, and next came the application assessment. However, this time, The opponent's cultivation level had risen to the second layer of the transformational realm, exactly one layer higher than his own. At the same time, the martial arts used by the opponent were no longer limited to basic martial arts, but were entry-level martial arts. The difficulty of this practical assessment surged. Whoosh! The Phantom of Power struck first, executing an entry-level movement martial art, like an arrow leaving the bow, instantly shooting towards Qin Changsheng. The Phantom's mastery of this movement martial art had reached at least the great accomplishment level. Qin Changsheng's heart tightened, but he did not panic. His eyes were like lightning, fully capturing the opponent's movement trajectory, searching for weaknesses. Boom! A crystal-clear palm instantly struck towards Qin Changsheng's face. The Phantom of Power appeared before him. Qin Changsheng was startled but did not choose to retreat. Instead, he moved sideways to evade. This was also an experience he gained from practical combat. In such situations, if one chooses to retreat, the opponent will surely close in and press the attack, leading to an increasingly dangerous position, ultimately falling completely into the opponent's barrage and being unable to counter, because your retreat speed cannot keep up with the speed at which the opponent's movement technique closes in. Moving sideways allows you to avoid the opponent's thunderous strike while providing an opportunity to counterattack. At this moment, Qin Changsheng stepped aside and immediately turned to throw a punch at the side of the power illusion. At this time, the power illusion had just missed its attack on Qin Changsheng and was in a brief moment of recovery, creating a noticeable opening. Bang! Qin Changsheng's punch struck like a thunderclap, and the power illusion could only respond hastily, getting knocked away by his punch. Qin Changsheng immediately pressed the attack, taking a quick step to catch up with the opponent and delivering another punch, causing it to explode. Indeed, in battle, one must not panic. It is essential to remain absolutely calm and accurately seize the opponent's flaws to deliver a decisive blow. Qin Changsheng murmured. After every battle, he reflected on himself. Combat can be deadly. There is no room for carelessness. He must improve his combat experience as much as possible to ensure he can emerge victorious in any life and death battle in the future. Chapter 26. The crowd erupts just as Qin Changsheng defeated the power illusion of the 9th level and passed the assessment of the 9th level. The area outside the martial pavilion suddenly erupted. Someone has passed the 9th level. Did I see that correctly? It's really the 9th level. Someone has cleared the assessment of the 9th level. Outside the martial pavilion, someone couldn't help but exclaim, and this shout immediately drew the attention of everyone present. All were taken aback and turned their gazes toward a massive stone tablet beside the martial pavilion. The large stone tablet was connected to the martial pavilion and displayed the level of each student entering the pavilion. At this moment, on the very top of the towering stone tablet, a line of dazzling text was flashing. Qin Changsheng, current level, 9th level. Qin Changsheng? Who is this person that has actually passed the assessment of the 9th level? When the crowd saw the flashing text on the tall stone tablet outside the martial pavilion, everyone erupted with excitement. Is he a genius among the senior students? A new student disciple with admiration exclaimed. However, several senior students present looked puzzled. Is there a peerless genius named Qin Changsheng among the seniors? Few people in the entire Qinglong Academy could pass the 9th level assessment. Just the assessments of aptitude and talent blocked the majority. The final practical assessment eliminated even more. Thus, those who could ultimately pass all assessments of the 9th level were extremely rare. Those senior students were well aware of the most outstanding geniuses in the Qinglong Academy, but they had never heard of someone named Qin Changsheng. Not a senior. Could he be one of the new students? Upon this thought, the senior students were suddenly shocked. Could this new batch of students be so formidable? They just entered school and can already clear the 9th level of the martial pavilion. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. The earlier new student, disciple Huang Yinfeng, who had passed the 6th level and garnered much envy, was taken under the wing of the academy's prominent mentor, Su Fan, suddenly felt overshadowed. Everyone's attention was drawn to the dazzling name of Qin Changsheng on the tall stone tablet. The senior mentor Su Fan also couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with shock and excitement. As a mentor in the academy, he knew very well that there was no one named Qin Changsheng among the previous generations of senior students. Therefore, He could be certain that Qin Changsheng must be a new student. Such a gifted genius, he certainly wanted to take him as a disciple. At this moment, everyone curiously looked at the exit of the martial pavilion, waiting for Qin Changsheng to appear, eager to see who this person was that had cleared the 9th level. However, as they anxiously awaited, they found that the tall stone tablet erupted with even more brilliant light than before. As the light faded, everyone held their breath, disbelief evident on their faces. The 10th level? My God, he is still challenging the assessment, and he has passed the 10th level's test. Who exactly is this Qin Changsheng to be so powerful? The scene erupted into chaos, with everyone in a frenzy. Even Su Fan couldn't help but narrow his pupils, his heart racing. The 10th level. This was, so far, the highest record in the Qinglong Academy's martial pavilion. This newcomer, on his first attempt, managed to pass the 10th level. The news spread rapidly. More and more people were drawn in. Looking at the dazzling record on the tall stone tablet outside the martial pavilion, all shocked beyond belief. Meanwhile, inside the martial pavilion, Qin Changsheng was gasping for breath. The practical assessment of the 10th level was incredibly difficult. He had fought with all his strength for a long time, and at the last moment, he had to use his devouring martial soul to achieve victory. My attack methods are too monotonous. I only have one basic martial skill that I can use, and my cultivation method is too weak. If it weren't for the devouring martial soul, refining my true qi, and having a restraint against this power illusion, it would have been hard for me to win this battle. Qin Changsheng pondered. Finally, Qin Changsheng strode over to the area for cultivation methods and martial skills of the 10th level. He first arrived at the cultivation method section. The number of cultivation methods here was far fewer than on other levels, with only a few. High-grade cultivation methods and martial skills were extremely precious and scarce. The cultivation methods and martial skills on the 10th level were all 9th grade, few in number, with limited options, but each was a masterpiece. Baoyuan Ju, Bahuang Liuhe Gong, Xingchen Ju, Changchun Gong, Dian Ju. A total of 5 9th-grade cultivation methods. Qin Changsheng flipped through each one. These 5 9th-grade cultivation methods were all extremely profound and powerful, far surpassing the foundational methods he practiced in the Qin family. Qin Changsheng was quite interested in all 5 9th-grade cultivation methods. For example, the Dian Ju places great emphasis on refining true qi. Once cultivated, the true qi would be much purer and denser than that of others of the same level, providing a significant advantage in battle. However, after weighing his options, Qin Changsheng ultimately decided to forego Dian Ju because his devouring martial soul could help him refine and purify true qi, overlapping with the effects of Dian Ju. Young man, I see your talents are extraordinary and you have great potential. Are you not considering challenging the 11th level of the martial pavilion to see what cultivation methods and martial skills are there? At that moment, the voice of the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion suddenly sounded. You must know that cultivation methods have a significant impact on a person. The higher the grade of the first cultivation method, the better it is, as it can prevent future limitations and achievements due to insufficient cultivation method levels and the trouble of having to change methods later. The 11th level? Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered upon hearing this, and he said, the last 2 levels of the martial pavilion have never been entered by anyone since the founding of the pavilion. The conditions to enter must be extremely stringent, right? Indeed, since I began guarding the martial pavilion, no one has entered here for thousands of years. It is not easy to enter, but I see your potential is quite good, and you have a great talent for combat. You understand how to look for flaws and attempt to control the rhythm of battle. At your age, being able to do this is rare. More importantly, your temperament is excellent. I have been watching you since you passed the earlier assessments. You never lose your composure in battle, and your focus is extraordinary. I believe your Dao heart should be quite good. Perhaps you have a chance to pass the assessment to enter the 11th level. Moreover, even if you cannot enter the 11th level, participating in this assessment would still be greatly beneficial for you. The voice of the guardian spirit continued to resonate, seemingly with some expectation for Qin Changsheng. Chapter 27. Heart Path Trial. Hearing the words of the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion, Qin Changsheng's eyes suddenly flickered, feeling a surge of excitement. What are the conditions for entering the 11th layer? Qin Changsheng put down the ninth-grade martial arts technique in his hand and asked. After passing the assessment of the 10th layer, he only obtained the right to choose martial arts and techniques from the 10th layer. But the passage to the 11th layer had not appeared. Complete the heart path trial, and you can enter the 11th layer, the guardian spirit's voice echoed. In the next moment, Qin Changsheng felt a dizzying sensation, and then he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. All around him was an empty void, like an endless abyss. Only in front of him was a glowing path leading into the profound depths ahead. Step onto the heart path, complete the trial, and you can enter the 11th layer. The guardian spirit's voice rang out. Qin Changsheng pondered slightly upon hearing this. The heart path trial, is it about tempering the heart? He immediately understood the main purpose of this trial. No wonder the guardian spirit of the martial pavilion said that even if he couldn't pass this trial, just participating would be beneficial to him. This trial is indeed about refining the heart. The path of a martial artist is fraught with difficulties and dangers, and only those with a steadfast heart can forge ahead and reach the end. Those with an unstable heart usually end up defeated by themselves. This heart path trial is a test of the heart and a tempering of the heart. The founding dean of the Qinglong Academy truly had good intentions in establishing the martial pavilion assessment. Qin Changsheng murmured, and he became increasingly eager to enter the 11th layer of the martial pavilion. Without hesitation, Qin Changsheng took a step forward and stepped onto the heart path. Instantly, various illusions surged forth. Ha ha ha. Qin Changsheng, did you really think that Shura is with you because she likes you? The only reason Shura is with you is to use your devouring martial soul to eliminate the source of cold poison in her body. From beginning to end, the one Shura likes is me. No matter how you say it, Qin Changsheng is the head of the Qin family. If you cripple his dantian, if he returns to the Qin family, it will surely cause us quite a bit of trouble. Oh, since that's the case, then let's just go ahead and kill this kid. I wanted to get rid of him since I saw him with you. As if returning to the previous scene on Ziyun Peak, the figures of Mu Qingshan and Qin Ruoshi appeared, their words stirring deep-seated anger and hatred within. Mu Qingshan crippled Qin Changsheng's dantian and threw him off Ziyun Peak. The sound of wind howled in his ears, yet Qin Changsheng's gaze remained clear. The experiences of the past would only serve as motivation for him to become stronger, not as shackles to hinder his progress. He had already killed Mu Qingshan and exposed the true colors of Qin Ruoshi and Qin Yanhai. If they were to meet again in the future, he would completely settle this grudge. Qin Changsheng murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, and those illusions immediately dissipated. He continued to walk forward, memories of his childhood resurfacing, the kind visage of his father making him nostalgic, but he always remembered that everything before him was merely an illusion. He moved forward, and one illusion after another vanished like dream bubbles. However, this path seemed endless, and as he continued onward, Qin Changsheng felt as if he had traversed several centuries. With new illusions appearing, becoming increasingly real, so real that he began to gradually lose track of what was illusion and what was reality. Boom! A terrifying beast lunged at Qin Changsheng, its rage soaring to the heavens, the killing intent so intense that it made one's mind tremble. In front of this dreadful beast, Qin Changsheng felt as small as a humble ant on the ground, a massive shadow looming overhead, his fear magnified 100-fold. I'm going to die. This thought flashed through Qin Changsheng's mind. The mere aura emitted by this colossal creature left him breathless, even extinguishing any thought of resistance. No. Just as that terrifying aura was about to crush Qin Changsheng's will, an infinite desire for survival suddenly arose in his heart. He roared. Even if he was to die, he would resist. No matter what, he had to fight for a glimmer of hope. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. He was simply unwilling to wait for death. The desire to survive overcame his inner fear, and both the devouring martial soul and the Shura martial soul erupted simultaneously. His eyes instantly turned crimson, the ground beneath him turning red, and Qin Changsheng threw a punch with all his might, smashing it towards the giant beast bearing down on him. Boom! The illusion shattered. Qin Changsheng suddenly awoke, his clothes drenched in sweat, his eyes red. the Shura martial soul and the devouring martial soul both materializing. That was an illusion. Qin Changsheng gasped for breath, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading, as the Shura martial soul and the devouring martial soul retreated back into his body. His gaze flickered. I understand now, the heart path trials like this. The initial illusions reflected my past experiences, meant to help me step out of the shadows of the past. The subsequent illusions were to test my courage. Regardless of whether the opponent is strong or weak, one must have a heart willing to fight and challenge. Even if the gap in strength is immense, one must bravely strive for that glimmer of hope and never concede defeat. Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled as he continued forward, enveloped by increasingly terrifying illusions. But he was no longer afraid, nor was he immersed in them. In the process of continuously moving forward and shattering one illusion after another, Qin Changsheng's heart was growing stronger, his resolve becoming more steadfast, and his gaze increasingly confident. Finally, the road came to an end, and a door appeared in Qin Changsheng's sight. The path of a martial artist is fraught with thorns, and the path of a cultivator is a battle against heaven and earth. Only with courage can one reach the peak, looking down on the insignificance of the world, with the determination to ascend to the heavens. Congratulations, you have passed the heart path trial. As Qin Changsheng approached the door, a vague figure appeared, delivering a voice that was old yet comforting. After so many years, someone has finally reached here. Go in, little one. Inside, I have prepared a great gift for you. As the voice fell, the vague figure vanished. From the words left behind, Qin Changsheng deduced the identity of the figure. It should be the founding dean of the Qinglong Academy, who established the Martial Pavilion and set up the Martial Pavilion assessment. He bowed towards the dissipating figure before pushing the door open. The next moment, the dizzying sensation returned. Qin Changsheng arrived at the 11th layer of the Martial Pavilion. It was a room that was not very spacious, and there were no numerous bookshelves. Only a simple desk stood in the middle, upon which lay a jade slip. Is this the 11th layer of the Martial Pavilion? Qin Changsheng was slightly surprised. The 11th layer was somewhat different from what he had imagined. However, soon, his gaze fell on the jade slip on the desk. He picked up the jade slip, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of divine light, rushing into his mind, transforming into an incredibly profound martial arts technique, floating in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 28. Great Desolation Scriptures, Great Desolation Scriptures. Qin Changsheng immediately began to examine the text of this martial arts scripture in his mind, and he was instantly shocked by its vast and profound mysteries. This is a super-grade martial arts technique. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but feel astonished. This technique was far too esoteric and advanced, much deeper than the 9th grade technique he had seen in the 10th layer. Super-grade martial arts technique? Kid, this great desolation scriptures is not just as simple as a super-grade martial arts technique. Just then, a petite and charming girl suddenly emerged from the wall, startling Qin Changsheng. However, having gone through the heart path trial, Qin Changsheng's composure had improved, and he quickly calmed down, deducing the girl's identity. You are the guardian spirit of the Martial Pavilion? He asked curiously, looking at the adorable girl before him. Not bad. My name is Xiaozi. I didn't expect you to actually pass the heart path trial. You calmed down so quickly upon seeing me. Your composure is indeed impressive. The guardian spirit Xiaozi, with her round, sparkling eyes, said to Qin Changsheng in a somewhat elder-like manner. Do you know? Before you, several others tried to clear the heart path trial and ended up failing. Some of them were about your age, and when they saw those illusions later on, they nearly wet themselves in fear. I thought you would be the same and get scared half to death, but unexpectedly, you overcame your fear and became aware again. And you even have a second martial soul within you. Are you a natural dual martial soul? What is that red martial soul? I've never seen it before, and it instinctively makes me feel a bit of fear. Xiaozi looked at Qin Changsheng with a face full of wonder. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. He had been immersed in the illusions before, unwilling to wait for death. So he had used all his means, including the Shura martial soul, and didn't expect it to be noticed by her. However, he didn't want to discuss the Shura martial soul with her. It was a secret. He changed the topic and said, Zi, you just mentioned that the Great Wilderness Classic is not just an extraordinary cultivation method. This means you must know something about it. Can you tell me more? The Great Wilderness Classic you hold in your hands is a method that can help establish the foundation for cultivators, increasing your chances of breaking through the martial artist's extreme realm. Even when you cultivate to the cultivator realm in the future, you won't need to switch to other cultivation methods, saving you a lot of trouble. Such a method is extremely rare in this world, Zi explained. Can establish the foundation for cultivators? Qin Changsheng was shocked to hear this. The cultivator realm is a legendary realm that surpasses the martial artist realm, allowing one to cultivate spiritual power and divine abilities. It is said that powerful cultivators can move mountains and seas, shatter stars with a point, and turn the world upside down in an instant. But this is only a legend. Very few have ever seen a real cultivator. At this moment, Zi actually said that the Great Wilderness Classic can establish the foundation for cultivators. How could this not shock Qin Changsheng? If he could become a cultivator, he would be free in this world, and the War of the Ten Kingdoms would be no problem at all. So, if I can successfully cultivate the Great Wilderness Classic, I will have hope in the future to break through the shackles of the martial artist realm and step into the cultivator realm. Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. This 11th layer was truly worth it. By the way, I wonder what is on the 12th layer of the Martial Pavilion? After obtaining the Great Wilderness Classic, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but become very interested in the 12th layer of the Martial Pavilion. You currently do not have the qualifications to enter the 12th layer. Your strength is still too weak. And you don't even have the qualification to participate in the 12th layer's assessment, Zi said, rolling her eyes at Qin Changsheng and puffing her cheeks. What are the assessment requirements for the 12th layer? Qin Changsheng asked. You must be at least at the Yuan Gang realm to qualify for the 12th layer's assessment. You're still at the first level of the Transcendence realm, so don't think about entering the 12th layer, Zi said, floating around in front of Qin Changsheng like a sprite. Qin Changsheng felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. He wanted to see the 12th layer, but now he couldn't even qualify for the assessment, so he had to temporarily give up that thought. In that case, I will not stay any longer, he said, cupping his hands in farewell to Zi, then turned to head back to the 10th layer, planning to choose 1 or 2 9-grade martial techniques. This 11th layer only had the Great Wilderness Classic cultivation method and no martial techniques. However, what Qin Changsheng did not know was that the outside of the Martial Pavilion had already erupted in excitement. Heavens, did I see that correctly? Someone actually entered the 11th layer of the Martial Pavilion. I heard that since the Martial Pavilion was established thousands of years ago, aside from the first director who built it, no one has ever entered the 11th layer. Who is this Qin Changsheng that he broke the record of the Qinglong Academy after so many years and entered the 11th layer? Even top geniuses like senior brother Xiao Yunfei could only reach the 9th layer. This Qin Changsheng is too strong. In front of the Martial Pavilion, countless people were in an uproar, looking at the tall stone tablet with a string of flickering text information. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their hearts shocked and unsettled. Many people exclaimed. Even the senior mentor Su Fan was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with fervor. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to emerge among this year's new students. Such a genius. I must take him as my disciple. Qin Changsheng was unaware that the outside world was in a frenzy because of him. At this moment, he had already returned to the 10th layer, selecting martial techniques in the sword technique area. Thunderstorm sword technique, a 9-grade martial technique, the sword like a thunderstorm. Swift and violent, sharp and domineering, extremely powerful. Lonely Mountain Distant Shadow, a 9-grade martial technique. The sword moves are strange and variable, containing the artistic conception of Lonely Mountain Distant Shadow. When cultivated to perfection, it can trigger the artistic conception, obscuring and interfering with the opponent's perception, seeming near yet far, close at hand yet distant. Shadow Devouring Sword Art, a 9-grade martial technique. This sword technique can split sword light and shadow, one sword seeming like 2 swords. 2 swords seeming like 4 for seeming like 8. When cultivated to a high level, the sword shadows are impenetrable, combining offense and defense, with astonishing and mysterious moves. But slightly lacking in power, Qin Changsheng meticulously flipped through the 9-grade sword technique manuals before him, as expected of high-grade, 9-grade martial techniques. They were all incredibly profound and remarkable. Such high-grade martial techniques could probably only be possessed by the 3 supreme academies and the royal family. Other families and clans could not master such advanced martial techniques. Qin Changsheng sighed in his heart as he looked through each manual, reviewing their summaries, and finally chose Lonely Mountain Distant Shadow. The reason he chose this sword technique was that it was the only one among these manuals that possessed artistic conception. Artistic conception is a special effect, often extraordinarily mysterious. Any martial technique with artistic conception is extremely precious. However, such martial techniques are generally more difficult to cultivate and comprehend compared to other techniques of the same level. Nevertheless, Qin Changsheng was very confident. His ability to pass through the various assessments of the martial pavilion and reach the 11th layer was enough to show his amazing comprehension. After all, apart from the 11th layer, all the previous assessments focused on comprehension, qualifications, talent, and other aspects. If his comprehension weren't strong enough, he wouldn't have made it to the 10th and 11th layers. Picking up Lonely Mountain Distant Shadow, Qin Changsheng used his identity token to imprint the technique into it, then put it down. As for the other sword techniques, he did not look at them anymore. One should not be greedy. He decided to master one sword technique thoroughly before considering cultivating others. After selecting the sword technique, Qin Changsheng then went to the movement technique area on the 10th layer and chose a 9-grade movement technique, Shadowless Step. This Shadowless Step was also chosen after careful comparison. It was extremely profound and could allow one to escape residual shadows and move at extreme speeds when cultivated to perfection. After selecting the martial techniques, Qin Changsheng did not linger any longer and was eager to return to cultivate. Soon, Qinglong Taoist would hold a ceremony for him to accept disciples, and there would definitely be people who would challenge him. He needed to quickly enhance his own strength. Look, he is coming out. Just as Qin Changsheng walked out of the martial pavilion, someone outside exclaimed. All eyes turned to him, making him feel somewhat bewildered. Are you Qin Changsheng? Someone asked with admiration. Looking at the admiration on the faces of those around him, Qin Changsheng felt increasingly bewildered. He had just followed Qinglong Taoist to the Qinglong Academy and had not interacted with anyone else there at all. Yet at this moment, these people were all looking at him with admiration, their eyes ablaze with intensity. However, when asked if he knew them, he simply nodded and said, "Do you know me?" Upon seeing his acknowledgement, the crowd erupted into an uproar. It really is you. Did you really break through to the 11th level of the martial pavilion? One person exclaimed, their face turning red with excitement. How did you know? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Oh my God, it really is him. He actually broke through to the 11th level of the martial pavilion. That's incredible. The crowd went wild when he confirmed it. The student in front of Qin Changsheng's eyes looked even more adoring and said to him, Idol, from today on, you are my idol, Li Fan. Bro, you must be a new student too, right? You're amazing, do you know that? Just starting school, and you've already broken into the 11th level of the martial pavilion, breaking a record that's been held for thousands of years by the Qinglong Academy. Even some extraordinary geniuses before you stopped at the 10th level. You are simply more extraordinary than they are. Did you see that stone tablet? That stone tablet is connected to the martial pavilion, and the information about your breakthrough to the 11th level is still displayed on it. Li Fan pointed at the tall stone tablet. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng turned to look and saw a tall stone tablet next to the martial pavilion. Sure enough, it displayed his name and the record of the levels he had broken through, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He didn't want to be so high profile. He had originally thought that as long as he didn't mention breaking into the 11th level of the martial pavilion, no one would know. He never expected that it would be directly displayed on the record stone tablet outside the martial pavilion, and everyone present would know. No wonder when he came out, these people looked at him as if he were a monster, and many of them had expressions filled with admiration. Hee, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect such a stunning talent to appear among this year's freshmen. Su Fan smiled and walked up to Qin Changsheng. I am Su Fan. a senior mentor at the Qinglong Academy, ranked among the top 10 on the annual mentor list. Qin Changsheng, would you be willing to join my tutelage? I will spare no effort in cultivating and guiding your practice. Hearing Su Fan's words, many students around them immediately became excited. They hadn't expected that Su Fan was actually a mentor ranked in the top 10 on the annual mentor list. Huang Yinfeng, who had previously joined Su Fan's tutelage, was now extremely excited. He had speculated that his mentor must be a prominent figure among the Academy's mentors. But he never imagined that Su Fan was even more powerful than he had thought. Being a top 10 mentor, as one of the 3 highest academies in the imperial capital, the Qinglong Academy has a profound background and a total of 3,000 mentors. Each of these 3,000 mentors is extraordinary, possessing deep insights into martial arts and being experienced in guiding students' practices, especially the top-ranking mentors, who can often pinpoint students' problems with acute insight, allowing students to better improve themselves under their guidance. This is what is meant by famous teachers produce outstanding disciples. And Su Fan, not only is he a famous teacher, but being ranked in the top 10 of the mentor list is even more remarkable. Many people around displayed envious expressions, even contemplating how they could join his tutelage. However, upon hearing Su Fan's invitation, Qin Changsheng politely bowed and declined, saying, "Thank you for your regard, Mentor Su. It is a blessing for a student to be valued by a mentor of your caliber, but I already have a teacher. Please forgive me for having to decline your kind offer." He spoke without humility or arrogance, delivering his words flawlessly. Even Su Fan, who had a proud personality, was merely surprised and not angry upon hearing Qin Changsheng's refusal. "You already have a teacher? Which teacher is it?" Su Fan asked. "Qin Changsheng, your breakthrough to the 11th level of the martial pavilion indicates that your talent and qualifications are extraordinary. If it is an ordinary teacher, they might hold you back. Which famous teacher took you under their wing? If you are willing, I can discuss with your teacher and have you switch to my tutelage." Qin Changsheng shook his head and said, "One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. How could I easily change my allegiance? I appreciate Mentor Su's kindness. But regarding the matter of taking on a master, please forgive me." Su Fan opened his mouth, ultimately expressing regret. "All right. It seems that you and I do not have the fate of a master and disciple. Since that's the case, you should follow your mentor and practice diligently. However, if you encounter any troubles in your practice in the future, you are always welcome to come and consult me." One must admit that the famous mentors of the Qinglong Academy indeed possessed the bearing of renowned teachers. Even though Su Fan himself had a proud character, he did not become angry after Qin Changsheng repeatedly declined his invitation. Instead, he expressed concern that the teacher Qin Changsheng had chosen might not be able to guide him properly, indicating that even if Qin Changsheng did not take him as a mentor, he could still seek his advice whenever he encountered problems. This made Qin Changsheng develop a bit of fondness for Su Fan. This is what it means to be a true teacher. Around them, many students watched this scene and couldn't help but whisper among themselves, surprised by Qin Changsheng's refusal to join Su Fan's tutelage. After all, many people aspired to join a mentor of Su Fan's caliber but did not have the qualifications. Yet at this moment, Su Fan had actively invited him multiple times, only to be politely declined by Qin Changsheng. Chapter 30. The shocked Qinglong Daoist returning to the Drunken Dragon courtyard, Qin Changsheng immediately began to comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra. The power of heaven and earth is everywhere, gathering energy and hiding oneself, circulating through the heavenly path. Qin Changsheng sat cross-legged. The heart method of the Great Wilderness Sutra surged in his mind. As a top-tier super-grade martial art, the Great Wilderness Sutra can establish the foundation of a cultivator's realm, being incredibly profound and unfathomable. If one's comprehension is ordinary, there is no possibility of understanding it at all. Moreover, even if one possesses extraordinary comprehension, if their root bone and cultivation aptitude are insufficient, they cannot refine such deep and profound martial arts. Additionally, practicing the Great Wilderness Sutra also has extremely high requirements for one's character. It is precisely because of this that the founding director of the Qinglong Academy hid the Great Wilderness Sutra in the 11th level of the Martial Pavilion. Only by passing through numerous assessments and meeting various standards can one enter the 11th level and obtain the cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Sutra. However, since Qin Changsheng was able to enter the 11th level of the Martial Pavilion and obtain the Great Wilderness Sutra, this Great Wilderness Sutra was naturally not difficult for him. As he immersed his mind, Qin Changsheng felt as if he had entered a mysterious world, surrounded by shimmering points of light the size of fireflies. One by one, these sparkling points suddenly rushed into the various acupoints and meridians of Qin Changsheng's body, following a specific route to circulate through the heavenly path. Qin Changsheng immediately focused on sensing the operating route of these sparkling points. If he understood correctly, these sparkling points should represent the true energy, and the route they followed is the operational route of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Soon, those sparkling points completed a full cycle and began to circulate continuously. Qin Changsheng's heart stirred, and he immediately activated the true energy within his body, following the operating route of these sparkling points to open up his meridians and circulate through the heavenly path. As one cycle concluded, Qin Changsheng immediately felt a jolt throughout his body and sensed that the true energy within him had grown stronger. Indeed, this is the operational route of the Great Wilderness Sutra. However, this operational route seems to be just the basic route of the first level of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Even so, it had such a significant effect that after just one cycle, he could clearly feel the change in his true energy. Truly, it is an extraordinary martial art. Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. He had only just begun practicing the Great Wilderness Sutra and had grasped only the most basic operational route within it. Yet he already experienced such astonishing results, which was quite beyond his expectations. Then, Qin Changsheng did not continue to comprehend the more complex cultivation routes in the Great Wilderness Sutra, planning to fully master this most basic route before gradually advancing. At that moment, Qin Changsheng sensed some movement coming from the courtyard. The Qinglong Taoist returned from an unknown place. Disciple pays respects to master. Qin Changsheng paused his cultivation and bowed to the Qinglong Taoist. The Qinglong Taoist raised his hand, signaling him not to be overly formal, and looked at Qin Changsheng, saying, "Have you been to the Martial Pavilion?" Qin Changsheng nodded. The Qinglong Taoist nodded back and said, "With your talent, you should have a chance to break into the 10th level of the Martial Pavilion. And at least you can get past the 9th level to select high-grade cultivation methods and martial techniques. For cultivators, the cultivation method is the foundation. A good cultivation method can maximize your potential, so it cannot be taken lightly. What method did you choose?" Hearing the Qinglong Taoist's words, Qin Changsheng scratched his head and replied, reporting to Master, "I chose the Great Wilderness Sutra." The Great Wilderness Sutra? The Qinglong Taoist raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not remember any high-grade cultivation method called the Great Wilderness Sutra on the 9th or 10th level of the Martial Pavilion. He frowned and stared at Qin Changsheng, asking, "You didn't manage to break into the 9th or 10th level. What grade is this Great Wilderness Sutra?" Qin Changsheng honestly replied, "This Great Wilderness Sutra is what I obtained from the 11th level of the Martial Pavilion. It is a transcendent grade cultivation method." Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the Qinglong Taoist was momentarily stunned, then widened his gray-white eyes in astonishment, staring at Qin Changsheng and saying, "What did you say? The 11th level? You ascended to the 11th level of the Martial Pavilion?" Looking at the shocked Qinglong Taoist, Qin Changsheng blinked and cautiously nodded. The Qinglong Taoist took a deep breath and asked, "You passed the heart path trial?" "Yes." Qin Changsheng nodded honestly, a bit puzzled. "Master, the heart path trial on the 11th level is clearly very simple. Why has no one entered the 11th level over the years?" "Simple?" The Qinglong Taoist glanced at Qin Changsheng, his face twitching slightly. If the heart path trial were really that simple, would it have taken thousands of years for anyone at Qinglong Academy to enter the 11th level? However, in front of his disciple, he felt he should maintain some dignity and said, "Well, you are correct. Entering the 11th level's heart refinement path is indeed quite simple." "Hee. Is that so, Master? You also find it simple, right? But speaking of which, Master, why didn't you enter the 11th level back then?" Qin Changsheng couldn't help but ask curiously. The Qinglong Taoist's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly, turning away to hide his embarrassment, saying, "Well, at that time, I already had a suitable cultivation method, so I lost interest in the 11th level of the martial pavilion and didn't see the need to go there. I say, my good disciple, you don't think Master couldn't reach the 11th level, do you?" Saying this, the Qinglong Taoist turned back, giving Qin Changsheng a faint glance, as if to suggest that his not entering the 11th level was simply a matter of choice. As the current sword saint with unmatched talent, the mere 11th level of the martial pavilion would naturally not be a challenge for him. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng quickly said, "Master, as the contemporary sword saint, your talent is unparalleled. The mere 11th level of the martial pavilion is naturally nothing to you." The Qinglong Taoist's expression softened, and he nodded non-committally, kindly saying, "Since you were able to enter the 11th level of the martial pavilion and obtain the Great Wilderness Sutra, a transcendent grade cultivation method, it shows that with your talent and understanding, you can master this method. Using a transcendent grade method as a foundation will accumulate a solid foundation for you. Besides the cultivation method, what martial technique did you choose?" Qin Changsheng responded, "Disciple chose a basic sword technique, as well as a 9th grade sword technique called Solitary Mountain Distant Shadow and a movement technique called Shadowless Step." A smile appeared on the Qinglong Taoist's face as he said, "Good choice. The Solitary Mountain Distant Shadow sword technique contains the meaning of solitary mountain distant shadow, mysterious and unpredictable. Although the cultivation difficulty is somewhat higher with your talent, you should be able to master it. Besides, I also have some insights into this sword technique and can guide you a bit. The movement technique Shadowless Step is equally profound and mysterious. When cultivated to the extreme, it leaves no trace. A step can cover vast distances, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it rivals divine abilities. Its cultivation difficulty is also relatively high, but with your talent, as long as you are diligent and work hard, you will eventually achieve success." While speaking, the Qinglong Taoist tossed a storage ring to Qin Changsheng, saying, "This is a gift I prepared for you, as well as your cultivation resources for this month. After a month, I will officially announce your apprenticeship and hold a grand ceremony." After leaving the storage ring, the Qinglong Taoist said no more, and with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared from Qin Changsheng's sight, as if he had vanished into thin air. Chapter 31. Basic Sword Technique. A month later, a ceremony for accepting disciples. Upon hearing the words left by the Qinglong Taoist as he departed, Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened. The Qinglong Taoist mentioned the disciple ceremony twice, indicating that he placed great importance on it. "I must not embarrass Master at the ceremony a month from now," Qin Changsheng thought to himself. He then took the storage ring left by the Qinglong Taoist and probed it with his consciousness. He was immediately taken aback. Inside the storage ring were abundant cultivation resources, a full 100 lower-grade spirit stones, and 10 transformation pills. Spirit stones are the most essential cultivation resources for cultivators, containing rich essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, making them extremely precious. Even lower-grade spirit stones are rare and valuable, only affordable to top-tier noble families, royal families, and the 3 supreme academies. Ordinary martial artists find it difficult to obtain such precious resources for cultivation. As for transformation pills, these are also a valuable resource specifically designed to aid martial artists in the transformation realm, helping them refine their cultivation, stabilize their foundation, and refine their true energy. They're equally hard to come by. Is this really my cultivation resource for this month? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but be moved. The resources for just 1 month were so rich. No wonder there are so many prodigies among noble families, with such abundant resources. Even average martial artists can cultivate faster than others. He just wondered if the other students in the academy also received this many resources each month. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but feel emotional. These cultivation resources were worth at least a year's expenses when he was in the Qin residence. With ample cultivation resources, I must work harder to cultivate. However, mere closed-door cultivation will not make one strong. Only through extensive battles can one forge a steel will and powerful strength. Otherwise, one is just an empty shell with cultivation. Qin Changsheng pondered in his heart, then shifted his attention to another item in the storage ring. It was also a sword. Could this be the gift that master prepared for me? Qin Changxing's heart stirred, and the long sword immediately flew out from the storage ring, landing in his hand. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, 2 fingers wide, with a cold gleam on the blade that exuded a sharp aura. The hilt was inlaid with a fire-red bead resembling glass, making the sword look extraordinary at first glance. Flowing cloud sword. Qin Changxing immediately took a liking to this precious sword. Looking at the inscription where the hilt meets the blade, Qin Changxing couldn't help but read it aloud. The name of this sword was indeed Flowing Cloud. Swish! Qin Changxing immediately wielded the sword, and the blade sliced through the air, producing a crisp, whistling sound, clean, agile, and smooth, with minimal air resistance. In terms of weight, it felt as if it were tailor-made for Qin Changxing, feeling incredibly comfortable to wield. Is this the precious sword personally chosen by Master for me? Even factors like weight and cutting resistance have been considered. Qin Changxing couldn't help but exclaim, thinking to himself that the Qinglong Taoist truly deserved to be called a sword saint, as he had an unparalleled understanding of swords and a keen eye for selecting treasures. He had never used a sword before, but at this moment, as he swung it around, he surprisingly felt a sense of effortless fluidity. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about the jewel on the sword. When he attempted to infuse his true energy into the sword, he discovered that the power of his true energy had actually received a certain degree of enhancement. Upon closer inspection, he found that the jewel on the sword's hilt was glowing with a fiery red brilliance, and it seemed that his true energy was amplified after passing through it. Qin Changxing was immediately startled. This sword was actually a high-grade treasure sword. As far as he knew, only high-grade swords had the effect of amplifying true energy. Although he did not know the exact grade of this sword, even the lowest grade high-grade sword was extraordinarily valuable and expensive. The gift that the Qinglong Taoist had prepared for him was already a substantial present. Not wanting to dwell on the specific grade of the Luoyuan sword, Qin Changxing walked to an empty area in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and sensed the basic sword techniques imprinted in his identity token. Then, he began to wield the Luoyuan sword to practice these basic sword techniques. He didn't rush to comprehend the high-grade sword technique Gushin Yuanying, but planned to start from the basics, first mastering the fundamental sword techniques. After gaining a basic understanding and recognition of sword techniques, he would then delve into a high-grade sword technique like Gushin Yuanying, which might yield more effective results. The moves of the basic sword techniques were quite simple, mainly divided into chopping, slashing, crashing, lifting, blocking, washing, intercepting, stabbing, stirring, pressing, hanging, and cloud techniques. However, each of these terms contained infinite variations, and mastering every basic sword move perfectly was not an easy task. Qin Changxing calmed his mind and focused, then immediately drew the Luoyuan sword and began to practice diligently. He practiced repeatedly: bow, stand, straight stab, knee lift, horizontal slash, backhand chop, backhand downward stab, bow stance, horizontal sweep, hanging sword, straight stab, bow stance, left lift. Qin Changxing practiced each move without neglect. His comprehension was extraordinary, and his talent was unparalleled. In just one day's time, he had already mastered all the basic sword techniques and could execute them smoothly. During the day, he forged swords, and at night, he practiced the Dahuang Jing. The 100 low-grade spirit stones and 10 transcendence pills that the Qinglong Taoist had prepared for him were also being consumed rapidly. With the assistance of the devouring martial soul in refining and cultivating, along with the super-grade cultivation technique Dahuang Jing, his speed of refining the spirit stones and transcendence pills was far faster than ordinary people, and the true energy within him was constantly increasing, leading to rapid progress in his cultivation. In just 3 days, Qin Changxing completely mastered the basic sword techniques. However, even so, he still did not rush to stop practicing the basic sword techniques and switch to Gushin Yuanying. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Swish! In the Zue long courtyard, Qin Changxing was sweating profusely, the Luoyuan sword in his hand howling as it cut through the air, causing explosive sounds. The strong wind rose, and leaves trembled and fluttered, with streaks of pale sword light flashing by, causing the leaves to freeze for a moment before suddenly exploding into 16 pieces, scattering everywhere. Qin Changsheng sheathed his sword and exhaled. He had already cultivated this set of basic sword techniques to a superb level. Having practiced this basic sword technique repeatedly for so many days, even those with lesser talent might not spend so much time on a single basic sword technique, right? Qin Changsheng shook his head and chuckled, lifting a broken leaf. There was still a bit lacking. While the execution of the basic moves was no problem, his momentum still fell short. Qin Changsheng pondered, then seemed to think of something, murmuring to himself. Martial skills are killing techniques, and swords are lethal weapons. Sword techniques are also killing skills. In these days, I have only practiced the form and not delved into the essence. If I want to forge true sword skills, perhaps I should experience the tempering of blood and fire. Chapter 32. Transcendence Second Layer. At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Qin Changsheng turned to look and saw Bai Qin standing in the courtyard, wearing a pure white long dress, looking charmingly at him with a smile. Qin Changsheng's face also broke into a smile as he greeted Bai Qin. You're here. In the past few days, Bai Qin would occasionally come to the Zue Long courtyard, claiming that the Qinglong Taoist was not present and that she was temporarily guiding and supervising Qin Changsheng's cultivation. However, during these days, Bai Qin had not had much opportunity to show her skills while watching Qin Changsheng practice the basic sword techniques. She found that Qin Changsheng's comprehension was extraordinarily high, and the basic sword techniques themselves were not very profound, so there was no need for her to guide him. Qin Changsheng had already mastered the basic sword techniques to a superb level, even surpassing her, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Your basic sword technique has already been cultivated to a profound degree. To be honest, even I do not grasp this basic sword technique as well as you do. You should start focusing on practicing high-grade sword techniques now, right? Bai Qin said. Qin Changsheng pondered and replied, I plan to refine the basic sword techniques further. Upon hearing this, Bai Qin looked at Qin Changsheng with a somewhat strange expression and said, You still want to refine the basic sword techniques? Your mindset is quite steady. Instead of studying the high-grade sword techniques, you are so fixated on the practice of basic sword techniques. While basic sword techniques are indeed important, once you can master them proficiently, that should be enough. I have never seen anyone spend so much time and energy on basic sword techniques. Qin Changsheng smiled and said, I'm just placing more emphasis on the fundamentals. Bai Qin did not say much more in response. Perhaps the thinking of a genius is always different from ordinary people. Generally, people would master basic martial skills to a proficient level and then be eager to practice high-grade martial skills, because high-grade martial skills are profound and powerful, while basic martial skills do not carry as much power and are actually quite shallow compared to high-grade martial skills. Most people even disdain practicing them. It is quite rare for someone like Qin Changsheng to focus on a set of basic martial skills and practice them repeatedly until reaching a superb level. By the way, do you know if there are places in the Qinglong Academy for life and death trials? Qin Changsheng asked. You want to go for life and death trials? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Bai Qin's eyes widened in surprise, frowning as she looked at him and said, You just enrolled, and your cultivation level is only at the first layer of the Transcendence Realm, right? You've broken through to the second layer of the Transcendence Realm. As she was speaking, Bai Qin suddenly sensed the fluctuation in Qin Changsheng's cultivation aura and stared at him in disbelief. This guy had only been in school for 7 days. 7 days ago, he was still at the first layer of the Transcendence Realm, and now he had actually broken through to the second layer. Qin Changsheng blinked and said, I just broke through last night. He had the devouring martial soul to assist in cultivation, and with sufficient cultivation resources, his speed was quite fast. However, using the devouring martial soul for cultivation consumed a significant amount of resources. In just 7 days, the cultivation resources that the Qinglong Taoist had left for him for a month were already less than half. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Bai Qin rolled her eyes dramatically, then looked at him with envy and said, You really are a prodigy. Your cultivation speed is too fast. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. She then returned to the main topic, looking at Qin Changsheng seriously, and said, Even if you've now cultivated to the second layer of the Transcendence realm, you still haven't mastered a single high-grade martial skill. Recklessly going for life and death trials can be very dangerous. If there were no danger, how could it be called life and death trials? Qin Changsheng shook his head and said. Seeing Qin Changsheng's insistence, Bai Qin pondered for a while and finally said, "All right, since you insist, then go ahead. The path of a strong person is never smooth. You have the heart of a strong person, so I naturally cannot obstruct you. The Beast Realm in the Qinglong Academy is one of many secret realms. Follow me." With that, Bai Qin walked towards the courtyard exit. Qin Changsheng picked up the Luyan sword and immediately followed. The Beast Realm connects to the Beast Mountain Range, and through the Beast Realm, one can directly enter the Beast Mountain Range. Bai Qin explained to Qin Changsheng as they walked. Connecting to the Beast Mountain Range? Is it the one outside the Great Wilderness City? Qin Changsheng asked in surprise. That's right, Bai Qin nodded. Qin Changsheng felt an incredible sense of wonder. The Great Wilderness City was thousands of miles away from the Qinglong Academy. Yet one of the Academy's secret realms was connected to the Beast Mountain Range outside the Great Wilderness City. Doesn't it feel amazing? These secret realms are indeed full of wonders and have existed for a long time. They were already here before the Qinglong Academy was established. I don't know where these secret realms come from or how they were created. Many people speculate that these secret realms may have been opened and forged by powerful cultivators, believing that only legendary cultivators with mastery over magical powers can create such extraordinary secret realms. However, these are just speculations, after all. Powerful cultivators are like immortals to us ordinary martial artists. And how can we mere mortals fathom the means of immortals? Bai Qin said. Qin Changsheng nodded, but a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. Cultivators. I wonder if I have hope in this life to take that step, to enter the realm of cultivators and become one. However, he quickly suppressed that thought. He was only at the second level of the Transcendence realm. The realm of cultivators was still too distant for him. The entrance to the Beast Realm was established in the inner courtyard of the Qinglong Academy, in a vast valley known as the Wind Beast Valley. Qin Changsheng followed Bai Qin to the Wind Beast Valley. At this moment, there were quite a few students from the Qinglong Academy in the Wind Beast Valley, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, either just coming out of the Beast Realm or preparing to enter, all of them senior students of the Academy. This is the Wind Beast Valley. Do you see that glowing spatial vortex ahead? That is the entrance to the Beast Realm. With your Qinglong Academy identity token, you can pass through the secret realm and enter the Beast Realm. Once you enter, the Beast Realm will automatically imprint your aura. When your training is over and you want to come out, just inject your true energy into your identity token, and the secret realm will sense it and teleport you out. However, this process takes time, so you cannot rely on it to escape in life and death situations. You must remember this, Bai Qin said. Chapter 33. A chance encounter with Su Fan. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "That's just right. Otherwise, if I encounter danger and have a reliance, how can I train in life and death?" Bai Qin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Changsheng, thinking he was indeed a crazy guy. You're just going to train, don't actually die in there. Remember, you promised me, you still owe me a life. So don't lose it. Bai Qin said. I will always remember, Qin Changsheng replied seriously, looking at Bai Qin. Under Qin Changsheng's gaze, Bai Qin's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away. In the Beast Realm, the deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become. Don't rashly enter the deeper areas. Qin Changsheng nodded, drawing his sword and turning towards the entrance to the secret realm. Qin Changsheng? At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Changsheng turned to see Su Fan, a senior instructor who had previously invited him to join his faction, walking towards him with several senior students from outside the valley. Instructor Su. Qin Changsheng turned and bowed to Su Fan, having a good impression of him. Su Fan nodded, his gaze falling on Bai Qin beside Qin Changsheng, and he frowned slightly, but quickly concealed it. He then greeted Bai Qin and smiled. Junior sister Bai Qin has indeed taken in a good disciple. Bai Qin was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding. However, Su Fan did not elaborate. Addressing Qin Changsheng, "Are you here to familiarize yourself with the Academy's environment?" "I am a student going to train in the Beast Realm," Qin Changsheng politely replied. Su Fan was taken aback and then frowned at Bai Qin, clearly unable to understand why Bai Qin would bring Qin Changsheng to train in the beast realm. After all, Qin Changsheng was just a new student. His martial skills, movement techniques, and cultivation level all needed improvement. It was not appropriate for him to be sent to the secret realm for trials at this point. Qin Changsheng, you have just enrolled, and there is still much to improve in all aspects. Entering the secret realm for trials now is far too dangerous. Su Fan's tone grew heavier, and he glanced at Bai Qin with a hint of anger. He hadn't expected that Qin Changsheng's teacher would be Bai Qin. Even more so, he didn't expect Bai Qin to be so reckless, bringing a new student like Qin Changsheng into the perilous beast realm for training. Such guidance was tantamount to leading a student astray. A fine piece of jade might be ruined in her hands. Qin Changsheng explained, "Thank you for your reminder, Instructor Su, but I still wish to train in the secret realm to hone my martial skills and will." After more persuasion from Su Fan, seeing that Qin Changsheng was determined, he sighed and said, "All right, since you insist, I won't say more, but your cultivation level is low, and entering the secret realm alone is truly too dangerous. I'll have these disciples accompany you. If anything happens, they'll be able to look out for you." Qin Changsheng was about to refuse, but Su Fan directly called out to the three senior students behind him. "Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, Yin'er, you three will accompany junior brother Qin. Remember to take care of him once you enter. But teacher, we are not at the same level. We need to train in the area where the third-tier late-stage beasts are active. I'm afraid we can't look after him." One young man with a fair complexion and handsome appearance, Su Hao, couldn't help but say. Another young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, Yi Wuchen, also glanced at Qin Changsheng, and though he didn't speak, the slight frown on his brow revealed his attitude. The last one, a girl named Yin'er, had an attractive figure and delicate features, also slightly furrowing her nose. Seeing the reluctance of his disciples, Su Fan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Wherever he trains, you will train." Seeing Su Fan's serious demeanor and the hint of anger, the three had no choice but to reluctantly agree, clearly still holding some respect for Su Fan. Qin Changsheng noticed Su Fan's anger and felt it was inappropriate to refuse his goodwill at this moment. That would be too ungrateful. Reluctantly, Qin Changsheng could only enter the beast realm with Su Hao and the other three. Passing through the glowing spatial vortex, Qin Changsheng immediately felt his body lighten, as if he had crossed over. After a moment of dizziness, he found his feet back on solid ground. Opening his eyes, he saw a dense forest. Clearly, this was the Beast Mountain Range. This was the point connected to the entrance of the beast realm, and this area was relatively safe, with very few beasts appearing. Even if there were beasts, they were at most second-tier beasts corresponding to the condensing true realm. Qin Changsheng heard Su Hao's voice beside him. Qin Changsheng greeted Su Hao and the others, saying, "I am Qin Changsheng, pleased to meet the three senior brothers and sisters." Although the three were sent by Su Fan to look after Qin Changsheng and felt some resentment, they did not harbor any malice towards him. Seeing that Qin Changsheng was courteous, the three of them felt slightly better. At least this junior brother was not as annoying. They all nodded and returned the greeting. Su Hao spoke up. "Originally, we were going to train in the area where the late-stage, third-tier demon beasts are located, but Qin, junior brother, you have just entered school, and your cultivation level is not sufficient. The late-stage, third-tier demon beast area is too dangerous for you. Our master instructed us to accompany you during your training and look after your safety, so we will train in the early-stage, third-tier area instead." The three of them were at the 7th to 8th level of the transforming reality realm. The strength of early-stage, third-tier demon beasts corresponds to ordinary quality martial artists at the 1st to 3rd level of the transforming reality realm. Their admission to the Azure Dragon Academy and becoming its students indicated that their qualifications were definitely not ordinary, coupled with their cultivation levels. The early-stage, third-tier demon beasts posed no challenge to them at all. However, due to Su Fan's instructions, they still planned to train with Qin Changsheng in the early-stage, third-tier demon beast area, which could be considered as escorting Qin Changsheng. This left Qin Changsheng somewhat amused. Although Su Fan had good intentions, if Su Hao and the others were to protect him, what would be the meaning of his training here? How could one call it life-and-death training without experiencing life-and-death dangers? After some thought, Qin Changsheng said to Su Hao and the others, 3 senior brothers and sisters. You really don't have to accompany me. The reason I came here is to hone myself. Since you all came here, I assume it was also with the intention of training. How can you waste your time on me? You can go ahead and train. I will assess my abilities. When I return to the academy, I won't say anything to Master Su Fan. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Su Hao and the others looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to say such things. They exchanged glances and developed a bit more fondness for him. It seemed this junior brother was not just here to show off, but genuinely wanted to train. However, despite being moved by Qin Changsheng's suggestion, they hesitated, still worried about his safety. Qin junior brother, can you manage on your own? Asked Su Hao. Qin Changsheng smiled slightly and said, Senior brothers and sisters, don't worry. When I was at the initial stage of the true condensation realm, I once entered the Demon Beast Mountains alone for training, so I know what I'm doing. The 3 of them were somewhat surprised by his words, then nodded and said, All right, in that case, just be careful. Qin Changsheng nodded. The 3 exchanged glances and said no more as they headed toward the area with the late-stage 3rd-tier demon beasts. However, after leaving Qin Changsheng's sight, Su Hao stopped again and said to Yi Wuchen and Yinner, Wuchen, Yinner, you both go ahead and train. I will secretly follow Qin junior brother for a while to observe. Once I confirm he indeed has the ability to train in the early-stage 3rd-tier demon beast area, I will come find you. You don't trust Qin junior brother's safety? The 2 exchanged glances and asked. Our teacher asked us to look after him. We can't let anything happen to him in the Demon Beast Mountains. You go ahead and train, Su Hao replied. Yana chuckled. I'll accompany you to secretly follow this Qin junior brother and see what he's capable of, so we can feel at ease while training. I'll go with you too. Ye Yuchen nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Hao glanced at the 2 and then smiled. All right, since that's the case, let's go together. Then, the 3 of them quietly retreated, using their identities to remain unnoticed as they observed Qin Changsheng from a distance. Alone in the dangerous Demon Beast Mountains, Qin Changsheng was on high alert, his senses sharp, which was completely different from his time training in the Drunken Dragon Academy. He had trained in the Demon Beast Mountains before, where he had killed hundreds of demon beasts in just 10 days. A dangerous environment was the best way to hone sharp perception and reaction. Therefore, the fact that Su Hao and the others were secretly observing him did not escape Qin Changsheng's awareness. With a thought, he understood that they were still concerned about his safety and were hiding in the shadows to see if he really had the ability to survive in this perilous Demon Beast Mountains. With this in mind, Qin Changsheng remained calm, pretending not to notice, and walked toward the dense forest ahead with his flowing cloud sword in hand. Since they wanted to see his skills, he would let them see, which would also put their minds at ease. After walking for a while, Qin Changsheng's ears perked up. He heard a faint sound coming from behind the bushes ahead, where the ground was covered with dry leaves. He slowed his steps slightly and lightly pushed the hilt of the flowing cloud sword with his left thumb. Suddenly, the cluster of bushes shook, and a yellowish-brown demon snake suddenly opened its mouth, which was the size of a human head, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at Qin Changsheng. Its body was thick and 10 meters long, ferocious and intimidating. The drywood demon snake. In the shadows, Su Hao and the others were immediately alarmed, realizing the danger and hurriedly preparing to act. Although the drywood demon snake was an early-stage 3rd-tier demon beast, it was one of the most formidable among them. Extremely vicious, and its strength was even close to that of a mid-stage 3rd-tier demon beast. Qin Changsheng, being a new student with only the 2nd level of the transforming reality realm, was likely in grave danger facing such a top-tier early-stage 3rd-tier demon beast. However, just as the 3 were about to intervene, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn. With a puff, the ferocious drywood demon snake that had charged at Qin Changsheng was actually beheaded by a single sword strike. Its massive body continued to writhe on the ground in defiance. Qin Changsheng shook the blood off the flowing cloud sword in his hand. Then he crouched down, activated his devouring martial soul, and pressed down on the writhing snake body to absorb the demon spirit power that had yet to dissipate within it. Meanwhile, the 3 of them, who had been hiding and prepared to rescue Qin Changsheng from danger, were all stunned, watching this scene with incredulity in their eyes. A drywood demon snake with strength nearly equivalent to a mid-stage, third-tier demon beast had been beheaded by Qin Changsheng with a single sword. They questioned themselves. Under the same circumstances, they certainly could not have achieved this. The sword technique he used was so powerful. Yi Wuqian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of brilliance. As a sword practitioner himself, he was well-versed in sword techniques. He found Qin Changsheng's earlier strike flawless, decisive, and overwhelmingly powerful. Clearly, he had not recognized that the sword technique Qin Changsheng used was merely the most basic foundational sword technique. The reason it appeared so strong and decisive, without any flaws, was that Qin Changsheng had refined this foundational sword technique to perfection, mastering it completely, making each move seem almost perfect, giving it an extraordinary quality. Upon hearing Yi Wuqian's words, Su Hao and Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "The teacher values this Qin junior brother so highly. It shows that his qualifications and talent must be extraordinary. It stands to reason that the sword technique he practices must be of high quality. I wonder what level the sword technique he just used is?" At this moment, Qin Changsheng had already absorbed all the power within the drywood demon snake that had not yet fully dissipated. He stood up and called out to the hidden Su Hao and the others, 3 senior brothers and sisters. "You should be able to rest assured now, right?" Su Hao and the others were immediately taken aback, not expecting Qin Changsheng to notice them. The 3 looked at each other and stepped out from their hiding place, smiling at Qin Changsheng. "I didn't expect that although you are at a low level, Qin junior brother, you possess such strength. Even one of the strongest beasts among the initial stage 3-tier demon beasts, the withered wood demon snake, was no match for you and was killed by you with a single sword. We indeed underestimated you before. What sword technique did you use to slay the withered wood demon snake just now? What rank is your sword skill?" Yi Wuqian couldn't help but ask. Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "It's not a rank sword skill, but a basic sword technique that I selected from the martial pavilion." "What? Basic sword technique?" Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Su Hao immediately widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Qin Changsheng with suspicion. "Can a basic sword technique be this powerful?" "Junior brother Qin, I've read little, don't trick me." Su Hao blinked. Chapter 35. Life and Death Trials. After hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Yi Wuqian's pupils constricted, and the sword strike from Qin Changsheng earlier flashed in his mind. The more he recalled it, the more familiar it felt. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "It really is a basic sword technique. I actually failed to recognize it earlier. I really was short-sighted." "No, wait, it's not that I was short-sighted. But I didn't expect that junior brother Qin could cultivate the basic sword technique to such an extraordinary level, displaying it as if it were a high-ranked sword technique with such grandeur." Su Hao and Yinner both changed their expressions upon hearing this. What Qin Changsheng had just demonstrated was indeed a basic sword technique. Can a basic sword technique be cultivated to such a level and exert such power? The 2 couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Qin Changsheng quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Yi is overpraising me. My attainments are still far from extraordinary." Tang Yinner smiled and said, "Junior brother actually cultivated the basic sword technique to such a realm. It's truly astonishing." Qin Changsheng smiled, but did not say much. Everyone has different thoughts. He just placed more emphasis on the basics. There was nothing more to say. The 3 did not say anything further, and all spoke up. "All right. Since junior brother you have enough strength to train here, we can rest assured. Now, we should head to the area where the late-stage 3-tier demon beasts are active. Junior brother Qin, take care of yourself. Senior brothers and sisters, you too." Qin Changsheng returned the salute. The 3 nodded, no longer wasting words, transforming into 3 fleeting shadows, disappearing after a few flashes and jumps. Clearly, they had all cultivated an excellent movement technique. Seeing the 3 leave, Qin Changsheng did not linger and continued to search for demon beasts to fight, honing his basic sword technique. This time, Su Hao and the others did not return, but headed straight to the area where the late-stage 3-tier demon beasts were active. "I didn't expect this junior brother Qin to have such abilities, cultivating the basic sword technique to that level. I believe he won't have any problems training in the initial stage 3-tier demon beast area. Next, we can train with peace of mind," Su Hao said. flashing his figure and smiling at Yu Wuchen and Tang Yan'er. Both nodded in agreement, given the strength Qin Changsheng had just displayed. Even one of the strongest among the initial stage 3-tier demon beasts, the withered demon snake, was no match for him, being killed by a single sword. Clearly, self-preservation in the initial stage 3-tier demon beast area would not be a problem. However, they did not know that Qin Changsheng would not obediently stay in the initial stage 3-tier demon beast area for training. What he sought was life-and-death combat, life-and-death trials. With his current strength, the initial stage 3-tier demon beast could hardly make him feel a sense of life-and-death crisis, thus failing to provide him with true tempering. Therefore, after Su Hao and the others left, Qin Changsheng directly entered the area where the mid-stage 3-tier demon beasts were active. Qin Changsheng arrived at a lake in a dense forest. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, and fragmented sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, leaving beautiful spots of light on the lake's surface. However, Qin Changsheng had no interest in appreciating these. His gaze fell upon a pair of fierce eyes from a spotted tiger on the lakeside, a mid-stage 3-tier demon beast. Moreover, it was a very powerful, fierce, spotted tiger among the mid-stage 3-tier demon beasts. The moment Qin Changsheng arrived here, the fierce spotted tiger sensed his aura, and its fierce eyes immediately turned to Qin Changsheng, locking onto him with a ferocious gaze. Roar! Then, the fierce spotted tiger opened its mouth and let out a roar. Drooling, its ruthless gaze fixed on Qin Changsheng. Its body slightly crouched, and then it suddenly leapt, pouncing towards Qin Changsheng. Its massive body was as big as a cow, agile and swift in movement, with violent strength, a fierce aura, sharp fangs and claws, enveloped in a power similar to a martial artist's true energy, forming a defense. Qin Changsheng's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately felt a sense of danger. However, having undergone the heart trial on the 11th floor of the martial pavilion, he had already overcome the fear within himself. There was nothing that could scare him. Facing the actively attacking fierce spotted tiger, Qin Changsheng remained calm and composed. His mind clear and cool, he shifted his foot and stepped forward at an angle, cleverly evading the tiger's pounce while taking a favorable position for a counterattack. In the next moment, the flowing cloud sword in his hand was drawn with a clang, slicing out a blazing white sword light like lightning, aiming for the tiger's back of the head. Clang! However, the fierce spotted tiger was one of the best among the mid-stage 3-tier demon beasts, not only possessing fierce strength, but also formidable defensive capabilities. The demon spirit power within it was intense, flowing throughout its body with strong, thick bones and tough skin. Although Qin Changsheng's sword strike was sharp and fierce, it did not cause significant damage. It merely broke the skin without injuring the muscles or bones. The fierce spotted tiger roared in pain and, agile like a cat, immediately turned its body and reached out a paw toward Qin Changsheng. That palm-sized tiger claw came crashing down, sharp and fierce, as if it could tear everything apart. Qin Changsheng's sense of crisis increased greatly. The fierce spotted tiger's movements were too swift. He flipped the flowing cloud sword, using the retreating sword technique to stabilize his stance while leveraging the sword's force to deflect the attack. The tiger claw struck hard against the flowing cloud sword, and Qin Changsheng immediately felt a surge of overwhelming power crashing against his wrist and arm. Even though his aptitude was extraordinary and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists at the same level, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. However, he did not panic, using the force to retreat swiftly, while his eyes, sharp as lightning, carefully searched for and analyzed the fierce spotted tiger's flaws. The fierce spotted tiger roared repeatedly, turning to chase him down. Qin Changsheng's sword techniques changed, slicing, chopping, bursting, lifting, blocking, washing, intercepting, stabbing, stirring, pressing, hanging, and cloud techniques, flowing smoothly in his hands, executed with perfect timing. After several failed attacks, the fierce spotted tiger's mood seemed to turn violent, and its attacks became increasingly frantic. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng remained calm and composed in response. Although the basic sword technique had limited power and Qin Changsheng's cultivation level imposed restrictions, he still managed to leave over 10 sword marks on the fierce, spotted tiger's body. The back of its head, back, neck, forehead, and side were all like iron walls, difficult to injure fundamentally. Qin Changsheng calmly analyzed the situation, and finally, a glint of brilliance appeared in his eyes. At the moment the fierce, spotted tiger charged at him again with another roar, Qin Changsheng suddenly thrust his sword directly into the tiger's open maw, piercing its throat. This fierce, spotted tiger had tough skin and thick flesh. Stabbing its neck was ineffective, as the sword tip penetrated only half an inch deep and could not go any further, failing to create a fatal wound. Therefore, Qin Changsheng chose to strike at the soft flesh of its throat at the moment it opened its mouth. Directly aiming for the throat of the charging fierce, spotted tiger required immense courage and was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences if the opponent tackled him down. Roar! The fierce, striped tiger let out a terrible howl as the 3-foot-long flowing cloud sword pierced deep into its open, blood-filled mouth, directly cutting through its trachea and esophagus, simultaneously piercing its stomach and lungs. In the moment when the fierce, striped tiger's body continued to charge forward due to its inertia, Qin Changsheng swiftly withdrew his sword, and a stream of fresh blood immediately gushed out from the tiger's throat, reeking of blood. The fierce, striped tiger then crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, whimpering and gasping for breath, already devoid of combat capability. Chapter 36. Foundation fulfilled. Huff, huff. Qin Changsheng panted heavily. This fierce, striped tiger, a mid-tier third-stage beast, was among the strongest in that category. Given Qin Changsheng's current cultivation level, and without using his martial soul, dealing with it was indeed not easy. Its physique was agile and sensitive, its reactions quick, and its strength formidable. More importantly, its skin was as tough as iron, with astonishing defensive power. Fortunately, this was not Qin Changsheng's first encounter with a beast. Having fought beasts before, he had gained some experience, allowing him to calmly identify its weaknesses. The fierce, striped tiger before him had already lost its combat capability. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath, then stepped forward, extending his left hand to activate his devouring martial soul. A devouring vortex immediately appeared, consuming the demon spirit power within the fierce, striped tiger, transforming it into extremely pure, true qi, replenishing the energy he had expended in battle and slightly increasing his true qi. Afterward, Qin Changsheng swung the flowing cloud sword and severed the tiger's pair of claws. These claws were incredibly sturdy and sharp, making them excellent materials for crafting claw weapons, which could fetch a hefty price. Additionally, the tiger's skin, tough as iron, was also top-notch material for crafting armor. However, Qin Changsheng did not bother to collect the tiger's skin. It was too tough to strip off, and doing so would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, hindering his training. He only took the pair of claws and stored them in his storage ring, then went to the lakeside to wash his face before continuing to search the surroundings for beasts. At the same time, he began to comprehend the 9th-grade movement technique, shadowless step, which he had brought from the martial pavilion. He had previously practiced basic movement techniques and had refined them to a high level. Now, practicing this 9th-grade movement technique, he felt at ease and comfortable. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. A massive blue giant wolf crashed down before Qin Changsheng, with no extra sword marks on its body, only a sword hole beneath its neck. Blood gushed from that hole, pooling on the ground. Qin Changsheng sheathed his sword, and beside him was a residual shadow he had left earlier, a remnant of the shadowless steppe. During these 7 days, he had already cultivated the shadowless steppe to a minor success, moving like the wind, with shadows following him. Additionally, during these 7 days, Qin Changsheng fought with beasts daily, honing his combat skills and basic sword techniques. Thanks to the devouring martial soul replenishing his true qi, he did not feel weak after a battle and did not spend a lot of time recuperating. This saved him a great deal of time, allowing him to utilize more of it for fighting and battling beasts. However, while true qi could be replenished, physical exhaustion still left one fatigued. Moreover, during fierce battles with these mid-tier third-stage beasts, Qin Changsheng was not immune to injuries. Not only did he get hurt, but there were also times when battles attracted nearby beasts, leading to encirclements and near-death experiences. Although he ultimately fought his way out, he sustained various degrees of injuries. Thus, Qin Changsheng still reserved some time to recover and bandage his wounds. At this moment, the demon wind wolf lying before him was the 79th mid-tier third-stage beast he had slain in these 7 days. At this point, Qin Changsheng was already infused with a strong smell of blood and radiated a chilling aura of slaughter. My guess was not wrong. Swordsmanship is a skill of combat. Only through life and death struggles, tempered by blood and fire, can one master it fully and unleash its true power. My basic sword technique has finally reached perfection. Next, I can cultivate distant shadows of Solitary Mountain. After consecutive battles and remaining vigilant against potentially powerful beasts approaching from all sides, Qin Changsheng's perception became sharper, and his gaze turned more piercing. He used his devouring martial soul to consume the demon spirit power within the nearly expired demon windwolf, then swiftly moved, transforming into a residual shadow and disappearing from the spot. It was now evening. Qin Changsheng leaped onto a sturdy old tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch, took out his identity token, and focused his consciousness into it, comprehending the 9th-grade sword technique Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain inscribed within. As he observed, he moved his right hand in a series of gestures, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing his brow. Unknowingly, a night passed. Thick leaves cut through the early morning light, and mottled rays illuminated Qin Changsheng. He withdrew his identity token, with a hint of understanding appearing in his eyes. Having already perfected his basic sword technique, he now viewed the 9th-grade sword technique Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain without the obscurity he had felt when selecting it in the martial pavilion. What was once mysterious and difficult to grasp, he now understood effortlessly, and the movement trajectories of the techniques surged in his mind. This is the benefit of a solid foundation. So it is like this. Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain truly deserves to be a top-tier 9th-grade sword technique. Indeed profound and exquisite. If one could cultivate it to a deeper level, its power would be unimaginable. However, this sword technique was not as difficult to comprehend as it had been at first sight. Mastering the fundamentals is indeed the most important. Qin Changsheng murmured, jumped down from the tree, and with a clang, drew the flowing cloud sword, beginning to practice the 9th-grade sword technique Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain on the ground. With his exceptional comprehension and unmatched aptitude, along with the right methods and solidifying his foundation, he felt no obstruction or difficulty in cultivating this high-grade martial technique. In just 1 day's time, Qin Changsheng had already mastered the 13 techniques of Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain, able to execute them fluidly. He then spent another day practicing the 13 techniques in a disrupted sequence, training in changing techniques and breaking techniques, ensuring that any one of the 13 techniques could be seamlessly connected and executed smoothly before going to hunt beasts and refine this sword technique. During combat, a sword technique with multiple moves cannot be executed in sequence. After all, combat is not performance. It is a life-and-death struggle where life and death are at stake. In battle, the situation changes rapidly, and opponents may employ various attacks and techniques. Responding to different assaults requires skilled technique changes to ensure one does not reveal vulnerabilities. If the technique changes are not smooth, awkward, or obstructed, it could lead to numerous openings, which is particularly deadly in life and death battles. Chapter 37. Life and Death in an Instant. Qin Changsheng stepped on the shadowless step, wielding the flowing cloud sword. The sword's shadows danced, and with a single slash, it seemed as if multiple swords were attacking, their shadows overlapping and following. Before him, the mid-tier third-stage beast, the blood demon fox, reflected a multitude of sword shadows in its fierce eyes, revealing a look of fear as it could not distinguish the real body of Qin Changsheng, making a wrong judgment and getting its throat sealed by the flowing cloud sword. Truly worthy of being a 9th-grade sword technique. It is indeed powerful. Qin Changsheng was immediately moved. This Distant Shadows of Solitary Mountain had not yet reached the great success stage, merely the minor success stage, yet possessed such might. With just one sword strike, he easily defeated the mid-stage, third-tier demon beast, the Crimson Blood Demon Fox, which ranks quite high among mid-stage, third-tier demon beasts. In the previous days, Qin Changsheng had fought fiercely against other mid-stage, third-tier demon beasts without using his martial soul, relying solely on basic sword techniques, which undoubtedly required hard-fought battles to achieve victory, often resulting in injuries. However, at this moment, the more powerful Crimson Blood Demon Fox before him couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from him. This exemplifies the subtlety and strength of entry-level sword techniques, especially since this is a high-grade technique within the entry-level category, the 9th grade sword technique. As he approached to absorb the demon spirit energy of the Crimson Blood Demon Fox, Qin Changsheng suddenly felt a shift in his expression, and his internal true energy began to boil. He was about to break through. It had only been 10 days since he previously broke through to the 2nd level of the transformative realm. At this moment, his realm was once again on the verge of breaking through. Qin Changsheng immediately chose a safe spot, sat down, and began to break through his cultivation. The great wilderness scripture was activated, guiding his true energy. In just half a cup of tea's time, Qin Changsheng successfully broke through and advanced to the 3rd level of the transformative realm. Is this the power of superior techniques? The impact on breaking through the shackles was so straightforward. It only took half a cup of tea to complete the breakthrough. While feeling joy in his heart, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the dominance of the great wilderness scripture. Back when he was cultivating basic techniques, it took him a full half an hour to break through the shackles of the 2nd level of the transformative realm. A half hour is equivalent to an hour. Yet now, having cultivated the great wilderness scripture, it only took him half a cup of tea's time to break through the 3rd level of the transformative realm, saving him a full 3/4 of the time. At the 3rd level of the transformative realm, my strength has increased again. Qin Changsheng sensed the intensity of his true energy. He originally possessed a monstrous level of talent, and among warriors of the same realm, his strength was superior to others with different talents. Since cultivating the great wilderness scripture, his true energy had become even more robust and pure, further widening the gap with other warriors of the same level. This was one of the fundamental reasons he could battle fiercely with mid-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts despite being at the 2nd level of the transformative realm without using his martial soul. Now, with his cultivation level having broken through to the 3rd level of the transformative realm, Qin Changsheng's power had significantly increased. And with the completion of the 9th grade sword technique Distant Shadow of the Solitary Mountain, his combat power had risen tremendously. Mid-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts could no longer pose a significant challenge for him. He looked toward the area of late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts, then leaped forward, using the shadowless step to turn into a blur, disappearing in a few flashes. 7 days later, Qin Changsheng bandaged his wounds, suppressing the pain as blood soaked through the bandages, staining them red. Before him lay a powerful late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beast, now dead, its demon spirit energy completely absorbed by Qin Changsheng. Late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts are equivalent in strength to common warriors at the 7th to 9th levels of the transformative realm. With Qin Changsheng's current strength, dealing with them was not easy. In battles with these late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts, he no longer limited himself from using his martial soul. Aside from his trump card, the Shura martial soul, he had employed all sorts of tactics. In these 7 days, he had slain 36 late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts. Compared to the efficiency of killing early and mid-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts, it was significantly lower, but the rewards were still substantial. His combat experience had greatly enriched, and the Distant Shadow of the Solitary Mountain sword technique was nearing mastery. Moreover, the demon spirit energy within these late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts was far richer and more powerful than that of mid-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts. After absorbing the demon spirit energy from 36 late-stage, 3rd-tier demon beasts, along with all the remaining cultivation resources on them, Qin Changsheng's cultivation once again broke through, advancing to the 4th level of the transformative realm. Such an astonishing cultivation speed would far surpass that of other monstrous-level geniuses. This was primarily due to the benefits of absorbing martial souls. Leaving that place, Qin Changsheng quickly found a relatively safe spot, activated the Great Wilderness Scripture, accelerated his recovery, and stabilized his injuries before continuing to search for late-stage, third-tier demon beasts to hone his skills. Roar! A sound echoed from afar. A furious beast, roar imbued with powerful demon spirit energy that shook the heart. However, Qin Changsheng's composure was strong. He had long since overcome his inner fear. Upon hearing this sound, he not only felt no fear, but instead moved closer. He was looking for demon beasts to fight and hone his skills. As he got closer, Qin Changsheng heard the sounds of a battle. A demon beast was engaged in combat with a human. Bang! A figure was sent flying by the enormous violent bear, spitting out blood and crashing against a sturdy tree trunk, falling down again while coughing up more blood. Wuchun, swell, disheveled and with blood staining the corner of his mouth, looked extremely disheveled. Seeing Yi Wuchun being swatted away by the violent bear, spitting blood, he couldn't help but shout angrily at Tang Yin'er. Yin'er, this violent bear is on the verge of advancing to a fourth-tier demon beast. Its strength even comparable to some weaker, early fourth-tier demon beasts. You take Wuchun and leave first. I'll hold them off. No, we must stay together and join forces to kill this violent bear. Tang Yin'er said, her expression changing. Go. If we don't leave now, we'll all die. Wuchun is already severely injured. You take him and go. Don't worry, my movement technique is nearly perfected. If we can't win, I will escape. Su Hao shouted angrily. Tang Yin'er gritted her teeth upon hearing this and said to Su Hao, don't fight it head on. If we can't win, we must flee. After saying this, she no longer hesitated, turning to rush to the injured Yi Wuchun, lifting his arm to leave. However, the violent bear, on the verge of advancing to the fourth tier, had gained a fair amount of intelligence. Seeing Tang Yin'er trying to escape with Yi Wuchun, it immediately intensified its attack. It roared angrily and charged towards Su Hao, its powerful roar containing a tremendous mental shock that struck fear into the heart. At such close range, after a thunderous roar, Su Hao's face turned pale, and he instinctively felt an overwhelming fear that magnified endlessly. The bear's massive paw came crashing down on Su Hao's chest, stunned by the roar. He couldn't react in time to evade and was sent flying, crashing down in front of Tang Yin'er and Yi Wuchun. Senior brother Su. Tang Yin'er immediately felt her pupils constrict, her face turning pale. Su Hao coughed up blood and managed a sad smile, saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't buy you time to escape. It seems we three are going to die here today. Boom! The violent bear rushed forward, its enormous size causing the ground to tremble. It charged at the three in the blink of an eye, its massive paw striking down at Tang Yin'er, Su Hao, and Yi Wuchun. Tang Yin'er's pupils shrank to pinpoints, already heavily injured. She had no chance of escaping under the bear's paw. Don't harm my senior brother and sister. Just then, a loud shout came from behind the group, and a figure suddenly shot out, holding a sword horizontally with both hands, abruptly blocking the violent bear's savage paw. The person was none other than Qin Changsheng. Chapter 38. Black Flame Violent Bear. Qin Changsheng felt as though his body was going to shatter as he took the slap from the late-stage, third-tier Black Flame Violent Bear, which was infinitely approaching the fourth tier. Fortunately, he had broken through to the fourth level of the transformative realm, and the Great Wilderness Scripture he cultivated was profound and remarkable, with powerful strength, allowing him to barely withstand it. Junior brother Qin. Behind him, Su Hao, Tang Yin'er, and Yi Wuchun all looked astonished at the figure blocking them and taking the fierce blow from the Black Flame Violent Bear, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. Senior brothers and sisters, hurry and leave. I'll handle things here. As Qin Changsheng spoke, his true qi erupted within him. With a powerful strike of his sword, he shook off the bear paw that was pressing down on the Lian sword, and then in a flash of lightning he swept his sword horizontally, landing a fierce blow on the chest of the Black Flame Violent Bear, leaving a gruesome sword mark on its chest. The Black Flame Violent Bear was instantly enraged, letting out a furious roar as it raised its paws to strike at Qin Changsheng, wanting to flatten him into a pancake. Qin Changsheng's heart was steadfast. He overcame his fear and was completely unaffected by the opponent's mental assault. He crouched low, moving like a cunning rabbit to evade the attack, while simultaneously pulling Su Hao to a safe area. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his feet, smoothly executing the shadowless step like a ghostly shadow. Quickly charging back, the Luyuan sword gleaming in his hand, aimed at the enraged black flame violent bear that was attacking Tang Yener and Yi Wuqing. His speed was incredibly fast. The black flame violent bear sensed Qin Changsheng returning and immediately abandoned its attack on Tang Yener and Yi Wuqing, turning to charge at Qin Changsheng instead. Run! Qin Changsheng shouted loudly at Tang Yener and Yi Wuqing. I can't fight properly with you two here. At this moment, both Tang Yener and Yi Wuqing were shocked to see Qin Changsheng appear, and upon hearing his shout, they quickly regained their composure, suppressing the shock in her heart. Tang Yener swiftly helped Yi Wuqing up and retreated from the battlefield. The black flame violent bear roared angrily, extremely ferocious, wanting to kill them all without letting a single one escape. Seeing Tang Yener and the others trying to escape, it immediately rushed over to attack them first. However, it was firmly entangled by Qin Changsheng. Flickering light and shadow, Qin Changsheng shouted, changing the techniques of the Luyuan sword, producing several sword shadows that blocked the black flame violent bear's path. The bear's roar had no effect on Qin Changsheng. Instead, it only served to injure its own body. The overlapping sword shadows fell, immediately leaving several intersecting sword marks on its body. This was a 9th-grade sword technique, with astonishing power, incomparable to basic sword techniques. Even though the black flame violent bear had tough skin and flesh, it could not completely withstand Qin Changsheng's attacks. In an instant, blood sprayed like rain. What an exquisite sword technique! Su Hao, Tang Yener, and Yi Wuqing, who had retreated to a safe area, were all shocked at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Changsheng's sword strike was too profound and powerful, actually posing a threat to the black flame violent bear. 4th layer of the transformation realm. At the same time, they noticed Qin Changsheng's cultivation level, their hearts filled with shock. When they entered this monster beast secret realm together for training, Qin Changsheng had clearly only been at the 2nd layer of the transformation realm. Now, in just half a month's time, he had broken through 2 realms and advanced to the 4th layer of the transformation realm. Moreover, he had single-handedly ventured deep into the area of 3rd-tier late-stage monster beasts, and he was able to injure this black flame violent bear, which was on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier. This level of strength completely surpassed his corresponding cultivation realm. However, the 3 quickly suppressed their shock, as the crisis was not yet over. Although Qin Changsheng's displayed strength brought them considerable shock, it was still insufficient to confront the black flame violent bear, which was about to advance to the 4th tier. Junior brother Qin, I'll help you, Tang Yener said, putting down Yi Wuqing and preparing to assist. However, she was stopped by Qin Changsheng. Don't come over. Although Tang Yener still had some strength to act, she was also heavily injured and lacked combat power. Her involvement would only distract Qin Changsheng and interfere with his combat rhythm. He kicked off from the black flame violent bear and quickly distanced himself from it, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sharp gaze vigilantly watching the bear, his body exuding a strong killing intent, with the Luyuan sword pointed diagonally to the ground. This battle was a matter of either his death or the bear's. His body had multiple bandages soaked in blood, as he had previously taken the black flame violent bear's attacks to save Su Hao and the others, causing the wounds sustained during earlier battles to rupture. At this moment, he had no time to treat his wounds or re-bandage them. He could only kill the ferocious black flame violent bear before his blood ran out in order to survive. As for the fact that he had saved Su Hao and the others and ended up in danger, he had no regrets. Firstly, he had a good impression of Su Hao and the others. They had previously been concerned that he would not be able to handle the monster beasts in the early 3rd tier area and had secretly followed to protect him. Although it was under the orders of their teacher Su Fan, it was also related to their own character. Qin Changsheng's principle was to treat others how they treated him, so he could not ignore the fact that the 3 were being attacked by the black flame violent bear. Secondly, he had come to this monster beast mountain range for life and death training. Since it was life and death training, why fear life and death? Roar! The black flame violent bear sensed the iron-blooded killing intent emanating from Qin Changsheng and charged forward on all 4s. Qin Changxing's eyes sparkled like lightning as he used the shadowless step, avoiding a direct clash with the bear. It was unwise to engage in a power struggle with a beast that was far stronger than him. He utilized the intricacies of the shadowless step to create afterimages, moving around to observe and find the black flame violent bear's weaknesses, occasionally striking with his sword without engaging in a direct confrontation. He had already activated the devouring martial soul, which attached itself to the Luoyun sword. With every strike, it would devour a trace of the black flame violent bear's demon spirit power. The black flame violent bear felt the loss of its demon spirit power and the increasing injuries to its body, becoming even more frenzied, its attacks intensifying. Bang! Qin Changxing's horizontal sword was knocked away by the black flame violent bear's paw, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he remained calm, even a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes as he quickly regained his balance and charged back in. He had finally found the black flame violent bear's weakness: its eyes. The black flame violent bear had tough skin and flesh. Although he could injure it, he could not deal a fatal blow. Only the eyes were its most vulnerable spot. He wielded the Luoyun sword, the sword's shadows dense, executing various techniques of the lonely mountain distant shadow fluidly, while constantly pulling and fighting with the black flame violent bear using the shadowless step. In this high-intensity battle, under the intense sense of crisis, Qin Changxing's proficiency in the lonely mountain distant shadow sword technique was rapidly improving, and his understanding of it deepened with every battle. He immersed himself fully in the fight, and gradually, it felt as if the world around him had come to a standstill. He seemed to enter a peculiar state where he and the Luoyun sword fused into one, and the lonely mountain distant shadow sword technique integrated with him. Every sword strike he made was precise, perfect, and swift, giving off a wondrous feeling. In the eyes of Su Hao and the others, Qin Changxing's figure, distance, became unpredictable, sometimes appearing as if he were right in front of them, other times feeling as if he were far away. Was this a state of artistic conception? He had actually cultivated the artistic conception within the sword technique. Su Hao and the others were astounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at this new junior brother, feeling their scalps tingle. Who exactly was this junior brother? He had just entered school, yet not only had he rapidly broken through, but he had also comprehended the artistic conception within the sword technique right before their eyes during a life-and-death battle. Such talent, such comprehension, was simply terrifying. Chapter 39. Slaying the Violent Bear Unknowingly. As Qin Changxing grasped the artistic conception of the lonely mountain distant shadow, he became ethereal and illusory, his movements becoming strange and unpredictable, making it difficult for others to fathom. The artistic conception of the lonely mountain distant shadow could obscure the opponent's sixth senses. At this moment, Qin Changxing was clearly right in front of them, yet Su Hao and the others could not accurately perceive the distance between them. It was as if he were right before them, yet also felt as if he were a solitary peak at the edge of the horizon, clearly pulling away, yet it feels as if he is just within reach. This misjudgment is undoubtedly fatal in battle. At this moment, the Black Flame Violent Bear is already under the influence of Qin Changxing's artistic conception, appearing like a headless fly, roaring and crashing around, wildly attacking the air in front of Qin Changxing. In its eyes, Qin Changxing's figure is right in front of it, but in reality, Qin Changxing is far beyond its attack range. No matter how it attacks, it cannot touch the hem of Qin Changxing's clothes. Qin Changxing gradually awakens. Is this the lonely mountain distant shadow? Looking at the increasingly furious black flame violent bear before him, a glint of brilliance flickers in Qin Changxing's eyes. In this continuous life and death struggle, he has finally cultivated the lonely mountain distant shadow sword technique to a great level, refining it with blood and pressing himself under the pressure of life and death, ultimately comprehending the artistic conception of the lonely mountain distant shadow. Swish! The flowing cloud sword, like a poisonous snake, locked onto one of the black flame violent bear's eyes, striking like a bolt of lightning, sharp and swift, suddenly stabbing forward. Under the influence of Qin Changxing's lonely mountain distant shadow, the black flame violent bear perceives this swift sword strike as if it were far away. Failing to raise any sense of alertness, ultimately making a wrong judgment. And with a puchi, Qin Changsheng thrust the sword into its left eye. The sword's edge is sharp, piercing through the bear's head. The furious black flame violent bear lets out a scream and collapses to the ground. At this moment, Qin Changsheng has also become a blood-soaked figure. After more than half a month of continuous battles, many of his wounds have ruptured, with blood seeping through the bandages. Looking particularly tragic, his face turns slightly pale as he approaches and releases his devouring martial soul, absorbing all the demon spirit power within the black flame violent bear. This bear was on the verge of advancing to a fourth-tier demon beast, and the demon spirit power within it is immense, allowing Qin Changsheng's consumed true energy to recover rapidly and gain a significant boost, making his true energy even more vigorous. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's body sways, nearly toppling over. Junior brother Qin, Su Hao, and the others change their expressions. Among the three, the one with relatively lighter injuries, Tang Yinji, immediately rushes over to support Qin Changsheng. Looking at the dozens of wounds on Qin Changsheng's body, Tang Yinji can't help but gasp in shock. Most of those wounds are claw marks from demon beasts. Junior brother Qin, Tang Yinji feels alarmed. How much did this Qin junior brother exert himself? In just over half a month since entering the Demon Beast Mountains, how many brutal battles must he have endured to end up with such numerous injuries? Moreover, he had just taken a hit from the Black Flame Violent Bear while injured and still managed to kill it despite being at a higher level. At this moment, Tang Yinji is filled with shock, but the urgent matter now is to take everyone away from this place and treat their injuries. Half an hour later, in a relatively safe place, Qin Changsheng's injuries have been rebandaged and treated, and the bleeding has stopped. Junior brother Qin, this time we owe you for saving us in time. Otherwise, we three would have likely become food in the belly of that black flame violent bear today. Tang Yinji said, pursing her lips. Yi Wuchen also smiled wryly, saying, originally, our teacher instructed us to take more care of you after entering this demon beast secret realm. But we didn't expect that in the end, it was you who took care of us. If it weren't for you stepping in today. Su Hao also felt embarrassed, and then said seriously, what Wuchen and Yinji said is right. Junior brother Qin, we owe you our lives this time. In the future, if you need anything, just let us know. We will never hesitate to help you, even if it means going through fire and water. The injuries of the three have stabilized at this point. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, you three seniors are being too kind. We are all disciples of the Qinglong Academy, and, as fellow disciples, helping each other is only natural. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Su Hao and the others exchanged glances, their fondness for Qin Changsheng increasing significantly. After all, the debt of saving a life is unforgettable. The three clasped their fists, expressing their stance that in the future, if Qin Changsheng encounters any difficulties, he can come to them without hesitation. Seeing their determined attitude, Qin Changsheng could only smile and nod. After that, they chatted for a while longer. Junior brother Qin has only just started school for less than a month and has already advanced from the first level of the transforming reality stage to the fourth level. And his strength is surprisingly strong, even able to kill a late-stage, third-tier demon beast. This is so remarkable that even among the young talents of our Qinglong Academy, and even in the entire imperial capital, it is rare to find someone as amazing as junior brother Qin in history, Tang Yinji exclaimed. She is very beautiful, with a figure that is equally exquisite. Yes, our Qinglong Academy's most stunning brother, Xiao Yunfeng, as well as Nangong Chun and Li Jinya, when they first entered school, were nowhere near as impressive as junior brother Qin. Breaking through 3 realms in half a month and being able to kill a late-stage, third-tier demon beast at the 4th level of the transforming reality stage is an extraordinary cultivation speed and combat strength. It's not to say there have been no predecessors or successors, but in the entire history of the Qinglong Academy, such talent is indeed rare. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Junior brother Qin's qualifications can be described as monstrous. Yi Wuchen succinctly commented, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Tang Yinji and Su Hao's words. The three's praise made Qin Changsheng feel a bit shy. Speaking of monstrous talent, I've heard that Brother Xiao is a monstrous-level genius who caused a sensation when he enrolled back then with the three major academies competing for him, and ultimately, Brother Xiao joined our Qinglong Academy. Back then, it seemed he wanted to be a disciple of the academy head, but unfortunately he was rejected twice, Su Hao added. Many have sought to become a disciple of the academy head over the years. Every year, numerous amazing talents in the imperial capital wish to apprentice under the academy head. Yet over the years, no one has ever caught the academy head's eye, not even the historically monstrous level geniuses. While the three were talking, Tang Yinji suddenly looked at Qin Changsheng and joked, "Those monstrous level geniuses of the past were not as astonishing as our junior brother Qin. And with your upright character, perhaps you could catch the academy head's eye and become his disciple?" Su Hao and Yi Wuchen both froze at her words, then laughed and joked. "I think junior sister Yinji has a point. Junior brother Qin, after this journey ends and we return to the academy, you should give it a try. With the talent and potential you have shown this time, you might really succeed in becoming a disciple. Our academy head is the strongest sword saint in our Tianyuan ancient kingdom in nearly 1,000 years, with sword skills that are truly extraordinary. If you could indeed become his disciple, you could truly walk with confidence in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom." Chapter 40. Various talents. The three were clearly just joking and did not truly believe that Qin Changsheng could become a disciple of their academy head. Although Qin Changsheng's displayed strength indeed amazed them, the Qinglong Taoist has not taken in disciples for many years, rejecting all monstrous talents at the door, showing how difficult it is to become a disciple of the Qinglong Taoist. Hearing their jokes, Qin Changsheng could only smile and touch his nose, saying nothing more. In his view, they are all disciples of the Qinglong Academy, without distinctions of high or low, and he has no thoughts of being able to walk confidently in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom just because he is a disciple of the Qinglong Taoist. He changes the topic to inquire about the information on those talented individuals who had previously wanted to apprentice under the Qinglong Taoist. The academy head is revered as the strongest sword saint in our Tianyuan ancient kingdom, with a famous reputation. And every year, there are many talented individuals wishing to become his disciples, just like this year. A few months ago, some talented individuals came to the Qinglong Academy seeking to be taught by the dean. However, like many geniuses before them, they were turned away. Among them was a prodigy named Tang Wanshan, who, at just 17 years old, had already reached the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, which was quite impressive. His martial soul talent was also said to be quite good, but unfortunately, he was still rejected. In anger, he left Qinglong Academy and joined Tianwu Academy instead. Su Hao and his companions, being senior students at Qinglong Academy and hailing from prominent families in the imperial capital, naturally had a lot of knowledge. Tang Wanshan, a prodigy of this generation? Qin Changsheng's heart stirred upon hearing this. He had already heard that apart from himself, another prodigy had emerged from the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. After all, although prodigies are rare, it's not impossible for one or two to appear simultaneously given the large population base. He quietly noted down the name Tang Wanshan. At 17 years old and at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, even if he was a prodigious genius, he was definitely not to be underestimated. The vast majority of boys his age struggle to reach even the 1st level of the Transcendence realm. Only those with top-tier talents can hope to achieve the 1st or 2nd levels, provided they have the necessary resources. Just from this perspective, Tang Wanshan was already quite remarkable. It was uncertain how fast he trained, but his practical combat ability remained unknown. Besides prodigies, many others with high or even superior talents had also sought to become disciples of the Qinglong Taoist. Qin Changsheng learned about them one by one and did not underestimate those with superior talents. This year, there were probably 6 or 7 geniuses wanting to be taught by the dean, including Tang Wanshan, among whom 4 had superior qualifications. Su Hao thought carefully before speaking. One of them, named Huang Fan, caught Qin Changsheng's attention. He had superior talent, with a special 9th-grade martial soul, his qualifications nearly reaching the prodigy level. At 18 years old, he also had reached the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but feel a flicker of pressure. Although he could now defeat late-stage, 3rd-tier beasts, comparable to ordinary martial artists at the 6th to 9th levels of the Transcendence realm, that was only in comparison to those with ordinary qualifications or average martial artists. when facing those with superior or prodigious talents. His ability to fight above his level would naturally be limited, unless these geniuses did not focus on practical combat and solely concentrated on improving their cultivation, lacking practical experience. He might have a chance. However, relying on the hope that others are not good at practical combat was undoubtedly foolish thinking and behavior. He suppressed his thoughts and learned a bit more about the strength of those rejected by Qinglong Daoists, like Xiao Yinfeng, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Brother Xiao Yinfeng had already broken through to the Yuan Gang realm 5 years ago, and with his talent, he was likely at least at the 5th level of the Yuan Gang realm by now, perhaps even close to the Dao Palace realm. When Qin Changsheng inquired about Xiao Yinfeng, Su Hao and his companions exchanged surprised glances before speaking. Moreover, Brother Xiao Yinfeng not only has astonishing cultivation talent, but also exceptional battle talent. He is a peerless genius on the imperial capital's wind and cloud ranking, and there are hardly any rivals among his contemporaries. Under the same realm, it is said that Brother Xiao has never been defeated, making him a legend at our Qinglong Academy. They sighed in admiration. To be honest, even a genius as remarkable as Brother Xiao was turned away by the dean. I really don't know what kind of person would catch the dean's eye to become his disciple. Upon learning that the previous generation's prodigy, Xiao Yinfeng, had at least reached the 5th level of the Yuan Gang realm, Qin Changsheng felt a heavy pressure. The gap was indeed too large. If Xiao held a grudge about the dean refusing him as a disciple over the years and decided to make things difficult for him during the disciple selection ceremony, with his current cultivation, he would likely be unable to cope. However, as a prodigy from the previous generation who had reached such a high level, it was unlikely he would come to challenge a newcomer like him. Besides Xiao Yinfeng, there were many other established geniuses whose cultivation and strength could not be ignored. Qin Changsheng shook his head, thinking to himself, the gap in cultivation between me and these established geniuses is vast. If they truly wanted to make things difficult for me, it wouldn't be embarrassing to suffer some losses given my current cultivation. What I really need to pay attention to are those contemporaries like Tang Wanshan and Huang Fan. Junior brother Qin, what's wrong? Seeing the contemplative look on Qin Changsheng's face, Su Hao and the others couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine, seniors. I plan to stay in the Monster Beast Mountain Range for a few more days to train and won't be returning with you, Qin Changsheng replied, shaking his head. What? Junior brother Qin, you still want to stay here to train? Are your injuries okay? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the three were immediately taken aback. It's just some superficial wounds. It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for another night. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, not concerned about his injuries. Although he had several wounds, they were merely superficial injuries, not affecting his muscles or organs. As long as he adjusted his true energy for one night, he could stabilize completely. Su Hao and the others exchanged glances and sighed. No wonder junior brother Qin can break through continuously in such a short time. Such reckless training. I fear not many can achieve it. However, junior brother Qin, the path of cultivation is long and boundless. You still need to balance your efforts, they advised. Qin Changsheng nodded and smiled. Thank you, seniors, for your concern. I know my limits. All right, since that's the case, we won't say much more. We need to return to the academy. Take care of yourself, and be careful. Seeing Qin Changsheng's firm attitude, the three did not say more. Having witnessed Qin Changsheng slay the Black Flame Violent Bear, they had some understanding of his strength and were quite confident in him, though they were still a bit concerned about his injuries. Chapter 41. Returning to the academy, Su Hao and the others did not linger and activated their identity tokens to communicate with the Monster Beast secret realm. After a period of delay, a mysterious force enveloped them, whisking their bodies away. Qin Changsheng watched them leave, closed his eyes, and began to practice the Great Wilderness Sutra, adjusting his breath and resting for a day. Under the operation of the Great Wilderness Sutra, his injuries quickly improved. The next day, Qin Changsheng set out again to hunt and train against late-stage third-tier beasts. His movement skills and martial techniques were continuously growing. His combat experience was also rapidly improving with each life-and-death battle, becoming sharper and more precise. At the same time, his mastery of Solitary Mountain's distant shadow and the understanding of the artistic conception contained within this sword technique became more refined. In the subsequent battles, He walked with ease and could defeat those beasts even without using his martial soul, relying solely on the profound implications of the solitary mountain's distant shadow. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Qin Changsheng woke up from the treetops. During these 7 days of training, his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. His rapid breakthrough was mainly due to the assistance of devouring martial souls and the enhancement of the Great Wilderness Sutra, an extraordinary cultivation method. During this period, he hunted too many late-stage, third-tier monsters, devouring vast amounts of demon spirit power, refining his martial soul and the Great Wilderness Sutra simultaneously. His internal true energy grew rapidly, advancing at an astonishing pace. In 2 days, it would be the disciple recruitment ceremony mentioned by his master, and it was time to return. Qin Changsheng stood at the treetop, murmuring softly. During this time, he had been wandering between life and death, tirelessly battling various monsters, and at this moment, compared to before, Qin Changsheng had undergone a tremendous transformation. His aura had become sharper, and he seemed like a sword drawn from its sheath. His gaze had also turned piercing, as if there was a hidden sharpness within. More importantly, his character had become more resilient, and his Tao heart had been tempered. This was a valuable asset. He activated his identity token with true energy, and a moment later, a mysterious teleportation power descended, enveloping him and whisking him away from the dense forest. It felt as if he had traversed through time and space. After passing through a brilliant spatial passage, Qin Changsheng's body fell out of the spatial vortex of the Demon Wind Valley's secret realm. He had returned. This secret realm passage was indeed magical. Qin Changsheng steadied himself and looked at the familiar Demon Wind Valley, as well as the many disciples of the Azure Dragon Academy coming and going in the valley, a smile appearing on his face. Then, he drew his sword and walked towards the outside of the Demon Wind Valley. Around him, many students and instructors from the Azure Dragon Academy looked at Qin Changsheng, whose body was wrapped in bandages and stained with blood. Their eyes filled with a hint of surprise. Who is this kid? Did he train alone in the monster's secret realm? This is too brutal, with so many injuries. He could still come out alive from the monster's secret realm. Quite impressive. Many were astonished. At this moment, Qin Changsheng's appearance was indeed quite tragic, with bandages wrapped all over him, stained with dark red, dried blood. Are you Qin Changsheng? Just as Qin Changsheng was about to leave the Demon Wind Valley, several students suddenly approached him. Upon seeing Qin Changsheng, one of the students recognized him and couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Changsheng's gaze fell on the person and recognized him at a glance. It was Huang Yinfeng. Qin Changsheng had met him before when he went to the martial pavilion to select martial arts techniques. He was also a new student this year who had entered the 6th level of the martial pavilion and selected a 5th grade technique and 5th grade martial arts, being accepted as a disciple by Su Fan. The few young men and women beside him also looked somewhat familiar. He had seen them outside the martial pavilion, but Qin Changsheng did not know their names. Qin Changsheng nodded amicably at Huang Yunfeng's greeting. It's really you. Did you go to train in the monster's secret realm? Huang Yunfeng and the others looked at Qin Changsheng, whose body was covered in blood, and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. I trained for a while. Qin Changsheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the few of them exchanged glances. Although they had already guessed that Qin Changsheng had gone to train in the Monster Mountain range when they saw his bloodied appearance. Hearing him confirm it still made them gasp in awe. After all, Qin Changsheng, like them, was just a newcomer. Yet he had actively entered the monster's secret realm for training, while they had only come to familiarize themselves with the academy environment. This made them feel a bit ashamed. Qin Changsheng chatted briefly with them before bidding farewell and leaving. Exiting the Demon Wind Valley, Qin Changsheng headed straight for the Drunken Dragon courtyard. Along the way, he overheard many people discussing the Azure Dragon Taoist disciple recruitment. Have you heard? Our dean is finally going to recruit disciples. Who doesn't know about it now? The dean personally announced it. In 2 days, there will be a disciple recruitment ceremony. The entire imperial capital is buzzing, wondering who will catch the dean's eye. I think it's very likely that it's our academy's senior brother, Xiao Yinfeng. I also think it's very likely to be senior brother Xiao. He is exceptionally talented and ranks high on the imperial capital's talent list. He has petitioned the dean several times. Perhaps the dean has finally come to his senses and been moved by senior brother Xiao's sincerity. Senior brother Nangong Chun, senior brother Li Jinya, senior brother Duan Lang, and senior brother Tang He are all extraordinary talents from our Azure Dragon Academy. Any one of them could be chosen by the dean. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not one of our Azure Dragon Academy's disciples. It could be a genius from another academy, like Tang Wanshan, who just enrolled in the Tianwu Academy this year. He is said to have monstrous qualifications and high martial soul talent. And he is only 17, but has already reached the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Perhaps the dean is considering him as a closed-door disciple. It's hard to say. There have been too many talented individuals wanting to become the dean's disciple over the years. Several monstrous geniuses have emerged, and there are many with top-tier qualifications. All extraordinarily impressive. Any of them could catch the dean's eye. Throughout the journey, Qin Changsheng listened to the discussions with a calm heart, not stirred in the slightest. When he arrived at the lake in the purple bamboo forest next to the Drunken Dragon courtyard, he shed his clothes and leaped into the water, intending to take a good bath and relax. After days of battling monsters, his body was stained with blood, and although he had found water sources to wash up in the monster secret realm, the environment was dangerous, and he had to be constantly vigilant against threats. So he and T washed thoroughly. It felt comfortable. As he jumped into the lake, Qin Changsheng leisurely soaked in the water, enjoying the current tranquility and comfort. The tense nerves he had during his training in the monster secret realm could finally relax. However, at that moment, a sudden splash of water was heard. On the other side of the lake, a cascade of silky black hair suddenly whipped out from the water, followed by a stunningly beautiful face appearing in Qin Changsheng's line of sight, staring at him with an angry expression. Chapter 42. By Binger, this was a girl of about 16 or 17, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, a fair forehead, and a pair of large, beautiful eyes. Extremely pretty. But at this moment, those beautiful big eyes looked as if they were about to spew flames, glaring fiercely at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng was startled. He and T expected someone to be in the lake. This was the residence of the Azure Dragon Taoist, a very secluded place where no one should ordinarily come. Therefore, he and T considered that there would be anyone in the lake. Seeing the girl's furious face, Qin Changsheng could only apologize, sorry. How didn't T know someone was in the lake? Hearing Qin Changsheng's sincere apology, the girl's expression softened slightly. Then suddenly, she seemed to have a thought and asked Qin Changsheng, "Wait, are you Qin Changsheng?" Qin Changsheng was somewhat surprised and turned to look at the girl, wondering how she knew his name. However, being sharp-minded, he quickly guessed that since the Drunken Dragon courtyard was the residence of the Azure Dragon Taoist, and it was rare for others to be here, she likely had some connection to him. He nodded and cupped his hands, saying, "I am indeed Qin Changsheng. May I ask who you are?" The anger on the girl's face completely disappeared, replaced by a playful smile as she said, "So you are the direct disciple my grandpa just recruited. My name is Bai Binger. The Azure Dragon Taoist is my grandpa. You can call me Senior Sister Bai." Although Qin Changsheng had guessed that the girl in front of him might be related to the Azure Dragon Taoist, he hadn't expected her to be the Taoist's granddaughter. He immediately cupped his hands toward Bai Binger, saying, "So you are Senior Sister Bai." Bai Binger waved her hand and said, "Just now, I was practicing the emerald water technique in the lake." As she spoke, Bai Binger, with her striking big eyes, looked curiously at Qin Changsheng and said, "It's really strange. Grandpa has never accepted a disciple all these years. Many talented individuals have been turned away, yet he suddenly accepted you as his direct disciple. Qin Shitty, what is so special about you that made Grandpa change his mind and decide to take you as his pupil? Is your talent and aptitude better than those monstrous geniuses of previous generations?" Qin Changsheng didn't know how to respond and awkwardly scratched his head, saying about that, "Let me see what makes you extraordinary." Just then, Bai Binger suddenly brightened her eyes, leaped up, and with a flip of her hand, a graceful sword appeared in her delicate hand. She stepped onto the surface of the lake and rushed towards Qin Changsheng. Her cultivation had surprisingly reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. It was clear that Bai Binger's aptitude was not lacking. In fact, the Bai Shui Gong that Bai Binger practiced was a top-tier 8th grade technique. Only those with superior aptitude could cultivate and master such a high-level technique. However, even with superior aptitude, Reaching the 5th level of the transformation realm at this age was not easy. But as the granddaughter of the Qinglong Taoist, with his guidance and ample cultivation resources as support, Bai Bing'er had achieved such accomplishments at her age. Seeing Bai Bing'er suddenly attacking, Qin Changsheng was taken aback. Being in the water limited his movements, making him feel like he was in a swamp, and it was difficult to retreat. At that moment, Qin Changsheng's body was slick and clean, making it hard for him to escape the lake surface. Faced with Bai Bing'er's fierce sword strike, he could only make small body movements to dodge the attack. In the end, the graceful sword landed 3 inches from his brow. Bai Bing'er raised an eyebrow, saying, "Is the person Grandpa values not that impressive? Compared to those talented individuals who came to seek him as a master in the past, you're quite far behind. Qin Shidi, if you only have this level of ability, you won't be able to handle those who wanted to become my grandpa's disciples 2 days later at his disciple acceptance ceremony." Hearing this, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but speak up. "Sister Bai, can you let me put on my clothes first before we compete?" The youthful pride. He couldn't stand being looked down upon by a little girl like her. "Bai Bing'er was momentarily stunt, hier, Gaze dropping." And then her cheeks flushed red as she noticed Qin Changsheng was completely undressed. She coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment, then turned her back, saying, "Even if you put on clothes, you still won't be my opponent." Qin Changsheng leapt out of the lake and took out a tidy set of clothes from his storage ring to change into. "I'm dressed now," he said after putting on his clothes. With his true energy circulating, he stood tall on the lake's surface, and his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. His sword-like brows and starry eyes shone brightly, revealing a sharpness in his gaze. The aura he exuded felt somewhat fierce, hinting at a subtle, killing intent. Bai Bing'er turned around and was slightly startled by the changed demeanor of Qin Changsheng. She felt an invisible pressure emanating from him, as if he possessed an indescribable momentum. "Please teach me, sister," Qin Changsheng said with a slight bow, then produced a long sword in his hand. With the sword drawn, he pointed it diagonally at the lake's surface. Qin Changsheng's aura surged again, and the killing intent around him felt like a bloody storm, instilling fear. At this moment, facing the serious Qin Changsheng and sensing the killing intent he radiated, Bai Bing'er couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and her expression turned serious as she said to Qin Changsheng, "I'm going to make my move." "Please," Qin Changsheng replied. Bai Bing'er stopped talking nonsense. She became serious, and her 5th level true energy erupted. The long sword in her hand trembled, and her footwork resembled that of a fluttering fairy, instantly floating towards him. "Reverse water, sword technique," Bai Bing'er shouted. The graceful long sword in her hand danced, creating an intricate and profound display that even stirred the lake water, transforming it into a myriad of water swords that surrounded her graceful long sword as it attacked. Qin Changsheng stood tall, his eyes flashing with sharpness. The flowing cloud sword in his hand reacted first, and with a simple flick, he broke through Bai Bing'er's sword technique. The edge of the flowing cloud sword was instantly pressed against Bai Bing'er's slender, snow-white neck. A slight forward movement would draw blood. Qin Changsheng retracted the flowing cloud sword and cupped his hands towards Bai Bing'er, saying, "Thank you for the lesson." After that, he turned and walked out of the bamboo forest. Bai Bing'er was left stunned, watching Qin Changsheng leave. She thought about her proud reverse water sword technique, which had been so effortlessly countered by Qin Changsheng's composed sword strike, and she began to doubt her own abilities. How'd he do that? Bai Bing'er was in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The reverse water sword technique was a top-tier 8th grade sword technique, incredibly profound and powerful. Moreover, as the granddaughter of the current sword Saint Qinglong Taoist, she had received his guidance and surpassed many of her peers in swordsmanship. Yet now, she had been so calmly defeated by Qin Changsheng with a single move. Chapter 43. Sword Path Genius Qin Changsheng. "How did you break my reverse water sword technique with just one sword?" My reverse water sword technique is an 8th grade sword technique. Bai Bing'er caught up with Qin Changsheng, unable to contain her curiosity. "Very simple. Your reverse water sword technique's realm isn't deep enough to unleash its true intricacies. To put it simply, there are many flaws and shortcomings in your sword technique. by focusing on the gaps in your technique, and given that our realms are not too far apart, I could easily counter it, Qin Changsheng explained. Flaws in the sword technique? You mean you can see the flaws in my sword technique? Bai Binger was taken aback, looking at Qin Changsheng with incredulity. Is there a problem? Seeing Bai Binger's astonished expression, Qin Changsheng asked curiously. Of course there's a problem, Bai Binger said seriously and solemnly. Qin Changsheng, do you know that only true sword masters or sword geniuses can easily capture their opponent's flaws in battle? You have only just joined the Qinglong Academy and been accepted as a disciple by my grandpa. Moreover, he has been busy with his own matters lately and hasn't taught you much. You can independently learn to find your opponent's flaws. Now I understand why Grandpa chose you as his direct disciple. You are simply a natural sword genius. A sword genius? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but scratch his nose. A strange look on his face. Is being able to see through an opponent's flaws really a sword genius? In battle to win, one must look for their opponent's flaws and exploit their weaknesses. Isn't that a basic combat quality for a martial artist? He felt that Bai Binger was exaggerating. Finding flaws was just basic operation, right? Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Bai Binger was immediately disheartened and shot him an annoyed glance, saying, do you think everyone has such sharp eyesight and keen analytical perception? My grandpa has taught me since I was young that as a swordsman, especially, I must focus on developing my ability to find my opponent's flaws. But even now, I haven't developed that ability. Qin Changsheng was slightly moved by her words and asked Bai Binger, how do you train to find flaws? By watching people fight and practicing martial techniques, Bai Binger replied. Qin Changsheng shook his head, his expression serious as he said, you can't learn to swim just by standing on the shore. Perhaps you should engage in more real combat, especially life-and-death struggles. Only on the edge of life and death can one unleash their true potential and grow the fastest. You only watch others practice, lacking a sense of crisis, and you won't consider how to defeat your opponent, making it naturally difficult to develop the ability to find others' flaws. Only by truly engaging in battle, facing life-and-death crises, will you think of every possible way to overcome your opponent and seek out their weaknesses. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Bai Binger couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then she carefully savored them, feeling a sense of enlightenment as the fog in her heart cleared. You can't learn to swim while standing on the shore. Only by truly immersing yourself in battle and experiencing life and death can you force out your potential and find ways to discover your opponent's flaws, ultimately defeating them. Bai Binger's gaze fell on Qin Changsheng's back, and she couldn't help but turn back to see the large number of blood-stained bandages he had changed out by the lakeside. Thinking of the shocking wounds that had been revealed on Qin Changsheng's body earlier, Bai Binger couldn't help but change her expression, finally taking a deep breath. So those wounds came from this. It turns out that finding flaws is not a talent, but something that can be obtained through effort. However, constantly engaging in life and death battles and experiencing such extremes seems a bit too crazy. One misstep, and one might truly die in that life and death training. This is truly risking one's life for cultivation. What a crazy guy, Bai Binger couldn't help but murmur, turning back to look at Qin Changsheng's figure already walking out of the bamboo grove, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Grandpa's judgment is really not bad. At such a young age, without even receiving guidance from Grandpa, he has already learned how to find flaws on his own. The Qinglong Taoist did not return to the Drunken Dragon courtyard. Although this courtyard was his residence, he didn't seem to stay here often. In the following 2 days, Qin Changsheng continued to work hard, practicing swordsmanship during the day and cultivating the Great Desolate Scripture at night. Cultivation is a tedious task. Young people can never endure loneliness and monotony. However, Qin Changsheng's temperament has become increasingly stable with a firm Tao heart compared to other peers. He lacks a bit of restlessness, allowing him to endure this tedium and even find joy in it. He truly enjoys the feeling of becoming stronger through his own efforts. With each sword practice, his understanding of the remote shadow swordplay deepens. With each session of cultivation, his comprehension of the Great Desolate Scripture also deepens, and he faintly seems on the verge of breaking through the first level of the Great Desolate Scripture to refine the second level's cultivation path. Time flies. 2 days passed in a flash. The Qinglong Taoist disciple selection ceremony was held at the Qinglong Academy, as scheduled. On this day, the Qinglong Taoist finally made an appearance. Are you ready? You've broken through to the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Noticing Qin Chongqing's cultivation level, the Qinglong Taoist was immediately taken aback. At the same time, he clearly sensed the change in Qin Chongqing's aura, making him somewhat unable to recognize if this was still his disciple. His starry eyes were bright and sharp, and his aura was fierce, like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, ready to pierce the sky. Especially, there was a faint aura of killing intent about him that was moving. What have you experienced in these days? The Qinglong Taoist couldn't help but ask in surprise. Reporting to Master, I practiced in the courtyard for a while, and then went to the Beast's Secret Realm for life and death training, just returning a couple of days ago. Qin Chongqing replied respectfully. What? You went to the Beast's Secret Realm for life and death training? Hearing Qin Chongqing's answer, the Qinglong Taoist's face twitched, and the corner of his eye jumped. This guy really isn't afraid of death. Just having entered school, he dares to go to the Beast's Secret Realm for life and death training. However, the Qinglong Taoist felt that as his disciple and a highly respected sword saint, he should remain unperturbed regardless of the situation. Thus, the Qinglong Taoist quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, casually glanced at Qin Chongqing, nodded reservedly, and stroked his beard, saying, "Not bad. To have the courage to go to the Beast Secret Realm for life and death training at this level shows boldness, and in such a short time, breaking through several realms to reach the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Your aptitude is acceptable. You have not disappointed your master. Grandpa, he has also cultivated a sword heart. He can easily see the flaws in Binger's reverse water sword play, seeing the Qinglong Taoist pretending to be reserved. Bai Binger smiled mischievously with her eyes narrowed. What did you say? He has cultivated a sword heart. He can easily see through your flaws in swordplay. Hearing Bai Binger's words, the Qinglong Taoist's hand stroking his beard shook, and he was so shocked that he pulled out a handful of beard. But he didn't care about the pain and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 44. The Disciple Selection Ceremony. The news that the Qinglong Taoist was to accept disciples had long spread throughout the imperial capital. The entire capital was in an uproar. Today, countless celebrities and noble families from the capital rushed to the Qinglong Academy to attend the Qinglong Taoist disciple selection ceremony. Even the Tianyuan royal family sent someone to congratulate him. This is the Qinglong Taoist reputation. The contemporary sword saint. The strongest sword saint in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom in nearly 1,000 years. In every street and alley of the imperial capital, in inns and tea houses, people were discussing the matter of the Qinglong Taoist accepting disciples. Everyone was guessing who this person favored by the Qinglong Taoist might be. At this moment, the Qinglong Academy was truly crowded, with people filling every corner, and the place was bustling with activity. The ceremony was held in the Qinglong Square, the most spacious area within the Qinglong Academy. It was now packed with people, besides the various celebrities from the capital and people from the royal family. Many of the talented individuals who had aspired to become disciples of the Qinglong Taoist in the past also came. Some had even set aside their tasks to rush back just to see what kind of person the Qinglong Taoist had chosen as his personal disciple. Or was the Qinglong Taoist looking to select one from among them as his personal disciple? Xiao Yinfeng has arrived. Among the crowd outside, someone noticed a young man and couldn't help but exclaim. That young man was tall and slender, wearing a light blue long robe, quietly sitting there without a hairpin, letting his long hair flow freely, exuding a somewhat unrestrained aura. His eyes were deep and sharp, sitting alone in a corner, drinking by himself, seemingly indifferent to the discussions around him. He was the most stunning genius of the Qinglong Academy in nearly 100 years. The previous generation's monstrous talent, Xiao Yinfeng, one of the most dazzling geniuses on the imperial capital's wind and cloud list. This person had a legendary air about him. Since his debut, it was said that he had been invincible among his peers, never tasting defeat in the same realm, and was an idol admired by countless young people. Even many older strong practitioners marveled and praised him, believing he would be the hope for the future of martial arts in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. Look over there. Nan Gongchun and Li Jinya have also returned. Another person exclaimed, pointing to two other young men. One of those young men had a somewhat refined demeanor, with hair falling at his temples, holding a folding fan and lightly fanning himself. This person was Nangong Chun, a genius from the Nangong family of the imperial capital, possessing top-tier cultivation aptitude and mastering a ninth-grade martial soul, also a remarkable talent with a name on the Wind and Cloud list. The Wind and Cloud list recorded the 100 strongest fighters across various cultivation realms in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. As for the person next to Nangong Chun, he had a detached expression, with a straight face as if indifferent to everything, wearing a dark blue long robe, holding a sword in his left hand. Clearly a sword practitioner. This person was the Swift Sword Li Jinya. Swift Sword was the evaluation people had for him, as well as a recognition of his swordsmanship strength. It is said that this person practices a 9-rank sword technique called Thunder Sword Technique. This person's swordsmanship is domineering, with swift strikes that move like thunder and are as fast as lightning. Among his peers, very few can match him in swordsmanship. Senior Brother Li, the way the dean is solemnly announcing the acceptance of disciples and holding this grand ceremony, who do you think the chosen one is? Nangong Chun lightly laughed at Li Jinya, but a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Li Jinya remained indifferent. It couldn't possibly be us. Nangong Chun smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "Of course, I know it won't be us. If the dean truly intended to take us as disciples, he wouldn't have been so decisive in rejecting us back then. However, to be honest, I am quite curious. If someone like us and Senior Brother Xiao cannot catch the dean's eye, I really want to see what makes the chosen one so extraordinary, whether he is truly better than us." Although Nangong Chen's tone was calm, there was clearly a hint of pride, dissatisfaction, and unwillingness in his words. What a stubborn old man. Nangong Chun gently tapped his folding fan, recalling the moment he was brought before the Qinglong Taoist by the elders of his family. Only to be rejected, he couldn't help but murmur, "Are you unwilling?" Li Jinya glanced at Nangong Chun, then gestured to a few figures in the distance, saying, "They're also unwilling." Following Li Jinya's gaze, Nangong Chun looked over and immediately changed his expression slightly. The figures in the distance varied in age. The older ones were even several hundred years old. They were also geniuses who had wanted to apprentice under the Qinglong Taoist at that time, and one of them made Nangong Chen's pupil shrink. Senior Shiwu Yai actually came. Nangong Chen was shocked. Shiwu Yai, a monstrous genius who emerged 100 years ago. He had also sought to apprentice under the Qinglong Taoist, but was rejected. Now, this person's cultivation had become unfathomable, nearing the pinnacle of martial arts. And some even called him the Little Martial Saint. At this moment, this monstrous genius from 100 years ago had also come to see what kind of extraordinary disciple the Qinglong Taoist had chosen. Over the years, there had been too many talented individuals rejected by the Qinglong Taoist, and now they had all come. Tang Wanshan, who was of the same generation as Qin Changsheng, was also present, standing in the crowd with a cold expression, glaring at the platform. Huang Fan and other contemporaneous prodigies also felt a mix of dissatisfaction. So many people have come. Have all the geniuses rejected by the dean over the years gathered here? Su Hao, Tang Yinyan, and Yi Wuchen also arrived at the outskirts to watch the ceremony. Looking at the once renowned geniuses around them, they couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the one chosen by the dean is going to face some trouble. To be the dean's direct disciple, one must have some real ability, otherwise, they might not be able to handle the situation. Suo Rin, looking somewhat glyphed. Look, the dean is here. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from the crowd. Immediately after, everyone saw a beam of sword light cutting through the sky, descending onto the platform in an instant. It was indeed the Qinglong Taoist. He glanced at the guests around him and said, "Today is the day I take in disciples, and I thank you all for coming to witness this." People from various influential families and the royal family stood up to congratulate him. Qinglong Senior, you are too polite. It is our honor to attend your disciple-taking ceremony and witness you taking in a disciple. We are eager to see which young talent has caught your eye. Qinglong Senior. Chapter 45. Tang Wanshan's dissatisfaction. The Qinglong Taoist chuckled and exchanged pleasantries with the prominent figures of the various families. Then, with a loud voice, he said, "Today's disciple-taking ceremony is just for you all to witness, so I won't go through any formalities. Disciple, come up. As he spoke, the Qinglong Taoist slowly began. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone's expressions tightened, and they began to look around. At that moment, a tall and elegant young man in white stepped forward from the distance. Junior brother Qin. Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, and Tang Yinyan immediately noticed Qin Changsheng coming from afar. The three of them, along with Su Fan, also noticed Qin Changsheng approaching. Junior brother Qin, are you here to join the fun too? Come over here. The three of them called out to Qin Changsheng. Not realizing that he was the disciple everyone had been eagerly awaiting. Upon hearing their call, Qin Changsheng smiled and nodded at them, then walked straight toward the platform. What is going on? Where is junior brother Qin going? The three were momentarily stunned, and then seemed to realize something, their expressions changing in shock. They exchanged glances, and a look of astonishment appeared in their eyes, clearly all thinking the same thing. In front of them, Su Fan's pupils slightly contracted. Then he took a deep breath, a bitter smile appearing on his face. So it turns out his teacher is the dean. Thinking back to how he had wanted to take Qin Changsheng as his disciple earlier, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He had actually thought of competing with the dean for a disciple. Countless gazes fell upon Qin Changsheng, filled with surprise. However, among them were also some eyes filled with scrutiny, pressure, and doubt. These gazes came from the talented individuals who had failed to apprentice back in the day. Is he really the disciple chosen by the Qinglong Sword Saint? He has quite the composure. The royal family members were also observing Qin Changsheng, seeing him walk over unhurriedly, their eyes revealing a trace of intrigue. Because at this moment, there were too many unfriendly gazes around. These gazes carried an indescribable sense of pressure. If one's resolve wasn't strong enough, they would falter in this moment, losing their composure. Yet Qin Changsheng seemed oblivious to the pressure contained in those gazes. Maintaining a calm demeanor throughout, his steps steady, without a hint of fear in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Qin Changsheng walked step by step to the front of the platform, then bowed and knelt before the Qinglong Taoist. This was the apprenticeship ceremony of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. Especially during such a disciple-taking ceremony, it required 3 bows and 9 prostrations. At this moment, Qin Changsheng followed the customs of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations, step by step ascending the platform. Disciple Qin Changsheng pays respects to the master. Finally, Qin Changsheng reached in front of the Qinglong Taoist and bowed down to perform the final salute. The Qinglong Taoist smiled broadly, helping Qin Changsheng up, then addressed the crowd. Heaven and earth bear witness, and all present are my witnesses. From this day forth, Qin Changsheng is my direct disciple under Baiyuan. Congratulations to Qinglong Senior, Sword Saint, for choosing a good disciple. The crowd congratulated him and presented generous gifts. However, at that moment, an unruly voice suddenly rang out. It was within expectations and reasonable. Everyone present heard this disharmonious voice, and many felt a stir in their hearts, knowing that the real highlight of the disciple-taking ceremony was about to begin. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. They saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy in a luxurious black robe, holding a broad sword in his arms, with a headband on his forehead, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Stepping out from the crowd, this person was Tang Wanshan, the monstrous genius of this generation who had been rejected by the Qinglong Taoist months ago. Qinglong Senior. As the Sword Saint of our Tianyuan ancient kingdom, countless talented individuals have sought to apprentice under you over the years, including me, Tang Wanshan, who also wished to become your disciple. For so many years, countless geniuses have sought the favor of the senior Qinglong, but no one has ever succeeded. Now, the senior suddenly wants to take a personal disciple. Whom the senior chooses as a disciple is entirely the senior's freedom. However, the student feels unconvinced. Tang Wanshan said loudly. As a prodigious talent of this generation, he possesses unparalleled qualifications and exceptional talent, inevitably carrying a bit of pride. Even in such a situation, facing a peak powerhouse like Taoist Qinglong, he does not hold back, exuding an arrogant aura. Oh, what are you unconvinced about? Taoist Qinglong did not get angry, just smiled faintly. Tang Wanshan replied, it's simple. Since the senior looked down on us back then, the personal disciple you recruit now must be more outstanding than us, right? If your disciple can surpass me, I will be convinced. Otherwise, he has no right to be your disciple. Hearing Tang Wanshan's words, many around looked at him strangely, because Tang Wanshan's words were indeed somewhat unreasonable. Who has the right to criticize whom Taoist Qinglong takes as a disciple? As for whether you are convinced or not, what does it have to do with Taoist Qinglong? However, to everyone's surprise, Taoist Qinglong, in response to Tang Wanshan's evidently unreasonable request, chuckled and said, "Are you implying that you want to challenge my disciple?" "Exactly," Tang Wanshan declared proudly. "Good." Taoist Qinglong laughed and said, as the saying goes, "Real gold is not afraid of fire. You are willing to help me train my disciple. This is a good thing. So you agree to let me fight him?" Tang Wanshan asked, his eyes suddenly shining with excitement upon hearing Taoist Qinglong's words. Taoist Qinglong nodded, saying, "I naturally have no objections. Changsheng, do you wish to spar and exchange ideas with this young friend to hone your own strength?" Upon hearing Taoist Qinglong's words, Qin Changsheng understood that Taoist Qinglong was likely pleased to see the situation. The senior could have completely refused Tang Wanshan's unreasonable request, but chose not to, clearly wanting to use this opportunity to sharpen his disciple's practical skills. At the same time, perhaps Taoist Qinglong also wanted to take this chance to help him gain recognition and truly present his value to everyone. Only by demonstrating sufficient value can a person gain enough respect and achieve more development. Moreover, Qin Changsheng was inherently a combative person, unafraid of life and death battles. So a mere sparring session was nothing. At that moment, Qin Changsheng nodded and cupped his hands to Tang Wanshan, saying, "In that case, please enlighten me, Senior Tang." Chapter 46. You lost. Let us head to the fighting platform, Taoist Qinglong said. The crowd moved to the nearby martial arts arena. On the large battle stage, Qin Changsheng and Tang Wanshan stood facing each other. Countless people around were watching this contest between the two. They did not know the specific qualifications and talents of Qin Changsheng, but the fact that he was chosen by Taoist Qinglong as a personal disciple was enough to warrant their attention. On the other hand, Tang Wanshan was known to many present. He was a once-in-a-generation prodigy of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. At the young age of 17, he was said to have already reached the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Furthermore, the martial soul he awakened was extraordinary. Thus, this battle between the two was destined to attract widespread attention. Who do you think has a better chance of winning, Qin Changsheng or Tang Wanshan? Someone in the crowd asked. It should be Tang Wanshan, right? Although Qin Changsheng is a disciple chosen by the Sword Saint Qinglong, his qualifications, potential, and martial soul talent are still unknown. It's unlikely he could be more extraordinary than the prodigy Tang Wanshan, someone replied. That's true. Tang Wanshan is a prodigy-level genius, and calling him the most stunning talent of this generation is no exaggeration. There is probably no one in his generation who can match him. Qin Changsheng being accepted by the senior Qinglong may not necessarily be because of his outstanding talent. Perhaps there are other reasons. Many around were discussing. Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, and Tang Yin'er couldn't help but show worried expressions. Although they knew Qin Changsheng was formidable, his opponent was Tang Wanshan, a genuine prodigy-level genius. It likely wouldn't be easy to deal with him. A bunch of short-sighted people. Tang Wanshan is just someone with decent cultivation qualifications, too proud and self-satisfied. How could he be a match for junior brother Qin? At that moment, a delicate snort came from the crowd. It was by Bing-er. She had been defeated by Qin Changsheng with one sword and had great confidence in his strength, believing he could surely defeat Tang Wanshan. Xiao Yinfeng stood quietly outside the battle stage. Nan Gongchun and Li Jinya also watched this battle with great interest. Even Su Wuyo and other geniuses of that generation were quietly observing Qin Changsheng. They all wanted to see what was so special about this disciple chosen by Taoist Qinglong, who had been overlooked by all of them for so many years, yet was suddenly in Taoist Qinglong's sight. To the gazes of the crowd, Qin Changsheng appeared unfazed. This was merely a sparring match, not a life-and-death struggle, so the necessary etiquette was not lacking from either side. This was the demeanor of a martial artist. The two bowed to each other in greeting. My name is Tang Wanshan. You must have heard my name before. I have no enmity with you. But I challenge you this time simply because you are the disciple chosen by the senior Qinglong. I have a breath of air in my heart that is hard to calm. Show your strength, and let me see if you are really more outstanding than me. If you truly have the qualifications to be the disciple of the senior Qinglong, Tang Wanshan said, please enlighten me. Qin Changsheng wasted no more words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, leaving a series of afterimages on the ground, his figure darting toward Tang Wanshan like a ghost. It's the 9-rank body technique, shadowless step. The afterimages followed. This was the hallmark of the mastery of the shadowless step. As soon as Qin Changsheng made his move, many people around gasped in astonishment. Some prominent families recognized the body technique he was using. After all, high-grade body techniques were rare and easily identifiable. This Qin Changsheng must have just entered school, yet he has already mastered the shadowless step, a high-grade 9-rank body technique, and has cultivated it to such a level. He truly lives up to being the disciple chosen by the sword Saint Qinglong. This level of comprehension and talent is indeed remarkable, someone praised. A bit of skill. Nangong Chun played with the folding fan in his hand, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he soon relaxed. He glanced at Taoist Qinglong in the distance. Given Taoist Qinglong's perspective, a disciple chosen by him having such skills was not surprising. On the battle stage, upon seeing the body technique Qin Changsheng was exhibiting, Tang Wanshan's heart sank, and he hurriedly activated his own body technique, the floating steps, attempting to create some distance from Qin Changsheng. This was because Qin Changsheng's speed was too fast, and he had the initiative by striking first. If he made a hasty counterattack, Tang Wanshan would surely suffer losses. Therefore, he wanted to create some distance before launching a counterattack. The floating steps, also a 9-rank body technique, originated from the Tianwu Academy. However, Tang Wanshan's mastery of the floating steps was evidently not as profound as Qin Changsheng's mastery of the shadowless step. After all, Qin Changsheng had forged this body technique through life-and-death battles, tempered under immense pressure. His afterimages flickered, closing in on Tang Wanshan like a leech, making it impossible for Tang Wanshan to shake off Qin Changsheng's approach, no matter how he used the floating steps. The two had not even formally exchanged blows, yet they had already engaged in a contest of body techniques. Tang Wanshan was soon forced to the edge of the battle platform, with no retreat left. His expression changed, anxiety filling his heart. He stopped retreating, shouted loudly, and drew his great sword, crushing cloud sword technique. True energy surged and flowed into his long sword. A violent sword light suddenly slashed towards Qin Changsheng. The domineering and fiery, true energy caused the air to explode, a powerful force coming at him. However, Qin Changsheng had been through countless battles and had extraordinary combat experience. He saw through the trajectory of the strike. With his left hand, the flowing cloud sword remained sheathed, and with a gentle cloud hand, he used minimal cost to dissipate the power of the opponent's sword, neutralizing the threat. At the same time, he twisted his body. His foot moved in an instant. His left thumb pushed the sword hilt of the flowing cloud sword, and his right hand swiftly drew the sword for a horizontal sweep. A blazing cold sword light flashed like lightning, suddenly illuminating the area. As Qin Changsheng drew the flowing cloud sword, his entire momentum suddenly surged, his whole being resembling a newly emerged treasured sword, sharp and fierce beyond compare. That sharp killing intent made the countless onlookers feel a chill in their hearts. The sword light flashed and disappeared, the sound of drawing and sheathing the sword forming a continuous line. Qin Changsheng extended his right hand, catching a strand of hair that fell into his hand. You have lost. The surroundings were silent, a complete stillness. Tang Wanshan's expression was dazed. His gaze fixed on the strand of hair in Qin Changsheng's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In his ears, a strand of hair had been cut, which was precisely the one in Qin Changsheng's hand. If this were not a sparring session, but a fight to the death at this moment, he would have already lost his head to Qin Changsheng's sword, or had his throat sealed with a single strike. Chapter 47. Winning over with virtue you have lost. The calm voice echoed in Tang Wanshan's mind, causing his body to tremble. He actually lost. As the most watched genius of this generation in the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, Possessing monstrous talent, he was now defeated by Qin Changsheng with a single sword strike. The defeat was so clean and swift, so utterly complete. He hadn't even had the chance to display his true strength. His martial soul hadn't even manifested before he had already fallen. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the person who defeated him was clearly at a lower realm. At the moment Qin Changsheng drew his sword, he clearly sensed Qin Changsheng's cultivation aura, which was at the 5th level of the transformation realm. He was defeated by someone at a higher realm. This left his face pale. He had always believed his talent was unparalleled and that he was invincible among his peers. Yet now, he had been defeated by someone at a higher realm with a single sword strike. What did his previous pride amount to? Around him, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, watching the battle that ended in an instant on the platform, feeling somewhat dazed. They had never expected this battle to end so quickly. Even more unexpected was that Qin Changsheng would easily crush and defeat this monstrous genius, Tang Wanshan. It was terrifying. He had defeated Tang Wanshan with a single sword. Did you see that sword just now? I still don't understand what exactly happened in that moment. After a brief silence, the crowd finally erupted. Many people focused on the direction of the battle platform, staring at the tall figure of Qin Changsheng, unable to suppress their gasps, their eyes filled with amazement. Defeating a mediocre talent wouldn't cause a stir. No one would even care. But was Tang Wanshan mediocre? The answer was certainly no. He was a genius with monstrous talent. A true prodigy. His potential was enormous. In the same realm, the power he wielded far exceeded that of others. Moreover, he was at a higher realm than Qin Changsheng. This battle should have been completely predictable, and he should have easily crushed Qin Changsheng. But the final result was completely the opposite. To defeat Tang Wanshan at a higher level with a single sword, what kind of sword technique had he just used to be so fast in this realm? Some were astonished by the brilliance of Qin Changsheng's sword just now, unable to help but speak out. Among the crowd, Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, and Tang Yener exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement, and they all took a deep breath. They recognized it. It was the basic sword technique. What he had just displayed was the basic sword technique, the flicking sword style, among the many strong individuals present. Some experienced eyes recognized that Qin Changsheng's recent sword was indeed a basic sword technique, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. As soon as this was said, the entire venue erupted. What? Basic sword technique? How could it be? How could the basic sword technique be so fierce and powerful? The scene was in an uproar, countless people showing disbelief in their eyes, their hearts stirred up like waves, unable to calm down. Even those elder experts had serious expressions. Looking at Qin Changsheng's upright figure on the martial platform, their eyes filled with astonishment. With their level of cultivation, they could naturally see that the technique Qin Changsheng had just used was indeed a move from the basic sword technique. The basic sword technique can be summarized into moves like chopping, cutting, smashing, flicking, blocking, washing, intercepting, stabbing, stirring, pressing, hanging, and clouding. Each word contains endless variations, equivalent to a general outline. Depending on the timing and situation, the application of the same word can be vastly different. What Qin Changsheng had used was simply the word flick, belonging to the flicking sword style. However, he had already cultivated the basic sword technique to a perfection level, and his application of any word was nearly flawless, appearing impeccable. Thus, it gave some people the illusion that it was a high-grade sword technique. The uproar around him was hard to quell. Everyone was astonished, never expecting that Qin Changsheng's astonishing sword that defeated Tang Wanshan was merely a simple move from the basic sword technique. On the martial platform, Tang Wanshan also heard the surrounding uproar. The rising voices of discussion nearly drowned him, making him feel like a small boat in a furious sea, as if he would be submerged by the waves at any moment. He tightly pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on Qin Changsheng. Was that sword just now really a basic sword technique? Qin Changsheng paused slightly before speaking. What sword technique it is doesn't matter. Whether it's the basic sword technique or a high-grade sword technique, their essence is for combat. He spoke relatively gently, avoiding inflicting too great a blow on the other party. After all, there was no enmity between them. The other party was a monstrous genius, and it would be a pity if he were to suffer a serious blow from this incident and become dispirited. That would be a loss for the Tianyuan Ancient Kingdom. Now that the Tianyuan Ancient Kingdom was in great trouble, Qin Changxing naturally did not want to see such a genius fall. Hearing Qin Changxing's somewhat comforting words, Tang Wanshan was slightly taken aback. He clearly did not expect that by interrupting the apprenticeship ceremony, Qin Changxing would still consider him at this moment. He was not a fool and could certainly sense the comfort implied in Qin Changxing's words. In fact, your talent and aptitude are remarkable at this age. Being able to cultivate to the 6th level of the transformation realm, few among your peers can match. What you lack is merely practical combat experience. For example, just now, if I had approached you using my body technique first, if you hadn't been so eager to retreat but had chosen to move sideways, the passive situation could have been easily resolved, and who would win between us would be uncertain. Qin Changxing said. Tang Wanshan's expression changed unpredictably upon hearing this. Then he showed a thoughtful look, took a deep breath, and seriously cupped his hands in salute to Qin Changxing. Thank you for your guidance. Then he straightened up, the sense of defeat and dejection in his eyes no longer so strong. He looked at Qin Changxing and said, Qin Changxing, I have lost. In this battle today, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Moreover, I vaguely understand the reason why Senior Qinglong chose you as a successor. Since I, Tang Wanshan, began practicing martial arts, I have never bowed to anyone of my generation. You are the first. If possible, I hope we can often spar together in the future. Qin Changxing smiled and replied, I will be happy to accompany you. Tang Wanshan did not say much more, turning to bow deeply to the Qinglong Taoist and sincerely apologized. Senior Qinglong, I was disrespectful just now, ignorant of etiquette, and disturbed your interest. Please forgive me. Despite being defeated by Qin Changxing, he did not harbor resentment. On the contrary, because of today's battle, his goodwill towards Qin Changxing increased significantly. At this moment, seeing this, the Qinglong Taoist chuckled, raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, lifting Tang Wanshan up and said, It's nothing. Young people's tempers can be a bit unruly, which is normal. However, you need to change that reckless temperament when you go back. Otherwise, you'll suffer when you go out in the future. I will remember your teachings, Senior, Tang Wanshan replied. Around them, the elder strongmen from various major families couldn't help but smile, watching Qin Changxing nod repeatedly and generously praising him. Open-minded and humble in character, the successor chosen by Senior Qinglong is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 48. Pointing star sword technique. After defeating Tang Wanshan, Qin Changxing thought the turmoil would end there. Just as he was about to step down from the martial arts stage, he saw the Qinglong Taoist suddenly looking around and loudly saying, Ha! Is there anyone who disagrees with my choice of Qin Changxing as my direct disciple? If so, come up and teach my disciple a lesson. Hearing the words of the Qinglong Taoist, Qin Changxing's body instantly stiffened. He couldn't help but turn to look at his master, feeling as if he was about to be put in a difficult position by him. He was now increasingly certain that this so-called disciple ceremony and Tang Wanshan's challenge might have been orchestrated by the Qinglong Taoist. Sure enough, as soon as the Qinglong Taoist spoke, those other talented individuals who had previously been rejected by him, like Tang Wanshan, began to stir restlessly. I will. A young man stepped forward, clearly another genius of this generation. This person was Huang Fan. He was a year older than Tang Wanshan and now 18 years old, possessing excellent cultivation qualifications with a 9th grade special martial soul, nearly reaching the level of a monstrous genius. His cultivation realm was also at the 6th level of the transcendence realm, although his qualifications were slightly inferior to Tang Wanshan's. Qualifications were not the only standard for measuring strength. Those with higher qualifications would generally have stronger control over their power at the same level. However, many factors influence a person's strength, including the quality of their cultivation methods and martial skills, their understanding and application of martial skills, combat experience, and the quality of their weapons. Although Huang Fan's qualifications were slightly inferior to Tang Wanshan's, he never believed that his strength was less than Tang Wanshan's. Being a year older, he had practiced martial arts for an additional year, so his foundation was naturally deeper, allowing him to make up for certain gaps in other areas, such as his mastery of martial skills. Moreover, Tang Wanshan's defeat was primarily due to a lack of combat experience. With Tang Wanshan's example in mind, Huang Fan still dared to step up and challenge, showing his complete confidence in his strength. He leaped onto the martial arts stage with graceful movements. His footwork trained to perfection. With his qualifications, his footwork was naturally not ordinary. It was also a 9th-grade footwork technique, the Phantom Shadow. Tang Wanshan lost to you due to a lack of combat experience, but I have also undergone practical training and will not make the same mistakes he did. Are you ready? Huang Fan stared at Qin Changsheng and spoke, his gaze sharp. Please enlighten me. Qin Changsheng performed a martial salute. Huang Fan also returned a salute. And then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he took the initiative to attack, just as Qin Changsheng had done against Tang Wanshan. He transformed into a shadow, darting toward Qin Changsheng. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng remained calm, stepping aside with the shadowless step. In the blink of an eye, Huang Fan was already in front of him, his long sword drawn, the sword light sharp, slashing out several sword shadows. The 3 sword shadows pointed towards Qin Changsheng from 3 directions, directly blocking his paths to dodge left or right, leaving only the option to retreat. However, with his opponent closing in, the extremely experienced Qin Changsheng would never consider retreating at this moment. He understood very well that 2 of those sword shadows aimed to block his left and right escape routes, intending to force him back. If he retreated, he would fall into his opponent's trap, facing a storm of follow-up attacks and getting caught in the rhythm of the fight. Qin Changsheng did not panic. He maintained a calm mind, his gaze sharp, searching for his opponent's flaws. What is he doing? The onlookers were puzzled as they saw Qin Changsheng standing still, facing Huang Fan's fierce assault without dodging or retreating. Huang Fan's attack was too fierce. This was a 9th-grade sword technique, the pointing star sword technique, executed quickly and violently. Like a storm, once this set of sword techniques found an opening and attacked first, it would be very difficult for someone of equal strength to counter. Some elder strongmen had serious expressions, their eyes flickering with concern. Qin Changsheng is in danger. He is already at a slight disadvantage in realm and is now shrouded by Huang Fan's pointing star sword technique, blocking his escape paths. He has lost the initiative. At this moment, he can either take it head-on or retreat. However, with Huang Fan's fierce attack an advantage, taking it head-on would clearly be unwise. But if he retreats, he will fall into Huang Fan's rhythm, facing an even more violent assault. It seems the outcome of this battle has been decided. Someone from the royal family couldn't help but shake his head and say. However, the Qinglong Taoist's eyes flickered as he focused on Qin Changsheng, who remained calm and composed on the stage, feeling a bit of anticipation. Let me see just how talented you are, the Qinglong Taoist muttered himself, recalling what Bai Binger had mentioned about Qin Changsheng cultivating a sword heart. Suddenly, at that moment, just as Huang Fan's attack was less than a foot away from Qin Changsheng finally moved. The flowing cloud sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed, a cold, brilliant white light flashed. The next moment, the 3 sword shadows before him vanished, revealing Huang Fan's true sword form. The trajectory of his sword technique had been seen through by Qin Changsheng. The tips of their swords met in an instant. The 2 swords bent under the immense force. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Those who had just confidently declared Qin Changsheng's defeat now stopped speaking, their eyes wide open in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed in shock. He actually saw through the trajectory of Huang Fan's pointing star sword technique, finding the true form among the 3 sword shadows, and precisely struck at the tip of Huang Fan's sword. Incredible. Could this child be a sword path genius? At such a young age, he possesses such sharp eyesight. Many were astonished. Even the elder strongmen and notable figures were stunned, losing their composure, their faces filled with disbelief. Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, Tang Yener, and their teacher Su Fan were also dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Qin Changsheng's strength to be this formidable. Now you know how powerful Qin Changsheng is, right? Back then, my reverse water sword technique was also broken by this guy with a single sword. Bai Binger huffed from the crowd, seemingly in a good mood. Qin Changsheng was the direct disciple chosen by her grandfather. At this moment, the more dazzling Qin Changsheng appeared, the better her grandfather's judgment seemed, and of course, she was pleased. Chapter 49. Frost Silver Snake. Not only were the people around astonished, but Huang Fan, who was fighting against Qin Changsheng on the martial arts stage, was also taken aback. His star point sword technique, which was invincible, was actually broken just like that. Qin Changsheng had seen through the trajectory of his sword strike and precisely and swiftly hit the tip of his sword. Buzz! The curved twin swords burst forth with a powerful force, and both of them were simultaneously pushed back. Huang Fan was indeed someone with practical combat experience. After stabilizing his position, he immediately lunged forward again. "Frost Silver Snake," he shouted lowly, and as he lunged towards Qin Changsheng, he activated his martial soul. A giant snake covered in ice crystals suddenly burst forth from his body, emanating a chilling aura, flicking its long tongue, with sharp fangs and icy blue eyes. Sharp and fierce, it lunged towards Qin Changsheng alongside Huang Fan, opening its mouth to spit out white cold air, turning into a cold current that seeped into the bone marrow, swirling towards Qin Changsheng. Upon seeing this, Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened. She felt the surge of coldness coming, and her internal energy circulated to resist the severe cold, preventing her body from being frozen and affecting her coordination and movement. At the same time, Qin Changsheng activated her devouring martial soul. The devouring martial soul manifested as a black vortex, with faint red light flickering within. "Go!" Qin Changsheng shouted loudly. Her left palm pressing forward, the devouring martial soul swirling towards the frost silver snake, absorbing the cold current. Simultaneously, Qin Changsheng leaped forward, actively meeting Huang Fan. Wielding her flowing cloud sword, a brilliant sword light with an eerie and ethereal quality, slashing towards Huang Fan. A fierce, killing intent erupted, causing Qin Changsheng's sword to elevate in both momentum and might. This was the sword technique honed through life and death battles. There was an essential difference between it and the martial techniques of ordinary practitioners who had never seen blood. In Qin Changsheng's eyes, martial techniques that had never seen blood were merely ornamental, not much different from performance skills. Only through actual combat training could one forge truly fierce martial skills and techniques. Moreover, Qin Changsheng possessed a relentless momentum that Huang Fan lacked. This was precisely the basic quality required of a true swordsman. The blazing sword light was erratic and difficult to fathom. Faced with Qin Changsheng's counterattack, Huang Fan's expression changed immediately, especially as he was intimidated by the killing intent contained within, causing his courage to visibly wane, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes, and a desire to retreat arose in his heart. In a narrow encounter, the brave wins. Losing courage only leads to a worse outcome. Although Huang Fan had some combat experience, he was far behind Qin Changsheng, who had gone through countless life and death situations. Faced with Qin Changsheng's exquisitely brilliant sword, he found it difficult to find a way to counter it in a moment of panic, losing his courage and leaving numerous openings. Qin Changsheng's combat experience was incredibly rich, and in the blink of an eye, she seized the opportunity, placing her flowing cloud sword against Huang Fan's neck. "I lost." Huang Fan looked at the flowing cloud sword resting on his neck, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he retracted his martial soul and cupped his hands towards Qin Changsheng. "You've won." Qin Changsheng retracted her flowing cloud sword and returned the gesture. "I initially thought that Tang Wanshan lost to you because he was overconfident and lacked combat experience. But now it seems that's not the only reason. You are strong," Huang Fan said, still feeling apprehensive, and then with a hint of embarrassment, he added, "But you're clearly 1 or 2 years younger than me. Why do you have such a strong killing intent?" "Honestly, I was intimidated by the aura you exuded earlier." Qin Changsheng shook her head and smiled, saying, "The more life and death battles I experience, the more I acquire this killing aura." Huang Fan was shocked upon hearing this. "You mean to say that you often go through life and death trials and battles?" Qin Changsheng did not confirm or deny it. Huang Fan immediately gasped in disbelief and then smiled bitterly. "You're really a madman. Losing to you is not unjust." With that, Huang Fan stepped down from the martial arts stage. Many people around were astonished, feeling amazed and shocked by the means displayed by Qin Changsheng. If Qin Changsheng's previous sword that defeated Tang Wanshan was due to Tang Wanshan's overconfidence and lack of combat experience, Then how should one judge this battle between Qin Changsheng and Huang Fan? Huang Fan, who was close to monstrous talent, with a higher realm than Qin Changsheng, took the initiative to strike first, seizing the advantage, and even activated his martial soul first, yet still could not suppress Qin Changsheng and ultimately lost. This was enough to demonstrate Qin Changsheng's brilliance. Interesting, this Qin Changsheng truly lives up to being the heir chosen by the dean, indeed extraordinary. Capable of breaking Huang Fan's star point sword technique, truly remarkable. The previous generation's geniuses, now among the most dazzling talents in the Qinglong Academy, could not help but exclaim. Nangong Chun, playing with the folding fan in his hand, smiled and said to the expressionless young man Li Jianya beside him, Qin Changsheng's sword talent is evident. If that sword that broke Huang Fan's star point sword technique wasn't just luck, then she must have already cultivated her sword heart and mastered the ability to find her opponent's flaws. You also practice swordsmanship. Are you not going to measure yourself against her? Li Jinya's gaze flickered as he stared at Qin Changsheng on the martial arts stage, but shook his head. She is still too weak. Nangongqin smiled. Suddenly, however, his pupils constricted as a wild and unrestrained figure rose and walked towards the martial arts stage. It was Xiao Yunfeng, the previous generation's monstrous talent, a legend among the disciples of Qinglong Academy today. Since his debut, he has been known as invincible among his peers, a true monster who has never been defeated. Xiao Yunfeng, as a celebrity on the imperial capital's wind and cloud ranking, as a legendary figure from the previous generation of monstrous talents, wherever he goes, he is destined to shine brilliantly and attract attention from all directions. Every move he makes draws attention, especially in the current situation. As the strongest disciple among the current students of Qinglong Academy, as a sword talent who had been rejected twice by the Qinglong Taoist for apprenticeship, countless people were paying attention to him. When he stepped out from the corner, when he walked towards the martial arts stage, all eyes followed him. It's Xiao Yunfeng. What does he want to do? Does he also want to challenge Qin Changsheng? Xiao Yunfeng is a legendary genius from the previous generation. It is said that he has never been defeated since his debut, and his cultivation had reached the Yuan Gang realm 5 years ago. With his strength, challenging a junior like Qin Changsheng, who has just entered school, seems inappropriate? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 50. Battle with the legend. Your name is Qin Changsheng, right? You truly live up to being the heir chosen by the dean. You are indeed extraordinarily talented. Just having entered school, you have already cultivated your sword heart and accumulated such a killing aura. It is truly impressive. Xiao Yunfeng walked to the front of the martial arts stage, looking at Qin Changsheng with admiration rather than jealousy or resentment. Upon hearing the gasps from the crowd, Qin Changsheng realized that this easygoing young man with long hair was the legendary figure Xiao Yunfeng of Qinglong Academy, and her heart tightened slightly. Hearing Xiao Yunfeng's words, Qin Changsheng respectfully cupped her hands and greeted him. I am Qin Changsheng. Greetings to senior brother Xiao. Xiao Yunfeng, why have you come up? Do you also wish to challenge me, this junior? Qinglong Taoist also looked at Xiao Yunfeng and said calmly, with your current cultivation realm, it would not be appropriate to challenge Qin Changsheng. Xiao Yunfeng laughed heartily and said, I just watched junior brother Qin's 2 battles, especially the second one, which was absolutely wonderful. I must admit, I'm a bit eager to fight as well. Upon hearing this, Qinglong Taoist frowned. The crowd was in an uproar. However, Xiao Yunfeng immediately changed his tone, saying, it's a pity that junior brother Qin's cultivation is too shallow for me to fight at full strength. Nevertheless, I still want to see how outstanding the successor chosen by Dean Qinglong truly is. As he spoke, Xiao Yunfeng's aura subtly shifted, and his expression grew more serious and solemn. He leaped gracefully onto the martial arts arena and looked at Qin Changsheng, saying, Junior brother Qin, I can see that you're also a warrior at heart. I will suppress my cultivation to fight you at the same level. Do you dare to accept the challenge? With Xiao Yunfeng's words, the surroundings erupted in excitement. Xiao Yunfeng actually wanted to suppress his cultivation and fight Qin Changsheng on equal footing. It seemed that Xiao Yunfeng still held a grudge against Dean Qinglong for his earlier refusals. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so insistent on fighting Qin Changsheng, the successor chosen by the esteemed elder. Even if Xiao Yunfeng suppressed his cultivation, Qin Chongqing surely couldn't be his opponent, right? Since his debut, Xiao Yunfeng had never been defeated, possessing an immense wealth of combat experience and unfathomable depth. In the same realm, no one could possibly be his match. Indeed, while Qin Chongsheng had performed admirably in his two earlier battles, he still paled in comparison to Xiao Yunfeng. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Xiao Yunfeng was a legend of Qinglong Academy, the strongest among its disciples in nearly a century. He was invincible at the same cultivation level. At this moment, everyone believed that Qin Chongsheng was no match for Xiao Yunfeng, even though he had showcased impressive skills in his previous battles. In the face of a legendary figure like Xiao Yunfeng, he would still shine less brightly. This was a battle with a predetermined outcome. All eyes turned to Qin Chongsheng, and everyone couldn't help but be curious whether he would accept Xiao Yunfeng's challenge. In Qinglong Daoist's gray-white eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashed as he looked at Qin Chongsheng, wanted to see if he had the courage to accept the challenge from this legendary genius. Qin Chongsheng paid no attention to the discussions around him. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Yunfeng, and the intense fighting spirit in his eyes revealed his stance. To fight at the same level as a peerless genius like senior brother Xiao was an opportunity he could not pass up, and he respectfully asked for guidance. Qin Chongsheng said calmly, with a fierce fire burning in his eyes. That was his intense fighting spirit. Since the opponent was willing to suppress his cultivation to fight him at the same level, he naturally could not refuse. Despite having experienced countless life and death battles, those had all been against beasts. His encounters with human warriors had been few. Tang Wanshan and Huang Fan lacked combat experience, and Qin Chongsheng did not feel any sharpening effect from their earlier match. But Xiao Yunfeng was different. This person had never been defeated since his debut, and his combat experience was undoubtedly vast. Moreover, he was also a monstrous genius. Engaging with such a master would sharpen his skills, enhance his strength, and increase his combat experience. Therefore, he gladly accepted this battle. Regardless of the outcome, he viewed this fight as a valuable experience on his martial path. Upon hearing Qin Chongsheng's words and sensing the intense fighting spirit in his gaze, Xiao Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, but then a glint of appreciation emerged in his eyes, deepening his admiration. "Ha, good. Junior brother indeed has courage and bravery. However, I won't hold back in this battle, so be mentally prepared," Xiao Yunfeng said. "I intend to give it my all," Qin Chongsheng replied. Seeing Qin Chongsheng accept the challenge, the crowd erupted once again. Qin Chongsheng actually accepted the challenge. Regardless of whether he won or lost, just his willingness to fight showed extraordinary courage. Indeed, this Qin Chongsheng is bound to become someone significant, many people remarked with admiration. It was clear to everyone that Xiao Yunfeng was an undefeated legend who had never lost since his debut, and he had been cultivating far longer than Qin Chongsheng. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, factors such as battle experience, comprehension of techniques, and martial skills would all play crucial roles in determining the outcome of the battle. It could be said that the result of this fight was already predetermined. Even if Qin Chongsheng had refused the challenge, no one would have said anything. But Qin Chongsheng chose to accept. This undoubtedly required immense courage. Qinglong Daoist looked at Qin Chongsheng, a hint of comfort appearing in his eyes. On the martial arts arena, both of them respectfully performed the martial salute to each other. "Let us begin," Xiao Yunfeng said. He had suppressed his cultivation level, and the aura he now revealed was only at the 5th level of the transformation realm, equal to Qin Chongsheng's level. As his voice fell, Qin Chongsheng's entire presence changed. His gaze became incredibly sharp, as if he could see into the hearts of others and penetrate all truths. With a whoosh, the Luyun sword was drawn from its sheath. Qin Chongsheng's body flickered, transforming into a shadow that swiftly charged toward Xiao Yunfeng. Behind him trailed a series of afterimages. This series of afterimages overlapped continuously until, after Qin Chongsheng came to a stop, they caught up with him, merging as if they were one. A brilliant sword light, like lightning flashing across the night sky, surged with incredible speed and struck toward Xiao Yunfeng's throat. This strike was swift and fierce, precise and domineering, executed with no reservations. After all, Xiao Yunfeng was not an ordinary opponent. He was an incredibly powerful, peerless genius with rich combat experience and top-tier techniques. His true cultivation level was also far beyond Qin Changxing's. Facing such a formidable opponent, Qin Changxing naturally could not afford to be arrogant. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so for a fearsome tiger like the person before him? Chapter 51. Xiao Yunfeng's strength. Xiao Yunfeng was truly an experienced warrior. In the face of Qin Changxing's initial attack, he displayed none of the panic that Tang Wanshan and Huang Fan had shown when they were defeated by Qin Changxing. Clang! A bright blade light flashed. A broad sword appeared in Xiao Yunfeng's hand, which he had drawn just half an inch, standing it upright in front of him to accurately intercept Qin Changxing's cunning strike. The Luyun sword struck the four-finger-wide blade, producing a crisp sound and sparking a few sparks. What a quick reaction! Qin Changxing's gaze sharpened. With the Luyun sword blocked by the broadsword, its edge was hindered and could not advance further. Qin Changxing immediately changed his tactics, moving in coordination with his footwork. He flicked his right wrist, causing the Luyun sword to tremble and shoot out several beams of cold light, transforming into 3 sword shadows. Starpoint sword technique. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "That's the Starpoint style from the Starpoint sword technique that Huang Fan used earlier. He has also cultivated the Starpoint sword technique? This is impossible." The Starpoint sword technique is recorded in the Tianyuan Academy's collection. The Qinglong Academy's Martial Hall does not have the method to cultivate this sword technique. Moreover, he has just enrolled. Mastering a high-grade sword technique is already difficult enough. How could he possibly have the energy to cultivate a second high-grade sword technique in such a short time? Many people in the crowd expressed their astonishment. Not to mention them, even Qinglong Daoist was somewhat surprised at this moment. He knew very well that there was no method to cultivate the Starpoint sword technique in Qinglong Academy. Furthermore, Qin Changxing could not have obtained the cultivation method for this sword technique. Yet at this moment, Qin Changxing was actually performing one of the styles from the Starpoint sword technique right in front of all of them. Watching Qin Changxing perform the Starpoint sword technique, Huang Fan was left dumbfounded. How could he also use the Starpoint sword technique? Such questions lingered in everyone's minds. On the martial arts stage, Xiao Yunfeng also showed a hint of surprise, but he remained calm in the face of Qin Changxing's sword technique. Clang! The broad knife in his hand, which had been drawn half an inch, was suddenly pulled out entirely from its sheath, the snow-white blade flashing with a chilling cold light. In an instant, the blade light crisscrossed, exuding an overwhelming aura, a violent force pouring down through the broad knife. Without any technique needed, Xiao Yunfeng directly slashed down with his knife, meeting Qin Changxing's sword head-on. Under absolute power, even the most splendid moves could only be crushed. Xiao Yunfeng's long hair danced as this seemingly simple and ordinary strike contained an incredibly terrifying might. The powerful true qi pressure made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. A heavy blade light, dragging a weighty shadow, struck down fiercely. Bang! When the knife and sword collided, a massive force instantly surged forth, exploding into a wave of comprehension that swept in all directions. Qin Changxing's heart jolted. At the moment the knife fell, he felt the wild might contained within it. This strike was too heavy, too domineering, and its might was too terrifying. The other party had mastered this knife technique to an extraordinarily astonishing level. A swordsman facing a knife user in a head-on clash, competing in power and might, was undoubtedly a foolish act. Therefore, Qin Changxing did not meet him head-on. He borrowed the momentum to retreat, dissipating that violent force. On the stone slab of the martial arts stage, several clear footprints appeared. Indeed, under the same realm, being able to receive one of my strikes without defeat qualifies you to be my opponent. Xiao Yunfeng's aura was intense, emanating an invisible field that gave an indescribable sense of oppression. However, from now on, I will be serious. Xiao Yunfeng slowly spoke, his presence exuding a domineering, proud, and unrestrained aura. Crack! The next moment, a piece of the stone slab beneath his feet suddenly shattered. Xiao Yunfeng's body abruptly vanished from its original position, like an arrow released from a bow, shooting fiercely toward Qin Changxing. Whoosh! The brilliant blade light reappeared, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, slashing toward Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng's focus was highly concentrated, his eyes narrowed slightly. After witnessing the power of the previous strike, he chose not to clash head-on again. His figure flickered, executing the shadowless step to perfection, moving like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage in place. As a swordsman, his attacks were indeed sharp. But when facing a martial artist like Xiao Yunfeng, who wielded a broad knife and practiced a dominating and fierce knife technique, it was more about using the agility of the swordsman and techniques to win. Seizing the flaw, using one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, and achieving victory at the lowest cost was the true way to triumph. Boom! The heavy blade light crashed down like a waterfall on the afterimage left by Qin Changsheng. Before the blade light arrived, the domineering aura it emitted had already dispersed the afterimage. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, spreading like a spider web, showcasing the terror of this strike's might. Many spectators watching this scene couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. How terrifying! Is this the strength of Xiao Yunfeng? Suppressing his realm, he was currently only at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. He practiced the most domineering knife technique of the 9th rank, the Overlord knife. This knife technique was indeed ferocious. Mastering it meant that under the same realm, there was likely no one who could confront him head-on. Among the crowd, many were astonished, feeling a chill at Xiao Yunfeng's strike. This was merely a strike executed at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, yet it was so overwhelmingly powerful. Who could confront him head-on at the same realm? Even the other outstanding talents present, some of whom were from 2 generations earlier than Xiao Yunfeng, could not help but show serious expressions. This guy is indeed a monster. Even when suppressing his realm to the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, he is still this strong. Nangong Chun stopped waving the folding fan in his hand, his gaze fixed on the figure on the martial arts stage, unable to help but take a deep breath. Otherwise, how could he be the legendary genius of the imperial capital for 100 years? The wooden-faced youth Li Jinya spoke up, a hint of battle intent rising in his eyes. You, how can you still have the will to fight him? Didn't you suffer enough when you lost him back then? Nangong Chen remarked, seeing the battle intent in Li Jinya's eyes. Li Jinya pursed his lips, looking firmly at the Xiao Yunfeng on the martial arts stage, and said resolutely, "One day, I will defeat him." Nangong Chen rolled his eyes, mercilessly pointing out the sore spot. Back then, you fought him at the same realm and lost 9 times in a row. And the time you lasted against him kept getting shorter. Are you sure you can defeat him? Li Jinya looked at Nangong Chen with displeasure, then blushed as he said, "You also lost to him. You didn't dare to fight him again after losing just once. Coward." Chapter 52. The innate swordsman on the martial arts stage, seeing the power of Xiao Yunfeng's strike, Qin Changsheng's heart also tightened. He was very glad he hadn't been arrogant enough to clash with him head-on. Otherwise, facing that strike, he would have definitely suffered a great loss. Did he dodge? His movement technique was quite good. Xiao Yunfeng was carefree and unrestrained. Missing a strike did not make him anxious or regretful. Let me try a few more strikes. Xiao Yunfeng's aura was powerful, and the long knife in his hand was like a wild horse that had broken free, exuding a violent and overwhelming force, rampaging and spreading blade light and energy toward Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened, his steps steady. He remained calm and collected, using the shadowless step to navigate the martial arts stage, maneuvering with Xiao Yunfeng. His eyes were sharp, calmly searching for Xiao Yunfeng's flaws. Clang, clang, clang. The blade light poured down, and Qin Changsheng had no choice but to block. Though the blade light was fierce, it was far less heavy and domineering than Xiao Yunfeng's close-quarter slashes, allowing Qin Changsheng to cope with it. Whoosh! At that moment, Qin Changsheng suddenly caught sight of a flaw exposed by Xiao Yunfeng. He had been searching for this flaw for a long time. Without any hesitation, he decisively launched an attack, executing the shadowless step, swiftly darting toward Xiao Yunfeng, with the flowing cloud sword stabbing out like a venomous snake. However, just then, Qin Changsheng suddenly felt a sense of crisis. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a smirk at the corner of Xiao Yunfeng's mouth, and his heart sank. Not good. It's a trap. Qin Changsheng instantly reacted, and his hair stood on end. But at this moment, he could not retreat in time. Slash! The heavy, broad knife suddenly slashed down toward the rushing Qin Changsheng. Under the current circumstances, Qin Changsheng had no choice but to brace himself and clash with the opponent. Bang! When the knife and sword collided, Qin Changsheng immediately felt an immense force transmitted through the flowing cloud sword, causing his entire arm to go numb. Subsequently, the powerful residual force from the strike sent the flowing cloud sword rebounding against Qin Changsheng's chest, and the overwhelming power knocked him flying backward. Qin Changsheng landed and stepped back several times before finally stabilizing himself. Yet he felt his internal qi and blood surge violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such domineering strength. Such deep calculations. Qin Changsheng looked up, his expression grave as he stared at Xiao Yunfeng, his eyes flickering. The other party practiced the overlord knife. With immense and heavy force, a violent power, and a domineering knife momentum, excelling at head-on clashes. But Qin Changsheng saw through this. So he had been avoiding a direct confrontation with the opponent and only adopted a guerrilla warfare strategy. After several consecutive failed attacks, Xiao Yunfeng deliberately exposed vulnerabilities to lure Qin Changsheng into attacking first, ultimately forcing him into a direct clash. This was the opponent's scheme. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath. Xiao Yunfeng's combat experience was indeed extraordinarily rich, far surpassing that of Tang Wanshan and Huang Fan. Just this alone taught Qin Changsheng a lesson. Boom! After knocking Qin Changsheng back with a single strike, Xiao Yunfeng did not stop, but instead stepped forward to pursue. He aimed to take advantage of the situation to expand his lead and completely control the battlefield. Qin Changsheng remained calm. In battle, regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain a cool head. This was a principle he had learned from countless life and death struggles. He shifted his body to create distance. But Xiao Yunfeng also changed direction and continued to pursue. Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened. He did not feel anxious about Xiao Yunfeng's pursuit. Instead, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. The more the opponent rushed to chase and defeat him, the easier it would be for them to reveal flaws. Emotions often influence the outcome of battles. Qin Changsheng ran swiftly, executing the shadowless step to perfection. Xiao Yunfeng kept chasing, and both of their speeds reached their limits. The entire martial arts arena was filled with the shadows of the two. Qin Changsheng had nowhere to retreat. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, Qin Changsheng had been cornered, with no place to escape. Xiao Yunfeng clearly noticed this, and a smile appeared on his lips as he quickly closed the distance, slashing down at Qin Changsheng with a knife. Now's the time. However, a fierce light suddenly erupted in Qin Changsheng's eyes. He almost stepped onto the edge of the martial arts arena, and with a sudden twist of his body, he countered with his sword, dodging Xiao Yunfeng's attack and aiming for his throat. Xiao Yunfeng's pupils instantly constricted, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He had just thought he was guaranteed victory and had become somewhat complacent, not expecting Qin Changsheng to launch such a sharp counterattack. As the sword swept toward him, Xiao Yunfeng felt a sharp pain in his throat and immediately forced himself to interrupt his attack, retreating rapidly. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng immediately closed in. The opponent was in a backward position, unable to unleash his movements. How could he escape from Qin Changsheng's close pursuit with the shadowless step? This retreat only plunged Xiao Yunfeng deeper into an endless swamp of attacks, falling into an endless passive state. Crescent Moonblade! Xiao Yunfeng shouted loudly, and a huge blade shadow suddenly burst forth from his body. It was Xiao Yunfeng's martial soul, Blade Martial Soul. The massive blade shadow charged out, exuding a terrifying pressure, and the blade edge crashed down heavily toward Qin Changsheng. Xiao Yunfeng was actually forced to use his martial soul first by Qin Changsheng. The crowd gasped in surprise. Qin Changsheng's expression changed. As the blade martial soul descended with overwhelming might, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Xiao Yunfeng. He leaped to the side, landing on the opposite side of the martial arts arena, his long robe billowing, with his 3-foot azure blade pointed diagonally at the ground, reflecting a cold, sharp light. If he didn't strike, he wouldn't, but when he did, it was as swift and precise as thunder, truly a natural-born swordsman. Xiao Yunfeng stared at Qin Changsheng and took a deep breath. If he hadn't activated his blade, martial soul in time, to push Qin Changsheng back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin Changsheng's expression remained calm. The battle was not over, and he would not let his guard down. The devouring martial soul appeared behind him, transforming into a massive black vortex. The black vortex turned into a wisp of black smoke that enveloped the flowing cloud sword, causing it to swirl with black energy, resembling a demonic weapon. Seeing this, Xiao Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. Qin Changsheng's devouring martial soul was a rare and uncommon martial soul, and it was clear that Xiao Yunfeng did not fully understand its abilities. However, he was not without concerns. At this moment, he would not make the same mistake as before. The blade martial soul merged with the broad knife in Xiao Yunfeng's hand, greatly enhancing its might. He swayed and charged at Qin Changsheng again. Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered. After activating the devouring martial soul, he no longer just dodged, but began to harass his opponent, continuously launching attacks. With each clash, he would use the characteristics of the devouring martial soul to absorb a trace of the opponent's true energy, increasing the opponent's consumption while reducing their true energy strength, thereby compensating for his own losses. Chapter 53. Fame spreads far and wide after being forced into a passive state and exchanging blows with Qin Changsheng for dozens of rounds. Xiao Yunfeng finally realized the massive consumption of his true energy. His martial soul could actually devour the true energy within him. Xiao Yunfeng was horrified. This was the first time he had encountered such a martial soul. His expression changed. He could no longer afford to prolong the battle and had to finish it quickly, forcefully suppressing his opponent. Otherwise, his true energy would continue to weaken until it was completely exhausted and he was overwhelmed. Dominating Blade 13 styles, Blade rolls the remaining clouds. Xiao Yunfeng shouted loudly. Now fused with his blade martial soul, his attacks were even more ferocious than before. Qin Changsheng's eyes flashed as he swung the flowing cloud sword. Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow. He finally activated the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow realm, which was originally his trump card. But now he had no choice but to use it. In an instant, the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow realm spread, enveloping Xiao Yunfeng and interfering with his perception. Boom! Xiao Yunfeng slashed down violently, the frenzied blade light pouring down on Qin Changsheng. However, the Qin Changsheng before him suddenly transformed into a phantom and vanished. Looking again, Qin Changsheng seemed to have already reached the horizon. Xiao Yunfeng was startled and attacked again, charging at Qin Changsheng. However, the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow realm had already interfered with Xiao Yunfeng's sixth senses, making it impossible for him to accurately judge the distance between himself and Qin Changsheng. His attacks continued, but they all missed, making him appear as if he had gone mad, launching a storm of attacks at empty air. It's the realm. Qinglong Daoist's pupils constricted. The others present were also shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. The realm, Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow. He actually comprehended the realm contained within the 9th grade sword technique, Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow. The 9th grade sword techniques were notoriously difficult to practice, especially the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow technique, which was even harder to master. He had only been in school for a month, yet he had managed to refine this sword technique and even grasp the realm within it. At this moment, everyone around was no longer calm. They were all greatly shocked. The generation of geniuses like Nangong Chun and even the likes of Shuhua Cliff, hailed as a minor martial saint, could not help but change their expressions, revealing astonishment. Swish! On the martial arts arena, Xiao Yunfeng, whose sixth senses were disturbed, was now full of flaws. Qin Changsheng leaped forward, finding the opening, and with one sword, he broke through Xiao Yunfeng's blade momentum, the flowing cloud sword immediately pressing against his throat, causing the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow realm to dissipate. The spectators around all gasped. Their breathing halted as they watched this scene, their eyes filled with incredulity. Xiao Yunfeng's pupils also contracted as he looked at the sword tip hovering before his throat. But then he suddenly burst into laughter. The realm, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the realm within the Isolated Mountain Distant Shadow sword technique. I lose. He laughed heartily, having been defeated by Qin Changsheng, seemingly without a trace of frustration. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. He retracted his blade martial soul and put away the broad knife in his hand, turning to look at Qinglong Daoist, and said with a sense of relief, "I lost." The successor chosen by the dean is indeed outstanding. After speaking, he laughed heartily and turned to Qin Changsheng, saying, "You are the only one who has defeated me in the same realm. You are quite impressive. I look forward to our next battle at the peak." With that, he lifted the restrictions on his cultivation level. The aura of his cultivation began to rise sharply, continuously growing. He gracefully leaped off the martial arts platform, showing no signs of defeat, and walked away into the distance, declaring, "From now on, nothing can hinder my martial path." As he spoke, Xiao Yunfeng, whose cultivation had been fixed at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gang realm, suddenly trembled. A crisp sound echoed from within him, as if shackles were being broken. Finally, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the spiritual energy in all directions to boil. Dao Palace Realm. Some elder experts' pupils contracted as they watched Xiao Yunfeng's back, their eyes filled with astonishment. He actually broke through to the Dao Palace Realm at this moment. Everyone was shocked. A 27-year-old in the Dao Palace Realm. The Tianyuan dynasty has a successor. At this moment, those from the Tianyuan royal family also revealed a fiery brilliance in their eyes. The Qinglong Daoist's gaze slightly focused, and then a look of relief appeared on his face as he murmured softly, "Have you finally unblocked your heart? Your talent and character are exceptional. The reason I didn't take you as my disciple back then was simply because you were more suited to the path of the sword. I didn't expect this to become your heart's not for so many years." The Qinglong Daoist shook his head. He had always admired Xiao Yunfeng. This was a young man with exceptional talent and character. However, the Qinglong Daoist had never agreed to take him as a disciple because he knew that compared to the sword path, he was more suited to practice the blade. The awakened martial soul he possessed was a rare divine weapon martial soul, the blade martial soul. He was a born swordsman. Practicing the sword with him would only hinder his future. If it weren't for this, why would he refuse to accept such a talented and virtuous genius like Xiao Yunfeng? It can be said that besides Qin Changsheng, Xiao Yunfeng was the person Qinglong Daoist admired and valued the most. At this moment, after being defeated by Qin Changsheng, Xiao Yunfeng's obsession finally dissipated, and his heart's knot was finally opened. It was precisely because of the obsession and the knot in his heart that Xiao Yunfeng had been blocked at the Dao Palace realm. Now that the knot was untied, Xiao Yunfeng surged with energy and finally stepped into the Dao Palace realm, becoming the youngest great martial artist of the Tianyuan dynasty. On the martial arts platform, Qin Changsheng watched Xiao Yunfeng leave, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. A battle at the peak? I will do my best. This battle with Xiao Yunfeng brought him immense gains, a valuable experience. With Xiao Yunfeng's departure, the gazes of the surrounding crowd fell back onto the martial arts platform. Focusing on Qin Changsheng, everyone's eyes revealed a sense of amazement. Xiao Yunfeng actually lost, and he lost to Qin Changsheng. This Qin Changsheng is too monstrous. He just entered school and has already cultivated the solitary mountain distant shadow, the most difficult sword technique of the 9th grade, to such a level, even comprehending the artistic conception within it. Even senior brother Xiao, in the same realm, was defeated by him. Indeed, that was senior brother Xiao, who had never been defeated since his debut. Now he has been defeated by Qin Changsheng. Given time, will Qin Changsheng become the second senior brother Xiao? I think Qin Changsheng might be even more powerful than senior brother Xiao in the future. That is hard to say. Senior brother Xiao is a monstrous genius. He is only 27 years old and has already become a great martial artist in the Dao Palace realm. Although Qin Changsheng's combat talent is strong, his cultivation talent may not be able to compare with senior brother Xiao. Many people around were discussing animatedly, astonished. Without a doubt, after today, the name Qin Changsheng will resonate throughout the imperial capital, renowned in all directions. Chapter 54. Responsibility and pressure at this moment. Qin Changsheng stood alone on the martial arts platform, with countless gazes focused on him. Everyone was looking at this young man who defeated the legendary Xiao Yunfeng in the same realm. Perhaps a new legend is about to be born. Truly, The younger generation is formidable. Some elder experts sighed. Among the crowd, those who had also been rejected by the Qinglong Taoist as disciples were now silent. The so-called Little Martial Saint, Shukong Cliff, also nodded at Qin Chongsheng, finally releasing the dissatisfaction that had been stuck in his heart for many years. Qin Chongsheng's performance indeed amazed them. Certainly, Qin Chongsheng's current realm is still quite low, and in terms of true strength, he cannot be their opponent. But they asked themselves, when they were at Qin Chongsheng's age, could they achieve such brilliance? Qinglong, congratulations on finally finding a good disciple. Shukong Cliff stood up, bowed to Qinglong Taoist, and spoke slowly. Although he was over 100 years old, he looked not a day older, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. The lifespan of martial artists is longer than that of ordinary people. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. As the #1 sword saint of Tianyuan, Qinglong Taoist, a great martial artist at the peak of the Xiantai realm, has already lived for over 1,000 years. Qinglong Taoist smiled and nodded, his face full of relief. Shukong Cliff did not linger, but turned and left. The disciple-seeking ceremony was reaching its conclusion. After exchanging pleasantries, the various dignitaries began to exit in an orderly manner. Qin Chongsheng. After the crowd dispersed, a member of the royal family approached Qin Chongsheng and chatted with him with a smile. Young friend, you truly live up to being the chosen successor of Qinglong. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your battles earlier were a great feast for my eyes, haha. This was a young man in his 30s, dressed in luxurious attire. Exudinho indescribable nobleha. You overpraised me. Qin Chongsheng replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Disciple, allow me to introduce you. This is His Highness, the third prince of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. Qinglong Taoist smiled and introduced. Qinglong, the third prince showed no royal arrogance, bowing respectfully to Qinglong Taoist, giving off a humble impression. Qinglong Taoist did not seem surprised by the third prince's greeting and appeared very calm. As the sword saint of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, his status is very high. Although Qin Chongsheng guessed that the royal visitor must have a noble identity, he did not expect it to be a prince of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom. He hurriedly returned the greeting, saying, I pay my respects to His Highness, the third prince. No need for excessive courtesy. The third prince quickly waved his hand and then said seriously, Qin Chongsheng, actually even before today, I had already heard your name from Qinglong. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Those words came from you, right? Just for that. It should be Li Ji bowing to you. Please accept my bow. Saying this, Li Ji actually placed his hands in front of him and then seriously bent over to Qin Chongsheng in a deep bow. This surprised Qin Chongsheng, and he quickly said, Your Highness, this is too much. But Li Ji insisted on completing the bow, then smiled lightly, saying, based on that sentence of yours, you deserve this bow from Li Ji. I heard you plan to participate in the 10 Kingdoms War in 3 years. With your patriotism, our Tianyuan cannot treat you poorly. As he spoke, Li Ji took out a jade pendant and handed it to Qin Chongsheng with both hands, saying, This is my personal jade pendant. With this jade pendant, you can enter and exit the royal palace and my residence at will. Furthermore, you can access the royal family's secret realms for cultivation and all the techniques, secrets, and martial skills collected by my royal family are open for you to browse. Additionally, if you need any cultivation resources, just let me know, and I will do my best to find them for you. Qin Chongsheng was taken aback, saying, Your Highness, this gift is too generous. I cannot bear it. In times of national crisis, when the whole country is united, if someone like you, a patriotic figure deeply concerned about the nation, is not valued or treated sincerely by our Tianyuan, then our Tianyuan is doomed to face extinction and the loss of our nation and people. The War of the 10 Nations 3 years from now, I entrust it to you, my young friend. Li Ji bowed deeply, speaking with utmost sincerity. Qin Chongsheng was deeply moved by these words. He looked at the Qinglong Taoist, who stood silently by, clearly allowing him to make his own choice. He understood. The reason Li Ji was acting this way was because he recognized Qin Chongsheng's talent and potential, as well as his patriotic sentiments, hoping that he could fight for a glimmer of hope for Tianyuan 3 years later. After a moment of silence, Qin Chongsheng finally took a deep breath and said, I will do my utmost to protect our Tianyuan. That statement alone is enough. A smile appeared on Li Ji's face as he presented the jade pendant to Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng did not delay any further and accepted the jade pendant. You need not feel too much pressure. Apart from you, there are others like Xiao Yunfeng, Xu Cliff, Nangong Chun, Li Jinya, Tang Hao, and many talented individuals on the imperial capital's wind and cloud ranking, all of whom the royal family supports vigorously, providing the greatest convenience and nurturing. Seeing Qin Changsheng accept the jade pendant, Li Ji's smile became more humble, concerned that Qin Changsheng might feel too much pressure, and he explained, "There are still 3 years until the War of the 10 Nations, which will determine the fate of the ancient country of Tianyuan. The royal family of Tianyuan naturally cannot place all their hopes on one person. Although Qin Changsheng is exceptionally talented and his performance is dazzling, he is still quite young, and his cultivation level is still quite shallow. It is uncertain whether, in 3 years, Qin Changsheng can break through to the Yuangang realm and meet the minimum threshold to participate in the War of the 10 Nations. Under such circumstances, Li Ji still offered the jade pendant and personally invited him, largely due to his appreciation for the words Qin Changsheng had spoken. As for the rest, it might be attributed to a flicker of hope for a miracle. Li Ji did not linger any longer and took his leave. Qin Changsheng held the jade pendant in his hand, taking a deep breath and feeling the heavy weight of responsibility and pressure. Although the other party had said that besides him, people like Xiao Yunfeng also enjoyed the same treatment. It was as he had said before, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. This sense of responsibility was burdensome. 3 years, 3 years, Qin Changsheng murmured, tightening his grip on the jade pendant, his gaze becoming firm and resolute as he exhaled. Within 3 years, I must reach the Yuangang realm. I must become stronger. The Qinglong Taoist looked at Qin Changsheng and couldn't help but sigh softly. Qin Changsheng was still just a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Yet he had to bear the fate of the nation, which was too heavy a burden for someone his age. Changsheng, do not push yourself too hard. Do what you can, leave the rest to fate, and as long as you have no regrets in your heart, that is enough. The Qinglong Taoist said with some concern. Qin Changsheng nodded, but his gaze remained steadfast and persistent. Chapter 55. Swordsmanship. The disciple selection ceremony has concluded. The events that transpired at the ceremony quickly spread, sparking heated discussions. In the streets and alleys, taverns and tea houses, everywhere people were talking about Qin Changsheng, and his name was almost everywhere. For a time, Qin Changsheng's name created a sensation throughout the imperial capital, becoming renowned in all directions. His popularity soared, making him the target of admiration and pursuit among many young people. Yet, Qin Changsheng seemed oblivious to all this. He continued to diligently practice every day, day after day, without a moment's relaxation. On the back mountain of Qinglong Academy, the spiritual peaks stood tall and waterfalls flowed like dragons. Qin Changsheng was training with the Qinglong Taoist. Whoosh! The blazing sword light flashed, and Qin Changsheng moved like a ghost, closing in on the Qinglong Taoist, engaging him in fierce combat. The Qinglong Taoist avoided all of Qin Changsheng's seemingly dense and ferocious attacks with slight movements of his body. Qin Changsheng was panting, his internal energy nearly exhausted. Yet throughout the fight, he hadn't even managed to touch the hem of the Qinglong Taoist's robes. Even a normally calm and composed Qin Changsheng could not help but feel anxious at this moment. Snap! 2 strong fingers suddenly pinched the blade of the flowing cloud sword, precisely stopping Qin Changsheng's attack and causing his momentum to collapse entirely. The flowing cloud sword could not advance an inch. The Qinglong Taoist twisted the sword slightly and then let go, causing the flowing cloud sword to tremble violently and slip from Qin Changsheng's hand, embedding itself in the ground. The Qinglong Taoist spoke. In battle, no matter how dire the situation, you must remember to stay calm and composed. The more critical the moment, the more you must maintain a clear mind. You should understand this point. Qin Changsheng's heart trembled as he recalled how he had become anxious due to his nearly depleted internal energy at the last moment, ultimately exposing a fatal flaw, causing a chill to run down his spine. If it were a life-and-death battle, This fatal flaw could very well cost him his life. "I will heed your teachings, master," Qin Changsheng quickly replied respectfully. The Qinglong Taoist nodded and said, "Changsheng, you are very talented, and you possess great willpower and courage. You can say that you're the most gifted individual I have seen in the sword path. Although you are still young and have only practiced swordsmanship for a short time, your understanding of the sword path and your perception of swordsmen are deeper than many older swordsmen. I realized this when you fought with Xiao Yinfeng. You are a born swordsman with terrifying combat talent, but these past few days, I have not taught you the swordsmanship I created, instead engaging you in sparring every day. Do you know why?" Qin Changsheng pondered and said, "Master, it is to further hone my combat skills and enrich my combat experience." The Qinglong Taoist nodded but then shook his head, finally extending 2 fingers and saying, "There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that I feel apprehensive. Your sword talent is extraordinarily high, beyond my imagination, and I worry that I may not be able to mold you into the most perfect form, thus delaying your progress. The path I have taken is ultimately mine, but it may not necessarily suit you. The second reason, as you said, is to further hone your combat skills and enrich your combat experience. But the greatest aim is to cultivate your combat awareness. You know, why you never touched me even a little during our sparring these past few days?" Qin Changsheng replied, "It is because Master S cultivation is profound, and your skills are powerful, far beyond what I can match." The Qinglong Taoist shook his head. "It is because of combat awareness. With your strong enough talent, when you experience enough battles, you can cultivate a strong combat awareness. You will be able to clearly capture your opponent's combat patterns without looking at their moves, accurately predicting their attack points, and thus formulating responses in advance. This is combat awareness." Hearing the Qinglong Taoist's words, Qin Changsheng suddenly understood. "So that's why I always felt as if my attacks were completely seen through. No matter how I struck, Master always avoided them in advance." Then, Qin Changsheng's heart tightened, and he said, "However, if cultivating combat awareness means becoming invincible, wouldn't that be the case?" The Qinglong Taoist smiled. "If the cultivation levels are not too different and you possess powerful combat awareness, you can indeed be considered invincible, but nothing is absolute. If your attack power is insufficient, you can at most remain undefeated but may not necessarily defeat your opponent. Moreover, there are many talents in this world who, like you, have also developed combat awareness, and at that point, it will come down to whose combat awareness is stronger. Moreover, if there is a significant difference in cultivation levels, then no matter how strong your combat awareness is, it will be of no use. For example, right now, if I want to kill you, I only need to release my cultivation pressure to suppress and imprison you. Even if you can predict my attack, you won't be able to dodge it. No matter how strong your combat awareness is, it will be useless. In addition, there are also some large-scale attacks. Overall, having strong combat awareness can indeed be comparable to being invincible in certain situations." Qin Changsheng nodded upon hearing this, keeping these words in mind. The cultivation of combat awareness is not something that can be achieved overnight. However, with your natural combat talent, cultivating your own combat awareness is just a matter of time. Now, I want to ask you if you are willing to practice the sword technique I created. The Qinglong Taoist's expression became serious and earnest. Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Disciple wishes to learn. Please teach me, Master." Although the Qinglong Taoist had mentioned that the way of the Qinglong Taoist might not be suitable for him, he regarded this sword technique as a martial skill to practice, which would not have too much impact on his future. Good. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the Qinglong Taoist no longer hesitated and said, "Since you want to learn, I will teach you. Disciple, watch carefully. The so-called sword technique is to control the sword with true energy, integrating it with your own intent, merging spirit, energy, and essence into one. Wherever your thoughts reach, the sword will go." As he spoke, with a clang, the long sword behind the Qinglong Taoist suddenly unsheathed, like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the void and appearing in front of Qin Changsheng, then stabilizing. This requires a high level of control over every bit of true energy and every bit of power within you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, the long sword flickered, moving in all directions with the Qinglong Taoist's thoughts, displaying various exquisite sword techniques, sharp, and unmatched. While demonstrating the sword technique, the Qinglong Taoist also imparted the foundational methods and essence of the sword technique to Qin Changsheng. Chapter 56. Unity of Man and Nature. Qin Changsheng watched the Qinglong Taoist demonstration seriously, carefully remembering every word spoken by the Qinglong Taoist. After practicing for a while, the Qinglong Taoist sheathed the sword. With a thought, the Qinglong sword immediately whistled back from a distance, and with a clang, it was inserted back into the sword sheath on the Qinglong Taoist's back. This is the essence of the sword technique. The core lies in controlling the sword. As for the cutting techniques, they move with the heart and act according to thought. The more sword techniques you master, the more variations you will have. The Qinglong Taoist sheathed the sword and asked Qin Changsheng, "Do you understand?" Qin Changsheng pondered over the Qinglong Taoist's explanation, with every word firmly recorded in his mind. Upon hearing the Qinglong Taoist's inquiry, Qin Changsheng replied, "Disciple has already remembered the teachings of Master, but I still need some time to settle down and comprehend." The Qinglong Taoist nodded, saying, "Practicing the sword technique is not something that can be accomplished overnight. This cannot be rushed. Take your time. If you have any confusion, feel free to ask me at any time." "Thank you, Master." Qin Changsheng expressed his gratitude. The Qinglong Taoist smiled and said, "Just take your time to feel and comprehend." After saying this, the Qinglong Taoist's figure flickered and transformed into a beam of sword light, disappearing from sight. Watching the scene, a hint of yearning emerged in Qin Changsheng's eyes. He wondered just how profound the Qinglong Taoist's strength truly was. Such skills were simply extraordinary. Suppressing his emotions, Qin Changsheng sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, recalling the foundational methods of the sword technique and the Qinglong Taoist's earnest teachings in his mind. His comprehension was exceptionally high. As days and nights passed, in the half-month that followed, Qin Changsheng immersed himself daily in the Qinglong Taoist sword technique, striving to unify his spirit, energy, and essence. Half a month later, Qin Changsheng, in a state of deep concentration, encountered obstacles while comprehending the sword technique. He then turned to practice the solitary mountain distant shadow sword technique, remembering the state of understanding he had attained when he first comprehended the solitary mountain distant shadow. He felt a stir in his heart. He calmed his mind, worked to maintain an even temperament, and cast aside all distractions. Finally, he entered that state of clarity once more, feeling as if he had merged with heaven and earth. A gentle breeze caressed his face, stirring his hair. Qin Changsheng felt as if his heart was still as water, and everything around him became clearer and more distinct. He sensed that his state had reached its peak. With his mental strength exceptionally strong and his aura particularly vigorous, his spirit, energy, and essence seemed to be intertwined, merging into one. In the distance, the Qinglong Taoist, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "Unity of man and nature." "Grandfather, what is the unity of man and nature?" Bai Bing, beside the Qinglong Taoist, asked curiously upon seeing him lose composure. The Qinglong Taoist took a deep breath and sighed. "I didn't expect him to enter the state of unity of man and nature so quickly. This child truly is a rare talent throughout the ages." He then explained to Bai Binger, "Unity of man and nature is a marvelous state. In this state, spirit, energy, and essence are highly integrated, allowing one to sense the universe. It is an extremely high level of mental realm. In such a state, whether comprehending martial arts or practicing martial skills, one will achieve twice the result with half the effort, profound and mysterious. However, entering this state is incredibly difficult." Bai Binger widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Senior brother Qin is so amazing." The Qinglong Taoist looked at Qin Changsheng from afar and sighed. "His talent is something I have rarely seen in my life. If given enough time, he will surely shake the world and surpass me. It won't be difficult at all. It's just a pity that he has less than 3 years left." The Qinglong Taoist sighed softly, choosing not to disturb Qin Changsheng, and quietly left with Bai Binger. On the cliff, Qin Changsheng, in the state of unity of man and nature, felt his thoughts become lively, and even the true energy in his body became agile, as if it had gained life. He attempted to operate the foundational methods of the sword technique, urging his true energy to control the flowing cloud sword. The flowing cloud sword trembled gently. After hundreds of failed attempts, the flowing cloud sword finally soared into the air, but after flying a short distance, it fell back to the ground. At the same time, Qin Changsheng also exited the state of unity of man and nature, feeling a severe depletion of spirit and a splitting headache, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. He knew this was due to excessive consumption, and he dared not continue practicing. He simply lay on the ground, completely emptying his mind, and unknowingly fell asleep. While he was deep in slumber, a blood-colored lightning flickered with an eerie glow in his mind. It was the Shura martial soul. The Shura martial soul radiated a blood-colored light, enveloping his sea of consciousness, rapidly restoring the mental energy that Qin Changsheng had depleted, and soon his spirit became full again. I didn't expect there to be such a rare talent in the secular world, a whisper echoed in Qin Changsheng's mind. And then the Shura martial soul fell silent once more. The next day at dawn, Qin Changsheng awoke from his dreams, feeling an unprecedented fullness of spirit, and his mental strength seemed to have become stronger and more resilient. Could practicing the sword technique also strengthen mental strength? Qin Changsheng was somewhat surprised, but then thought that there indeed seemed to be such a possibility. After all, practicing the sword technique requires mental strength to participate in control, which indeed has the effect of training mental strength. However, this effect seemed a bit too astonishing. Qin Changsheng muttered to himself. He suppressed his thoughts and decided not to dwell on them, continuing to practice the sword technique. Time flew by. Half a month later, on the cliff at the back of the Qinglong Academy, the flowing cloud sword whistled swiftly, cutting through the air like lightning. With a whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the flowing cloud sword suddenly pierced through an old tree 100 steps away. Come back, Qin Changsheng shouted, changing his hand sign. With a thought, the flowing cloud sword whistled back, slicing through the air with a loud bang. I finally did it. However, the sword control technique truly consumes a vast amount of true energy, but its power is remarkable. It can be used for both ranged and close combat, but it is lacking in defense. Qin Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes sharp, and his entire demeanor became more formidable. However, the training of the sword control technique also exercises the true energy significantly, and coupled with my cultivation of the superior grade technique, my true energy is inherently thicker than others, so I can sustain this level of consumption. Qin Changsheng murmured to himself. At that moment, the voice of the Qinglong Taoist came from a distance. The next moment, the Qinglong Taoist, who had been watching Qin Changsheng train from a distant peak, appeared right in front of him. Disciple greets master. Qin Changsheng quickly saluted. The Qinglong Taoist raised his hand and said, I didn't expect you to master the sword control technique I taught you in just a month. It's Master's excellent guidance, Qin Changsheng replied earnestly. If it weren't for the Qinglong Taoist's candid and meticulous instruction, pointing out the core essence and insights of the sword control technique, he wouldn't have been able to master it so quickly. The Qinglong Taoist smiled, not arrogant or impatient. Very good. He then changed the subject. You have now initially mastered the sword control technique, but to refine it to a perfect level and comprehend the true essence it contains will still require time and diligent practice. Next, you should focus on cultivating your combat awareness. Although the sword control technique is unmatched in offense and incredibly sharp, its defensive means are severely lacking, especially since you have not yet perfected the technique and cannot truly make the sword move with your heart. Therefore, cultivating your combat awareness is even more important and crucial for you. Developing strong combat awareness is much better than specifically cultivating a powerful defensive technique. The best defense is to anticipate all of your opponent's attacks, making it impossible for them to touch you. Chapter 57. One move to defeat the enemy. Please instruct me. Master, Qin Changsheng said as he clasped his fists. The Qinglong Taoist waved his hand. I've already taught you what you need to know. Cultivating combat awareness is not something that can be achieved overnight, and the key to it lies in combat. Use a large number of battles to enrich your combat experience and hone your combat instincts. When your combat instincts are strengthened to a certain extent, You will have initially developed combat awareness. As you continue to engage in battles, your combat awareness can be continually improved. However, ordinary battles have no significance. High-intensity battles are needed. The greater the pressure, the greater the potential for eruption, and the more obvious the effects will be. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing's eyes flashed, and he pondered softly, high-intensity battles, huh? He then fixed his gaze with determination and said, I understand, Master. The Qinglong Taoist nodded and said, in the Qinglong Academy, there is a training tower specifically designed to help disciples cultivate their combat awareness. You could try to challenge it, but I must remind you, the training tower is extremely dangerous, so don't push yourself too hard. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing's heart stirred. He had been at the Qinglong Academy for 2 months now, but he was not familiar with the environment and various facilities. In the first month, he had spent almost all his time in the Drunken Dragon Courtyard and the Beast Secret Realm for cultivation. The second month was spent in the Back Mountain, focusing on practicing the sword control technique, rarely wandering to other places in the academy. He had not expected that there was a training tower in the Qinglong Academy specifically for training combat awareness. This training tower has rarely had anyone brave enough to enter. It is too dangerous. There have been cases where people forced their way in and died inside, so be very cautious if you decide to go in. The Qinglong Taoist reminded again. Disciple will remember Master S. reminder, Qin Changxing replied, cupping his hands. The Qinglong Taoist did not say more, casually tossing out a large pile of cultivation resources. These are the cultivation resources sent to you by the Tianyuan royal family. After leaving these resources behind, the Qinglong Taoist did not linger and vanished in the blink of an eye. Qin Changxing looked at the cultivation resources before him and couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Tianyuan royal family had indeed spared no expense. These cultivation resources were incredibly abundant, enough for half a year, coupled with the rich cultivation resources prepared for him every month by the Qinglong Academy, even with the immense consumption from cultivating with the devouring martial soul. He could fully afford it. After putting away the cultivation resources, Qin Changxing sat down to recover the true energy he had consumed from practicing the sword control technique. And then he walked out of the Back Mountain. Look, it's Qin Changxing. He is the direct disciple of the Dean. I heard he defeated senior brother Xiao Yunfeng in a battle of the same realm. Is that true? Of course it's true. I witnessed that battle between Qin Shidi and senior brother Xiao Yunfeng. It was truly spectacular. As Qin Changxing made his appearance, many students in the Qinglong Academy became excited and began discussing among themselves. Many gazed at Qin Changxing with admiration, and some even looked at him with a hint of worship. Even some girls had their eyes light up with interest when they looked at Qin Changxing. However, there were also those who had not seen the battle between Qin Changxing and Xiao Yunfeng that day. Some were in closed-door cultivation, while others were out on missions. Hearing the discussions around them, they looked doubtful and incredulous. At the same time, there were some who felt jealous of Qin Changxing's brilliance. What do you mean he defeated senior brother Xiao? Senior brother Xiao didn't he even take it seriously that day? Otherwise, with senior brother Xiao as strength, how could he lose to a new student? Yes, senior brother Xiao has never lost since he started. In the same realm, he is unmatched. If senior brother Xiao had fought seriously, how could he possibly lose to a newcomer? Voices of dissent emerged from the crowd. Soon, a person stepped forward from the back of the crowd, blocking Qin Changxing's path. Kid, you're the disciple of the Dean, Qin Changxing, right? There have been rumors everywhere that you defeated senior brother Xiao Yunfeng in the same realm. I want to see if you're really as impressive as the legends say. Dare to exchange a few moves with me? This was a 19-year-old young man. At this age, he could not be a new student entering this year. So he must have been a student for a year longer than Qin Changxing. He was dressed in elaborate brocade clothing, speaking frivolously and with an arrogant demeanor. And there was a hint of jealousy in his gaze as he looked at Qin Changxing. It's Li Hongshan. He must have reached the 8th level of the transforming ordinary realm. How dare he challenge Qin Changxing? Isn't that bullying? Some in the crowd recognized the young man and spoke up. Li Hongshan, do you still have any shame? Challenging Qin Shidi with your 8th level of the transforming ordinary realm? Or do you intend to suppress your realm like senior brother Xiao and fight Qin Shidi in the same realm? Li Hongshan did not expect Qin Changxing to have such high popularity and that there would be people criticizing him for it. Hearing the words of the crowd, Li Hongshan's face turned red, and he simply ignored them, coldly facing Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng, do you dare to fight me? He did not mention suppressing his realm or fighting in the same realm at all, since senior brother Xiao had already lost to Qin Changsheng in the same realm. How could he still consider suppressing his realm to fight Qin Changsheng? At this moment, he just wanted to use his superior realm to vent his jealousy. Qin Changsheng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Hongshan. He had not encountered this person before, and they naturally had no grudges. The other party blocking his way and claiming to challenge him, in fact, showed no courtesy of challenger and seemed more like he wanted to teach him a lesson. For someone like this, Qin Changsheng would naturally not be polite. Even if you don't suppress your realm, you are still not my opponent, Qin Changsheng said flatly. Arrogant. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Li Hongshan was immediately furious. Since you were so confident, let me see your skills. After saying that, Li Hongshan instantly lunged forward, attacking Qin Changsheng without any semblance of a martial artist demeanor. He also practiced swordsmanship. With a 3-foot-long blade, he charged directly at Qin Changsheng, revealing his 8th level of the Transcendence realm without any suppression of his cultivation. However, Qin Changsheng didn't mind. Even if his opponent didn't suppress his realm, he was not afraid at all. He leaned back to avoid the incoming sword strike while his right foot kicked out like lightning, landing directly under Li Hongshan's right armpit. Li Hongshan let out a muffled groan, feeling his entire right arm go numb, making it difficult for him to grip his sword. Immediately, Qin Changsheng twisted his body, leaving behind a residual image as he swiftly circled around to face Li Hongshan. With a flick of his left hand, the flowing cloud sword was drawn 2 inches from its sheath, positioned at Li Hongshan's neck. You have lost. After saying this, Qin Changsheng said nothing more, sheathed his sword, and brushed past Li Hongshan, walking away directly. The surroundings fell silent, everyone gaping in shock, unable to believe that the battle ended so quickly. In just one move, Li Hongshan, who was 3 realms higher than Qin Changsheng, was defeated. The crowd couldn't help but look at Qin Changsheng's back, speechless for a long time, their hearts stirred. Difficult to calm down. Chapter 58. Taking advantage of the opportunity, too powerful. He actually defeated Li Hongshan, who is 3 realms higher. Why do I feel like Li Hongshan is too weak? The crowd couldn't help but discuss among themselves. One person with a strange expression said, "Haha, Li Hongshan really brought this upon himself. Such humiliation. He's at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, 3 realms higher than Qin Changsheng, yet he was so easily defeated." Someone mocked. Hearing the discussions and jeers around him, Li Hongshan was instantly filled with shame and anger, his head nearly steaming with rage, his face flushed. With a roar, he turned to grab Qin Changsheng. "Stop right there. I was just careless earlier. Let's compete again," under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As a dignified 8th-level Transcendence Realm cultivator, he had actually been defeated by Qin Changsheng, a level below him, in one move. This was an immense humiliation. At this moment, he was so enraged that he had lost some of his rationality. He wanted to defeat Qin Changsheng to regain his honor. Feeling the wind from behind, Qin Changsheng frowned, quickly dodging Li Hongshan's outstretched hand. Li Hongshan clearly didn't expect Qin Changsheng to react so quickly, and his hand missed, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on the ground, drawing laughter from the crowd. An 8th-level Transcendence Realm cultivator can't even stabilize himself. His fundamentals are really lacking, Qin Changsheng remarked lightly. "You, Qin Changsheng, don't be so smug. Let's compete again." Li Hongshan, his face red with anger, got up from the ground and shouted, releasing his martial soul. A phantom of a fierce tiger appeared behind him, its eyes gleaming coldly as it stared at Qin Changsheng. "Tiger roars in the mountains," Li Hongshan shouted, urging his martial soul to attack Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng frowned. He didn't want to get entangled with his opponent and waste time. However, it seemed that if he didn't teach Li Hongshan a lesson, he would not back down. Clang! The flowing cloud sword flashed like lightning. The sword light appeared, and with a sound, the fierce tiger martial soul charging at him was directly struck by Qin Changsheng's sword. The tiger let out a low roar and immediately turned intangible. Then, with a shake of his hand, Qin Changsheng unleashed the Star Point sword technique, causing several sword shadows to appear, shining with cold light. This Star Point sword technique was the only move Qin Changsheng knew, which he had secretly learned during his fight with Huang Fan. Faced with the Star Point sword technique executed by Qin Changsheng, Li Hongshan was instantly taken aback, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't possess Qin Changsheng's eyesight to see through the sword technique's trajectory and couldn't counter it with skill. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and shout as he charged forward. It's only the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. No matter how exquisite your moves are, they will crumble in the face of absolute power. Clang, clang, clang. However, the next moment, Li Hongshan's expression changed drastically, filled with shock. The flickering sword lights from Qin Changsheng collided with his incoming long sword, the tremendous force numbing Li Hongshan's grip. Li Hongshan was only of above-average talent, and his cultivation methods and martial skills were merely of the 5th tier. Qin Changsheng, on the other hand, had monstrous talent, his innate strength and growth potential far surpassing Li Hongshan. Moreover, he practiced a top-tier cultivation method, the Great Wilderness Scripture, which produced vigorous and pure true qi. Coupled with the refining effect of his devouring martial soul, his strength was stronger than that of other monstrous-level geniuses of the same rank. As for Li Hongshan, even if he was 3 small realms higher, he couldn't create a gap in strength. Together with Qin Changsheng's powerful swordsmanship, Li Hongshan was no match for him. Puff, puff, puff. The flickering cold lights couldn't be stopped. Li Hongshan's clothes were torn to shreds by Qin Changsheng's sword radiance. If Qin Changsheng had intended to kill, Li Hongshan would have already been a cold corpse. Let's end this. Qin Changsheng pointed the flowing cloud sword at Li Hongshan's throat, his expression indifferent. I have no enmity with you, and as fellow disciples of the Azure Dragon Academy, I do not wish to kill you. But if you continue to be relentless, I will not show mercy. If the other party treated him with kindness, he would naturally reciprocate. If the other party treated him with malice, he would not be soft-hearted. After saying this, Qin Changsheng retracted the flowing cloud sword and turned to leave. Li Hongshan's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. When Qin Changsheng had said that last sentence, he clearly felt a chilling killing intent emanating from Qin Changsheng. This terrified him. He felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. If Qin Changsheng had truly wanted to kill him just now, he might have already been a lifeless body. What a great statement about not showing mercy. No wonder he is the personal disciple of the Dean. He is indeed domineering. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the distance. The crowd turned to look and saw a young man who resembled Li Hongshan walking over with a cold expression. Li Hongyun. In the next moment, everyone present changed their expressions. Li Hongyu, Li Hongshan's younger brother, was also a genius of the prestigious Li family in the imperial capital. A year ago, Li Hongyu had tried to become a disciple of the Azure Dragon Taoist, but was obviously rejected. This person wore a purple luxurious robe, a purple crown on his head, tall and handsome. At 18 years old, possessing above-average talent and potential, awakened with an 8th-tier martial soul, far more impressive than his older brother Li Hongshan. Truly a gifted individual. Li Hongyun approached, glanced at his disheveled brother Li Hongshan. His expression darkened further. He turned to Qin Changsheng and coldly said, "Humph. You think you could just walk away after humiliating my brother?" Qin Changsheng frowned slightly, looking back at Li Hongyun and replied, "He challenged me first and attacked me. I merely defeated him. How is that humiliation?" "Humph. If it was just a defeat, why did you have to tear my brother's clothes?" Li Hongyun coldly retorted, "Are you saying that my sword should have pierced deeper?" Qin Changsheng replied coldly, already sensing the hostility in Li Hongyun's gaze. The other party was clearly trying to make a fuss and pick a fight. Realizing this, he sneered and said, "If you want to attack me, just do it. Why hide behind such pretense?" Hearing this, Li Hongyun's gaze flickered, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. It's better for newcomers to be a bit more humble. Don't think that just because you've been taken in as a direct disciple by the Dean, you can do whatever you want in the academy. I said, if you want to teach me a lesson, just go ahead and do it. No need to look for such poor excuses. Qin Changsheng said coldly. Chapter 59. Not being jealous is mediocrity. Qin Changsheng was not surprised by Li Hongyun's obvious provocation. Not being jealous is mediocrity. He was accepted as a disciple by the current sword saint, Qinglong Daoren, and shone brightly during the disciple initiation ceremony. Defeating the contemporary monstrous genius Tang, Wanshan, and Huang Fan, who was close to being a monstrous genius, ultimately defeating the legendary figure Xiao Yinfeng, who was claimed to be invincible in the same realm and had never been defeated before. With such a glorious record and dazzling brilliance, it was inevitable for someone to be envious. It seems you are completely unaware of the mistakes you have made. Since that is the case, let me, as your senior brother, teach you a lesson. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Li Hongyun narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The surrounding students' expressions changed. Oh no, Li Hongyun's talent is extremely high, and his cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. His strength is far beyond that of his brother Li Hongshan. Li Hongyun, we all saw what happened just now. It was clearly your older brother who provoked first. Qin Shidi was just passively responding. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Shut up. However, Li Hongyun's expression turned cold as he glared at that student, his eyes icy. The several students beside him also looked at the person with unfriendly expressions, simultaneously threatening the crowd with their eyes, saying coldly, "Get lost." These students obviously had considerable backgrounds. Their strength was not to be underestimated, and their family backgrounds were also impressive. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The surrounding students immediately turned pale. Although they felt indignant in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything more and were quite wary of Li Hongyun and those around him, not only because of their strength, but also because of the forces behind them. Seeing the scene, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. I didn't expect that there would be such scoundrels like you in Qinglong Academy, threatening fellow disciples. Truly impressive. Less nonsense. Qin Changsheng, today your senior brother is going to teach you to be a little more low-key. Don't think that just because the dean has accepted you as a disciple, you are something great. Li Hongyun snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used his movement technique and charged at Qin Changsheng. Swish! A bright sword light slashed towards Qin Changsheng, incredibly sharp. The sword technique that Li Hongyun displayed was an 8th grade sword technique. With Li Hongyun's 9th level Transcendence realm cultivation, it was extremely powerful and fierce. Qin Shidi. At this moment, several figures not far away noticed the commotion and turned to look, seeing Qin Changsheng and Li Hongyun. It was Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, and Tang Yan'er. Seeing Li Hongyun attacking Qin Changsheng, the three immediately changed their expressions and rushed over. Stop. The three shouted in unison as they charged over. Li Hongyun, what do you want to do? Li Hongyun glanced at the three from the corner of his eye, not taking them seriously at all, his long sword sharp. And the magnificent moves descended upon Qin Changsheng. The students who were with Li Hongyun stepped forward to block Su Hao and the others. Sneering, this has nothing to do with you. Senior brother Li just wants to give our new genius Shidi a little guidance. You'd better not meddle. You're talking nonsense. You are clearly jealous of Shidi Qin's talent and potential, envious that Shidi Qin has been accepted as a disciple by the dean, wanting to bully Shidi Qin. Yet you speak so grandly. Su Hao immediately scolded, directly attacking the few people blocking their way. Yi Wuchen and Tang Yan'er also had cold expressions and attacked together. Qin Changsheng was sincere and humble towards others, and they had a very good impression of him. Moreover, Qin Changsheng had once saved their lives in the B secret realm. Seeing Li Hongyun and others wanting to bully Qin Changsheng, they certainly could not stand by idly and rushed in. You asked for it by meddling. The 6 students with Li Hongyun immediately turned cold, confronting Su Hao and the others. On the other side, Qin Changsheng clearly did not expect to run into Su Hao and the others. Nor did he expect that they would not fear Li Hongyun and his group and would charge directly over. He moved swiftly to evade Li Hongyun's attack. Li Hongyun was at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, for levels higher than him. Moreover, Li Hongyun had top-notch aptitude, and his strength was formidable. Even though Qin Changsheng practiced a super-grade technique and had monstrous aptitude, it was still difficult to bridge the gap in power between them. However, Qin Changsheng was not worried. While dodging, he looked for weaknesses in his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. In comparison, the situation of Su Hao and the others was even worse than that of Qin Changsheng at this moment. The three of them were surrounded by 6 people, and their cultivation levels were similar, with comparable aptitude. Soon, the three found themselves in a disadvantageous position. I told you not to meddle, yet you insisted on seeking trouble. Li Hongyun's group of 6 sneered, sending Su Hao and the others flying. Unless you kill us today, I will never let it go. Su Hao shouted angrily as he charged back in, a swelling bruise on his face for being hit. Yi Wuchen and Tang Yin also charged back in. Senior brother Su, senior brother Yi, senior sister Tang. Seeing this scene, Qin Changsheng, who was fighting with Li Hongyun, immediately changed his expression. The rain of swords fell. Seeing that Qin Changsheng was distracted, Li Hongyun's eyes brightened, launching his most ferocious attack toward Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng hurriedly turned to evade, but still could not completely avoid it. A sword rain slashed across Qin Changsheng's left arm, splattering a trace of blood. Humph, you dared be distracted while fighting me? Is this how the dean taught you? Li Hongyun sneered, his attacks relentless, pressing forward. Qin Changsheng's heart sank. He immediately steadied his mind, realizing he had just committed a martial artist taboo. Losing composure and being distracted during combat was extremely dangerous. He immediately calmed himself down, looking at the advancing Li Hongyun with a glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he retreated swiftly. This was definitely a huge flaw. Li Hongyun, who clearly had considerable combat experience, noticed Qin Changsheng's retreating movement, and his eyes lit up, quickly closing in, a confident smile appearing on his face. Swish! However, just as Li Hongyun was about to break through and get closer, the long sword in Qin Changsheng's hand suddenly shot towards him. Li Hongyun was taken aback and quickly tilted his head to avoid the strike, then coldly laughed. What? Have you run out of tricks? In battle, you actually use your weapon as a hidden move? Simply foolish. Is this what a battle genius is like? But just as he finished speaking, the flowing cloud sword that he had avoided suddenly turned back in midair, killing back towards him, abruptly hovering at his neck, the cold sword edge exuding a bone-chilling aura. Li Hongyun's pupils dilated. Sword Control Technique. Chapter 60. Tower of Death. Li Hongyun was horrified. You actually mastered the sword control technique so quickly. As a direct disciple of Qinglong Daoren, it was not surprising for Qin Changsheng to practice the sword control technique, nor was it astonishing. What shocked Li Hongyun was that Qin Changsheng had actually mastered the sword control technique so quickly. It had only been a month. The fact that Qin Changsheng had mastered the sword control technique was truly unbelievable. Although Li Hongyun had never practiced the sword control technique, he knew that such a profound and brilliant sword technique was absolutely deep and difficult to cultivate. Even the 8th grade sword technique that Li Hongyun himself practiced took him a full 3 months to master. The sword control technique is definitely far more profound and sophisticated than the 8th grade sword technique he has been practicing, and the difficulty of cultivation is certainly much greater. Yet, Qin Changsheng managed to master this sword technique in just 1 month. Not just Li Hongyun, but everyone present was astonished, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they looked at Qin Changsheng. They also did not expect him to have mastered the unique sword control technique in just 1 month. Qin Changsheng's expression was indifferent as he coldly stared at Li Hongyun and said, "This is what the dean taught me. Are you still going to continue teaching me a lesson?" Li Hongyun's expression turned ugly. This was a blatant slap in the face. Immediately, Qin Changsheng turned to the 6 people who were attacking Su Hao and said in a deep voice, "Stop." The 6 turned around, and seeing that Li Hongyun had actually been defeated by Qin Changsheng, with his sword pointed at Li Hongyun's throat, their pupils contracted in shock. How could this be? Li Hongyun had actually lost. This guy had mastered the sword control technique. The 6 were all astonished and stopped their attacks. Qin Changsheng retracted his flowing cloud sword and coldly said, "If they're essay next time, I won't show mercy. Get lost." Li Hongyun and the others immediately turned ugly. Especially Li Hongyun, a dignified 9th level of the Transcendence realm with top-notch qualifications, had intended to teach Qin Changsheng a harsh lesson, but instead, he was publicly defeated by Qin Changsheng, which was a lesson for him, leaving him utterly humiliated and filled with shame and anger. "Let us go," he shouted, leading his companions away in defeat, not daring to stay any longer. Qin Changsheng quickly walked over to Su Hao and the others, hurriedly helping them up, Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Yi, Senior Sister Tang. Are you all okay? We're fine, just some superficial injuries. Those guys didn't dare to use heavy hands. Su Hao and the others waved their hands. But you, Junior Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to master the sword control technique so quickly. You're really amazing. To be honest, I admire you a bit. Su Hao said with a smile. Yes, Junior Brother Qin, I didn't expect the Dean's personal disciple to be you. When we learned during the disciple enrollment ceremony that you were the Dean's successor, we were truly shocked. No wonder you rejected our teacher's offer to take you as a disciple, Tang Yin'er said, her beautiful eyes wide, smiling at Qin Changsheng. Yi Wuchen couldn't help but sigh. Junior Brother Qin is truly a genius. Even Senior Brother Xiao Yunfeng of the same realm is not his opponent. Perhaps only a prodigy like you is qualified to inherit the Dean's sword control technique. Hearing that the three were not seriously injured, Qin Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he felt embarrassed by their praise. You're exaggerating, senior brothers and sisters, Qin Changsheng quickly replied. Especially Yi Wuchen's words, if they were to spread, it might attract some trouble. After chatting for a while, Qin Changsheng inquired about the location of the cultivation tower. You want to go to the cultivation tower? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's question, the three were immediately taken aback. Then their expressions became serious. Junior Brother Qin, that cultivation tower is no ordinary place. It's far more dangerous than the B secret realm. It has basically become a forbidden area of the academy. And in recent years, very few people dare to venture into the cultivation tower. Su Hao said anxiously. Qin Changsheng smiled upon hearing this and said, hearing you say that makes me even more interested in the cultivation tower. Can you tell me more about it? Su Hao and the others exchanged strange glances at Qin Changsheng. Could it be that this guy was a masochist? Knowing the dangers of the cultivation tower, he was even more interested, which made them wonder if this was the peculiar thought process of a genius. If you want to understand the cultivation tower, we will certainly share everything we know, but I hope that after learning about its dangers, you will reconsider your decision to venture in. Su Hao shook his head. The cultivation tower, also known as the Death Tower, is as ancient and long-standing as the secret realms in the Qinglong Academy. It has stood there since before the establishment of the academy. It is said that there are 100 floors in the cultivation tower, but since the academy was established, no one has ever reached the 100th floor. Even the first-generation dean only made it to the 90th floor, and the current dean only reached the 81st floor. Over the years, many geniuses have tried to challenge the tower, but many have perished inside, and the mortality rate is extremely high, leading to very few people daring to challenge the tower now. Su Hao spoke eloquently, seeming to know a lot about the cultivation tower. The first-generation dean only reached the 90th floor, and my master only made it to the 81st floor. Qin Changsheng felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the difficulty of the cultivation tower to be so great. Indeed, Su Hao nodded. The cultivation tower doesn't necessarily get easier with higher cultivation realms. In fact, it seems to contain a special rule that can detect the challenger's cultivation level, automatically adjusting the strength of the monsters inside to achieve a relative balance. For example, if you are at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm and enter the cultivation tower, the initial monsters you encounter will correspond to your level. As you progress through the floors, the difficulty will increase accordingly. Conversely, if you challenge the tower at the Yuan Gang realm, the initial monster strength will also match your realm. Qin Changsheng was amazed to learn about the cultivation tower's uniqueness. So, no matter the cultivation level when entering, the difficulty of the challenge is actually relatively balanced, right? He asked. That is correct, Su Hao confirmed, but if it were just that, the cultivation tower wouldn't have such a high mortality rate. The reason for the high death rate is that once you enter a certain level, if you cannot defeat the monsters there, you cannot exit the trial midway. The battle will continue until you defeat your opponent or are killed by them. At this point, Su Hao looked at Qin Changsheng with a serious expression and said, so, Junior Brother Qin, if you insist on challenging this cultivation tower, once you feel pressure at any level, you must stop continuing to challenge, because the difficulty of the next level will increase. If you cannot pass it, it will be a dead end, and you won't even have the chance to escape. Chapter 61. The sharpness of the sword is forged through trials. Qin Changsheng felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. If he were to train in the beast's secret realm, at least he would have a chance to escape if he couldn't win. However, entering the cultivation tower for training meant that if he failed the challenge, it would be a life or death situation. He could not get out without defeating his opponent. Nevertheless, Qin Changsheng did not feel discouraged. Instead, he became even more excited. For him, this life-and-death crisis, this sense of impending death, would more easily stimulate his potential. For others, the cultivation tower was a death tower, which had almost become a forbidden zone, instilling fear in many. But to him, it was a sacred place for cultivation, the starting point for him to become stronger. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Seeing the smile on Qin Changsheng's face, Su Hao and the others exchanged glances, thinking this guy was truly different. Are you really going to the death tower to train? The three couldn't help but ask. If you want to become strong, you must overcome your inner fears and cast aside all fear of failure, Qin Changsheng said with a smile, his eyes bursting with fervent light. He wanted to become a powerful warrior. I will stand at the pinnacle and look down at all the mountains. All right, I really don't understand why someone with such talent would push themselves so hard, Su Hao muttered. It's precisely because of my talent that I must work harder. Otherwise, how can I live up to this talent? Qin Changsheng laughed. Su Hao and the others opened their mouths, speechless. If even geniuses work this hard, what could they say? The group walked towards the training tower while discussing information about it. Although in recent years, very few dared to challenge the training tower, it wasn't completely devoid of challengers. For example, senior brother Xiao Yunfeng had once ventured into the training tower, but it was said that he only made it to the 72nd floor. There was also senior brother Nangong Chun, a genius of the same generation as senior brother Xiao, who had challenged the training tower with a record of reaching the 59th floor. Along the way, Su Hao mentioned several records of geniuses who had challenged the training tower in recent years. The highest-ranked, Xiao Yunfeng, had only made it to the 72nd floor. Qin Changsheng nodded, saying nothing more. He didn't care about others' achievements or rankings. He only wanted to train himself and become stronger. Qin Changsheng actually wanted to challenge the training tower. The students nearby were shocked upon hearing his conversation with Su Hao and the others. They felt a chill in their hearts. The training tower was a forbidden ground for cultivation in many people's minds, cruel and merciless, unless one was an extraordinary genius. They wouldn't even make it past the first level and could die inside. Many people immediately followed him. Moments later, under the guidance of Su Hao and the others, Qin Changsheng arrived at the front of the training tower. It was a towering pagoda, looking magnificent and imposing. However, it didn't seem to have 100 floors as claimed. According to Su Hao and the others, there were mysteries within the tower. Next to the training tower stood a stone tablet similar to the one in the Martial Pavilion, recording countless names and challenge records. At the top was by Wu Qing, the first president of the Qinglong Academy, with a challenge record of 90 floors. The second was by Yuan, known as the Qinglong Taoist, with a record of 81 floors. There were several other names and records. Qin Changsheng was somewhat unfamiliar with them, but they all belonged to famous figures from the Qinglong Academy throughout the ages. Qin Changsheng saw Xiao Yunfeng's name, with a challenge record of 72 floors, ranking 36th. This was quite impressive, since it was challenging to be ranked among the top 36 since the establishment of the Qinglong Academy. However, Qin Changsheng noticed that many challenge records had additional information attached. For instance, a person named Li Imo ranked 19th, much higher than Xiao Yunfeng, with a record of 79 floors, but with a note, failed to challenge the 80th floor, deceased. Qin Changsheng's heart sank. Deceased meant death. This person, Li Imo, had successfully passed the 79th floor, but attempted to challenge the 80th floor and ultimately died inside. There were many similar cases. Qin Changsheng scanned the records and found that over half of the record holders had died in the training tower. They were all people of great ambition. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath and sighed. Then, his gaze shifted from the training tower to its entrance. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and walked firmly towards the training tower. Junior brother Qin, don't push yourself too hard. If you feel pressured, retreat immediately. Don't rush in. Su Hao and the others called out to Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng waved his hand to indicate he understood. as Qin Changsheng stepped into the training tower. Disappearing from the sight of the crowd, they instantly erupted in excitement. He really went in. How many floors can Qin Changsheng reach? Hopefully, he won't encounter any accidents. Many people were discussing. The news of Qin Changsheng challenging the training tower quickly spread. Those who had been humiliated by Qin Changsheng earlier, like Li Hongyun, were stunned to learn that he had actually gone to the training tower. Then they sneered. This Qin Changsheng really doesn't know how dangerous it is. How dare he challenge the training tower? If he fails and dies inside, that would be amusing, Li Hongyun sneered. Thinking about how he had lost to Qin Changsheng in front of everyone, his expression darkened. What? Qin Changsheng is challenging the training tower. Two beautiful figures changed their expressions upon hearing the news. Does he not know how perilous the training tower is? How could he dare to challenge it? Bai Binger couldn't help but feel angry. Binger, let's hurry and see. Bai Qin also looked anxious and rushed toward the training tower. Cousin, wait for me, Bai Binger shouted, quickly following her. In a pavilion, Qin Long Daoist and several elders were sitting together, enjoying tea. Suddenly, their expressions changed as they learned about the stir caused by Qin Changsheng's challenge to the training tower. They couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Does Brother Bai know he's challenging the training tower and not worry at all? An elder asked in surprise. Qin Long Daoist took a sip of tea and said, what is there to worry about? A sword's edge is sharpened through grinding. Throughout history, which strong person has he gone through trials and seen life and death? This is the path he chose for himself. Several elders nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. Challenger. After a series of twists and turns, Qin Changsheng arrived in a spacious, enclosed space. This was the first floor of the training tower. In this spacious, enclosed area, a pair of enormous black eyes appeared, their gaze locking onto Qin Changsheng. At that moment, Qin Changsheng felt as if he were being pierced through by those eyes. Challenger, imprint your name. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the hollow space, stirring Qin Changsheng's heart. Was there a guardian spirit in this training tower? He saw a golden sheet of paper and a golden pen materialize before him. Understanding what to do, Qin Changsheng took the pen and wrote his name on the golden paper. After he stopped writing, the golden paper instantly transformed into a golden light and vanished. The golden pen also disappeared. A powerful force enveloped Qin Changsheng. Testing cultivation level. 5th layer of the transformational realm. Adjusting trial level. Level confirmed. Trial is about to begin. After each layer of the trial ends. If you want to enter the next layer, you can take a maximum of half an hour to recuperate or choose to end this trial after the level ends. Reminder, during the trial, you cannot exit. Now, fully experience the test of life and death. The deep, resonant voice echoed in the spacious, enclosed area. In the next moment, Qin Changsheng immediately noticed mysterious patterns suddenly appearing on the ground not far in front of him. These mysterious patterns seemed to form a special formation. Soon after, a powerful and mysterious force descended, accompanied by a blazing light, and a figure emerged. The mysterious patterns slowly faded away. The figure opened its eyes, focusing on Qin Changsheng. Meeting me, you're unlucky. After manifesting, the figure spoke this line and then swiftly charged at Qin Changsheng. This was a young man around 18 or 19 years old, striking with extreme ferocity. The moment he attacked, there was a thunderous killing intent that made Qin Changsheng's heart race. However, although the opponent also possessed the 5th layer of the transformational realm, his strength was not as solid and powerful as Qin Changsheng's, and his mastery of martial skills was far inferior. Seizing the opening, Qin Changsheng shattered his offensive with a single sword strike, and then a sharp sword light burst forth, piercing his throat, easily claiming victory. After the teenager was pierced in the throat by Qin Changsheng, a look of shock and confusion appeared in his eyes, and then his form dispersed into a stream of power about to dissipate. Having gained experience from the martial pavilion trial, Qin Changsheng immediately released his devouring martial soul, intending to absorb this power before it completely vanished. Not only did he replenish his own true qi consumption, but he also further enriched the true qi within his body. Congratulations, you have achieved victory in this round of battle. You can choose to continue fighting or end the battle. Continue fighting, Qin Changsheng said without hesitation. The light reappeared, and another figure emerged. At the same time, two characters appeared on the ground of this vast, enclosed space. Qin Changsheng guessed that this represented his entry into the second layer. The figure that appeared this time wasted no words and directly attacked Qin Changsheng upon appearing. Qin Changsheng clearly felt that this opponent was significantly stronger than the previous one, and their mastery of martial arts was much more refined. Clang, clang, clang. A storm of attacks came rushing in, and Qin Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Then a glimmer of brilliance burst forth. The flowing cloud sword his hand shot out a dazzling trajectory like lightning, effortlessly countering the opponent's assault and piercing through their heart. The figure seemed to have an independent consciousness, froze for a moment, and then dispersed. Qin Changsheng continued to use the devouring martial soul to absorb the residual power. Continue. Without the vague, heavy voice reminding him, Qin Changsheng spoke directly. Figures continued to appear one after another, although all had the same fifth level of the transcendent realm. Their strength grew increasingly formidable. Qin Changsheng defeated 10 opponents in a row, advancing to the 10th layer. At the 10th layer, he felt the difficulty suddenly increase. The opponent that appeared at the 10th layer was far stronger than the previous 9, and although they were also at the 5th level of the transcendent realm, their combat experience was exceptionally rich, as if they had been through countless battles. Their mastery of power was also very solid, and their martial skills were not weak. Ultimately, Qin Changsheng used the point star technique to defeat them. Is the difficulty going to increase every 10 layers? Qin Changsheng murmured. With his talent and strength, the first 9 layers were indeed somewhat childish. It was only starting from the 10th layer that he finally felt a bit of pressure. This excited him. There is pressure, and the trial becomes meaningful. For him, the real trial was just beginning. Continue the challenge, Qin Changsheng said. The challenge continued. Qin Changsheng kept winning battles, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the 20th layer, feeling increasing pressure and the battles growing more intense. Meanwhile, outside, the terrifying speed at which Qin Changsheng was advancing had already caused a stir. God, he asked at the 20th layer. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? In less than half an hour, Qin Changsheng has reached the 20th layer. He has too monstrous. Even senior brother Xiao Yinfeng's speed back then was far from this. Right? Qin Changsheng is just too abnormal. No wonder even senior brother Xiao Isn his match at the same level. Many disciples from the Qinglong Academy, who had come to the training tower, were in an uproar as they looked at the record stone tablet with Qin Changsheng's name. Look, he has cleared the 20th layer and has entered the 21st layer. Doesn't he need to stop and adjust his state to recover his true qi? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and many gasped, because, just as they were marveling, Qin Changsheng had already passed the 20th layer and directly entered the 21st layer. Everyone noticed that from a moment Qin Changsheng entered the training tower until now, he had continuously passed so many layers without stopping to adjust his state. That guy, is he really challenging the training tower? Nan Gongshen and Li Jianya finally received the news and learned that Qin Changsheng had cleared 20 layers in less than half an hour, which made them gasp in astonishment. What a monster, the wooden-faced youth Li Jianya said, finally unable to contain himself. If this guy grows to our level, I wonder how strong he'll be? Nan Gongshen took a deep breath and asked, how many layers do you think he can clear? Can he surpass us or senior brother Xiao? Li Jianya thought seriously for a moment and then replied, although he defeated senior brother Xiao at the same level, this is only his first challenge. He lacks experience. Wanting to surpass the records we left on his first try is unlikely. If he consolidates for another year, he might have a chance. As for surpassing senior brother Xiao's record, without 3 years, he probably won't be able to do it. Hearing Li Jinya's words, Nan Gongshen immediately smiled. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. The records they left behind were both at the 59th layer. Chapter 63. Thunderfall in 10th Realm, clearing 20 layers in less than half an hour? Xiao Yinfeng also arrived outside the training tower, holding a wine gourd. Tilting his head to take a hearty swig of wine, looking at the record stone tablet beside the training tower with some surprise as he muttered to himself. The next moment, the wine in his mouth suddenly spewed out, and he widened his eyes. Because the information on the record stone tablet changed again. Qin Changsheng had already cleared the 21st layer and entered the 22nd layer. Such speed even surprised Xiao Yunfeng. The crowd around the training tower had once again erupted in excitement, with exclamations ringing out. 23rd layer. So fast. 24th layer. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Changsheng cleared 2 layers again, entering the 24th layer, causing an uproar in all directions. Xiao Yunfeng's expression grew increasingly serious. It seems that the dean has indeed taken in an extraordinary genius, Xiao Yunfeng murmured, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. In the training tower, at the 24th layer, Qin Changsheng faced off against the cold young man. The icy sword light shimmered, and the cold young man's sword intent was fierce, with attacks incredibly sharp, nearly hitting Qin Changsheng's vital points several times. Point star technique. Qin Changsheng shouted lowly, the flowing cloud sword shaking, sword light raining down, and sword shadows swirling towards the opponent. The cold young man's gaze tightened, and then a trace of ruthlessness appeared, seemingly intending to counter Qin Changsheng's move by trading injuries. The cold, brilliant long sword gathered true chi and stabbed forward, ignoring the dense sword light. Qin Changsheng didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless, but thinking that the opponent was merely a power illusion and had no life. It wasn't surprising for them to respond this way. He did not retreat due to the opponent's ruthlessness. As the point star technique fell, the opponent's plan fell through, and they were immediately pierced by the flowing cloud sword, disintegrating on the spot. As for the opponent's attempt to trade injuries, it was a one-sided delusion. The point star sword technique was a high-grade 9th-tier sword technique. Unless one could find flaws within it, it was impossible to easily break it. Continue the challenge. 25th layer, 26th layer, 27th layer. By the 29th layer, Qin Changsheng was gasping for breath, having gone through a fierce battle, using the lonely mountain distant shadow intent realm to finally achieve a hard-fought victory. At this moment, his body felt extremely fatigued. Although the devouring martial soul continuously absorbed the power of his opponents to replenish his true chi consumption, it could not restore his physical stamina. After experiencing 29 fierce battles, Qin Changsheng felt incredibly exhausted. However, he still did not plan to rest. In his view, only in a state of extreme limitation could he break through his own shackles and stimulate his potential as much as possible. Continue the challenge. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath and spoke. Your physical stamina has been greatly depleted. The difficulty of the trial will significantly increase in the next 30th layer. You can rest for half an hour to adjust your state. Otherwise, if you fail the challenge, you will die and your soul will vanish. A vague and heavy voice came. No need, continue the challenge. Qin Changsheng said. The vague and heavy voice did not appear again. The scene changed. Qin Changsheng arrived at the 30th level. You look tired, but I won't show mercy. The opponent at the 30th level looked at Qin Changsheng with indifferent eyes and a flat tone. It was a young man, exuding an incredibly sharp aura, his whole being radiating brilliance, holding a sword in his hand, a swordsman. Swish! Without any unnecessary words, Qin Changsheng took the initiative to strike. These opponents were merely phantoms of power, and communicating with them was meaningless. He was here to hone himself, to train his combat awareness, not to chat. What a hothead! The cold young man said indifferently, his long sword suddenly unsheathing, like lightning, cutting through the air, producing a piercing thunderous sound as it slashed towards the rushing Qin Changsheng. Its might incredibly heavy. 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Qin Changsheng's heart tightened. The opponent was actually at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, and not an ordinary 6th level at that. The power he displayed was no less than that of Li Hongyan, who had top-tier qualifications and was at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, this person's aura was soaring extremely sharp, giving Qin Changsheng the feeling that he was far more dangerous than Li Hongyan. Furthermore, the sword techniques he executed were incredibly violent, with sword light crisscrossing and thunder roaring, a fierce and raging sword energy sweeping towards him. Qin Changsheng's heart sank. This was definitely an extraordinarily powerful opponent. Although the opponent's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, Much lower than Li Hongyun's 9th level, the opponent's strength was far superior to Li Hongyun. This was a monstrous genius of an opponent. Qin Changxing's figure flickered, using the shadowless step to evade the opponent's sword strike. The blazing sword light poured down, triggering a thunderstorm, its might ferocious. Solitary mountain distant shadow. Qin Changxing shouted, executing the solitary mountain distant shadow, showcasing his intent to interfere with the opponent's perception and judgment while moving swiftly towards him. The cold young man's strike missed, but he remained calm, watching Qin Changxing charge in, only to find that the distance between him and Qin Changxing had become blurred, a hint of surprise suddenly appearing in his eyes. Sword technique intent, huh? To reach this level, he indeed has some skills. However, I have sword technique intent as well. The cold young man sneered, swinging his sword. Thunder movement 3000. Thunder flood. As he struck, thunder roared in the void, lightning interweaving like rain, breaking through the air and spreading in all directions. Qin Changxing was taken aback. These thunders were all transformed from the opponent's sword energy and were aggressive. Fortunately, his solitary mountain distant shadow had blinded the opponent's sixth senses and perception, preventing him from pinpointing Qin Changxing's exact position. So the thunderous sword energy could not lock onto him and could only disperse around, launching indiscriminate attacks. Qin Changxing's heart tightened. Although the opponent had dispersed his might, the attack range had greatly increased, making it much harder for him to evade. His figure flickered, using the shadowless step, constantly changing his position to dodge the descending thunderous sword energy, but the attack range was too wide and dense, coupled with his extreme fatigue, slowing his movements, making it difficult to completely avoid. In a moment, he was struck by several bolts of thunder sword energy. Although these thunder sword energies were dense, they did not all fall simultaneously. If my reactions could be a bit quicker, or if I could predict the landing points of each thunder sword energy in advance, I could avoid all the attacks. Moreover, the opponent had already been interfered with by the solitary mountain distant shadow, and if I used my sword control technique now, I could easily cut through this thunder flood intent and slay him. However, the opponent's large area thunder flood intent was just right to help me train my reactions and combat awareness. Qin Changxing's eyes flickered. He was confident he could directly slay the opponent, but he did not plan to do so, as he intended to use the opponent's thunder flood intent to train his own reactions and combat awareness. Chapter 64. Combat Awareness Under the Influence of the Solitary Mountain Distant Shadow. The cold young man was momentarily unable to find a way to break the solitary mountain distant shadow, making it difficult to pose a threat to Qin Changxing and could only restrict him with a thunder flood intent. Qin Changxing, deep within the thunder flood sword energy, concentrated his mental strength, constantly dodging left and right to avoid the lightning sword energies shooting down. He had already experienced quite a few battles, especially after practicing the sword control technique, which had improved his spirit, energy, and reaction speed. Now, in this extreme pressure state, he trained his own reactions and combat awareness. As time passed, Qin Changxing once again entered a state of unity between heaven and man, where everything around him seemed to become clear. Even the speed at which the thunder sword energies fell appeared to slow down, and their trajectories clearly surfaced in Qin Changxing's eyes. This was surprising to Qin Changxing. He lightly dodged, and a thunder sword energy brushed past him. Immediately, he swayed his body, causing all the thunder sword energies to miss completely, falling down just as Qin Changxing moved. Hundreds of thunder sword energies fell, but none touched Qin Changxing at all. Is this what Master meant by combat awareness? Qin Changxing's eyes gleamed. He moved towards the cold young man, walking leisurely through the dense thunder flood. His figure flickered, effortlessly avoiding all the thunder sword energies, as if walking on flat ground. He withdrew the solitary mountain distant shadow intent. The cold young man immediately noticed Qin Changxing strolling through the thunder flood, approaching him, and was momentarily stunned. He sensed the disappearance of the solitary mountain distant shadow intent, as his sixth senses and perception became sharp again. This astonished him. Not understanding why Qin Changxing suddenly withdrew his sword technique intent. However, This did not hinder him from attacking to eliminate Qin Changsheng, withdrawing the sword technique intent, seeking death. The cold young man snorted coldly. Thunderflood, he shouted loudly, and countless thunder sword energies simultaneously surged towards Qin Changsheng, no longer launching dispersed attacks. However, just as the endless thunder sword energies gathered together and charged towards Qin Changsheng, he flickered, disappearing from the spot before the gathered thunder sword energies could strike down, leaving only an afterimage behind. Boom! The afterimage shattered. The cold young man's pupils contracted, feeling a chill at his throat. A figure appeared before him, steadily holding the flowing cloud sword, cutting through his throat. How is this possible? The cold young man opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had life, rich in emotional color. His thunder sword energy, moving at the utmost speed under his control, aimed at Qin Changsheng, was effortlessly evaded, and he was caught off guard, closing in on him. It was simply unbelievable. Before he could finish his words, his figure collapsed. Qin Changsheng summoned the devouring martial soul, quickly devouring the power that spilled out from the collapsed figure, then fell back onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, so tired that he could hardly maintain a standing posture. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 30th level. You can choose to rest for half an hour and then continue the challenge, or you can choose to stop this trial. The vague and heavy voice sounded. Rest for half an hour and then continue the challenge, Qin Changsheng said, panting. His stamina had reached its limit, and he had to stop to recover some energy. The power devoured by the devouring martial soul was quickly refined. After half an hour, Qin Changsheng's stamina was significantly restored, and he began to continue fighting. He had initially trained his combat awareness, and now he needed a lot of combat to solidify it while the iron was hot. After initially developing a combat consciousness, Qin Changsheng felt incredibly relaxed and invigorated during the subsequent battles. All of his opponents were top-tier geniuses with cultivation levels 1 or 2 minor realms higher than his, making it difficult for them to pose any significant threat to him. 35 levels, 40 levels, 45 levels. Qin Changsheng fought tirelessly, his reactions becoming sharper, his combat consciousness clearer and stronger. In just 2 hours, he reached the 50th level. At the 50th level, his opponents were already top-tier geniuses 3 minor realms above him. Swish! A blazing sword light shot out like lightning, slashing down Qin Changsheng's opponent from dozens of steps away. This was the sword control technique. Through this training in the tower, he had successfully begun to develop his combat consciousness. Coupled with his current severe physical exhaustion, Qin Changsheng began to focus on honing his sword control technique, while using the technique to counter his enemies and refine it. He also took the opportunity to recover his stamina, significantly reducing the time needed to challenge the levels. The sword control technique was indeed incredibly powerful, especially after developing a combat consciousness. Qin Changsheng could see through his opponent's movements. Before they even attacked, he had already predicted their routes of attack and defense, making the battles exceedingly simple. The sword control technique created by my master is truly formidable, especially after honing my combat consciousness. It is even more powerful and hard to guard against, Qin Changsheng murmured. He continued to challenge the levels. Time was running out for him. The date of the 10-Nation War was approaching, and he needed to exert himself to become stronger as quickly as possible. Outside the training tower, the atmosphere had completely erupted. The 55th level. In just half a day, he had stormed through to the 55th level, which was astonishing. What kind of monster was Qin Changsheng? Did not need a rest? In just half a day, reaching the 55th level meant that the records of senior brothers Nangong and Li Jianya would likely not hold up. The crowd gasped in amazement, all shocked. Bai Qin and Bai Binger widened their beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. This guy. The two girls couldn't help but drop their jaws, shocked into silence. Nangong Chun and Li Jianya were also dumbfounded, looking at the rankings on the record stone, unable to suppress their deep breaths, their faces filled with astonishment. This guy is just too abnormal. Saying this, Nangong Chun couldn't help but look at Li Jianya and say, who was it that said just now that Qin Changsheng couldn't surpass our records in less than a year? Li Jianya opened his mouth and, after a long pause, he muttered, Who knew this guy would be so abnormal? Nangong Chun sighed. Fortunately, this guy is not from our generation. Otherwise, not only would we have to deal with his senior brother Xiao, but we'd also be crushed by this guy. Li Jinyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Mental breakdown. Half an hour later, Qin Changsheng defeated the opponent at the 59th level, causing an uproar outside. He had passed the 59th level. The records of senior brothers Li Jinyan and Nangong Chun had been shattered. It was terrifying. As the levels of the training tower increased, the opponents became stronger, and the battles grew increasingly fierce. Qin Changsheng had already reached more than 50 levels, and, apart from spending a bit more time at the 30th level, he hadn't stalled for long at any other time. The outside world was in complete upheaval, everyone stunned. No one expected that Qin Changsheng, on his first attempt in the training tower, would set such a glorious record in such a short time. This speed of challenging the levels was simply unprecedented. Nangong Chun and Li Jinyao were left speechless, deeply impacted. When they reached this level, it had taken them 2 years. They had to pass through several attempts before finally reaching this level. Yet Qin Changsheng had only attempted it for the first time and had directly reached the height they had taken 2 years to achieve. This made them almost question their own lives. As the most dazzling geniuses of the Azure Dragon Academy, they had enjoyed much praise and were regarded as peerless talents. But now, they felt insulted by the title of genius. Compared to that freak in the training tower at this moment, they, who had taken 2 years to pass the 59th level, felt like waste. I can't take it anymore. I can't stay in this place any longer. If I stay any longer, I fear I'll crack, Nangong Chun sighed, looking gloomy, his mental state collapsing. Even when he had lost to Xiao Yunfeng back then, he had never felt this frustrated. After all, Xiao Yunfeng was his peer, a monstrous talent, one of the strongest among their generation in the imperial capital. Losing to Xiao Yunfeng among peers was not embarrassing. But now, he was being crushed by a rising star, a junior who had just entered school, and the psychological shadow was immense. Look, he's entered the 60th level. At that moment, another exclamation came from the crowd. Every 10 levels, the difficulty of the challenges increased significantly, and the strength of the opponents encountered would have a huge upgrade compared to the previous level. The 60th level was something I wouldn't dare to challenge even now. How could this guy, in one breath, pass the 59th level and not have reached his limit? Nangong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression grew serious. Li Jinya's gaze also sharpened. The 60th level was not so easy to pass. This guy is too reckless. I heard that after senior brother Xiao passed the 59th level, he prepared for a full 3 months before daring to challenge the 60th level. Cousin, do you think this guy won't run into any trouble? Seeing the display on the record stone, Qin Changsheng had actually entered the 60th level. Bai Binger couldn't help but look anxious. Bai Qin also looked serious, taking a deep breath and saying, "The 60th level is indeed extremely dangerous. But since this guy dares to enter, he should have some confidence, right?" In a corner, Xiao Yunfeng frowned and then shook his head, still too anxious. The 60th level. Thinking of the fierce battles he had experienced during his first challenge at the 60th level, a trace of lingering fear surfaced in his eyes. That battle had taken him a full 3 months to prepare. In the end, it was still a Pyrrhic victory. One can imagine how dangerous the 60th level truly was. Inside the training tower, Qin Changsheng was unaware of the commotion outside. All his thoughts were focused on the opponent in front of him. This was an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. He wore a conical hat and a gray robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a sword resting horizontally on his knees. The aura of his cultivation emanated from the 9th level of the transformation realm. In his 50s, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the transformation realm, this talent could only be considered above average. However, at this moment, this seemingly ordinary old man of the 9th level of the transformation realm made Qin Changsheng feel a sense of trepidation. He sensed an immense danger. Compared to all the opponents he had encountered in the previous levels, this one felt the most dangerous. The aura emanating from him was exceptionally sharp and intense, with a faint trace of killing intent. So young, yet you have reached this level. It seems you have some talent. I may have only average talent, yet many geniuses have fallen to my hands. You will become one of them, the old man said. Qin Changsheng stared at him, not responding. How boring. Since that's the case, let us start the battle directly. The old man shook his head. As his words fell, his aura suddenly became fierce, and streams of violent sword energy erupted from him, pressing toward Qin Changsheng. Buzz! The long sword resting on his knees trembled, humming. The old man made a swipe with his fingers across the long sword on his knees. With a clang, the sound echoed. The long sword suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a beam of white light that shot towards Qin Changsheng. Sword control technique. Seeing the white light darting towards him like lightning, Qin Changsheng was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. The figure sitting cross-legged in the distance suddenly flickered, transforming into 7 indistinct afterimages that rushed towards Qin Changsheng, following the shot sword. It was not sword control technique. Qin Changsheng immediately made a judgment. His mind raced as he quickly analyzed the opponent's intentions. The opponent was merely using true qi to shoot the sword to attract his attention. Then, they would employ their movement technique to close in swiftly, aiming to catch him off guard. The shot sword was just bait. Qin Changsheng had already developed a combat awareness. With a slight shift of his body, he calmly avoided the lethal thrust of the incoming sword. His left thumb gently pushed the hilt of the Luyun sword, revealing half an inch of its glistening blade, reflecting Qin Changsheng's calm eyes. As Qin Changsheng evaded the sword's attack, the 7 rushing figures in conical hats surged in front of him, pulling at his waist and drawing out sharp, soft swords to stab at his throat. The 7 figures spoke simultaneously, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent. Among them, only one figure was the real body. The others were all avatars. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a surprise attack and such a rare avatar technique, they would surely be flustered and lose their composure. But Qin Changsheng, who had already developed combat awareness, remained completely unperturbed at this moment. Although he could not identify the real body of the opponent for the time being, he could see through the attack points of the opponent. All 7 figures aimed for his throat. Qin Changsheng's combat awareness allowed him to predict the opponent's attack points in advance. At the moment the opponent drew their sword, he had already made a dodging movement. Chapter 66. Rare Martial Soul, Soul Mirror. Swish! Like a venomous snake, the sword tip accurately stabbed at the point Qin Changsheng had predicted, but he calmly evaded it. In that brief moment of the opponent's attack missing, Qin Changsheng suddenly unsheathed the Luyun sword. A cold beam of sword light, accompanied by the crisp sound of the sword unsheathing, instantly struck one of the conical hat old man's bodies. Puff! The old man was hit by the Luyun sword, instantly twisting and then, like a painting, being torn apart by the Luyun sword, and then dissipating into nothingness. A fake body. Qin Changsheng's gaze flickered. Swish! The other 6 figures changed their attacks towards Qin Changsheng, with varying attack points. Qin Changsheng swayed his body to evade the attacks of these 6 figures. However, the opponent's attacks were too swift, with all 6 launching simultaneous strikes, and Qin Changsheng had only just begun to develop his combat awareness, making his prediction time short, which led to insufficient time for dodging. Under these circumstances, Qin Changsheng still felt considerable pressure amidst the siege of the 6 figures. Puff! Blood splattered from Qin Changsheng's left shoulder. He managed to deflect the scattered attacks of 5 of the figures, but could not completely avoid the 6th figure's sword aimed at his heart. In the brief moment of panic, he could only avoid the fatal area, sustaining a shoulder injury instead of a lethal wound. His expression remained indifferent. He did not let the injury disturb his mind, and he unleashed the solitary mountain's distant shadow intent, enveloping the opponent and interfering with their perception. You actually comprehended the intent within the sword technique. The 6 figures of the conical hat elders immediately sensed that Qin Changsheng's figure in front of them had become erratic. Their expressions slightly changed as they spoke. Bloodthirsty Sky Wolf. However, the next moment, one of the conical hat elders shouted loudly, activating his martial soul. It was a bloodthirsty Sky Wolf. A spark of brilliance burst forth in Qin Changsheng's eyes as he used his movement technique to rush towards the elder who had activated his martial soul. Among the 6 figures, only one had activated their martial soul. Most likely, this one was the real body. Tell me the distance to him. The conical hat elder shouted. Awoo! The bloodthirsty Sky Wolf, immediately howled at the sky. It was the martial soul, not a living being, so it was not affected by Qin Changsheng's solitary, mountain-distant shadow intent. At this moment, it let out a low growl, reporting Qin Changsheng's true distance to the conical hat elder. Qin Changsheng's heart sank. The opponent was indeed not simple. They had quickly thought of a way to counter his solitary mountain-distant shadow intent, using the martial soul as an eye to replace their sixth senses and perception. However, although this method could obtain Qin Changsheng's true position, using the bloodthirsty sky wolf to report the location would still yield inaccuracies. Because Qin Changsheng was continuously moving at high speed, by the time the bloodthirsty sky wolf reported his position and the conical hat elder received it, Qin Changsheng had already left his original position. Swish! Qin Changsheng instantly surged forward, wielding the Luoyun sword, cutting towards the figure that had just released the martial soul with a nebulous trajectory. Puff! The Luoyun sword struck the figure without any obstruction. But Qin Changsheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes, because this figure was still a fake body. How is that possible? Qin Changsheng's pupils constricted, while the other 5 figures were already coldly laughing as they rushed towards him. Kid, do you really think I was affected by your intent interference? Do you really think my martial soul is as lowly as the bloodthirsty sky wolf? Although I have only mediocre talent, my martial soul is a rare 9th-grade soul mirror. Under the illumination of my soul mirror, your perception interference sword technique intent will be meaningless to me. The 5 figures sneered, and the blazing sword light slashed down towards Qin Changsheng, enveloping him in the crisis of death. Hearing the opponent's words, Qin Changsheng immediately understood. The bloodthirsty sky wolf from earlier was merely an illusion. It was not the opponent's martial soul at all. That was just a trap. The opponent's true martial soul must be an extremely rare mental-type martial soul. The avatars he saw were not a result of the opponent practicing some kind of avatar technique, but rather illusions created by the opponent's martial soul. Such a deep scheme. At this moment, Qin Changsheng finally understood why this elderly man, with only mediocre cultivation talent, posed such a strong threat to him. A rare mental illusion-type martial soul. There was not a single one to be found in the entire Tianyuan ancient kingdom. This shows the rarity of such a martial soul. The strength of Qin Changsheng's mental state, developed through practicing sword control techniques and walking the path of heart refinement, was interfered with by the opponent's martial soul, demonstrating the power of this mental illusion-type rare martial soul. The sense of crisis grew stronger. Qin Changsheng struggled to maintain his calm under this immense threat of death. His thoughts became incredibly sharp, and his reactions became extraordinarily quick. He exerted all his effort to sense and predict the opponent's attack trajectories, making extreme evasive maneuvers. Puff, puff, puff. However, although he avoided fatal injuries, he was still hit by the opponent's onslaught, instantly gaining 5 sword holes on his body. Calm down. Calm down. Qin Changsheng repeatedly told himself as the 5 figures surrounded him, continuously attacking. While he countered their strikes, he also evaded their attacks. Suddenly, his gaze brightened, and a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. The devouring martial soul erupted, attaching itself to the Luoyun sword. Qin Changsheng swung his sword to deflect one of the figure's sword strikes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In that strike against the opponent, he did not feel the devouring martial soul absorbing even a trace of the opponent's true qi. This figure was a fake body. Puff puff. Qin Changsheng was struck by 2 more swords, while at the same time he collided head-on with the other 3 figures, all feeling the true qi absorbed by the devouring martial soul rebound at him. Kill. At the next moment, Qin Changsheng made a decisive decision in an instant, and the Luoyun sword in his hand flashed out like lightning, slicing directly towards the last figure. The last figure's expression changed slightly, and the soft sword in his hand coiled towards the Luoyun sword like a spirit snake. The devouring martial soul attached to the Luoyun sword immediately fed back a wisp of true qi power, although it was just a tiny bit. It confirmed to Qin Changsheng that the other party was indeed the real body. He pretended to be desperate and shot out the Luoyun sword. The old man with the bamboo hat did not notice the wisp of true chi that had been consumed out of thin air. After all, it was only the first time being devoured by the martial soul, and during the battle, there was already a consumption of true chi. If it weren't for the continuous consumption by the devouring martial soul, it would have been difficult to notice such a significant reduction in true chi during the fight. He flicked his soft sword, throwing off the coiling Luyun sword, and continued to attack Qin Changsheng along with several other figures. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed a chill approaching quickly from behind. He turned around abruptly and saw the Luyun sword that had been thrown off, unexpectedly attacking from behind, already in front of him, leaving no time for him to evade. In an instant, the Luyun sword pierced through his back heart and shot out from his front chest. The old man with the bamboo hat's pupils froze, and he turned to look at Qin Changsheng, his eyes filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated by this young man despite his meticulous calculations. "How did you see through my real body?" the old man with the bamboo hat said, opening his mouth with a look of unwillingness. However, he did not wait for Qin Changsheng's reply before his figure slowly dissipated. The other several identical spiritual phantoms also twisted and vanished. At the same time, the injuries Qin Changsheng had just sustained from the spiritual phantoms suddenly disappeared without a trace. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had not been injured at all. Everything was just an illusion caused by his spirit being disturbed by the opponent's spiritual martial soul. Those spiritual phantoms posed no real threat or offensive power. Their only purpose was to interfere with him. The real threat had always been the opponent's true body. What a bizarre martial soul, and how deeply this person is calculated. No wonder he is so dangerous despite only having mediocre aptitude. Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered. This battle had greatly broadened his horizons and further enriched his combat experience. Throughout the battle, every action taken by the opponent could potentially be a trap, luring him to fall for it. Whether it was the opponent directly projecting a long sword to attract his attention for a sneak attack, or the opponent allowing a spiritual phantom to impersonate the true body and release the bloodthirsty wolf martial soul. It was all part of the scheme. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath, secretly resolving to be more cautious and careful in his future battles. Chapter 67. The Rewards of the Cultivation Tower. Activating the devouring martial soul, Qin Changsheng swallowed the dissipating powers, then slightly adjusted his state before continuing to challenge the levels. With continuous battles, Qin Changsheng clearly felt that his combat awareness was becoming sharper and clearer. In subsequent battles, he hardly sustained any injuries. Indeed, once one grasped combat awareness, unless the gap in strength was too great, they could almost achieve an undefeated position. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but marvel. He was growing rapidly in battle. His combat skills, combat experience, and the application of sword techniques were all continuously improving. Time flew by. 2 hours later, Qin Changsheng had reached the 72nd level of the cultivation tower and successfully broke through, shattering the record left by Xiao Yunfeng. This caused an uproar among everyone outside the cultivation tower. He actually broke through 72 levels in one go, breaking the record of senior brother Xiao Yunfeng. The cheers around were endless, and everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Unable to believe that Qin Changsheng had so easily broken the challenge record of the legendary figure from the Qinglong Academy, Xiao Yunfeng. Bai Qin and Bai Binger were also left speechless, their eyes similarly filled with shock and surprise, unable to help but whisper, "He is so powerful." Nan Gongshun and Li Jinya, the two geniuses from the same generation as Xiao Yunfeng, were completely numb at this moment and could not utter a word. However, Qin Changsheng's challenges were not over yet. After a brief rest, he began to continue challenging. The 73rd level, he still hadn't come out, and he wanted to continue challenging. Heavens, hasn't he reached his limit yet? Could he possibly surpass the Dean's record? So fierce. Do you think Qin Changsheng has any chance of breaking through the 100th level? Seeing that Qin Changsheng had not stopped challenging, the information on the record stone tablet kept changing, and the crowd exclaimed, "The 100th level?" Even the first-generation Dean only managed to reach the 90th level. The first-generation Dean had already become a legendary figure. No matter how monstrous Qin Changsheng is, he couldn't possibly be more terrifying than the first-generation Dean. right? That's true. No one has ever broken the first-generation Dean's record over the years, let alone reach the 100th level. The discussions around were numerous. However, amidst the crowd's chatter, Qin Changsheng had unknowingly reached the 80th level. At this moment, he was panting heavily, with several shocking wounds on his body, blood flowing profusely, looking quite disheveled. He had just gone through a fierce battle. The opponent at this level was extraordinarily strong, beyond his imagination. Even though he had initially developed combat awareness, it was still difficult to remain undefeated, and he almost lost his life at the hands of the opponent, because the opponent at this 80th level also possessed combat awareness. What a terrifying opponent. If I hadn't also condensed combat awareness, I would have had no chance of defeating this opponent at the 80th level. Qin Changsheng gasped for breath. In that battle, aside from using the Shura martial soul, he had exhausted all his means, and ultimately, relying on his calm mind and rich combat experience. He won by trading injuries. Congratulations on passing the trial of the 80th level. You can rest for half an hour before continuing the challenge, or choose to end this challenge. The deep, hazy voice echoed again in the cultivation tower. End this challenge. Qin Changsheng made his choice. This challenge. He had broken through to the 80th level in one go. Both his body and spirit had reached their limits. At this moment, he felt unprecedented fatigue. His mental strength was nearly exhausted. His physical strength was also greatly weakened, and his injuries needed treatment. Otherwise, even if he didn't die in battle, he would bleed to death. Moreover, although he was reckless, he did not lose his rationality. Continuing to fight when he clearly had no strength left was not about honing himself, but simply seeking death. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's choice, the deep, hazy voice rang out again. Trial results are being calculated. Congratulations, you have broken through 80 levels in one day, shattering the Cultivation Tower Challenge record, and have received the hidden challenge rewards of the Cultivation Tower, 10 body-tempering spirit pills, and the Divine Sword Technique Sun Sword Classic. Hearing the deep, hazy voice from the void, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Qin Changsheng's face. Rewards? He had never heard of anyone receiving rewards for challenging the Cultivation Tower. Just as he was in shock, a dazzling light suddenly appeared before Qin Changsheng. The blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. When the light receded, a palm-sized jade bottle and a roll of jade slip floated before him. On the jade bottle, a label is affixed, with the 4 large characters body refining elixir written on it. Below, there is an introduction about the body refining elixir. The body refining elixir is a rare elixir of the spirit level, meant for refining and strengthening the physical body. After consumption, it can refine the blood, flesh, meridians, and bones of the entire body, enhancing the physical form. However, the refining process is extremely painful, and one must remain mentally clear during the process. Otherwise, there may be a risk to life. Those without strong willpower should consume it with caution. It is actually a rare spirit elixir for tempering and strengthening the physical body. Upon seeing the introduction below, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath, filled with shock. The elixir, this is something that only cultivators and legends can refine. Secular martial artists can at most refine ordinary grade elixirs. The so-called pill sane of the Tianyuan ancient kingdom can only refine ordinary grade, 9th tier elixirs at most. But even ordinary grade elixirs, once refined, have extraordinary effects. Even a first-tier ordinary grade elixir is immensely precious. And this body refining elixir is actually a spirit grade elixir that can only be refined by cultivators. Moreover, there are a total of 10. Qin Changsheng's breathing became rapid. He quickly picked up another reward, a roll of jade slip. As he picked up the jade slip, countless scriptures burst forth from it, rushing into his mind and forming an arcane sword technique. Additionally, a light flickered, condensing into a light figure that demonstrated the sword technique in his mind. The Sun Sword Sutra, a divine-level sword technique, cultivates pure yang sword energy. When cultivated to a high level, it can burn the heavens with one sword, boil the seas with one sword, and be invincible throughout the world. An ancient voice gradually emanated from the light figure in Qin Changsheng's mind, reciting the true meaning of the sword technique as he practiced it. His words resonated like the sound of the great Tao, rumbling in Qin Chongqing's mind and causing his consciousness to surge. After a long time, Qin Chongqing finally awakened, his eyes bursting with boundless shock. It turns out to be a divine-level sword technique. The legends are true. There are indeed higher-grade techniques and martial arts beyond the super-grade. Qin Chongqing was immensely shaken, unable to calm down, never expecting that the cultivation tower would harbor such secrets. Whether it is the body-refining elixir or the Sun Sword Sutra, both are supreme treasures rarely seen in the secular world. In the entire wasteland region of 10 nations, no one can refine spirit elixirs, nor is there any book of techniques or martial arts that surpasses the supergrade. Qin Chongqing's heart raced, and he hurriedly stored the body-refining elixir away. As for the jade slip, the information stored within had vanished, flooding into Qin Chongqing's mind, leaving the jade slip empty. However, Qin Chongqing still put it away, and then a mysterious power enveloped him, transporting him out of the cultivation tower. Chapter 68, Body Refining Elixir. Look, he out. In just one day, he broke through 80 levels. No one has done that since the establishment of the Qinglong Academy, right? Outside the cultivation tower, everyone saw Qin Chongqing being enveloped by a beam of light, slowly descending like a deity, and an eruption of excitement ensued. Everyone looked at Qin Chongqing with astonishment. When Qin Chongqing landed, the light faded, and he immediately noticed that a large number of students had gathered outside the cultivation tower without him realizing it. Junior brother Qin, are you all right? Su Hao and the others were still waiting here and rushed over, looking at Qin Chongqing, who was covered in blood and disheveled, unable to suppress a gasp of concern. At this moment, Qin Chongqing looked particularly tragic, with many injuries, especially from the last battle on the 80th level, where he nearly perished inside. I'm fine, these people are. Qin Chongqing shook his head, then frowned as he looked around at the crowd. They came to witness you challenging the Death Tower after hearing about it. After all, this Death Tower has a notorious reputation, and very few people dare to train there these years, Su Hao said. To be honest, seeing you come out alive from the Death Tower, I finally feel relieved. But you are too impressive, breaking through to the 80th level in less than a day. Su Hao couldn't help but look at Qin Chongqing as if he were a monster, exclaiming in admiration. At this moment, Bai Qin and Bai Binger also walked over. You are too reckless, actually daring to challenge the cultivation tower. Hearing everyone's words, Qin Chongqing felt a warm current in his heart, sensing their concern. His gaze fell on Xiao Yunfeng, Nangong Chun, and Li Jianya at the back of the crowd, and he was surprised to see that these three extraordinary talents from the previous generation had also come. What did you say? Qin Chongqing broke through 80 levels in one go. Upon hearing this news, Li Hongyun's face instantly showed intense disbelief, his eyes fixed on the young man before him. Are you sure? Senior brother Li, it's absolutely true. Many people saw it, and his name has already been recorded on the stone tablet, the boy replied. This Qin Chongqing is really lucky. He didn't die in that cultivation tower. Hearing this, Li Hongyun smashed the stone table in front of him, his face darkening. This person dared to embarrass me in front of everyone before. I will make him pay the price. Breaking through 80 levels in one go. In the pavilion, several elders were astonished upon hearing the news, their eyes revealing disbelief. Brother Bai, it seems we underestimated your disciple a bit. Breaking through 80 levels in one day. Even you and the first-generation dean of the Qinglong Academy couldn't achieve that back then, right? An elder marveled. Qinglong Taoist was also stunned at this moment. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, he said, Hee, I knew this kid was extraordinary. Though the cultivation tower is called the Death Tower and is extremely dangerous, it cannot defeat my disciple. Well, breaking through 80 levels in one go is just barely acceptable. But in his heart, he was secretly amazed. What kind of monstrous disciple have I taken in? Hearing Qinglong Taoist's words, the elders in the pavilion couldn't help but twitch their lips. Breaking through 80 levels in one go is just barely acceptable? After leaving the cultivation tower, Qin Chongqing went straight back to the Drunken Dragon courtyard. He quickly dealt with his injuries and took healing elixirs to aid in recovery. Then, Qin Chongqing spent the entire night adjusting and recovering. The next day, all his fatigue dissipated and he felt revitalized. Just as he was about to finish his meditation, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that his cultivation level was becoming loose. Indeed, combat is the best path to becoming stronger. Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. He had reached the 5th level of the transformation realm a month ago, and yesterday he experienced extreme battles in the cultivation tower, relying on devouring the power phantoms with his devouring martial soul. After a night of adjustment and consolidation, he was clearly on the verge of advancing to the 6th level of the transformation realm. He immediately took out a large amount of cultivation resources, summoned his devouring martial soul, and began to push towards the 6th level of the transformation realm using the Great Wasteland Sutra. Half an hour later, a light sound echoed within Qin Changsheng's body, as if the shackles inside him had been torn apart, breaking through the constraints of his cultivation level. Qin Changsheng successfully stepped into the 6th level of the transformation realm. In the Drunken Dragon courtyard, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, converging towards Qin Changsheng, solidifying his cultivation level at the 6th level of the transformation realm. His injuries also healed rapidly at this moment, recovering almost completely in an instant. The 6th level of the transformation realm. Such strong power. With my current strength, even against an ordinary 1st-level Yuan Gang realm martial artist, I might have the strength to fight. Qin Changsheng carefully sensed the changes within himself and couldn't help but exclaim. He practiced the super-grade cultivation technique, the Great Wilderness Sutra, and with the assistance of the devouring martial soul, an extraordinary martial soul, he refined his true energy. Although he was only at the 6th level of the transcendence realm, the richness and strength of the true energy within him were hard to compare, even against genius-level talents of the same rank. With the richness and strength of his true energy, it was not impossible for him to rival a typical 1st-level Yuan Gang realm warrior. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, developed combat awareness, high-grade swordsmanship, the artistic conception of the Lonely Mountain's distant shadow, and sword techniques, his combat power was already rare among his peers. By the way, let's try the body refinement spirit pill. After breaking through to the 6th level of the transcendence realm, Qin Changsheng felt exceptionally full of vital energy and in great condition. He remembered the body refinement spirit pill he received for breaking the record in the cultivation tower, and with a thought, he took it out. Swordsmen excel in attack, but their defense is often a shortcoming, Qin Changsheng muttered. Although he had initially developed combat awareness and could anticipate most attacks, there were still times when he could not perfectly evade his opponent's assaults. For example, the opponent he encountered on the 80th floor had also grasped combat awareness, making it difficult for his own awareness to play a corresponding role, resulting in serious injuries during the fight, almost leading to his demise. Furthermore, Qin Changsheng always believed that a powerful physique was the fundamental strength of a martial artist. However, using the body refinement spirit pill to refine his body came with significant risks and required immense endurance and willpower. Otherwise, losing consciousness during the refinement process could lead to life-threatening situations. Qin Changsheng took out a body refinement spirit pill, looking at the crystal clear, round pill in his hand that emitted a faint glow resembling a pearl, and murmured, "The path of the strong is destined to be filled with thorns. If I can't even endure this little pain, then I don't deserve to become strong." With a determined look in his eyes, he tilted his head and swallowed the body refinement spirit pill. This time, he did not use the devouring martial soul to assist in refining it, as doing so would result in a certain degree of energy loss with the pill and spirit stones. The body refinement spirit pill was incredibly precious and hard to come by, so he certainly could not afford to waste even a bit of its medicinal power. As the body refinement spirit pill entered his throat, it did not require Qin Changsheng to actively refine it. The medicinal effect automatically began to unfold. A powerful medicinal force immediately spread throughout his body, flowing into every limb and bone, filling every particle of flesh and cell. In the next moment, an intense pain surged from every inch of his body, distorting his face, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat pouring down like rain. Chapter 69, Sun Sword Sutra. Pain. Unprecedented pain. Unspeakable pain. Qin Changsheng felt as if his body were being torn apart. Every bone felt as if it were being broken, and every particle of flesh was undergoing the tremendous refining of the medicinal power. The intense pain was so severe that it felt worse than death, making him almost faint several times, but he gritted his teeth and maintained his consciousness, repeatedly telling himself to endure at all costs. Crack! Crack! Sounds of crisp cracking echoed from within Qin Changsheng's body, as if the powerful medicinal force was forcibly breaking his bones, only for them to heal again under the force of the medicine, again and again. After enduring a full day and night, the intense pain finally began to ease. At this moment, Qin Changsheng's face was pale, nearly exhausted from the pain, and his body was covered in blood. I'm still alive. Qin Changsheng lay on the ground, a smile of survival after the disaster on his face. Then, he felt the changes in his body, and his eyes instantly filled with surprise. As expected of a legendary pill that only cultivators could refine, not only did it strengthen my physical body and enhance my physical strength, but it also widened my meridians and the qi si in my dantian. Qin Changsheng suddenly sat up, feeling the transformation within him. His body's strength, resistance to impact, physical stamina, and raw physical power had all greatly improved. Moreover, to his delight, his dantian qi si and meridians had also been widened and refined. The qi si in the dantian stores true energy. The larger the qi si, the more true energy it can store, and the thicker it becomes. The meridians are the channels that transport true energy. The wider the channel, the more efficient the transport, and the stronger the explosive power of the true energy. Qin Changsheng had initially thought that the body refinement spirit pill only refined the physical body, but he did not expect it to also widen the qi si and meridians, which was a pleasant surprise. Although the process was painful, the rewards were incredibly rich, and with 9 more body refinement spirit pills, he could undergo 9 more transformations. Qin Changsheng's gaze flickered. He wanted to continue refining his body and strengthening it. Most people, after experiencing the pain of a body refinement spirit pill, would likely develop a psychological shadow regarding it and fear it, never daring to consume a second one. The pain of having one's entire body torn apart and bones broken was too terrifying, a true hellish experience that few could endure. However, Qin Changsheng did not hesitate at this moment. With less than 3 years left before the deadline of the 10 Nations War, whether for the challenge with Feng Qianyu or for the Tianyuan ancient kingdom, he had to become stronger. And to become strong, one must endure the hardships that others cannot bear, and suffer the pain that others cannot withstand. Only with great willpower and determination can one achieve this. Without hesitation, Qin Changsheng swallowed the second body refinement spirit pill in one go. In the Drunken Dragon courtyard, Qin Changsheng's cries of pain echoed once more. While countless people outside were marveling at Qin Changsheng's brilliant record of breaking through 80 levels of the Death Tower in a single day and lamenting his terrifying talent, no one knew that at this moment, the protagonist they spoke of was enduring unimaginable pain. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Changsheng, covered in sweat and blood, finally completed the 10th refinement. After finishing the 10th refinement, his body had undergone an astonishing transformation. At this moment, after washing off the sweat and blood, his physique radiated a faint crystalline glow. His body appeared translucent and sparkling, as if forged from divine iron and celestial gold. Each inch of flesh seemed to harbor immense, explosive power. His qi si in the dantian had expanded tenfold compared to before. All of his meridians had also become thicker and more resilient, similarly enhanced tenfold. What does this mean? This meant that under the same realm, without considering the gap in cultivation techniques, Qin Changsheng's amount of true energy was 10 times richer than that of other genius-level talents. The explosive power of his true energy was also 10 times stronger than that of other genius-level talents. Moreover, even more terrifying was that after 10 rounds of refinement, his physical strength had undergone a leap in enhancement. This body refinement spirit pill was indeed worthy of being a legendary elixir that only cultivators could refine. With his current physique, a warrior at the Transcendence realm would likely find it hard to inflict any damage on him. and even an ordinary Yuan Gang realm warrior might not be able to heavily injure him. Though he hadn't T-tested it, Qin Changsheng had a strong intuition about this. Subsequently, he couldn't help but think of the cultivation tower, feeling that it was incredibly mysterious. The strengthening of his body had also significantly enhanced his foundation. With his current foundation and strength, he believed he would have a much easier time challenging the cultivation tower again. And perhaps he might even have a chance to break through the 100th level. I had previously broken through to the 80th floor in one go, unintentionally breaking the record and obtaining hidden rewards in the cultivation tower, receiving the body refining elixir and the Sun Sword Classic. It is said that no one has ever reached the 100th floor. I wonder if there will also be rewards there? The body refining elixir and the Sun Sword Classic. This divine sword technique are not ordinary items. Combining this with the history of the Azure Dragon Academy, the cultivation tower, like many secret realms, existed before the establishment of the Azure Dragon Academy. Perhaps it is indeed as people speculate, whether it be those mysterious secret realms or this cultivation tower. They are all the handiwork of legendary cultivators. However, there are very few records of cultivators in the entire historical accounts of the Eastern Origin domain. Yet, rumors about cultivators have always circulated in the world. Returning to my thoughts, Qin Changsheng did not rush to challenge the cultivation tower immediately. Instead, he planned to first practice the divine sword technique Sun Sword Classic that he had obtained earlier to further enhance his foundation. After accumulating enough experience, he would then challenge the 100th floor of the cultivation tower. He calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged, visualizing the incantations and techniques of the divine sword technique Sun Sword Classic, silently contemplating them in his heart. The Sun Sword Classic is infinitely profound, even deeper and more obscure than the 9th grade sword technique Solitary Mountain Distant Shadow that Qin Changsheng had previously practiced. This is because, although the Sun Sword Classic is a sword technique, it also connects with cultivation methods. It requires absorbing the pure yang energy to cultivate the pure yang sword qi. Qin Changsheng's comprehension is extraordinary, and his foundation is solid. Although the Sun Sword Classic is profound and esoteric, he successfully understood it after 3 months of day and night contemplation and research. He opened his eyes, a hint of unusual color appearing in them, murmuring to himself, to cultivate the pure yang sword qi, one needs to absorb the pure yang energy. The more pure and powerful the absorbed pure yang energy, the stronger the cultivated pure yang sword qi will be. However, where can I find pure yang energy? Chapter 70. Tang Hao Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment, feeling the scorching heat of the midday sun, and suddenly had a thought. Yes, the divine radiance of the sun is precisely the pure yang energy. With this in mind, Qin Changsheng immediately began to cultivate according to the methods of the Sun Sword Classic. As the Sun Sword Classic operated, Qin Changsheng immediately felt a scorching sensation throughout his body. The power of the sun from the 9 heavens poured down on him like a waterfall. Waves of heat energy surged into Qin Changsheng's body, making him feel as if he were being burned by fire. It works. Qin Changsheng was immediately delighted, earnestly absorbing and refining the scorching power that fell upon him. When the sun set below the horizon, Qin Changsheng noticed that the scorching power enveloping him had disappeared. At noon, when the sun was at its peak, the efficiency of practicing the Sun Sword Classic was also the highest. After the sun set, it became difficult to continue practicing the Sun Sword Classic. Qin Changsheng frowned. The cultivation of the Sun Sword Qi is extremely challenging. After a day's practice, he had only managed to cultivate a trace of Sun True Qi, and he was still far from transforming it into pure Yang Sword Qi. However, Qin Changsheng was not in a hurry. Perseverance is not achieved in a day. As a divine sword technique, the Sun Sword Classic is immensely powerful, and if it were so easy to refine its core pure Yang Sword Qi, it would be unreasonable. As night fell, Qin Changsheng practiced the sword techniques of the Sun Sword Classic. Although the pure Yang Sword Qi is the core of the Sun Sword Classic, the techniques of the Sun Sword Classic are also not to be overlooked. They're the means and channels to unleash the power of pure Yang Sword Qi. For the next month, Qin Changsheng refused all outings, practicing pure Yang Sword Qi during the day and the techniques of the Sun Sword Classic at night. After a month, Qin Changsheng finally mastered the techniques of the Sun Sword Classic to a remarkable level. However, he still had not managed to cultivate the first pure Yang Sword Qi. Nevertheless, the condensed Sun True Qi was becoming increasingly robust. Qin Changsheng believed that as long as he continued to persevere, he would eventually be able to refine the first pure Yang Sword Qi. However, on this day, Qin Changsheng did not continue to stay in the courtyard to practice pure Yang Sword Qi. Instead, he took the flowing cloud sword and headed towards the cultivation tower. He had now mastered the techniques of the Sun Sword Classic to a remarkable level, although he had not yet cultivated pure Yang Sword Qi. The techniques of this divine sword technique alone were enough to significantly enhance his strength. Along with the 10 body refinements from the body refining elixir, his foundation was deeper than anyone could imagine. He planned to break through the 100th floor of the cultivation tower in one go and see if there would still be rewards for reaching it. When Qin Changsheng arrived at the cultivation tower, he found that there were quite a few people gathered around. On the tall stone tablet beside the cultivation tower, a string of golden characters was flashing and jumping, indicating that someone was currently challenging the cultivation tower and had reached a considerable height. Tang Hao. Qin Changsheng's gaze was drawn to the string of flashing golden characters. The name was at the front, followed by the record of his challenge. This name was somewhat familiar to him. He had heard it mentioned more than once before. This was a genius from the same era as Xiao Yunfeng, with extremely powerful strength. It was said that he was significantly stronger than Nan Gongchun and Li Jianya, having almost defeated Xiao Yunfeng in the past. This person had been on a mission outside, which was why Qin Changsheng had not seen him during the ceremony for accepting disciples by the Azure Dragon Taoist. He is already on the 73rd floor. Brother Tang truly lives up to being one of the few in his generation who can compete with Brother Xiao Yunfeng. Gasps arose from the crowd. Brother Zhao's record has been broken. I wonder if Brother Tang can surpass Qin Changsheng's record? What kind of opportunity has this guy obtained? His potential and foundation have improved so much that he even surpassed Brother Zhao's record. Nan Gongchen exclaimed. His goal is not to surpass me. Hearing Nan Gongchen's exclamation, Xiao Yunfeng smiled faintly, seemingly holding a wine gourd at any moment. He said, "This guy is very petty. He has been brooding over the fact that he was rejected when he sought to become a disciple of the Academy head. Over the years, he has been taking on various dangerous missions to hone himself, just to become stronger and personally defeat the Academy head to prove himself." At this point, Xiao Yunfeng took a sip of wine, mumbling indistinctly, but unexpectedly, upon returning this time, he learned that the Academy head had accepted a direct disciple. And this direct disciple has set such a record. With this guy's narrow-mindedness, he naturally wants to compare himself with him. Upon hearing Xiao Yunfeng's words, Nan Gongchun and Li Jianya felt a chill in their hearts. Does he want to challenge the 80th floor too? Xiao Yunfeng sighed lightly. The 80th floor is not that easy to challenge. Nan Gongchun and Li Jianya exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. Because if the potential and foundation are insufficient, forcing a challenge could lead to death. At that moment, the cultivation tower suddenly erupted with a beam of golden light, enveloping a figure descending. Brother Tang is coming out. The crowd burst into exclamations. As the light dissipated, a figure covered in wounds appeared before everyone's eyes. His face was pale, with multiple bleeding wounds, and he could barely maintain a standing posture. At the moment, the light faded. His body swayed, and he was about to fall to the ground. Brother Tang. A girl hurriedly stepped forward to support Tang Hao, her eyes filled with concern and pain. I lost. Tang Hao looked at the tall record stone tablet, staring at Qin Changsheng's name with a hint of unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes. He had given his all, nearly perishing in the cultivation tower, but in the end, he could only reach the 73rd floor. It's good to be alive. Some things, just let them go. Even if you haven't taken the Dean as your master, haven't you still become very strong? Perhaps the path you are walking now is the one you are meant to take. Xiao Yunfeng walked up to Tang Hao and smiled at him, then took a swig of wine and handed the gourd to Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked at the gourd being offered by Xiao Yunfeng, snatched it away, and coldly snorted. I just don't accept it. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man suddenly walked up from the back of the crowd with a sword in hand, heading towards the cultivation tower. Qin Changsheng. Someone recognized him at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. With that exclamation, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Qin Changsheng. What? He is Qin Changsheng? The extraordinary genius who reached the 80th floor in one day. Some disciples who had only heard of Qin Changsheng's name but had never seen him were all astonished. Chapter 71. Challenge to Tang Hao. As Qin Changsheng stepped forward, all eyes around him were immediately drawn to him. After all, Qin Changsheng's reputation was indeed substantial. He could be said to be the most talked-about figure among the new students of the Qinglong Academy. Not only was he favored by the sword saint of Qinglong and accepted as a direct disciple, but he had also defeated the genius Tang Wanshan and the legendary figure Xiao Yunfeng of the previous generation during the disciple recruitment ceremony. Additionally, from months ago, Qin Changsheng set the record for the Death Tower, astonishing everyone by reaching the 80th floor in a single day. His name had long become well known at the Qinglong Academy. However, many people had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. At this moment, among the gathered students near the cultivation tower, there were many who had heard of Qin Changsheng's name but had never met him. Nangong Chun, Li Jinya, and Xiao Yunfeng also turned to look at Qin Changsheng, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. They could clearly feel that Qin Changsheng had changed since they last saw him 4 months ago. His demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation, becoming much more composed and restrained. He no longer exuded the same sharpness as before. What surprised them even more was that they felt Qin Changsheng's aura had grown stronger, carrying a chilling presence that inexplicably created a sense of pressure. Tang Hao's gaze also fell on Qin Changsheng. As he looked at him, his expression suddenly sharpened, and with the support of a nearby girl, he stepped forward to meet Qin Changsheng. "You are Qin Changsheng? I've heard of you, senior brother Tang." Qin Changsheng replied, neither servile nor overbearing, appearing humble and polite. Apart from his enemies, Qin Changsheng consistently maintained a humble attitude, which was why Su Hao and the others were willing to befriend him. However, Tang Hao was not impressed by this, speaking in a somewhat cold tone. "You are indeed impressive to have reached the 80th floor of the Death Tower. In terms of potential and background, I am not as good as you and admit defeat. However, only a truly grown genius can be considered a true genius. I hope that one day in the future, you can catch up to my pace and be qualified to battle with me." Qin Changsheng frowned upon hearing this, sensing the hostility. "What level of cultivation are you at now?" Since the other party was not being friendly, Qin Changsheng naturally felt no need to maintain a humble attitude. Speaking calmly, "Respect should be mutual. What? Do you want to challenge me now?" Hearing Qin Changsheng's question, Tang Hao let out a cold laugh. "With your current mere transcendence level cultivation, you can't even withstand a single finger of mine. You aren't qualified to accept my challenge. But since you asked, I'll tell you I am now at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm. 10 years from now, I hope you can catch up to my pace and grow enough to battle me at my peak. Then I will concede to you as the Dean's disciple." Qin Changsheng glanced at him and said flatly, "Whether you concede or not, I am already the direct disciple of my master. However, since you have issued a challenge, I accept. No need for 10 years. In as little as 1 year or as long as 2 years, I will fight you." Qin Changsheng's calm words hid immense confidence. In the past, the Yuan Gang realm had been unattainable for him, but with his current potential and background, the Yuan Gang realm was just within reach. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the surroundings fell silent. After a brief moment of quiet, the scene erupted into an uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Changsheng with disbelief, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Did I hear that right? Qin Changsheng wants to challenge senior brother Tang within 2 years. That's insane. He is only at the transcendence level now, while senior brother Tang has already reached the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm. Even if senior brother Tang can't enter the Dao Palace realm in 2 years, he will at least reach the 9th level of the Yuan Gang realm." Many people around were astonished, discussing among themselves. Even Xiao Yunfeng, Nangong Chun, and Li Jinya were stunned after hearing Qin Changsheng's words. Could this guy be serious? Challenging Tang Hao within 1 to 2 years? Nangong Chun looked at Qin Changsheng with a strange expression, unable to believe that he would say such a thing. After all, the gap in cultivation levels was enormous. One was only at the 6th level of Transcendence, while the other had already reached the 8th level of Yuan Gang Realm. There was a difference of a whole 11 minor realms. Even if Qin Changsheng had excellent cultivation talent, it would be impossible for him to break through 11 minor realms in 2 years. Moreover, Tang Hao himself was also a top-tier genius. During the time Qin Changsheng was trying to catch up, Tang Hao would not be standing still, waiting for him to catch up. Therefore, in his view, the gap in cultivation levels between the two could not be bridged in less than 10 or 8 years. Not just him, but everyone present thought the same way. It was impossible to break through 11 realms in 2 years, especially since Tang Hao was also a top-tier genius who would likewise be growing. Thus, Qin Changsheng's challenge seemed somewhat absurd to everyone. Li Jinyao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qin Changsheng, but did not say anything. Xiao Yunfeng also showed a look of surprise, shaking his head with a smile, then took another gulp of wine. His silence and this slight shake of his head already indicated his view and attitude towards the matter. As for Tang Hao himself, upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, he was even more shocked, looking at Qin Changsheng with disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. What did you just say? You want to challenge me within 2 years? Tang Hao looked at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng did not respond. Tang Hao's expression darkened immediately, and his gaze on Qin Changsheng grew colder. He snorted, "Good, very good." As expected of the dean's direct disciple. You really have confidence and audacity to dare claim you will challenge me within 2 years with your mere 6th level of Transcendence cultivation. Since that's the case, I will wait for your challenge. I hope by then, you truly have the qualification to battle me. After speaking, Tang Hao snorted coldly and walked out of the crowd. Qin Changsheng said nothing more and ignored the discussions around him, striding directly towards the cultivation tower. He's going to challenge the cultivation tower? The people around were immediately taken aback by this scene. He had already reached the 80th floor. Was he not at his limit? He still wanted to challenge the cultivation tower. Many were astonished as they watched Qin Changsheng enter the cultivation tower. Xiao Yunfeng, Nangong Chun, and Li Jinyao were also taken aback. Then their gazes sharpened as they looked at Qin Changsheng's back, equally astonished. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Tang Hao, who was about to leave, turned around and saw Qin Changsheng walking into the cultivation tower, his pupils instantly narrowing. 80 layers. Is this not this person's limit? This time, he actually wants to challenge again. Chapter 72, 1 Sword Kill. Upon entering the cultivation tower, a hazy and heavy voice immediately rang in Qin Changsheng's ears. Challenger Qin Changsheng, challenge record is 80 layers. You can choose to restart the challenge or continue the last challenge. Continue the last challenge, Qin Changsheng immediately said. His goal this time was to break through to the 100th layer, wanted to see what secrets exist on the 100th floor of the cultivation tower and whether there are any rewards. The Challenger-S cultivation realm is currently at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, difficulty adjusted. The familiar voice sounded again. Then, a powerful force enveloped Qin Changsheng, followed by a familiar feeling of crossing over, and soon Qin Changsheng arrived at the 81st layer. On the 81st layer, a woman in green appeared in Qin Changsheng's sight. This woman in green was tall, had an excellent figure, and her looks were stunning, but her gaze was extremely cold, holding a sword and looking at Qin Changsheng. 6th level of the Transcendence realm. The woman in green noticed Qin Changsheng's cultivation aura, and a hint of surprise appeared in her frosty eyes. Swish! However, Qin Changsheng did not waste words with her. With a flick of his finger, the flowing cloud sword in his left hand instantly unsheathed, shooting out and directly slashing towards the woman in green. At the same time, his figure flickered, transforming into a ghostly shadow, rushing towards the woman in green. Seeing this, the woman in green's phoenix eyes narrowed. Her long sword shook, accurately deflecting the flowing cloud sword that was coming to kill her, producing a shower of sparks and a crisp sound. The shocked flowing cloud sword was caught by a white, crystalline hand, and a thunderous flash of sword light suddenly appeared. The woman in green's pupils shrank immediately, and she raised her sword to block, but was directly severed by Qin Changsheng's sword, the sharp blade cutting through her snow-white neck. How is this possible? The woman in green murmured, and then her form instantly collapsed, transforming into an invisible force. One sword, one kill. Qin Changsheng sheathed his sword with a clang, devouring the dissipated power of the woman in green. Indeed, such explosive power. A glint of brilliance appeared in Qin Changsheng's eyes. After the painful refining process with 10 body-refining spirit pills, Qin Changsheng's physical body was incredibly strong now. Not only was his physical explosive power astonishing, but the widening of his dantian and meridians further enhanced his explosive power. It was 10 times the previous density of true energy and strength of the meridians. The opponent on the 81st layer was much stronger than the opponent he had barely defeated on the 80th layer. Yet, at this moment, she couldn't even withstand his one sword. It seems my feeling was not wrong. With my current explosive power, I'm afraid I can already rival ordinary Yuan Gang realm warriors, Qin Changsheng murmured softly, and then continued to challenge. On the 82nd layer, Qin Changsheng still easily passed. The cultivation tower gradually increased in difficulty according to the cultivation realm, testing combat experience, personal potential, and foundation. Qin Changsheng's combat experience was already quite rich. After undergoing the body-refining spirit pills enhancement 10 times, his innate potential had further improved. Coupled with the practice of the Sun Sword Classic, his foundation and potential could be said to be unfathomable. At this moment, he faced the challenges with almost no pressure. Continue to challenge. Before the hazy and heavy voice in the cultivation tower could sound, Qin Changsheng took the initiative to speak. The 83rd layer, the 84th layer, the 85th layer, the 86th layer. Outside the cultivation tower, the words on the record stone tablet were constantly flickering and changing. Qin Changsheng's ranking had already surpassed that of Qin Longdaoren, closely chasing after the first-generation president, ranking second. Meanwhile, everyone around the cultivation tower couldn't help but be stunned, watching the tall record stone tablet, the constantly flickering information, and the changing records, their pupils involuntarily contracting. What is going on? Is there something wrong with the record stone tablet? Why is the information changing so rapidly? The 86th layer, heavens, this can't be real, right? It's been less than 15 minutes since Qin Changsheng entered the cultivation tower to challenge. In less than 15 minutes, he has passed 6 layers. Is this person a monster? Everyone around was terrified by Qin Changsheng's horrifying speed of challenge. Tang Hao was even more dazed, his mouth agape, but unable to speak, thinking about how he had barely made it to the 73rd layer, exhausted and nearly dying. Comparing it to Qin Changsheng's efficiency at this moment, Tang Hao felt his mentality was about to collapse. Xiao Yanfeng, Nangong Chun, and Li Jianyao were also stunned. Even though they had witnessed Qin Changsheng's monstrous challenge record 4 months ago, they still couldn't help but be shocked. This guy is really not human. Nangongchen couldn't help but exclaim. The 90th layer. He passed it. The 90th layer is done. The record of the first-generation president has also been broken. He has entered the 91st layer. He wouldn't dare to think of clearing it all the way to the 100th layer, would he? So monstrous. I really feel he might actually reach the 100th layer. Just as everyone was exclaiming and discussing, Qin Changsheng had already consecutively passed several layers, breaking through the 90th layer and entering the 91st layer, breaking the record of the first-generation president, causing a commotion among the crowd around the cultivation tower. Inside the cultivation tower, Qin Changsheng was unaware of the outside uproar. He swung the flowing cloud sword in his hand, a blazing sword light flickering, as if the scorching sun had descended, emitting a scorching wave of air and dazzling light, forcefully crushing the opponent's moves in front of him. That powerful force directly sent his opponent flying. It was indeed the Sun Sword Classic. Even though Qin Changsheng had not yet cultivated the pure Yang Sword Qi, he still demonstrated the strength and dominance of the Sun Sword Classic. After all, this Sun Sword Classic was likely the only transcendent sword technique in the world, and its power was naturally extraordinary. However, although the Sun Sword Classic was powerful, it was also consuming, if it were not for the tenfold widening of Qin Changsheng's dantian, allowing him to have a far greater amount of true energy than ordinary people. He probably wouldn't be able to control the Sun Sword Classic at all. Whoosh! After shaking his opponent back with one sword, Qin Changsheng pressed the attack, the flowing cloud sword flying out, moving freely, and before the opponent could stabilize their form. He swiftly severed their head, winning the battle. An upper-grade Yuan Gang realm warrior with first-rate qualifications could not withstand even one of my swords. Qin Changsheng retracted the flowing cloud sword and moved forward to devour the dissipated power of his opponent. After the 90th layer, the opponents displayed cultivation realms that had already reached the Yuan Gang realm. With the intention of honing the Sun Sword Classic, Qin Changsheng fought using the techniques of the Sun Sword Classic, only to find that his opponent could not withstand even one of his swords, being sent flying by a single strike. Chapter 73, the 100th layer. In the following layers, Qin Changsheng passed through with ease. It was not until he reached the 99th layer that he finally felt pressure and spent some effort to achieve victory. A monstrous talent of the first level of the Yuan Gang realm was indeed formidable. Qin Changsheng murmured softly, devouring the power in front of him. The opponent he faced on the 99th layer was indeed a monstrous talent with extraordinary cultivation qualifications at the first level of the Yuan Gang realm. And the awakened martial soul was also of a very high grade, an extraordinary martial soul. However, after some hard work, Qin Changsheng still managed to slay him under his sword. These 9 consecutive battles also gave Qin Changsheng a clearer understanding of his current strength. A monstrous talent of the Yuan Gang realm at the first level was not his opponent. Next, it was the 100th layer. Qin Changsheng's eyes flickered. The 100th layer would definitely be no small challenge. However, Qin Changsheng felt that with his current foundation, he should be able to break through. Since the beginning of the challenges until now, he has still kept a trump card that he has never used. Continue the challenge. Qin Changsheng made a slight adjustment and then spoke. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding scene changed, and Qin Changsheng was transferred to the 100th floor of the cultivation tower. On the 100th floor of the cultivation tower, there was an altar. As Qin Changsheng appeared, a blazing beam of light immediately rose from the altar, soaring into the sky. Has someone finally reached the 100th floor? Defeat me, and you will gain supreme fortune. Within the beam of light, a young man with a cold and handsome face emerged, his calm gaze landing on Qin Changsheng as he spoke in a detached tone. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but frown. The opponents he encountered along the way seemed quite different from the simple power illusions he met earlier in the martial pavilion. These opponents seemed to possess consciousness and could actually communicate with him. Previously, he hadn't taken this to heart, thinking these were just a trace of the will left by the great cultivators who originally greeted the cultivation tower. However, at this moment, Qin Changsheng felt that the emotional expressions of these power illusions in the cultivation tower were too real. Who are you? Qin Changsheng finally couldn't help but ask. You're not qualified to know who I am yet. Defeat me, and you will welcome an opportunity, and your life will become extraordinary from then on. If you fail, you will die. The cold, handsome youth said indifferently. As soon as his words fell, he made a swift gesture, and an incredibly powerful sword light instantly slashed toward Qin Changsheng. This sword was sharp and unparalleled, its might unmatched, violent as thunder, swift as lightning. As if it had ripped through the void. Even before it struck, the displayed might made one feel alarmed. Qin Changsheng's pupils contracted. Second stage of the Yuan Gang realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary second stage of the Yuan Gang realm. Just from the power displayed by this sword, his cultivation aptitude was at least of top-tier quality, and perhaps even more. As the sword came slashing, Qin Changsheng instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis had never been felt during his tower climb. Whoosh! Qin Changsheng immediately suppressed all distractions and entered a combat state, his spirit and energy instantly coalescing. The shadowless step was executed to its limits. And Qin Changsheng moved like a ghost, swiftly darting away to evade the cold youth's thunderous strike. The cold youth's sword missed, which was not unexpected. Being able to reach this 100th floor was enough to show the potential and depth of this challenger before him. His cold eyes narrowed. The sword in his hand slanted, and he struck again toward Qin Changsheng. The speed was too fast, and the power was exceedingly violent. This sword was unavoidable. Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately drew his flowing cloud sword, executing a move from the sun sword cannon to meet the cold youth sword. Bang! The two long swords collided in an instant, and with a crisp sound of impact, a wave of scorching air rolled, enveloping both figures in brilliant golden light. You actually obtained the sun sword cannon and refined its techniques. Your comprehension is not bad. Unfortunately, you have not cultivated the pure yang sword chi. Otherwise, I might not even be your opponent this time. A hint of surprise appeared in the cold youth's eyes. Then he snorted coldly, his internal chi surging forth, and the overwhelming force sent Qin Changsheng flying backward. He was not an ordinary second-stage Yuan Gang realm martial artist. He possessed monstrous-level cultivation talent, and the techniques and sword arts he practiced were not trivial. Furthermore, the fact that he could recognize Qin Changsheng's divine-grade sword technique, the Sun Sword Cannon, indicated that he was not unfamiliar with divine-grade sword arts. After this clash of swords, Qin Changsheng only felt his wrist go numb. If it weren't for his body having undergone 10 transformations, greatly enhancing his physical strength, he might have been sent reeling and injured internally from that last clash. So powerful, Qin Changsheng took a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming power of his opponent far exceeded his own. Even though his Dantian's Qi was expanded tenfold and his meridians widened tenfold, giving him astonishing explosive power at this moment, it was still difficult to bridge the huge gap in cultivation between them. If you only have this little skill, you are destined to fail in today as challenge and die here. The cold youth spoke coldly, showing no hint of emotion. Before his words could finish, his figure suddenly surged forward, charging at Qin Changsheng and launching a fierce offensive. Qin Changsheng calmed down, his spirit and energy highly fused, predicting the opponent's attack while carefully observing for weaknesses and openings. You have even developed combat awareness. The cold youth's attacks failed to touch Qin Changsheng, and he immediately sensed that Qin Changsheng had actually cultivated combat awareness, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. But soon, this surprise vanished, and his expression returned to indifference. Combat awareness means nothing to me. Heavenly snow martial soul, freeze the world. The cold youth shouted coldly, and although his martial soul did not appear, heavy snow began to fall throughout the space. The snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and in an instant, the temperature around dropped sharply. The biting cold seemed to freeze the void itself. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, slicing through the battlefield. The white snow rapidly accumulating on the ground melted into water under the cold youth's control, eventually turning into ice crystals that froze toward Qin Changsheng. His idea was simple. As long as he could control Qin Changsheng, no matter how strong his combat awareness was, he would only be a lamb to be slaughtered. The ice and snow quickly swept toward Qin Changsheng, increasing his sense of crisis. He wielded the flowing cloud sword rapidly, executing the sun sword cannon. Using the pure yang true chi he had gathered within to dissolve the ice and snow. However, after the ice and snow melted, they became even more agile, splashing toward him. Once that snow water splashed on him, it would immediately freeze him solid. Chapter 74, Inner World, 100th floor outside the cultivation tower. Everyone was fixated on the tall record stone tablet, staring at the name at the top. The 100th floor? I didn't expect that he really made it to the 100th floor, breaking the ancient record of the Qinglong Academy. I wonder if he can defeat the opponent on the 100th floor and truly clear this cultivation tower. At this moment, everyone around was stirred up, unable to calm down. The news of Qin Changsheng reaching the 100th floor of the cultivation tower quickly spread throughout the Qinglong Academy. At this time, many people in the Qinglong Academy were continuously rushing to the cultivation tower, including many of the instructors from the academy. When the gathered crowd saw the name at the top of the tall stone tablet and the challenge record, they all couldn't help but gasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds of breaking air rang out. Soon, several figures tore through the void and descended outside the cultivation tower. Greetings, respected Dean. The people surrounding the cultivation tower felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the newcomers and quickly bowed respectfully. Among these figures, the foremost was the Qinglong Taoist, carrying the Qinglong sword on his back. Beside him were several incredibly mysterious elders, each exuding a heavy aura that commanded respect. The many disciples present did not recognize these elders, but seeing them appear alongside the Qinglong Taoist and sensing their overwhelming presence was enough to guess that they were undoubtedly remarkable figures. At this moment, all these significant figures, including the Qinglong Taoist, focused their gaze on the tall record stone tablet. When everyone saw the flashing text at the top, these significant figures all narrowed their pupils, revealing a hint of incredulity in their eyes. The 100th floor. That kid actually made it to the 100th floor. Is this person really just of monstrous level talent? The few prominent figures were filled with shock, even for individuals of their stature. Upon learning that Qin Changsheng had reached the 100th floor, it was difficult for them to maintain their composure. The expression of the Azure Dragon Taoist was equally remarkable. However, at this moment, apart from shock, he felt even more concern. The 100th floor. Back in the day, the old Taoist, reached the 81st floor and faced near-death experiences. Even the first-generation dean could only make it to the 90th floor and dared not challenge even one more layer. If the 81st and 90th floors were so perilous, how dangerous could the 100th floor be? The expression of the Azure Dragon Taoist fluctuated. Hearing his murmurs, the few prominent figures also changed their expressions, their demeanor becoming grave. Indeed, no one had ever reached such heights on the 100th floor throughout history. What kind of peril awaited there? Even if Qin Changsheng reached the 100th floor, could he return alive? Inside the cultivation tower, it had come to an end. The cold and indifferent young man looked at Qin Changsheng, who was using the shadowless step to escape at high speed. With an expressionless face, his left hand reaching out to grab Qin Changsheng from a distance. The snow martial soul manifested into a sky of ice and snow, forming a gigantic icy hand that reached for Qin Changsheng, closing the distance at an incredible speed. Shura, martial soul. However, at that moment, Qin Changsheng could no longer hold back and let out a roar, unleashing his long-hidden second martial soul, the Shura, martial soul. Open up, land of blood. A blood-red aura erupted from the ground beneath Qin Changsheng, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. An overwhelming aura of slaughter suddenly erupted from within him. His eyes turned crimson, and a terrifying killing intent radiated from his entire being. Just as the icy hand was about to grasp and bind Qin Changsheng whoosh, Qin Changsheng's figure flickered and instantly vanished from his original position, transforming into a blood-colored flash of lightning, charging towards the cold young man along the icy hand. This was the cold young man's pupils suddenly constricted. The terrifying killing aura emanating from Qin Changsheng, coupled with his suddenly surging speed and power, filled him with an inexplicable fear. Kill! A hoarse and deep voice suddenly echoed in the cold young man's ears. Qin Changsheng's figure appeared before him, as if he had teleported. The cold young man's face changed drastically as he immediately slashed his sword at Qin Changsheng, clashing with Qin Changsheng's sword strike. Boom! The two swords collided, and a powerful force erupted instantly. In the next moment, both figures were sent flying backward, facing each other from a distance. What? The cold young man looked at Qin Changsheng in shock, not expecting that after Qin Changsheng unleashed his martial soul, his power would rise so dramatically that he could confront him head-on without losing ground. A martial soul that simultaneously increased speed and power with such a significant enhancement, and accompanied by a domain filled with negative emotions and killing intent. What kind of martial soul is this? The cold young man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Whoosh! However, Qin Changsheng did not waste time on conversation. He erupted with terrifying speed, closing in on the cold young man once again and engaging in battle. Under his incredible speed, the opponent's snow martial soul was utterly unable to keep up with his movements and control him. The cold young man's expression hardened as he raised his sword to meet the attack, the two continuously clashing. Suddenly, the cold young man's expression changed as he realized that with each collision, his internal true energy diminished by a fraction. After exchanging blows over 100 times, the cold young man's true energy had already been depleted by more than half. That was his gaze fell on the black energy swirling around Qin Changsheng's hand. Sensing the martial soul aura emanating from it, and the cold young man's pupils shrank. You actually possess two martial souls. The cold young man's complexion completely changed. looking at Qin Changsheng as if he were a monster. However, Qin Changsheng did not engage in any further conversation. Diverting his attention during battle was a fatal danger. A glint of brilliance suddenly erupted in his eyes as he seized the opening presented by the cold young man. The flowing cloud sword shot out, empowered by the Shura martial soul, unleashing terrifying power and speed, and in the moment of the opponent's distraction, it suddenly pierced through his throat. The cold young man's pupils trembled, not expecting to be defeated by Qin Changsheng. He fixed his gaze on Qin Changsheng and with great difficulty said, "I'll wait for you in the inner world." As his voice fell, his figure suddenly disintegrated, transforming into streams of power that rapidly dissipated into the void. Qin Changsheng immediately activated the devouring martial soul, absorbing the power that had yet to dissipate. At the same time, the words left by the cold young man before his disintegration left Qin Changsheng feeling puzzled. Just then, a heavy and vague voice echoed in the cultivation tower. "Congratulations on conquering the 100th floor, successfully clearing the cultivation tower. Rewards are being transmitted." Upon hearing about the rewards, Qin Changsheng temporarily suppressed his curiosity regarding the cold young man's words and shifted his focus to the rewards for clearing the cultivation tower. He felt a hint of anticipation. Previously, he had cleared 80 floors in one go, obtaining 10 body refinement spirit pills and the divine-level sword technique, the Sun Sword Scripture. He wondered what his reward would be for clearing the 100th floor of the cultivation tower. Chapter 75. The sudden alarm bell, a divine light, descended before Qin Changsheng. As the divine light dissipated, an ancient token floated before him, intricately woven with complex patterns. In addition to this ancient token, there was also a fist-sized fire-red crystal. The fire-red crystal shimmered brilliantly, and Qin Changsheng felt an immense wave of power contained within it. Is this the reward for the 100th floor? Qin Changsheng's gaze fixated on the ancient token and the fire-red crystal, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Within the fire-red crystal, he sensed an immense force of pure yang. Clearly, this fire-red crystal was a rare cultivation resource, imbued with substantial pure yang energy. The Sun Sword Scripture he practiced required the absorption of vast pure yang energy for foundation building and the condensation of pure yang sword energy. This fire-red crystal was precisely what he needed. As for the ancient token, it surprised Qin Changsheng, and he was unsure of its purpose. Shaoqing Sword Token? Qin Changsheng picked up the ancient token and examined it closely, discovering ancient and complex characters on both the front and back. Together, these 4 characters formed Shaoqing Sword Token. What is this Shaoqing Sword Token? What function does it serve? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but ask the empty void, wanting to attempt communicating with the guardian spirit within the cultivation tower. However, he did not receive a response from the heavy and vague voice in the tower. A beam of transmission light suddenly enveloped him, preparing to teleport him away. Qin Changsheng hurriedly stored the fire-red crystal and the Shaoqing Sword Token in his storage ring. The next moment, his figure was engulfed by the transmission light. Outside the cultivation tower, he did it. He cleared the 100th floor. The record of the Death Tower had been completely shattered when Qin Changsheng defeated the cold young man and successfully cleared the 100th floor. The tall record stele outside the cultivation tower displayed Qin Changsheng's progress. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The Azure Dragon Taoist and several elder powerhouses felt their hearts racing with excitement. He actually cleared the 100th floor of the Death Tower. If this child does not die, he will surely be renowned far and wide in the future. Brother Bai, your disciple is truly remarkable. The elders exclaimed in awe, all feeling a sense of shock. The Azure Dragon Taoist, who had been anxious earlier, finally relaxed, a smile of relief spreading across his face, which gradually turned into a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. As expected of my disciple Bai Yuan, he has cleared the 100th floor of the Death Tower. His future achievements will undoubtedly far surpass mine." The Qinglong Taoist laughed heartily. "He has come out." At that moment, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the cultivation tower, teleporting Qin Changsheng out. Around him, intense gazes immediately fell upon Qin Changsheng, filled with shock, disbelief, and admiration. "Ha ha, Changsheng, I sent you to challenge the cultivation tower to sharpen your combat awareness, but unexpectedly, You have given me a huge surprise by clearing the 100th floor of the cultivation tower, accomplishing what no past strongman has ever done. The Qinglong Taoist immediately landed in front of Qin Changsheng, a look of satisfaction on his face as he spoke to him. Master, seeing the Qinglong Taoist, Qin Changsheng hurriedly performed a disciple salute, somewhat surprised that the Qinglong Taoist would be here. There is no need to be surprised about why I am here. Do you know how much commotion you have caused by clearing the 100th floor of the cultivation tower? The cultivation tower is known as the Death Tower, standing in our Qinglong Academy for thousands of years, and no one has ever been able to reach beyond the 90th floor. Even our Academy's most legendary first president only managed to clear the 90th floor. Your clearing of the 100th floor has truly pioneered a new path and set a record. For the next 10,000 years, people will remember your name. The Qinglong Taoist said. Indeed, haha, Qin Changsheng, the Qinglong Sword Saint did not misjudge you. Who would have thought that in just half a year since you joined Qinglong Academy, you would consecutively break the records of the cultivation tower and completely clear this death tower? It is truly incredible. An old man appeared beside the Qinglong Taoist, showing a kind smile to Qin Changsheng, and suddenly introduced himself. I am Nangong Wudi. The world praises me, calling me the martial saint of this era. Are you interested in cultivating with me? This old man looked hunched and thin, but his eyes were very bright, as if they contained a vast universe, unfathomable. Brother Nangong, are you trying to poach my disciple in front of me? Hearing Nangong Wudi's words, the Qinglong Taoist's mouth twitched, and his gray-white eyes shifted as he spoke in a low tone. Ahem, I didn't say I wanted to take him as my disciple. I was just casually mentioning it. Look at you. Why are you getting anxious? Nangong Wudi coughed lightly, while secretly winking at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng was left bewildered. Back at the Drunken Dragon courtyard. Changsheng, did you gain anything from your experience in the cultivation tower? Were you able to successfully develop your combat awareness? The Qinglong Taoist asked Qin Changsheng. Reporting to Master, I have initially developed my combat awareness. Qin Changsheng replied truthfully, although he was mentally prepared. Hearing Qin Changsheng say that he had developed combat awareness still surprised the Qinglong Taoist. After all, developing combat awareness is not an easy task. It requires not only high combat talent, luck, and hard work, but all three are indispensable. Back then, he spent a full 30 years to initially develop his combat awareness. Yet Qin Changsheng only took less than half a year, which truly astonished the Qinglong Taoist and was a blow to his confidence. This made Qin Changsheng feel a bit embarrassed. If the other party knew that he had actually developed his combat awareness during his first challenge of the cultivation tower 4 months ago, he wondered what their reaction would be. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Changsheng told the Qinglong Taoist about the hidden rewards in the cultivation tower. Qin Changsheng trusted and respected the Qinglong Taoist immensely. When the Feng family from the ancient country of Dian sent people to annihilate the Qin family, if it weren't for the Qinglong Taoist's timely appearance, he and the Qin family would have long become history. Moreover, he had now taken the Qinglong Taoist as his master. Hidden rewards? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the Qinglong Taoist couldn't help but frown slightly. Qin Changsheng nodded and explained the situation in detail. Divine grade sword techniques. Hearing this, the Qinglong Taoist's eyes flickered as he said, I didn't expect there to be such a secret hidden in the cultivation tower. Moreover, it turns out that the information left by the first president was indeed about super-grade techniques and martial arts, not the top-level techniques and martial arts of this world. There are even higher-grade techniques and martial arts above this, but such levels of techniques and martial arts are not something average people can cultivate. However, even so, once these high-grade techniques and martial arts are leaked, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. Saying this, the Qinglong Taoist expression became serious as he warned Qin Changsheng. Changsheng, remember not to mention what you just said to anyone else, understand? Upon hearing the Qinglong Taoist's words, Qin Changsheng's heart tightened, and he nodded in reply. Disciple understands. Just then, a series of urgent bells suddenly rang throughout the capital. The sound of the bell contained powerful true qi fluctuations, allowing it to be heard far and wide, almost throughout the entire capital. Upon hearing the bell, the Qinglong Taoist's expression changed slightly, It's the royal family sounding the alarm. Something major has happened. Chapter 76. The Crisis of the Tianyuan Ancient Kingdom. As soon as the Qinglong Taoist finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Qin Changxing's heart sank with a bad premonition. The royal family would not easily ring the alarm bell. The sudden ringing of the alarm indicates that something truly significant is about to happen. He originally wanted to ask the Qinglong Taoist about the inner world and the Shaoqing sword order. But now, he could only temporarily suppress that thought. With the ringing of the alarm bell, everyone in Qinglong Academy temporarily set aside their tasks. An hour later, the Qinglong Taoist returned to Qinglong Academy with a piece of news. There has been a disturbance in the monster beast mountain range. The beasts within have inexplicably become restless and have surged out to attack various villages and cities, causing heavy casualties in the nearby villages and cities. The Tianyuan royal family has already dispatched troops to suppress the situation, but there are simply too many beasts in the monster beast mountain range. And the beast tide is too great, with countless high-level beasts also breaking out. Relying solely on the army is insufficient to suppress it. Therefore, the Tianyuan royal family has sounded the alarm, calling upon all strong warriors and fighters to work together to suppress the beast tide. What? The monster beast mountain range has erupted in a beast tide? How could this happen? It is said that the beasts in the mountain range have not been restless for thousands of years and rarely leave the mountain. Why have they suddenly gone berserk and caused such a large-scale beast tide? Hearing this news, Qin Changxing's expression changed drastically. This beast tide is unprecedented. If not contained in time, many more lives will be lost in the onslaught of the beast tide. This is a disaster for our Tianyuan ancient kingdom. Our Tianyuan ancient kingdom governs with benevolence. When one side is in trouble, support comes from all directions. All students may voluntarily support the front line to resist the beast tide. Of course, both the academy and the nation will not treat you unfairly. You will be rewarded based on your contributions. If you kill beasts, you may collect their characteristics for rewards. After the Qinglong Taoist returned, he immediately gathered the instructors and students in the academy to announce this matter. After speaking, the Qinglong Taoist transformed into a green rainbow and rushed to the front lines of the monster beast mountain range to support the army. The beast tide has erupted, disturbing the surroundings. If not handled properly, our Tianyuan ancient kingdom may face the danger of being destroyed. This is a national crisis. As Tianyuan people, we must face it together. Let's go to the front lines to slay the beasts. After the Qinglong Taoist left on his sword, the square immediately erupted in excitement, with countless passionate men shouting. Soon, groups of 3 to 5 people actively contacted each other to form small teams, planning to head to the front lines to resist the beast tide. Many talented individuals, such as Xiao Yinfeng, Tang Hao, Nangong Chun, and Li Jinya, rushed to the front lines as soon as possible. Qin Changxing naturally would not stand idly by. He immediately took up the flowing cloud sword and prepared to head there. At that moment, Bai Qin and Bai Binger approached, both wielding 3-foot-long swords, clearly intending to go to the front lines for support. I knew you wouldn't stand by in the face of such matters. Let's go together, Bai Qin said with a gentle smile. Hee. How about we add ourselves to the mix? Su Fan, along with Su Hao, Yu Wuqing, Tang Yin'er, and Huang Yinfeng, also came over. Huang Yinfeng, like Qin Changsheng, had joined the Azure Dragon Academy half a year ago. He was previously taken under Su Fan's wing when he broke through the martial pavilion. Naturally, Qin Changsheng would not refuse the suggestion of traveling together. Resisting the beast tide was not a one-person job. It was a matter for all martial artists of the Tianyuan ancient nation. The group immediately selected mounts in the city and rode off without delay towards the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was vast and endless, with countless unknown territories in its depths, and no one had ever fully explored the entire range. The area where Qin Changsheng and the others had trained was merely the tip of the iceberg. Within the Beast Mountain Range, there were innumerable demonic beasts, and such a large-scale beast tide would undoubtedly be a tremendous disaster for the Tianyuan ancient nation. Going to block the beast tide was a very dangerous task, and it was uncertain how many people would perish in this calamity. Nevertheless, at such a critical moment, the martial artists of the Tianyuan ancient nation demonstrated remarkable cohesion. Apart from the imperial capital, martial artists from other major cities hurried to the front lines after receiving the news, disregarding their lives. Qin Changsheng felt heavy-hearted because Dahuang City was one of the many cities close to the Beast Mountain Range. With the outbreak of such a large-scale beast tide, he wondered how the situation in Dahuang City was. Bai Qin, knowing Qin Changsheng's background, noticed the worry in his brows and comforted him. Don't worry too much. The royal family noticed the signs of the beast tide several days ago and has already dispatched troops to suppress it. The situation should not be too bad now. Qin Changsheng knew Bai Qin was trying to comfort him and nodded. I hope so. The group traveled day and night for 7 days and finally approached the Beast Mountain Range. As they passed through a small town, their expressions changed. The town was in ruins, with blood everywhere and a few remnants of corpses, clearly having been attacked by demonic beasts. Many people had been devoured alive, leaving no bodies behind. A roar echoed from deep within the town, followed by sounds of fierce fighting. The group immediately urged their mounts to rush over, only to see 7 or 8 demonic beasts wreaking havoc and attacking a group of martial artists. Behind them was a yard where the cries of children could be heard, calling out for their fathers. They are all 3rd-tier demonic beasts. 3rd-tier demonic beasts possess strength at the level of the transformation realm, while 4th-tier demonic beasts were at the origin realm level. A late-stage, bloodthirsty wolf, its massive body as large as a cow, pounced on one of the martial artists standing at the yard's entrance, moving with incredible speed. The martial artist was merely an ordinary warrior at the 6th level of the transformation realm and could not withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty wolf. But even so, he did not retreat because there were people he needed to protect behind him. I'll fight you, he roared, gripping his sword tightly and striking at the oncoming bloodthirsty wolf. However, the wolf's tough skin and flesh meant that his strike posed no threat at all. Its massive body knocked him down, and its gaping maw lunged towards the martial artist's head. Not good. Bai Qin and Su Fan's expressions changed instantly. They immediately activated their techniques and leaped off their mounts, but it was already too late to save the martial artist. At that moment, a flying sword suddenly whistled past them. Just as the bloodthirsty wolf was about to bite the martial artist's head, a puff sound echoed as the sword pierced the wolf's head. Chapter 77. Arriving at the battlefield in an instant, the wolf's brain splattered, and the late-stage 3rd-tier demonic beast was killed on the spot, leaving the martial artist in shock. Frozen in place. After killing the bloodthirsty wolf, the flowing cloud sword did not stop. It changed direction and charged at the other 7 demonic beasts. Before Su Fan and the others could rush forward, the other 7 3rd-tier demonic beasts were swiftly dispatched by Qin Changsheng, falling as easily as tofu. By the time Bai Qin, Su Fan, and the others reached the battlefield, the demonic beasts had already fallen to the ground. At the same time, the flowing cloud sword was swirling with black energy, devouring the demonic spirit power from the recently slain beasts before it could dissipate. This was the devouring of martial souls. Sky sword technique. Su Fan and the others were astonished, looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts and then at the flowing cloud sword that whirled back into Qin Changsheng's scabbard, deeply moved. How powerful! He actually killed a late-stage, 3rd-tier demonic beast with a single sword strike. Qin Shidi is only at the 6th level of the transformation realm, yet his strength has reached such a level. No wonder he could break the record in the Tower of Death and clear it. Su Hao, Yi Wuqing, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Among them, Huang Yunfeng, who had the lowest cultivation, was now in a daze. He and Qin Changsheng were both new students who had entered school half a year ago, and he had decent talent himself. After all, anyone who could enter the Azure Dragon Academy had to have good aptitude. However, the gap in strength between them was like heaven and earth. In an instant, Qin Changsheng had killed 8 3rd-tier demonic beasts, including 2 late-stage ones. What kind of strength was that? Let alone killing 8 3rd-tier demonic beasts in an instant. Huang Yunfeng couldn't even kill an ordinary early-stage 3rd-tier demonic beast in one blow. This left him feeling deeply discouraged. Are you all okay? Qin Changsheng dismounted and asked the martial artists before him. Those martial artists had long been shocked by Qin Changsheng's display of power and were momentarily at a loss for words. not expecting the seemingly youthful boy before them to be so powerful. It wasn't until they heard Qin Chongqing's words that they snapped back to reality and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "We're fine. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. We won't forget this life-saving grace." Qin Chongqing raised his hand and said, "No need to be polite. The demonic beasts are ravaging everywhere, and we specifically came to the front lines to slay them and resist the beast tide. By the way, didn't the court already send troops to suppress the beast tide? And many powerful individuals are also rushing to the front lines. Why are there still demonic beasts here?" Qin Chongqing asked. Although this small town was close to the front lines, it was not the front lines themselves. With troops stationed at the front, logically speaking, there should not be demonic beasts in the rear. The troops have already set off, but this beast tide is unprecedentedly large, with too many demonic beasts. There will always be some that slip through the net. The court is under immense pressure due to this, which is why they are calling for all sides to come for support, Su Fan explained, clarifying Qin Chongqing's doubts. "So that's how it is," Qin Chongqing nodded, his expression serious. "It seems the situation at the front lines is not optimistic. We need to hurry there." As he spoke, Qin Chongqing decided not to delay any longer. He turned to the people he had just saved and said, "Everyone, we need to go to the front line for support, so we won't linger here. It will be best for you to temporarily leave this place and head to the inner city for safety to avoid encountering any stray demon beasts." The crowd exchanged glances, then looked at the elderly and children in the yard behind them, and solemnly said, "In this wave of beast tide, we should also contribute to the nation. Once we have moved the ordinary people in the town to the inner city, we will definitely return to the front line to assist." Qin Chongqing and his companions did not stay long, collecting the characteristic items from the demon beasts, and then swiftly mounted their horses, galloping out of the small town towards the front line. Dahuang City is one of the cities closest to the demon beast mountain range, and, at this moment, it has become the front line of the battlefield. The demon beasts that first attacked here had already been repelled by the timely arriving army. When Qin Chongqing and his group approached Dahuang City from the rear, they could hear countless shouts of battle and the terrifying roars of beasts from afar. The ground trembled and shook. Thousands of demon beasts surged across the vast land outside Dahuang City, charging towards it. Countless martial artists from various factions, along with the army, were engaged in fierce combat with the attacking demon beasts. The battlefield was brutal, the ground stained red with blood, and countless human warriors had died, their bodies consumed by these demon beasts. The sounds of killing, roaring, and the chaos of battle merged into one. And this was just one of the battlefields in the defense against the beast tide. The entire demon beast mountain range was too vast, and the number of demon beasts was countless. At the same time, who knows how many cities adjacent to the demon beast mountain range were suffering. Watching the brutal battle unfolding before them, Qin Chongqing and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. This war was too cruel, too tragic. Oomph. A cold snort echoed from the high tower of Dahuang City, and several strong figures soared into the air, charging into the rear of the beast tide to kill those high-ranking demon beasts. One of the powerful figures looked somewhat familiar to Qin Chongqing. It was the thin old man, Nangong Wudi, who had previously claimed to be a martial saint and wanted him to practice alongside him. At this moment, he was completely different from his shabby appearance that day. His aura was terrifying, and his strikes were ruthless. With one punch, he pierced through a fifth-tier flying demon beast, the Flame Eagle, showcasing unmatched ferocity. A fifth-tier demon beast was equivalent to a powerful figure at the Dao Palace realm, yet it couldn't withstand his punch. Nangong Wudi then darted like lightning towards other high-tier demon beasts, his strikes precise and clean, with very few demon beasts able to block his punch. Besides him, the other strong figures were also extraordinary, targeting those high-tier demon beasts. Kill! Seeing this, Qin Chongqing did not hesitate and shouted loudly, charging straight into the battlefield on horseback. Behind him, by Qin, Su Fan, Su Hao Yiwuchen, Tang Yener, and by Binger all changed their expressions and followed suit into the fray. However, the horses under them hesitated as they approached a certain distance from the battlefield, frightened by the overwhelming aura of the demon beasts. The group had no choice but to abandon their horses and use their movement techniques to rush into the battlefield. Don't scatter. Everyone look out for each other. Su Fan shouted. However, Qin Changsheng had already taken the lead into the beast tide. Roar! Powerful demon beasts immediately charged towards Qin Changsheng. Their fierce aura enough to scare ordinary people out of their wits. Be careful. Su Fan and the others' expressions changed drastically, not expecting Qin Changsheng to be so reckless. And they hurriedly used their movement techniques to catch up and assist him. Yet, Qin Changsheng did not flinch or retreat. He suddenly gripped the hilt of the flowing cloud sword in his left hand. Swish! In the next moment, a sword light shot out like lightning, displaying terrifying sharpness. In an instant, he killed a dozen demon beasts one after another, cleanly and efficiently. This guy is truly abnormal. He even killed a late-stage, third-tier demon beast. The Flame Tiger, with a single sword strike. Su Fan and the others were taken aback at this sight. The Flame Tiger was one of the strongest among late-stage, third-tier demon beasts, yet it still couldn't withstand Qin Changsheng's sword. Chapter 78. Fourth-tier demon beast. He is a disciple of the Qinglong Academy. Who is that young man? He clearly only has the cultivation of the sixth layer of the Transcendence realm, yet possesses such powerful strength. Those third-tier demon beasts are no match for him. And even the Flame Tiger, one of the strongest among late-stage third-tier demon beasts, was slain by him with one sword. Nearby martial artists, seeing Qin Changsheng just enter the battlefield and immediately slay over a dozen demon beasts, were all shocked. From Qin Changsheng's attire and the disciple token of Qinglong Academy hanging from his waist, they recognized his origin. Roar! Several more demon beasts roared and charged at Qin Changsheng. All of them second-tier and third-tier beasts. Die for me! Su Fan and the others had also caught up and immediately attacked, slaying the demon beasts that charged at them. As Qin Changsheng swung his sword, he killed demon beasts while using his devouring martial soul to absorb the spirit power within these beasts, replenishing his own consumption while also accumulating more and more vigorous and profound true energy within him, deepening his cultivation. Be careful! Suddenly, Su Hao's shout echoed from not far away, warning by Binger. Qin Changsheng turned back to see a cloud-devouring giant python lurking behind by Binger, while she was engaged in battle with another mid-stage third-tier demon beast. It suddenly opened its massive mouth to swallow her whole. In that split second, a long spear shot out like lightning, piercing through the head of the cloud-devouring giant python, pinning it to the ground. It was Qin Changsheng using the sword control technique to manipulate the weapon of a fallen warrior, killing the giant python and saving Bai Binger from danger. Bai Binger breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Qin Changsheng, then wielded her sword to slay a demon beast in front of her. Qin Changsheng said nothing more and continued to focus on killing demon beasts. At this moment, he was not in the center of the battlefield, but rather at the edge, where the demon beasts were not very high in rank and their strength was not formidable. Most of them were low-tier demon beasts, although numerous. They posed no threat or pressure to Qin Changsheng. After all, he had the devouring martial soul, continuously absorbing the spirit power of the slain demon beasts to replenish his own consumption, so he didn't need to worry about true energy depletion. Moreover, his physical body had been tempered and strengthened, making him much stronger than these low-tier demon beasts, and his stamina was abundant, coupled with his strong combat awareness. It was difficult for these low-tier demon beasts to hit him. What a strong guy. No wonder he is a disciple of one of the 3 supreme academies in the imperial capital. He is indeed impressive. Those other disciples from Qinglong Academy, and also many from Tianyuan Academy nearby, were all amazed, but none were as formidable as him. With just the 6th layer of the Transcendence realm, in less than half an hour, he must have already killed nearly 100 demon beasts. Other martial artists in the vicinity, engaged in battle with demon beasts, couldn't help but glance at the astonishing strength displayed by Qin Changsheng. Roar! At that moment, a 4th-tier demon beast suddenly charged into the forefront of the battlefield. Someone was immediately knocked to the ground by that demon beast, and its gaping mouth instantly bit that person in half, swallowing them whole. Blood dripped down its fierce fangs. Not good. It's the early-stage 4th-order demon beast, the iron-blooded spirit leopard. Many nearby martial artists changed their expressions drastically. Those at the periphery of the battlefield had relatively low cultivation levels, most being at the transcending mortality realm or below. Boom! The iron-blooded spirit leopard was incredibly fast and ferocious, charging through the front line of the battlefield, knocking several martial artists aside or devouring them along the way, leaving a trail of bloody carnage. Not good, it's charging towards us. The martial artists in front of Qin Changsheng all changed their expressions, shouting in alarm. Don't panic. Hold the formation and strike together. Let's fight it. The few martial artists yelled. Iron-blooded spirit leopard. Su Fan and Bai Qin also changed their expressions. Although the iron-blooded spirit leopard was only an early-stage fourth-order demon beast, it was one of the most brutal among them, extremely bloodthirsty and murderous. Moreover, the iron-blooded spirit leopard was incredibly fast, agile, and had tough defenses, making it difficult for martial artists of the same realm to deal with it. However, at this moment, most of the martial artists on the battlefield's edge were at the transcending mortality realm or below. As mentors of the Qinglong Academy, Su Fan and Bai Qin, who had cultivation at the Yuangang realm, naturally could not stand by and watch. The two immediately used their movement techniques to rush forward, aiming to slay the charging early-stage fourth-order demon beast. However, someone faster had already shot toward the iron-blooded spirit leopard. Not good. Qin Changsheng, come back. That's a fourth-order demon beast. Su Fan and Bai Qin immediately changed their expressions, urgently shouting while pushing their movement techniques to the limit. However, amidst the sounds of battle, Qin Changsheng and they remained at a distance, unable to hear their calls. Moreover, even if he heard them, he couldn't turn back. Many had already died at the claws of the iron-blooded spirit leopard, and delaying even for a moment could mean more martial artists would perish. Whoosh! Qin Changsheng suddenly zipped past a few martial artists, using the shadowless step to head straight for the iron-blooded spirit leopard. It's that kid from the Qinglong Academy. He only has the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm and is daring enough to face a fourth-order demon beast. How reckless. Let's go after him. The few martial artists had just noticed Qin Changsheng and recognized him as he dashed towards the iron-blooded spirit leopard, their expressions changing instantly as they followed suit. They had seen Qin Changsheng's earlier display of power. Although they didn't believe he could withstand the fourth-order demon beast, they thought if they worked together, they might have a chance to kill it. Not good. It's the fourth-order demon beast, iron-blooded spirit leopard. Not far away. Several disciples from the Tianmu Academy also noticed the fourth-order demon beast, their expressions changing drastically. The arrival of a fourth-order demon beast at the rear of the battlefield would definitely spell disaster. Let's move closer and work together to kill this iron-blooded spirit leopard. Someone shouted. Huh, someone is going to meet it. That guy at the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm is reckless, daring to face the fourth-order demon beast. A few noticed Qin Changsheng rushing towards the iron-blooded spirit leopard and felt his powerful aura, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 79, dazzling all directions, seeing that Qin Changsheng, with merely the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm, dared to confront the fourth-order demon beast, iron-blooded spirit leopard. Everyone around changed color. However, in the next moment, all of them couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Qin Changsheng, using the shadowless step, quickly approached the fourth-order demon beast, the iron-blooded spirit leopard. Seeing someone daring to charge at it, especially a mere human martial artist at the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm, showed a hint of disdain in its fierce, menacing eyes. Then, its crimson eyes revealed a cruel glint as it snorted loudly, leaping high into the air, fast as lightning, pouncing towards Qin Changsheng, its massive jaws snapping down towards him. Quickly, get out of the way. The martial artists following Qin Changsheng, as well as Su Fan and Bai Qin, exclaimed anxiously upon seeing this. However, in the next moment, a brilliant, blazing sword light suddenly erupted, unleashing a wave of scorching energy that slashed down. The iron-blooded spirit leopard, mid-leap, suddenly showed a look of terror in its fierce eyes. The moment the brilliant sword light burst forth and the scorching wave rushed in, the iron-blooded spirit leopard immediately sensed a dangerous aura, feeling the threat of death. It let out a low growl. Whoosh! The blazing sword light fell like lightning, tearing through the iron-blooded spirit leopardess body amidst its unwilling roar. splitting it in half. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. Qin Chongqing's eyes were cold as he stood before the carcass of the iron-blooded spirit leopard, sword in hand, resembling the Grim Reaper. As the devouring vortex appeared in his left hand, swiftly absorbing the dissipating demonic energy within the leopard's body. Then, Qin Chongqing's sharp gaze shot towards the battlefield's front, where it was a scene of carnage, with many fourth-order demon beasts. He turned back towards the stunned Su Fan and others, saying, "I will go ahead to support. You all be careful." With that, Qin Chongqing's figure flickered, moving like a ghost towards the front lines. His Luyin sword swung continuously, cutting down any third-order demon beasts he encountered effortlessly. Incredible. The martial artists behind him were all left in shock at this scene. Am I seeing things? That kid just now, really only at the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm? Why do I feel he is stronger than those at the initial stage of the Yuan Gang realm? Someone couldn't help but murmur, disbelief filling their eyes. The initial stage of the Yuan Gang realm refers to levels 1 to 3 of the Yuan Gang realm. Who is this person? He is simply too monstrous. With just the 6th level of the transcending mortality realm, he can so easily slay a 4th-order early-stage demon beast. This level of power is terrifying. A few students from the Tianwu Academy nearby were also dumbfounded, not expecting Qin Chongqing to possess such powerful strength. Single-handedly slaying the ferocious 4th-order early-stage demon beast iron-blooded spirit leopard with one sword. This person looks so young. I know who he is. He is the disciple of the Qinglong Academy Dean, Qin Chongqing. It must be him. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else in the Qinglong Academy who has such capability to cross such a large level gap and kill a 4th-order early-stage demon beast. What? So he is the disciple of the Qinglong Academy Dean, Qin Chongqing? This person is a new generation figure in the imperial capital. During the disciple recruitment ceremony held by the Dean of Qinglong Academy, Qin Chongqing displayed terrifying combat talent, defeating the genius Tang Wanshan and that Huang Fan, and even defeating the legendary Xiao Yunfeng at the same realm. The Tianwu Academy students recognized Qin Chongqing's identity and immediately exclaimed in shock. Nearby martial artists and soldiers, hearing their words, couldn't help but feel astonished, glancing towards Qin Chongqing as he charged towards the battlefield's front, a hint of admiration rising in their hearts. This guy, even the 4th-order early-stage demon beast iron-blooded spirit leopard, was slain by him with one sword. When did his strength become so strong? By Binger, Su Hao, and the others took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Qin Chongqing continued his advance, demon beasts falling one after another beneath his sword. The sword in his hand was continuously drenched in blood, and his robes had long been stained red by the beast's blood, yet he bore not a single wound. Sweat more in peace, bleed less in war. Moreover, he had already shed a lot of blood in his usual training, refining himself with blood and honing his skills through life-and-death battles. This process had forged a powerful combat awareness and accumulated rich combat experience, which became his invaluable asset, allowing him to maneuver freely and respond calmly in the midst of this brutal battlefield. Under the intense and fierce combat, many martial artists had sustained injuries after long bouts of fighting, and the consumption of their true energy and physical strength led to a sense of exhaustion, causing their momentum to gradually weaken, no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. However, Qin Chongqing became braver with each battle, constantly devouring the spirit power from the bodies of the demonic beasts through his devouring martial soul, keeping his true energy at its peak almost at all times. The true energy consumed in battle was immediately replenished through the absorption of spirit power, becoming even more abundant and substantial. As for physical strength, after 10 rounds of body tempering, he had yet to feel fatigue. At least for now, he was far from his limit. Who was that little guy? With a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the transformation realm, he actually fought his way to the front lines of the battlefield, and those demonic beasts below the 4th rank couldn't stop him with a single sword strike. A general in armor noticed Qin Chongqing, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. In fact, he had already been paying attention to Qin Chongqing. Qin Chongqing's performance was too stunning. He had fought all the way from the rear of the battlefield, his strikes quick and decisive, and, after entering here, nearby ordinary third-rank demonic beasts almost dared not rush towards him, showing signs of fear in their eyes. In midair, Nangong Wudi, who was constantly searching for high-ranked demonic beasts of the 5th rank and above to kill, also took note of Qin Changsheng. Witnessing his achievements and unable to suppress the surprise in his eyes. Goodness, a 6th-stage transformation realm cultivator can actually slay 4th-rank early demonic beasts. Why such a genius? Nangong Wudi didn't discover him earlier, allowing that guy Qing Long to take advantage. Nangong Wudi exclaimed, simultaneously unable to help but let out a heavy sigh. Senior Nangong knows this little guy? The other strong practitioners, hearing Nangong Wudi's exclamations, were somewhat surprised and couldn't help but nod, exclaiming, indeed an extraordinary little fellow. Only at the 6th stage of the transformation realm, yet possesses the strength comparable to an early-stage Yuan Gang realm warrior. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve great things. Nangong Wudi rolled his eyes and said, this child is the direct disciple of the sword Saint Qing Long. Alas, it's a pity that he got such a big bargain from that guy Qing Long. What? So he is a disciple of Senior Qing Long? No wonder he is so stunning. The few strong practitioners were immediately taken aback, their expressions shifting, and they couldn't help but glance at another person among them. The last of the group was a middle-aged man who raised his hand and punched a 5th-rank late-stage demonic beast, the fiery skybird, exploding it. Then his gaze fell on Qin Changsheng, who was in fierce battle with the demonic beast below, and a glimmer of brilliance shot from his eyes. He then slowly spoke. He is indeed more stunning than I was back then. This person was Zukanjia, who had once sought to apprentice under Qing Long Taoist. Although he was over 100 years old, he looked no more than 40, with unfathomable strength, hailed as a minor martial saint. At this moment, he calmly admitted that he was not as stunning as Qin Changsheng was when he was young. Chapter 80. The Unicorn Violent Bear Kill. Qin Changsheng grew braver with each battle, already seeing red from the slaughter. This was his first experience of such a large-scale battle, with the sounds of continuous fighting and beast roars filling his ears. One demonic beast after another fell under his sword, and he was rapidly growing in combat experience. His combat skills became increasingly rich, his strikes more decisive and precise, whether in movement, martial arts, or combat awareness, all subtly improving. Another 4th-rank, early-stage demonic beast fell beneath his sword. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the side, and a foul smell pierced his nostrils. A 4th-rank mid-stage demonic beast noticed him and charged over, fierce and violent. Poof! In front of him, a Yuan Gang realm 3rd-stage martial artist failed to dodge in time and was instantly swatted away by the 4th-rank mid-stage demonic beast, the Unicorn Violent Bear, screaming in agony as his body turned into a pile of mush. It was as if this incredibly ferocious 4th-rank mid-stage demonic beast had crushed all his bones and internal organs with a single slap, and he let out a cry before dying instantly. Bam! 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 After swatting away that Yuan Gang realm 3rd-stage martial artist, the Unicorn Violent Bear came crashing towards Qin Changsheng, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Not good. It's a 4th-rank mid-stage demonic beast, the Unicorn Violent Bear. The surrounding martial artists immediately changed their expressions. Let us attack together and surround it. Several figures quickly leaped forward. The martial artists in this combat zone generally had Yuan Gang realm cultivation. The few rushing forward were all Yuan Gang realm warriors, with the highest among them being at the 5th stage of the Yuan Gang realm. Roar! The Unicorn Violent Bear let out a roar, standing on its hind legs, pounding its chest with its hands, and its terrifying roar shook the hearts of those present. The foul smell from its mouth was also nauseating. Several Yuan Gang realm martial artists who charged forward were mentally affected by the roar of the Unicorn Violent Bear. Their reaction slowed. Bang! 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 The Unicorn Violent Bear's massive paws slammed down towards the few Yuan Gang realm martial artists. They immediately shrank their pupils as the gigantic bear paw approached like a fan. The 5th-stage Yuan Gang realm martial artist shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, he raised his battle axe to defend. Bam! The next moment, the gigantic bear paw slammed hard against his battle axe, sending him flying sideways as he spat out bright red blood. The impact crushed his chest, causing his breastbone to cave in. Bang! 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 The other few were also taken aback. In an instant, they felt a surge of overwhelming power slam into them, as if all their bones were about to shatter, and they were all sent flying backwards. Qin Changsheng, having just slain another 4th-rank early-stage demonic beast rushing towards him, caught a glimpse of what was happening here, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. He hadn't expected this unicorn violent bear to be so ferocious and powerful. Even several 4th and 5th stage Yuan Gang realm martial artists working together were no match for it, being crushed in a single blow. Boom! 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 After knocking the few martial artists away, the unicorn violent bear dropped to all fours and charged towards Qin Changsheng. 4th-rank demonic beasts already possessed some intelligence. It had noticed Qin Changsheng's performance in battle after he entered this combat zone, thus locking onto him as a target. The ground seemed to shake with the bear's charge. Dodge! A soldier in armor shouted loudly not far away, rushing over. He had also noticed Qin Changsheng's earlier performance and couldn't bear to watch such a rare talent die before his eyes. However, in this chaotic battlefield, it was not easy for him to get closer. Numerous demonic beasts stood in his way, charging at him. Even with his 8th stage Yuan Gang realm cultivation, he could not move freely in this area swarming with 4th-rank demonic beasts. Qin Changsheng did not move. His energy, spirit, and mind fused into one. His gaze fixed firmly on the charging unicorn violent bear, and instead of any hint of fear, a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Swish! The flowing cloud sword in his hand tilted slightly, reflecting a cold and dazzling light. He bent his legs slightly, taking a stance to charge forward. The nearby martial artists, including the general rushing towards him, were all taken aback. What does he want to do? Swish! In the next moment, Qin Changsheng's figure suddenly shot out, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he actively charged towards the one-horned violent bear. The general and nearby martial artists were taken aback, their pupils shrinking in disbelief. They clearly did not expect Qin Changsheng to dare to confront the one-horned violent bear head-on. It should be noted that even the combined efforts of several martial artists at the 4th and 5th levels of the Yuan Gang realm had failed to stop this one-horned violent bear. Crazy, this kid is crazy. A 6th-level transformational realm martial artist dares to take on a mid-level 4th-tier demon beast. Is he not afraid of death? The general swung his long knife wildly, shouting angrily as he quickly approached. Roar! Seeing Qin Changsheng actually charging at it, the one-horned violent bear felt provoked. A mere 6th-level transformational realm martial artist dared to attack it, which made it feel disrespected. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, a powerful sound wave that contained a mental shock. The previous martial artists had been overwhelmed by its roar, their minds dazed and slow to react, which allowed it to easily swat them down. However, Qin Changsheng had long since refined his mind through the heart trial, training his courage and will. Coupled with countless life and death battles, his mental state was solid and beyond imagination. In the face of the bear's roar and imposing aura, Qin Changsheng showed no signs of discomfort. He flipped his hand and struck fiercely with his sword at the one-horned violent bear. The devouring martial soul had already entwined and empowered the flowing cloud sword. Whoosh! The blazing sword light howled, bursting forth with a golden, scorching brilliance that illuminated the one-horned violent bear. It was a technique from the Sun Sword Classic. This one-horned violent bear was an elite among mid-level 4th-tier demon beasts, with strength comparable to martial artists at the 4th to 6th levels of the Yuan Gang realm. Combined with its ability to disrupt mentally with its roars, even those previous 4th and 5th level Yuan Gang martial artists had been instantly defeated. For such a powerful opponent, Qin Changsheng naturally did not dare to be careless and used his strongest methods right from the start. The one-horned violent bear did not expect that Qin Changsheng would not be affected by its roar. As the sword light swept towards it, it swung its claws directly to counter. Clang! The flowing cloud sword collided with the bear's paw, producing a dazzling shower of sparks and a crisp sound. At the same time, Qin Changsheng immediately felt a massive force transmitted through the flowing cloud sword to his wrist and entire arm. If it weren't for his body having undergone 10 transformations, making it exceptionally strong. He feared that his entire arm would have been shattered by the impact. Chapter 81. All eyes on him indeed. The one-horned violent bear was renowned among mid-level 4th-tier demon beasts for its strength. Its power was astonishing. Qin Changxing's expression slightly tightened as he quickly distanced himself from the bear after the brief clash. The bear's strength was overwhelming, and even with his current foundation, he was still significantly weaker in pure strength. Fortunately, his physical body was robust. Otherwise, that last direct confrontation would have likely turned him into a pile of mush. This made Qin Changxing deeply appreciate the advantages of having a strong body. How did he manage to withstand a direct blow from the one-horned violent bear without a scratch? The surrounding martial artists were stunned by this scene. The general, who had been approaching, couldn't help but widen his mouth in astonishment as he looked at Qin Changxing, who had taken a hit from the one-horned violent bear and emerged unscathed. The general's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Qin Changxing had previously demonstrated considerable strength by cutting down many 3rd-tier demon beasts and several initial 4th-tier demon beasts, this one-horned violent bear was a mid-level 4th-tier demon beast. Even 4th and 5th-level Yuan Gang martial artists could not withstand its mental roar, which shattered their spirits and led to their immediate demise. Yet here was Qin Changxing, who was merely at the 6th level of the transformational realm, not only unaffected by the bear's roar, but also able to withstand a direct blow and retreat unharmed. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. The general's gaze flickered as he continued to slay the demon beasts in front of him, carefully approaching but not rushing to deal with the one-horned violent bear. The earlier encounter, where Qin Changxing had withstood the bear's blow without injury, left him deeply surprised, and he couldn't help but feel curious about Qin Changxing's true strength. He wanted to see just how powerful this young man was. While battling nearby demon beasts, he kept a close watch on the fight, ready to intervene if Qin Changxing could not withstand the one-horned violent bear. Roar! Over here! The one-horned violent bear. Seeing this mere 6th-level transformational realm youth blocking its attack head-on, let out a loud roar and charged at Qin Changxing once again. However, the bear's strength was its strong suit, while it was somewhat lacking in speed. Qin Changxing, with his agile figure, executed the shadowless step to perfection, leaving behind multiple afterimages. His nimble movements and developed battle awareness made it difficult for the one-horned violent bear to land a hit on him. After the previous clash, Qin Changxing felt the bear's strength far exceeded his own, so he chose not to engage in direct confrontation anymore, but instead opted for guerrilla tactics. He refrained from using the dominating techniques from the Sun Sword Classic, although powerful. He had not yet cultivated the pure Yang Sword Qi, and could not unleash the true might of this sword technique. Given the vast difference in strength between them, the fierce and overwhelming techniques of the Sun Sword Classic could not suppress the bear. At this moment, Qin Changxing utilized his superior movement skills, paired with the Lonely Mountain Distant Shadow Sword technique, to evoke the artistic conception within it, disrupting the bear's 6 senses and perception. Using the strange techniques of the Lonely Mountain Sword technique, he continuously harassed the one-horned violent bear. However, the bear's tough skin and incredible defense made it difficult for Qin Changxing to break through its defenses and inflict fatal damage. Yet Qin Changxing was not anxious. He kept the devouring martial soul wrapped around the flowing cloud sword, continuously attacking the one-horned violent bear while searching for weaknesses and openings. Although he could not inflict serious injuries on the bear, he could continually absorb the demon spirit power within it through the devouring martial soul. As such, once the bear's demon spirit power weakened to a certain extent, losing its strength, he would be able to deliver a devastating blow upon spotting an opening. Roar! In a short while, dozens of sword marks had appeared on the one-horned violent bear's body. Although these marks were not deep and did not pose a fatal threat, they still provoked the bear, causing it to roar angrily. The now thoroughly enraged one-horned violent bear's attacks became even more violent and ferocious. Nevertheless, Qin Changxing, relying on his strong battle awareness and superior movement skills, still managed to evade effortlessly, moving with ease. What incredible movement skills! Each of the one-horned violent bear's attacks was just narrowly avoided by him. Several nearby martial artists were secretly observing the battle between Qin Changxing and the one-horned violent bear. After all, Qin Changsheng was merely at the 6th level of the transformational realm. Yet he could engage in such a fierce battle with a mid-level 4th-tier demon beast without being defeated. This was truly astonishing. The general at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm watched Qin Changsheng calmly dodging each of the bear's attacks again and again, his heart racing. Disbelief etched on his face. Battle awareness. He actually developed a combat awareness, predicting every attack from the Unicorn Berserk Bear. How is this possible? He is only in his teens and has only reached the 6th level of the transformation realm. How could he possess such a powerful combat awareness? The heart of the general at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm couldn't help but race, and waves of shock surged in his heart, making it hard to calm down. He simply couldn't imagine how such a young boy could have such a strong combat awareness. It should be known that developing combat awareness is extremely cruel and demanding. It requires not only strong combat talent, but also an indomitable will, countless battles, and rich combat experience accumulated from numerous life and death struggles. Talent, luck, courage, and effort are all indispensable. Therefore, in the entire Tianyuan ancient nation, warriors who have developed combat awareness are extremely rare. Most of those few warriors who have developed combat awareness are older veterans. It is almost impossible for someone as young as Qin Changsheng to develop such awareness. Even the most astonishing sword saint of this generation did not successfully develop combat awareness when he was young. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, who had been fighting with the Unicorn Berserk Bear, suddenly sharpened his gaze, and a sword light seemed to burst forth from his eyes. After nearly half an hour of skirmishing, the Unicorn Berserk Bear had been struck by over 100 swords, and most of its demon spirit power had already been secretly devoured by his martial soul, coupled with its own exhaustion. The demon spirit power within the opponent was now extremely thin. The Unicorn Berserk Bear clearly sensed this and became increasingly irritable, showing a hint of urgency in its eyes, desperately wanting to kill Qin Changsheng. At that moment, Qin Changsheng finally found the biggest fatal flaw on the opponent. Chapter 82. The Beast King appears. Qin Changsheng flickered and quickly circled to the side of the opponent. The Unicorn Berserk Bear couldn't gauge Qin Changsheng's distance, but it still swung its massive claw and turned to grab at him. Qin Changsheng immediately dodged, retreating while throwing the flowing cloud sword, which shot out like a spirit snake, avoiding the opponent's attack trajectory before piercing into its armpit. Roar! The Unicorn Berserk Bear let out a mournful cry of pain. Qin Changsheng made a grabbing motion in the air, and the flowing cloud sword shot back into his hand. Pulling out the flowing cloud sword, blood immediately gushed from the bear's armpit as its lungs and heart were pierced by the sword. After letting out a series of miserable screams, it crashed to the ground, entering a near-death state. Nearby warriors, including the general at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm, were instantly stunned upon witnessing this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. Heaven, I can't be seeing this wrong. He actually killed that mid-level 4th-grade demon beast, the Unicorn Berserk Bear. What was that move just now? Was it the Sword Saint's signature technique, the sword control technique? Yes, I heard the Sword Saint took on a personal disciple 6 months ago. Could it be this young man? No wonder he has such strength at such a young age. Nearby warriors exclaimed, finally killing the mid-level 4th-grade demon beast. The Unicorn Berserk Bear, Qin Changsheng, let out a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to absorb the remaining small portion of demon spirit power within the bear, and suddenly felt a loosening of his internal realm, as if he was about to break through. Throughout the fierce battles, he had killed at least 500 or 600 demon beasts, most of which were 3rd-grade beasts, along with several early 4th-grade beasts. Adding the mid-level 4th-grade Unicorn Berserk Bear, Qin Changsheng had absorbed a massive amount of demon spirit power, expanding his Dantian Si by 10 times, reaching its limit. This fully charged Dantian Si didn't even require him to specifically seek out a quiet place to meditate and break through his shackles. Just by shifting his mind, he could mobilize the vast, true Qi within his body, condensing it like a sword, and directly strike against the realm shackles within, shattering them with a loud bang. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, creating a storm of spiritual energy that enveloped Qin Changsheng. He simply released his devouring martial soul. The devouring martial soul manifested as a massive black vortex floating above his head. The demon spirit power from the recently slain beasts nearby, which had not fully dissipated, surged into the devouring vortex along with the wildly flowing spiritual energy and was then converted by the devouring martial soul into pure, true qi, merging into Qin Changsheng's body, stabilizing his recently broken realm. The nearby warriors were once again astonished, not expecting Qin Changsheng to break through his realm in such an environment. Such extraordinary talent. He must indeed be the Sword Saint's personal disciple. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, he already possesses such strength and means, and his future achievements are limitless. Many people sighed. Roar. However, just as everyone was distracted, a mid-level 4th grade demon beast suddenly lunged at a warrior at the 2nd level of the Yuan Gang realm. The warrior, returning to his senses, had no time to react or dodge, and a massive mouth was already in front of him. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, feeling a chill throughout his body, with the threat of death looming before him. At this critical moment, a flying sword shot out like lightning, easily slicing through the head of the mid-level 4th grade demon beast with a puff sound, decapitating it. Being distracted in battle is a major taboo for warriors, Qin Changsheng reminded. While his fingers moved and the flowing cloud sword slashed in all directions, killing several mid to late 3rd grade and early 4th grade demon beasts before flying back into his hand. He had just broken through to the 7th level of the transformation realm, and his strength had significantly increased compared to before. The previous mid to late 3rd grade and early 4th grade demon beasts were no match for him, let alone now. The warrior saved by Qin Changsheng quickly calmed down and expressed his gratitude. I am Zhao Peng. Thank you for saving me, young hero. Stay vigilant and don't get distracted, Qin Changsheng said briefly before continuing to kill other demon beasts. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from afar, and the ground trembled violently. Qin Changsheng immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw several massive figures appearing at the forefront of the battlefield, closest to the demon beast mountain range. These massive figures emitted terrifying fluctuations of aura, creating a powerful sense of oppression that weighed down on all sides. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. In the sky, a group of flying birds screeched, blocking out the sun. Those were the Beast Kings. Everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but tremble in their pupils. The massive figures in the distance were all Beast King-level demon beasts. Only demon beasts above the 6th level have the qualifications to become Beast Kings and dominate a region. These massive figures were all incredibly powerful, with one particularly terrifying presence among them. 5 Beast Kings. 3 were 6th-level Beast Kings. 1 was a 7th-level Beast King, and 1 was an 8th-level Beast King. A 6th-level Beast King corresponds to the level of a major warrior in the Life Spring realm. A 7th-level Beast King corresponds to a major warrior in the Myriad Manifestations realm, and an 8th-level Beast King corresponds to a major warrior in the Celestial Platform realm. The Celestial Platform realm is the limit of human warrior realms. It is said that beyond the Celestial Platform realm lies the realm of cultivators, where one can cultivate magical powers and techniques, turning the world upside down with a snap of their fingers, like an immortal omnipotent. However, breaking through the Celestial Platform realm and stepping into the realm of cultivators is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So far, in the 10 countries of the Eastern region, no one has been able to break through to the extreme realm, surpass the Celestial Platform, and enter the realm of cultivators. According to legend, the first president of the Qinglong Academy broke through the shackles of the Xiantai realm and entered the realm of cultivators, becoming one of them. However, this event has become a legend itself, as the first president of the Qinglong Academy mysteriously disappeared back then, and everything about him has turned into myth. In today's world, the Xiantai realm is the pinnacle of existence. In the entire Tianyuan ancient kingdom, the number of strong individuals in the Xiantai realm is very few. At this moment, amidst the raging beast tide, an 8th-tier demon beast comparable to a Xiantai realm expert has appeared. The terrifying aura of the Beast King surged, causing all the demon beasts on the battlefield to become even more frenzied. The physical abilities of human warriors are far inferior to those of demon beasts. Moreover, the number of demon beasts here is extremely large. In this prolonged battle, who knows how many warriors have already died in this brutal conflict, and the remaining warriors are mostly wounded or exhausted. However, even so, none of the people on the battlefield have shown signs of retreat. They are the first line of defense in front of the towering walls of the great wilderness city. If they retreat, no matter how high the walls of the great wilderness city are built, they cannot withstand the onslaught of the demon beasts. And all the people in the city will become prey for the demon beasts. Note, although this has been mentioned twice before, for the sake of everyone's memory, let me reiterate the realms. The realms of warriors from lowest to highest are Chi Refining Realm, True Condensation Realm, Transcendence Realm, Origin Core Realm, Tao Palace Realm, Life Spring Realm, Myriad Forms Realm, Sientai Realm, with each realm divided into 9 levels. Chapter 83. The battle comes to an end. Finally revealed yourself? In midair, Nangong Wudi looked at the beast kings that appeared ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed, with a terrifying light bursting forth, exuding a sharp aura. Su Wuyo also gazed at the distant beast kings, his expression indifferent. Leave that 8th-tier beast king to me. The other strong individuals beside him were immediately startled. Looking back at Su Wuyo, that is the sky-eating dragon python, a top-tier existence among the 8th-tier beast kings. You're only at the 8th level of the Myriad Forms realm, not even at the Sientai realm yet. Are you sure you can handle this sky-eating dragon python? Nangong Wudi also looked at Su Wuyo in surprise and laughed. Although this sky-eating dragon python is only an early-stage 8th-tier beast king, as they said, it is indeed one of the best among the 8th-tier beast kings. Dealing with it is no trivial matter. Su Wuyo's eyes sparkled like lightning. His true energy erupted beneath his feet, and he shot directly toward the sky-eating dragon python. Precisely because it is strong enough, it qualifies to be my opponent. Senior Martial Saint. The other strong individuals, seeing this, changed their expressions and couldn't help but look at Nangong Wudi. Nangong Wudi rolled his eyes and said, "What are you looking at me for? Since he wants to challenge the hardest one, let him go. I'll take care of that 7th-tier beast king. And as for those 3 6th-tier beast kings, you should be able to handle them, right?" They nodded. Although those 3 6th-tier beast kings are all late-stage 6th tier, they are equivalent to human warriors at levels 7 to 9 of the Life Spring realm. And while these few strong individuals do not possess the cultivation and strength of Su Wuyo and Nangong Wudi, they are all at the 1st or 2nd levels of the Myriad Forms realm, more than enough to deal with these 3 late-stage 6th-tier beast kings. The only trouble is that these beast kings can summon other high-tier demon beasts to restrain them. Whoosh! The few individuals did not waste words and chased after Su Wuyo, rushing towards the beast kings. Roar! The beast kings have been paying attention to Nangong Wudi and the others. Upon seeing Su Wuyo, Nangong Wudi, and the others charging in, they all let out a loud roar. In the sky, countless flying demon beasts surged from all directions, surrounding Su Wuyo, Nangong Wudi, and the others. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them, all 4th-tier and 5th-tier demon beasts. These flying demon beasts were all large in size, and as they flapped their wings, they stirred up endless storms of power, turning into wind blades that slashed in all directions. The clouds were thrown into chaos, shredded into pieces. Screech! The sharp and piercing cries echoed as hundreds of demon birds soared through the clouds, their keen eyes fixed on Su Wuyo and the others. With sharp beaks gleaming coldly and claws like hooks, unbreakable, rushing towards the crowd at incredible speed. 8 Desolation Divine Fist. Su Wuyo shouted loudly. The aura of the Myriad Forms realm erupted, and his entire being blazed with light, as if transformed into a war god, charging towards the demon birds, raising his hand to unleash a powerful punch. The true energy within him erupted like a volcano, suddenly bursting forth from his fist, and a golden fist shadow materialized, resembling a massive mountain, carrying an aura of dominance over the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, smashing down on 7 or 8 5th-tier demon birds, killing them on the spot. The immense power shattered their bodies, scattering them into countless pieces of flesh. So strong. On the ground, Qin Changsheng witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this the power of a peak warrior? No, this is not even a peak warrior. Su Wuyo has yet to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He has not even stepped into the CNI realm. He is merely at the 8th level of the myriad forms realm, yet possesses such terrifying power. With one punch, 7 or 8 5th-tier demon birds fell without any power to resist, directly smashed into pieces. If an 8th level myriad forms realm warrior is already this strong, he couldn't help but think of his master, the Qinglong Taoist, who is known as the strongest sword saint in nearly 1,000 years. What kind of strength would his fully realized power possess? Boom! Nangong Wudi also made his move. He was even more direct than Su Wuyo, not using any martial techniques or moves, simply flipping his hand, and those charging demon birds exploded one after another, blood raining down. As for the other myriad forms realm warriors, while they were not as exaggerated, they also calmly killed the demon birds that obstructed them. Roar! The Beast Kings, seeing this scene, all roared in anger. Boom! The next moment, a massive fist came crashing down on the late-stage 7th-tier Beast King, sending its enormous body flying horizontally. A stooped and thin old man appeared where it had just been, rubbing his wrist and saying, although it is only a late-stage 7th-tier Beast King, it is indeed tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. I just wonder how many punches you can take from me. It was none other than Nangong Wudi. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Wudi suddenly vanished from his spot. The next moment, a gigantic snake tail suddenly whipped at the space where Nangong Wudi had stood, creating a loud crack, as if it were about to tear the void apart. However, this strike failed to hit Nangong Wudi, only striking a shadow he left behind. Hey, kid, your prey has crossed the line. Nangong Wudi appeared in the void, not far away, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the sky-eating dragon python. Then he turned to Su Wuyo and said, Su Wuyo's eyes burned brightly, without a hint of hesitation. He flickered, running through the void, his feet bursting with true energy, his entire being like a flash of lightning, instantly charging in front of the early-stage 8th-tier Beast King, the sky-eating dragon python, raising his hand to deliver a hard punch. The fist technique he practiced was grand and vigorous, each punch possessing terrifying explosive power, as if it were going to pierce through the void itself. Boom! The battle between high-tier warriors and high-tier Beast Kings suddenly erupted. On the distant ground, Qin Changsheng withdrew his gaze and focused on the battle before him. The fight between Su Wuyo, Nangong Wudi, and others was beyond his current capacity to intervene. All he could do was exert his full strength to slay any demon beast he could manage to kill. At this moment, with every demon beast of the 3rd or 4th tier he killed, he could relieve some pressure from the other warriors on the battlefield. Kill! He unleashed his full strength, furiously slaying demon beasts in all directions. Those below the mid-tier 4th tier demon beasts could not withstand even a single sword strike from him. A series of demon beasts fell under his sword, and the killing intent around him grew stronger, his swordsmanship becoming sharper, causing the nearby warriors to be deeply alarmed. The fierce battle did not last long, as several Beast Kings were killed one after another by Nangong Wudi, Su Wuya, and others in the distance. The Beast Horde, losing its king's dominance, immediately collapsed and retreated like a tide back to the Demon Beast Mountains. It's finally over. If these demon beasts don't retreat soon, I will be completely exhausted and unable to hold on any longer. Yes, my true energy has almost been drained, and my stamina is nearly at its limit. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on either. As the beast tide retreated, many warriors let out a long sigh of relief. That disciple from the Azure Dragon Academy is truly impressive. He has only just reached the Transcendence realm. Yet he has slain more demon beasts than we have, and quite a few of them were early and mid-stage 4th tier demon beasts. That kid is not just impressive. He is simply a monster. Did you notice? That kid has fought until now, killed so many demon beasts, and not only does he show no signs of fatigue, but he seems to grow braver with each battle, his killing moves becoming increasingly smooth. I just noticed that a mid-stage 4th tier demon beast the fire cloud ferret, was actually slain by him with a single sword strike. That sword was truly terrifying. Someone couldn't help but look at Qin Changsheng, who still appeared energetic and showed no signs of fatigue, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chapter 84. Strange Bloodlight. Qin Changsheng. Are you okay? By Qin, by Bing, Su Fan, and others all approached Qin Changsheng, seeing him covered in blood and expressing their concern. This is all demon beast blood. Feeling the concern of everyone, Qin Changsheng felt warmth in his heart and smiled in response. Are you all okay? We're fine. Just a few minor injuries. It's just that junior brother Huang is a bit more seriously injured, but we've already treated his wounds in time, and there's no major issue. Su Hao spoke up. Then everyone's gaze couldn't help but look out at the vast battlefield, where blood stained the earth, and the corpses of demon beasts and warriors were scattered everywhere, and their mood inevitably became heavy and oppressive. In this battle, although many demon beasts were killed, far too many people also died. They all died to suppress the beast tide, died for the country. Everyone will remember them. A general walked over and spoke. This person was the same general from earlier, a rank 8 in the Yuan Gang realm. He introduced himself to everyone. I am Zhao Han, the captain of the Qian army. Then he politely said to everyone, you are indeed the renowned masters and students from the 3 supreme academies of the imperial capital. You all possess extraordinary skills. Everyone collected their emotions and clasped their hands toward Zhao Han. So does Captain Zhao. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. Zhao Han's gaze fell on Qin Changsheng, and he smiled at him. I noticed your extraordinary demeanor on the battlefield earlier. With your Transcendence realm cultivation, you could calmly slay early and mid-stage 4th-tier demon beasts. Truly a remarkable hero, worthy of admiration. Right now, I still have post-battle matters to attend to, so I will drink and celebrate with you all later. Saying this, Zhao Han did not delay further, clasped his hands to everyone, and led his soldiers to handle the battlefield. However, before Qin Changsheng and the others could return to the city, many warriors gathered around him, expressing their gratitude. In the earlier battle, Qin Changsheng had been killing fiercely, slaying many demon beasts, and saving numerous lives. During the fight, everyone could not express their thanks, but now that the battle was over, they all came forward. If it weren't for the benefactor's timely rescue, we wouldn't have made it to the end of this battle and would have perished under the claws of the demon beasts. This life-saving grace is unforgettable. If the benefactor doesn't mind, we should have a good drink together. If you ever need anything in the future, just command us. A young man named Zhao Peng spoke up. That's right, the others echoed. This scene left Su Fan by being and the others astonished, looking at the 30 to 50 people surrounding Qin Changsheng, filled with surprise. I didn't expect that after this great battle, the number of warriors Qin Changsheng had casually saved during the fight would actually exceed 50. This is truly unbelievable. After all, in such a large-scale war, it is already quite difficult to preserve one's own life, let alone to spare the energy and focus to save others. Saving 3 or 2 people wouldn't be a big deal, but saving dozens is indeed a bit exaggerated. This guy is really a monster. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Changsheng did not agree to drink with everyone, but politely declined their proposal, saying, your kindness and intentions have been received. But to be honest, my family is in this great wilderness city. Now that the beast tide has temporarily retreated, I am eager to return to my family. Please forgive me for not being able to drink with you all this time. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely accompany you with my life. After that, Qin Changsheng immediately returned to Great Wilderness City, heading towards the Qin Manor. Su Fan and the others also followed him. The city was no longer bustling and lively as before. The streets bore dried, mottled bloodstains. Many warriors were treating their injuries in the city. The Qin Manor had many warriors and soldiers coming and going. These warriors who had rushed from all directions to support Great Wilderness City, as well as the soldiers injured during the suppression of the beast tide, were temporarily settled in various residences within the city to recuperate. The common people had no objections to this and instead helped take care of the injured soldiers. After all, these people had fought against the ferocious demon beasts to protect them. How many medicinal herbs are left in the family stock? Take them all out, brew medicine. and give it to these injured soldiers and warriors. An old man was instructing someone at the door when he suddenly noticed Qin Changsheng and the others at the entrance. He was momentarily taken aback, then excitement immediately appeared on his face. Young master, didn't you go to Azure Dragon Academy to study? Why are you back? Hurry, and notify everyone else. The young master is back. He shouted to the steward beside him. Second elder, Qin Changsheng called out. This old man was indeed the second elder of the Qin family. There is no need for that. Since the beast tide erupted in the demon beast mountains and warriors from all sides came to assist, I naturally couldn't sit idly by. I just happened to return to see how everyone is doing. Qin Changsheng stepped forward to help the second elder. The second elder welcomed Qin Changsheng into the Qin manor, sighing lightly. When the beast tide erupted, the court promptly mobilized nearby troops to suppress it, and many warriors responded as well. All families in Great Wilderness City participated in the fight against the beast tide, and our Qin family naturally could not be an exception. In this battle against the beast tide, many of our Qin family members also sacrificed their lives. At this point, the second elder couldn't help but tremble his lips. Qin Guang is dead, and my grandson is also dead. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng's body trembled slightly. His heart feeling like a heavy stone was pressing down on him, as if there was something stuck in his throat. He naturally knew who Qin Guang was. Qin Guang was the second elder's son, a person of great righteousness. The enemy mentioned was Qin Yin, Qin Guang's son, and the second elder's own grandson. In a single battle, 2 generations lost their lives. Now, in the second elder's line, there was only him left. With a heavy heart, as he walked into the Qin manor, Qin Changsheng saw many familiar clan members, many of whom were injured and had participated in the fight against the beast tide. There were also some once familiar figures who could no longer be seen forever. He arranged for his fellow disciples from Azure Dragon Academy, as well as his 2 mentors, Su Fan and Bai Qin. At night, Qin Changsheng practiced his swordsmanship repeatedly in the courtyard, his killing intent and hostility astonishing. Each move, each sword strike, was filled with killing intent, making one feel alarmed. At that moment, a strange and eerie bloodlight suddenly erupted from the distant demon beast mountains, illuminating the sky. What is that? The strange bloodlight, though fleeting, startled many. With the emergence of that bloodlight, the beast mountain rang with deafening roars of beasts, echoing back and forth, clear enough to be heard from over half a day's journey away from the Great Wilderness City. Chapter 85. Pure Yang Sword. Qin Changsheng stopped his sword dance and looked towards the direction of the beast mountain, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. What was that bloodlight just now? And what was happening in the beast mountain that caused all those beast roars? Qin Changsheng's expression grew serious. Beasts in the beast mountain rarely leave their territory. Throughout the history of the heavenly Yuan ancient kingdom, there has never been such a large-scale beast tide. The sudden eruption of such a massive beast tide must have its reasons. It started again. After that blood-colored phenomenon appeared in the beast mountain, the beasts suddenly went into a frenzy. Qin Changsheng stepped out of his courtyard and overheard someone discussing it, their expression slightly panicked. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng's heart sank. That blood-colored phenomenon was indeed the fleeting bloodlight. Was it the cause of the beast tide? The beast tide was not over. Everyone should rest and adjust their state tonight, for there might be another fierce battle tomorrow. Suddenly, a loud and heavy voice echoed in the night sky. Qin Changsheng recognized it as the voice of Marshal Saint Nangong Wudi, and his expression tightened. The beast tide was not over. Would those beasts that had retreated come back tomorrow? Just after Nangong Wudi's voice rang out, several streaks of light shot up into the sky, floating high above. Looking towards the direction of the beast mountain, that blood light appeared again. It seemed capable of provoking the beasts and might be the key to triggering the beast tide. In midair, Su Wuya squinted his eyes, staring at the direction of the beast mountain. The blood light had disappeared, but the roars of beasts were still fierce, rising and falling continuously. They must find out what that blood light was to truly resolve the beast tide. A glimmer of determination appeared in Nangong Wudi's deep-set eyes. I will go investigate the beast mountain. You all stay in the city to guard the Great Wilderness City. No, Martial Saint, the Beast Mountain is no longer as calm as usual. Many Beast Kings have emerged from deep within a mountain. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We'll accompany you. Everyone urged. I also want to see what that bloodlight was and why the beast tide erupted. Su Wuya added, his gaze firm. All right, then Su Wuya will go with me. You few in the initial stage of the Myriad Realms should stay behind to guard the great wilderness city, Nangong Wudi said. Senior, let it be so, Su Wuya agreed. Nangong Wudi waved his hand, then glanced at Su Wuya. With a single step into the void, he instantly vanished from the spot, his body shooting towards the Beast Mountain like an arrow. Su Wuya followed suit the moment he moved. Qin Changsheng returned to his courtyard, looking up at the dim, cold moon in the sky, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The beast tide might continue, and there could be another fierce battle tomorrow. How many more people would die in the fighting? Yet, he felt powerless to stop it. Strength, strength. Only with powerful strength can one protect home and country, and safeguard everything. Qin Changsheng clenched his fists. He needed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he do more and protect more people. He took a deep breath, suppressing the various thoughts in his mind, and worked hard to calm himself. Then, he took out the fiery red crystal he obtained from the training tower. Feeling the intense power emanating from the fiery red crystal, he immediately began to circulate the heart method of the Sun Sword Classic, refining and absorbing the immense heat energy contained within the fiery red crystal. Streams of crimson golden power slowly flowed out from the fiery red crystal, entering Qin Changsheng's body. As the crimson golden power entered, Qin Changsheng felt an intense heat throughout his body, as if he were about to be burned to ashes by that power, causing him great pain. However, this pain was far less than the agony he experienced when using body refining pills. Having endured the pain of body refining, how could he not endure this burning pain? What pure yang power, pure yang sword qi, condense for me. The searing pain made the veins on Qin Changsheng's forehead bulge. He let out a low roar, exerting all his strength to absorb and refine the streams of crimson golden scorching power that seeped out from the fiery red crystal. Sweat like beans dripped down, but soon evaporated in the intense heat radiating from Qin Changsheng's body. The continuous flow of crimson golden power surged into Qin Changsheng's body, gathering above his dantian's qi si, ultimately condensing into a small golden sword. The golden small sword radiated brilliant light, as if wrapped in a blazing sun, hovering over the sea of true qi. The golden small sword continuously absorbed the crimson golden pure yang power from the fiery red crystal. As dawn broke, the golden small sword suddenly vibrated, emitting a humming sound, and released a golden sword qi that circled around the small sword. Qin Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, golden flames dancing within them. Pure yang sword qi. I finally cultivated my first pure yang sword qi. The golden flames in Qin Changsheng's eyes receded, but a hint of excitement remained. He extended his fingers, and a golden sword qi appeared, swirling around his fingertip. This golden sword qi appeared harmless, delicate, and beautiful, but within it lay terrifying power. The fiery red crystal, which had contained immense energy, was now reduced to ashes. The powerful pure yang power within it had been fully refined by Qin Changsheng, barely allowing him to condense this pure yang sword qi. Having cultivated the pure yang sword qi, he had truly taken the first step into mastering the Sun Sword Classic. Yet even so, it was enough to significantly enhance his strength. With the pure yang sword qi, he should now have the power to contend with late-stage, fourth-tier beasts. Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Late-stage fourth-tier beasts were equivalent to ordinary martial artists at the 7th to 9th levels of the Yuan Gang realm. Without cultivating the pure yang sword qi, he would have never been able to contend with late-stage fourth-tier beasts given his current cultivation base. The gap in realm was simply too vast. But now, having cultivated the pure yang sword qi, Qin Changsheng felt confident. The Sun Sword Classic was a transcendent grade, divine sword technique, and its power should not be underestimated. According to the introduction of this sword technique, when cultivated to mastery, it was said to be able to burn the heavens and boil the seas. How domineering! Even though his current realm was low, and he had just barely formed the first pure yang sword Qi, unable to burn the heavens or boil the seas. Qin Changsheng had previously been able to slay mid-stage, fourth-tier beasts. Now that he had cultivated the pure yang sword Qi, his foundation deepened further, and dealing with late-stage fourth-tier beasts was not entirely out of the question. Chapter 86. Rolling back at this moment, Qin Changsheng suddenly felt the ground tremble, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, a loud bell rang throughout the city. The beasts were coming again, accompanied by the resounding bell. A voice infused with true Qi echoed across the great wilderness city. Instantly, countless faces in the city changed dramatically. All martial artists immediately rushed to the battlefield at the city gates. Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he grabbed his Luyun sword and stepped out of the courtyard. Junior brother Qin, Su Hao, and others swiftly emerged from their rooms, equally serious. Qin Changsheng nodded at a few people and walked out of the Qin residence. Young master. Many martial artists from the Qin residence also followed, not standing idly by in the face of the beast tide. Even though many martial artists from the Qin residence had already died in the battle to suppress the beast tide, no one flinched as the beast tide struck again. Looking at everyone, Qin Changsheng said nothing more, just nodded at them, and then quickly headed towards the city tower without any delay. Upon reaching the city tower, Qin Changsheng immediately saw, on the distant horizon, dust rising as countless ferocious beasts crazily rushed towards the great wilderness city. What had happened in the Beast Mountain range that the beast tide, which had already retreated, would strike again? Qin Changsheng's gaze flickered as he stared at the approaching beast horde. His expression became serious. He couldn't help but think of the fleeting bloodlight from last night. Perhaps that bloodlight was the root cause of the beast tide. If this root cause wasn't resolved, the beast tide might continue indefinitely, bringing never-ending chaos. Su Wuyo and Senior Nangong had gone to investigate the source of the beast tide in the Beast Mountain range last night and hadn't returned yet. Could there be an accident? At the highest point of the city tower, a human warrior couldn't help but look worried and took a deep breath. The other few people also wore serious expressions, clearly sharing the same concern. However, everyone quickly calmed down. One person said solemnly, "No matter what, our current task is to stop the beast tide that has already arrived. All troops listen up. Engage the beast tide and prevent it from approaching the city behind us. Kill." This person was the commander of the Crimson Flame Army, Yu Yang Wujia, at the third level of the Wanxiang realm. He shouted with a powerful voice that resonated throughout the three armies. In an instant, the city gates opened, and the Crimson Flame Army charged out of the city, forming a formation to meet the oncoming beast tide. At the same time, the martial artists gathered in the city also followed the army and rushed out. Kill! In a moment, the battle cries filled the air as the front-line troops clashed with the beast tide, and the battle erupted immediately. Qin Changsheng did not stand by idly. He drew his sword and plunged into the battlefield. "We're going to." Su Fan, Bai Qin, Su Hao, Yi Wuchen, and others also rushed forward. Qin Changsheng fought his way forward, wielding the flowing cloud sword, unleashing blazing golden sword energy. With a single sweep, dozens of low-level second and third-tier beasts fell beneath his sword. His strength had grown stronger again. Su Fan and the others, who charged into the battlefield with Qin Changsheng, were taken aback when they saw this scene, their pupils constricting in shock. Compared to yesterday, Qin Changsheng's displayed strength had evidently undergone a tremendous improvement. It had only been one night since the last battle ended, and yet Qin Changsheng's strength had experienced such a leap. It was hard not to be astonished. Could this guy really just be a genius-level prodigy? In just one night, his strength had increased so dramatically. No genius-level prodigy throughout history had ever been this astonishing. Everyone couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch as they were intimidated by the strength and methods Qin Changsheng was currently exhibiting. They exchanged glances and finally took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress their shock and focus on dealing with the beasts. "I'll go help in front." After killing dozens of low-level beasts, Qin Changsheng charged towards the front lines again. He wanted to kill stronger beasts. With a swoosh, entering the battle zone of the fourth-tier beasts, a mid-level fourth-tier beast lunged at Qin Changsheng. Without blinking, Qin Changsheng swung the flowing cloud sword, and a golden sword light, like a blazing sun, erupted forth, cleaving the mid-level 4th-tier beast in half on the spot, its fur igniting spontaneously. That kid is so strong. He's a disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy. Huh. He only has the cultivation of the 7th level of the transformation realm. Could he be the fierce person mentioned by Commander Zhao yesterday? Nearby, several commanders of the Crimson Flame Army, seeing this scene, couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. It must be that fierce person without a doubt. According to Commander Zhao, although this fierce person only had the cultivation of the transformation realm, his strength was unmatched. Yesterday, he single-handedly killed at least 2,000 beasts, most of which were late 3rd tier and early to mid 4th tier beasts, including a unicorn violent bear. What? Just a transformation realm cultivation. And he killed at least 2,000 beasts? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Is he just boasting? Some felt skeptical, thinking it was too far-fetched. However, at that moment, a roar echoed. Dozens of mid-level 4th tier beasts charged angrily towards the few commanders. These commanders were only leaders of 100. With cultivation at the mid-level of the Yuanqi realm, which was the 4th to 6th level of the Yuanqi realm, as those mid-level 4th-tier beasts charged in. Their imposing momentum caused the expressions of the conversing commanders to change drastically. Kill the world with the sword. Suddenly, a golden sword light descended like a blazing sun, pouring down fiery sword energy, sweeping towards those mid-level 4th-tier beasts. Roar! The mid-level 4th-tier beasts immediately felt a strong sense of crisis, roaring as they unleashed their beastly spirit power to strike against the intense golden sword energy. However, that golden sword energy was incredibly fierce and unmatched, its scorching heat seemingly capable of melting everything. The resistance from those mid-level 4th-tier beasts was utterly meaningless, and in an instant, they were all annihilated by the blazing golden sword light. Under the scorching sword energy, the beasts that were struck even emitted a savory aroma. Qin Changsheng's figure flickered as he quickly absorbed the residual beast spirit power from these mid-level 4th-tier beasts with his devouring martial soul, simultaneously collecting their distinctive items and tossing them into his storage ring. He then immediately turned and charged towards other beasts, leaving the few hundred commanders dumbfounded. At this moment, his storage ring was already piled high with various distinctive items from the beasts, resembling several mountains. Commander Zhao had said he killed at least 2,000 beasts yesterday. In reality, that number should be well above that, possibly doubled. Chapter 87. The gold-splitting flame / the Sun Sword Sutra was indeed powerful. After cultivating the pure Yang sword energy, its might had increased significantly. With a single sword, he had slain more than a dozen mid-level 4th-tier beasts. Even Qin Changsheng himself was somewhat astonished at this. Although he had been able to kill mid-level 4th-tier beasts yesterday, it had required some effort. But now, mid-level 4th-tier beasts could no longer withstand a single strike from him. With a sweep of a pure Yang sword energy, those mid-level 4th-tier beasts fell one after another, displaying overwhelming dominance. And this was merely the initial formation of the first pure Yang sword energy. Qin Changsheng couldn't imagine what it would be like in the future when he could condense millions of pure Yang sword energies and cultivate the Sun Sword Sutra to perfection. Would he truly be able to burn the heavens and boil the seas with a single sword? Roar! As Qin Changsheng swept through 10 or more mid-level 4th-tier beasts, the nearby other mid-level and early-level 4th-tier beasts began to roar at him. However, they did not dare to charge at Qin Changsheng, revealing a hint of fear in their otherwise ferocious eyes as they looked at him. These 4th-tier beasts had already gained some intelligence, and their fear was clearly a result of being intimidated by the might of Qin Changsheng's previous sword strike. However, while the early and mid-level 4th-tier beasts did not dare to rush towards Qin Changsheng, he would not let them off easily. He took the initiative to swoop in and slaughter the surrounding beasts. Swoosh! 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 A number of early and mid-stage 4th-order demon beasts fell under the flowing cloud sword, and Qin Changsheng's killing intent grew stronger, his sword energy becoming increasingly sharp. A late-stage 4th-order demon beast roared and charged at Qin Changsheng. A late-stage 4th-order demon beast. Nearby martial artists exclaimed in shock. Qin Changsheng narrowed his eyes, locking onto the late-stage fourth-order demon beast and proactively moving forward. Let's see how strong my current power really is, Qin Changsheng murmured to himself, unleashing his profound movement technique and quickly closing the distance to the late-stage fourth-order demon beast. The Skywind Weasel. Whoosh! The devouring martial soul swiftly wrapped around the flowing cloud sword. Qin Changsheng unleashed the illusion of Lonely Mountain, obscuring the six senses of the Skywind Weasel, and his fierce offensive surged like a torrential storm, pressing down on the weasel. However, the Skywind Weasel was no ordinary opponent. It emitted a piercing sound wave from its mouth, containing powerful demon spirit energy that shook the void and countered Qin Changsheng's illusion of Lonely Mountain. Then, it flickered and displayed terrifying speed, evading Qin Changsheng's overwhelming assault. Swish! A chill ran down Qin Changsheng's back. A pair of 3-foot-long demon spirit claws lunged at him, glimmering coldly and extremely sharp. What incredible speed! Qin Changsheng was startled. Although he had predicted the opponent's attack trajectory and landing point through his battle awareness, the moment it flickered and disappeared, the opponent's speed was too fast. Even after predicting the attack, he barely managed to react in time and was almost hit. The sharp claws brushed past his back, tearing his robe. This made him feel a chill in his heart. He squinted slightly, maintaining a calm mind. The Skywind Weasel was the fastest among late-stage fourth-order demon beasts. If he hadn't cultivated his battle awareness and predicted the opponent's attack route and landing point at the first moment, he would have definitely been unable to dodge that strike. If he couldn't keep a calm mind at this moment, even a slight mistake could put him in danger of being shredded by those claws. His battle awareness still wasn't strong enough. If he could predict its attack earlier, he would have more time to react. Qin Changsheng thought to himself, already planning how to further enhance his battle awareness. Swish! At that moment, the Skywind Weasel's form flickered again and vanished. Qin Changsheng remained vigilant, and as it disappeared, he suddenly slashed towards his side with his sword. This time he didn't dodge, but directly counterattacked. The opponent's speed was too fast. If he hesitated even slightly, he would be in danger. Moreover, merely dodging wouldn't eliminate the Skywind Weasel. The blazing sword light flickered, stirring up a wave of golden, scorching sword energy that fiercely slashed towards the empty space beside him. What had been empty space suddenly revealed a ferocious Skywind Weasel. To outsiders, it seemed as if it had crashed into Qin Changsheng's sword. Battle awareness. The several hundred captains watching this scene all had their pupils constrict. I now believe what Captain Zhao Han said last night. This guy is truly a rare genius. The captain who had previously doubted Qin Changsheng's astonishing performance yesterday, after slaying a late-stage third-order demon beast, gaped at this scene, dumbfounded. Clash. The blazing sword light collided with the sharp, glimmering claws, instantly erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks and a crisp sound. Qin Changsheng felt a surge of great force, but was not knocked back. Firstly, although the Skywind Weasel was a late-stage fourth-order demon beast, it excelled in speed rather than strength. Secondly, Qin Changsheng had now cultivated the first pure Yang sword energy, having made initial progress in the Sun Sword Classic. With the terrifying power of this divine sword technique, he could compensate for some of the strength gap between himself and the Skywind Weasel, allowing him to clash head-on. However, Qin Changsheng also noticed that while the Sun Sword Classic was incredibly powerful, its consumption of true energy was also considerable. But this was not a big issue for him, as his Dantian had already been expanded, and with the devouring martial soul absorbing the demon spirit energy to offset his consumption, he could maintain the use of the Sun Sword Classic. Whoosh! As the flowing cloud sword clashed with the Skywind Weasel's claws, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. Where the two collided, it was as if a golden sun had risen, radiating scorching light. A wave of intense sword energy suddenly burst forth. With a poof, it sliced into the weasel's side, shooting out a spray of blood. This sudden change startled the Skywind Weasel, exposing many vulnerabilities. Golden flame devouring slash. Qin Changsheng's eyes shone brightly, exerting all his strength to unleash a technique from the Sun Sword Classic, fiercely slashing at the Skywind Weasel. The blazing sword light wrapped around a golden flame tongue, predicting the weasel's evasion path, and ruthlessly struck down. Poof! Roar! The Skywind weasel let out a heartbreaking wail and died on the spot. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath and hurried forward to absorb the vast demon spirit energy from the body of the late-stage, 4th Order Skywind Weasel. That last strike had consumed a considerable amount of his true energy. If it weren't for the devouring martial soul, he wouldn't have dared to unleash the Sun Sword Classic so recklessly. After cultivating the pure Yang Sword energy, the power of the Sun Sword Classic had increased. But so had its consumption. Chapter 88. 8th layer of transformation after slaying the Skywind Weasel and absorbing its demon spirit energy. Qin Changsheng turned to hunt down other demon beasts. With each successive kill and absorption of demon spirit energy, his true energy became more and more robust, and his cultivation continued to advance. At the same time, his battle awareness was gradually growing. This battle lasted until dusk before finally coming to an end. All the surviving martial artists felt utterly exhausted. Many wore worried expressions, although they had once again repelled the beast tide. If these demon beasts returned tomorrow in the same manner, how many more times could they fend them off? If they couldn't find the source of the beast tide and resolve it completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the Qin residence, in the courtyard where Qin Changsheng was, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly before gradually calming down. 8th layer of transformation. Qin Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance surfacing in his gaze as he murmured softly, "Indeed, for me, battle is the best path to enhance my strength." In today's battle, he had slain over 5,000 demon beasts. Moreover, the vast majority of these over 5,000 demon beasts were 4th Order. Through the devouring martial soul, continuously absorbing the demon spirit energy from these demon beasts, Qin Changsheng's cultivation advanced rapidly, breaking through to the 8th layer of transformation. Not only that, but this series of battles also enriched his combat experience and significantly improved his battle awareness. According to his master, battle awareness is divided into 10 stages. The initial cultivation of battle awareness belongs to the first stage, allowing one to predict the opponent's actions 10 moments in advance. The minor success of the first stage allows one to predict the opponent's actions 15 moments in advance. The major success of the first stage allows one to predict the opponent's actions 20 moments in advance, which is 1 instant. I can now predict the opponent's actions 20 moments in advance, which should be considered major success in the first stage. As for entering the second stage, it requires predicting the opponent's actions at least 30 moments in advance, which I am still a bit short of. However, in such a short period of time, being able to train my combat awareness to the first stage of great achievement is already a remarkable progress, Qin Changsheng murmured. The reason he could elevate his combat awareness to the first stage of great achievement so quickly, apart from his extraordinary combat talent, was mainly due to the high-intensity battles over the past 2 days. Such large-scale chaotic battles particularly hone one's reaction abilities and can most effectively stimulate a person's potential. In these 2 days, the number of demonic beasts he had slain had nearly reached 10,000, which is an extraordinary achievement. After consolidating his cultivation, the sky gradually darkened. Yet again, the bizarre bloodlight that had appeared yesterday emerged once more, illuminating the entire demonic beast mountain range before quickly vanishing. Immediately after, the roars of beasts began to rise and fall again. Qin Changsheng stopped his training and gazed toward the direction of the demonic beast mountain range, feeling a heaviness in his heart. It was the same situation as yesterday. He was almost certain that the so-called beast tide must be related to the bizarre bloodlight that had flashed by. If he could not understand what exactly this bizarre bloodlight was and could not solve the problem at its root, the beast tide would not come to an end. The continuous battles had already exhausted the soldiers and warriors in the city, and if this continued for a few more days, the army and warriors stationed at Great Wilderness City would eventually collapse, the consequences of which would be unimaginable. It was imperative to ascertain what that bloodlight was and clarify the root cause of the beast tide. Qin Changsheng's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he took the flowing cloud sword and left the Qin residence, heading to the city tower to seek an audience with the commander of the Qian army, Yang Wujia, who was responsible for suppressing the beast tide outside Great Wilderness City. "Halt, who are you?" What are you doing here so late? A soldier stopped Qin Changsheng. I am Qin Changsheng, a student of the Qinglong Academy, and I have business to discuss with Commander Yu Yang, Qin Changsheng replied, cupping his hands in greeting. A person from the Qinglong Academy? Qin Changsheng? Are you the extraordinary genius mentioned by Commander Zhao Hanqian? Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the soldier immediately looked him up and down with a hint of surprise. Qin Changsheng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the other party to know his name, but he nodded and said, I indeed met General Zhao Han. The soldier laughed. Haha, then there is no mistake. You know, you are quite a celebrity in our Qian army now. I don't know how many people have been talking about you these past 2 days. I heard that although you only have the cultivation of the transformation realm, you kill 4th-tier demonic beasts as if they were nothing, and some of our Qian army brothers have even been rescued by you in battle. Even Commander Zhao Hanqian holds you in high regard. Qin Changsheng could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. He had been focused on slaying demonic beasts these past 2 days and did not expect to have gained such fame without realizing it. Even this soldier knew of him. You are here to see the commander, right? Please wait a moment. I will inform him now. Thank you. Qin Changsheng immediately cupped his hands in thanks. A moment later, the soldier returned and smiled at Qin Changsheng. Commander Yu Yang is willing to see you. Please follow me. Qin Changsheng nodded and followed him up the city tower. Arriving in front of Yu Yang Wujia. Yu Yang Wujia was wearing battle armor, standing on the city wall, looking far into the direction of the demonic beast mountain range under the night sky. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, but this was certainly not his real age. The lifespan of a warrior is much longer than that of an ordinary person, especially for those with profound cultivation. They may look like they are in their 40s or 50s, but their actual age might have surpassed 100. He stood at 8 feet tall, with an upright posture and an aura of sternness, exuding a faint sense of authority. Beside him were 3 other warriors. 2 looked to be of similar age to Yu Yang Wujia, middle-aged, while the other appeared slightly older, all exuding an intimidating presence. As soon as Qin Changsheng approached, Yu Yang Wujia and the 3 warriors turned to look at him. In an instant, Qin Changsheng felt an immense pressure and aura bearing down on him. The gazes from a few of them were particularly sharp and domineering, striking fear into the heart. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have been intimidated by the overwhelming pressure and those piercing gazes. However, Qin Changsheng merely felt a slight chill in his heart, then immediately calmed himself, revealing no hint of fear in his eyes. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yu Yang Wujia and the others, neither servile nor overbearing, saying, I am Qin Changsheng, paying my respects to the commander and greeting the esteemed seniors. Note, according to the Buddhist text monastic discipline, a moment is 1 thought. 20 thoughts make an instant. 20 instants make a snap of the fingers. 20 snaps make a moment of pause. 20 moments of pause make a brief moment. A day and a night consist of 30 brief moments. 1 day is 24 hours or 800,000 moments, or 240,000 instants, or 120,000 snaps, or 30 brief moments. A day and night have 640,000 seconds. So a brief moment is 880 seconds. A snap is 72 seconds. An instant is 0. 36 seconds. And a moment is 0. 18 seconds. Chapter 89. The Triumph Squad. Not bad, not bad. To face our pressure and mental oppression so calmly and with such composure is indeed impressive. Yu Yang Wujia looked at Qin Changsheng, and his serious expression suddenly broke into a smile, the immense pressure bearing down on Qin Changsheng disappearing without a trace. The 3 strong individuals beside him also nodded, their gazes toward Qin Changsheng revealing a hint of appreciation, no longer sharp. You must be the disciple of the Qinglong Senior, right? Qin Changsheng. We have been paying attention to you these past few days. Many people in the city are discussing your remarkable achievements in these 2 days with your transformation realm cultivation. You possess such strength, slaying 4th-tier demonic beasts as if they were grass. Truly impressive, worthy of being the disciple of the Qinglong Senior. Yu Yang Wujia said with a smile. The commander is overly complimentary. Qin Changsheng replied humbly, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. Yu Yang Wujia smiled. Being neither arrogant nor impatient is indeed rare. Speak, what brings you to find me this time? When it came to the serious matter, Qin Changsheng immediately adopted a serious tone. Commander, esteemed seniors, I have come regarding the beast tide. You must have noticed the bizarre bloodlight that appeared in the demonic beast mountain range these past 2 nights, right? After that bizarre bloodlight appeared, the distant roars of beasts echoed from the mountain range. As if stimulated, the roars became frantic. I believe the root cause of the beast tide may lie within that blood-red demonic light. If we cannot ascertain what this blood-red demonic light is and cannot eliminate the root cause of the beast tide outbreak, it will be difficult to truly suppress the beast tide. If this continues, Great Wilderness City will eventually fall. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Yu Yang Wujia and the 3 strong individuals immediately ceased smiling, their expressions turning serious and solemn. The 4 exchanged glances, and Yu Yang Wujia took a deep breath. We have thought of this matter as well. Since you have come here to discuss it with us, I will not hide it from you. In fact, last night, Shiwu Cliff and Senior Nangong had already discerned this and went to the demonic beast mountain range to investigate. However, until now, Shiwu Cliff and Senior Nangong have not returned, and there has been no news. We were just worrying about this matter. Upon hearing Yu Yang Wujia's words, Qin Changsheng's expression slightly changed. Brother Su and Senior Nangong went to the demonic beast mountain range. Since Shiwu Cliff was also a student of the Qinglong Academy, it was reasonable for Qin Changsheng to refer to him as brother. Learning that Shiwu Cliff and Nangong Wudi had gone to the demonic beast mountain range last night to investigate, and now that the bizarre bloodlight had reappeared, yet there was no news from them, made Qin Changsheng's heart involuntarily fill with foreboding thoughts. Regardless, the root cause of the beast tide must be determined. If the problem could not be solved at its source, the beast tide would never see peace. Qin Changsheng took a deep breath and said resolutely, I am willing to go to the monster beast mountain range to investigate the situation. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Yu Yang Wujin and the 3 strong warriors immediately looked at him with surprise and shouted, Nonsense! Even the Void Cliff and Senior Nangong, who are at the Immortal Platform realm, have unclear situations after entering the monster beast mountain range. As a mere junior in the transformation realm, aren't you just seeking death by going there? If I really let you go and something happens to you, how can I explain it to Senior Qinglong? Qin Changsheng shook his head and replied, The Chief Commander is mistaken. His Majesty sent you here to suppress the beast tide and protect the people of the world. Giving them an explanation, not just for one person, my master, with his righteous spirit, I believe he would understand my actions without needing you to explain. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang Wujin couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his gaze towards Qin Changsheng flickered, giving an explanation to the world, not just to one person. This sentence struck his heart like a heavy drumbeat. He stared intently at Qin Changsheng, and seeing the determination in his eyes, he took a deep breath and said, You are right. I do need to give an explanation to the world. Suppressing the beast tide is indeed my purpose for coming here, as well as my responsibility. However, to truly resolve the beast tide, we must start from the root and clarify its origins, but I cannot let you take risks. You are a genius of our Tianyuan ancient kingdom, with an unlimited future ahead. If you were to take risks in the monster beast mountain range and perish, it would be a loss for our Tianyuan ancient kingdom. If His Majesty knew, he would definitely not let you go. You have greater value. Our future Tianyuan ancient kingdom still needs geniuses like you to support it. Do you understand? Yu Yang Wujin said softly. If we cannot overcome the current difficulties, how can we talk about the future? Qin Changsheng shook his head and said, As for geniuses, they cannot be cultivated in a greenhouse. They will only grow into superficially beautiful flowers that will wither at the slightest rain or snow. Do you need such geniuses? Upon hearing this, Yu Yang Wujin was momentarily speechless, not expecting Qin Changsheng to be so eloquent. At the same time, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Having to admit, he was somewhat swayed by Qin Changsheng's words. A greenhouse can only cultivate superficially beautiful flowers but cannot withstand rain and snow. Similarly, it cannot cultivate true geniuses who can stand on their own. Are you really determined? After exchanging glances with the three strong warriors beside him, Yuyang Wujin took a deep breath, sighed lightly, and said to Qin Changsheng, "This journey will undoubtedly be extremely dangerous, with the possibility of death at any moment. This matter must be done by someone." Qin Changsheng spoke with a firm tone, "I will go." "All right, I admit I have indeed been swayed by you. Since you insist on going, then go. However, you will not go alone," Yuyang Wujin said, and seeing Qin Changsheng's gaze, he smiled and continued, "As you said, suppressing the beast tide is not just your responsibility. I will send a few more people to form a team with you to investigate the situation in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. If anything happens, you can take care of each other. It is too dangerous to go alone." Qin Changsheng nodded in agreement and did not refuse. With more people accompanying him, if something unexpected happened, as long as one person could escape, they could bring back information. Originally, we several old fellows planned to personally go to the Monster Beast Mountain Range to investigate, but we still need to stay in Dahuang City to monitor the Beast King level monsters. Otherwise, if the Beast Tide strikes again and the Beast King appears, there will be no one to stop it in Dahuang City. Yuyang Wujin sighed lightly. Qin Changsheng certainly understood this, and said, "As the chief commander of the three armies, how could you personally take risks in the Monster Beast Mountain Range?" Yuyang Wujin shook his head, said nothing more, and immediately sent someone to form an exploration team. The quality of this team was extremely high, with a total of 10 people, including Qin Changsheng. Among the 10, the one with the highest cultivation had an early-stage Dao Palace realm. The one with the lowest cultivation was Qin Changsheng, who was only at the 8th level of the transformation realm. The others all had a 9th level Yuan Gang realm cultivation. Chapter 90. Facing the awareness of death now that the monsters are rioting and the Monster Beast Mountain Range is extremely dangerous, you must be very careful on this trip. I wish all of you can return safely. Chief Commander Yuyang Wujin said to Qin Changsheng and the others. "Rest assured, Chief Commander, we will not disgrace our mission," everyone said in unison, their eyes showing no signs of fear. "Time is of the essence. Let's set off right away." Then everyone bid farewell to the Chief Commander, jumped down from the city tower, and hurried to the Monster Beast Mountain Range overnight. On the city tower, Yuyang Wujin watched them leave and murmured, "You must return alive." In the night, 10 figures dashed forward. "So you are the super strong person, Qin Changsheng, that many people have been talking about these past 2 days? No wonder you can form a team with us despite only having the transformation realm cultivation." A middle-aged man in the team with Dao Palace realm smiled at Qin Changsheng. This person was named Han Han, with a 2nd level Dao Palace realm cultivation. He was quite jovial and did not belittle Qin Changsheng because of his low cultivation. "I didn't expect that a prodigy like you would be allowed to go on an adventure with us, Qin Changsheng. I say you must have offended the chief commander, right?" A martial artist chimed in jokingly. This person was named Chiyu, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, with a slightly thin build and a smiling face. "Chiyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Slandering the chief commander behind his back. You don't want to live anymore." Another person frowned and scolded. This person had a serious expression and seemed somewhat stern. He was also a 9th level Yuan Gang realm warrior named Duanmuqi. "Don't mind it. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit heavy and made a joke to lighten it up," Qi said innocently. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but smile. These people knew that the trip to the Monster Beast Mountain Range was fraught with uncertainty, yet they showed no signs of retreat, instead appearing calm, as if they were not concerned about the dangers of the Monster Beast Mountain Range at all. What does a transformation realm cultivator have to do with this? It's better to stay in the city and live well, isn't it? Duanmuqi snorted and didn't bother to talk more with Chiyu. He glanced at Qin Changsheng coldly and said, "I hope you won't drag us down. I'll say this first. On this trip to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, our mission is paramount. If we really encounter any danger along the way, don't expect us to save you," Duanmuqi stated. Qin Changsheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, looked at Duanmuqi, and said, "If we really encounter danger, you all don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourselves." Hanzan couldn't help but scold Duanmuqi, saying, "Now we are all teammates. Why are you saying such things at this moment? Are you trying to sow discord?" Although Qin Changsheng's cultivation is only at the transformation realm, his strength is not inferior to that of a Yuan Gang realm warrior. The 4-tier monsters he has slain in the past 2 days are probably more than you have slain. Another teammate said to Qin Changsheng, Qin, little brother, Duanmu has this temperament. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He is actually not a bad person. Don't take it to heart. This person was named Huang Zhen, of medium build, appearing somewhat modest and refined. That's right. We are now a team. If we do encounter danger, no one will abandon anyone. A robust man with a somewhat rugged appearance spoke in a deep voice. This person was 9 feet tall, with a shiny bald head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, several hideous scars on his body, and wielded 2 axes with immense strength. His name was Shura, and he said to Qin Changsheng straightforwardly, Qin Changsheng, you dare to go with us to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Just for your courage, I, Shura, admire you. Rest assured, if we encounter danger in a Monster Beast Mountain Range, I will definitely not abandon you. However, Qin Changsheng shook his head and said, what I just said was serious. This trip to the Monster Beast Mountains is of utmost importance. I cannot let my personal life or death drag everyone down. If we cannot complete the mission this time, find the source of the beast tide and resolve it. The beast tide will not end, and we do not know how many more will die in vain. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, everyone immediately became solemn and said in unison, this time, we will risk our lives to complete the mission. Nice words, but I hope you truly have the awareness to face everything when the time comes. Duanmu Qi snorted coldly, glanced at Qin Changsheng, and then said nothing more. The other few people continued to chat along the way. Through their conversation, Qin Changsheng also learned a bit about the others. The names of the other 4 were Li Yi, Wang Buwei, Yang Jinping, and Pei Yunjia. The group moved swiftly, like ghosts gliding just above the ground, advancing rapidly. In the Monster Beast Mountains, the roars of beasts continued, one after another, creating a tremendous sound wave. As Qin Changsheng and his group approached the Monster Beast Mountains, they also stopped talking, their expressions turning alert. The roars of beasts rose and fell, overwhelming in power and shaking the soul. If an ordinary person faced such terrifying roars, they would likely be scared to the point of collapse. However, the people who came here had already had the awareness of facing death when they accepted this mission. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have shown up here. The roars deep within the Monster Beast Mountains were particularly intense, and the blood-colored demonic light that had flashed before was also within the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains. We must go as deep as possible to investigate the situation. Everyone be careful, Han Shan said. He was the only one in the team at the Dao Palace realm and also a general of the Red Flame Army, temporarily taking on the role of team leader. The group moved like phantoms, darting into the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains. The roars of beasts in the mountains served as bright beacons, revealing the positions of these beasts and allowing them to avoid them. However, there were also some beasts that could not produce those loud roars, so they could not completely avoid encounters with these beasts. The faint rustling sound mixed with the loud roars was almost completely covered. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng stopped, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Be careful." The team immediately